On philosophy as a system. If philosophy is the system of rational cognition through concepts, it is thereby already sufficiently distinguished from a critique of pure reason, which, although it contains a philosophical investigation of the possibility of such cognition, does not belong to such a system as a part, but rather outlines and examines the very idea of it in the first place. The division of the system can at first only be that into its formal and material parts, of which the first, the logic, concerns merely the form of thinking in a system of rules, while the second, the real B part, systematically takes under consideration the objects which are thought about, insofar as a rational cognition of them from concepts is possible. Now this real system of philosophy itself, given the original distinction of its objects and the essential difference, resting on them, of the principles of a science that contains them, cannot be divided except into theoretical and practical philosophy. Thus, the one part must be the philosophy of nature, the other that of morals. See, the first of which is also empirical, the second of which, however, since freedom absolutely cannot be an object of experience, can never contain anything other than pure principles a priori. However, there is a great misunderstanding, which is even quite disadvantageous to the way in which the science is handled, about what should be held to be practical in a sense in which it deserves to be taken up into a practical philosophy, statesmanship and political economy, rules of good housekeeping as well as those of etiquette, precepts for good health and diet, of the soul as well as of the body. Indeed, why not all trades and arts have been believed to be able to be counted as practical philosophy, because they all contain a great many practical propositions. But while practical propositions certainly differ from theoretical ones, which contain the possibility of things and of an unverständnis be real see sitten die Bedeutung, their determination, in the way in which they are presented, they do not on that account differ in their content, except only those which consider freedom under laws. All the rest are nothing more than the theory of that which belongs to the nature of things, only applied to the way in which they can be generated by us in accordance with a principle, that is, their possibility is represented through a voluntary action which belongs among natural causes as well. Thus the solution to the problem in mechanics of finding the respective lengths of the arms of a lever by means of which a given force will be in equilibrium with a given weight, is of course expressed as a practical formula, but it contains nothing other than the theoretical proposition that the length of the arms is in inverse proportion to the force and the weight if these are in equilibrium. Only this relation, as far as its origin is concerned, is represented as possible through a cause whose determining ground is the representation of that relation, our choice. It is exactly the same with all practical propositions that concern merely the production of objects. If precepts for the promotion of one's happiness are given, and, for example, the issue is only what one has to do in one's own case in order to be susceptible to happiness, then all that is represented are the inner conditions of the possibility of such happiness and contentment, in moderation of the inclinations so they will not become passions, etc., as belonging to the nature of the subject, and at the same time the manner of generating this equilibrium as a causality possible through ourselves alone. Hence all of this is represented as an immediate consequence from the theory of the object in relation to the theory of our own nature, ourselves as cause. Hence the practical precept here differs from a theoretical one in its form, but not in its content, and thus a special kind of philosophy is not required for insight into the connection of grounds with their consequences. In a word, all practical propositions that derive that which nature can contain from the faculty of choice as a cause collectively belong to theoretical philosophy, as cognition of nature. Only those propositions which give the law to freedom are specifically distinguished from the former in virtue of their content. See, one can say of the former that they constitute the practical part of a philosophy of nature, but the latter alone ground a special practical philosophy. A willkue religion be here Kant crossed out the words, are also possible through empirical determining grounds. For example, those of the theory of happiness see here Kant crossed out the words, and are determining grounds only in so far as they are a priori grounds. Here Kant crossed out belong to. Remark, it is very important to determine the parts of philosophy precisely and to that end not to include among the members of the division of philosophy, as a system, that which is merely a consequence or an application of it to given cases, requiring no special principles. Practical propositions are distinguished from theoretical ones either in regard to principles or to consequences. In the latter case they do not constitute a special part of the science, but belong to the theoretical part, as a special kind of its consequences. Now the possibility of things in accordance with natural laws is essentially distinct in its principles from that in accordance with laws of freedom. This distinction, however, does not consist in the fact that in the latter case the cause is placed in a will, but in the former case outside of the will, in the things themselves. For even if the will follows no other principles than those by means of which the understanding has insight into the possibility of the object in accordance with them, as mere laws of nature, then the proposition which contains the possibility of the object through the causality of the faculty of choice may still be called a practical proposition. Yet it is not at all distinct in principle from the theoretical propositions concerning the nature of things, but must rather derive its own content from the latter in order to exhibit the representation of an object in reality. Practical propositions, therefore, the content of which concerns merely the possibility of a represented object, through voluntary action, are only applications of a complete theoretical cognition and cannot constitute a special part of a science. A practical geometry, as a separate science, is an absurdity, although ever so many practical propositions are contained in this pure science, most of which, as problems, require a special instruction for their solution. The problem of constructing a square with a given line and a given right angle is a practical proposition, but a pure consequence of the theory, and the art of surveying. Agrimensoria cannot in any way presume to the name of a practical geometry and be called a special part of geometry in general, but rather belongs among the scholia of the latter, namely the use of this science for business. This pure and for that very reason sublime science seems to forego some of its dignity if it concedes that, as elementary geometry, it needs tools, even if only two, for the construction of its concepts, namely the compass and the ruler, which construction alone it calls geometrical, while those of higher geometry on the contrary it calls mechanical, since for the construction of the concepts of the latter more complex machines are required. But what is, even in a science of nature, insofar as it rests on empirical principles, namely in physics proper, the practical procedures for discovering hidden laws of nature, under the name of experimental physics, can in no way justify the designation of a practical physics, which is likewise an absurdity, as a part of natural philosophy, for the principles in accordance with which we set up experiments must themselves always be derived from the knowledge of nature, hence from theory. The same is true of practical precepts, which concern the voluntary production of a certain state of mind in us, for example, that of the stimulation or restraint of the imagination, the gratification or weakening of the inclinations. There is no practical psychology as a special part of the philosophy of human nature, for the principles of the possibility of its state by means of art must be borrowed from those of the possibility of our determinations from the constitution of our nature and, although the former consist of practical propositions, still they do not constitute a practical part of empirical psychology, because they do not have any special principles, but merely belong among its scholia. In general, practical propositions, whether they are pure a priori or empirical, if they immediately assert the possibility of an object through our faculty of choice, always belong to the knowledge of nature and to the theoretical part of philosophy. Only those which directly exhibit the determination of an action as necessary merely through the representation of its form, in accordance with laws in general, without regard to be the means c of the object that is thereby to be realized, can and must have their own special principles, in the idea of freedom, and, although they ground the concept of an object of the will, the highest good, on these very principles, still this belongs only indirectly, as a consequence, to the practical precept, which is henceforth called moral. Further, there can be no insight into its possibility through the knowledge of nature, theory. Thus only those propositions alone belong to a special part of a system of rational cognitions, under the name of practical philosophy. All other propositions of practice, whatever science they might be attached to, can, if one is perhaps worried about ambiguity, be called meant by the former is not the actual tools, cercinus et regula, which can never give those shapes with mathematical precision. Rather they are to signify only the simplest kinds of exhibition of the imagination a priori, which cannot be matched by any instrument a bewegung be crossed out. A determinate c caesura suggests matter, materie, technical rather than practical propositions. for they belong to the art of bringing about that which one wishes should exist, which in the case of a complete theory is always a mere consequence and not a self-subsistent part of any kind of instruction. In this way, all precepts of skill belong to technique 1 and hence to the theoretical knowledge of nature as its consequences. However, we shall in the future also use the expression technique where objects of nature are sometimes merely judged as if their possibility were grounded in art, in which cases the judgments are neither theoretical nor practical, in the sense just adduced, since they do not determine anything about the constitution of the object nor the way in which to produce it, rather through them nature itself is judged, but merely in accordance with the analogy with an art, and indeed in subjective relation to our cognitive faculty, not in objective relation to the object. See now here we will not indeed call the judgments themselves technical, but rather the power of judgment, on whose laws they are grounded, and in accordance with it we will also call nature technical. Further, this technique, since it contains no objectively determining propositions, does not constitute any part of doctrinal philosophy, but only a part of the critique of our faculty of cognition. This is the place to correct an error which I committed in the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals. For after I had said that imperatives of skill command only conditionally, under the condition of merely possible, that is, problematic, ends, I called such practical precepts problematic imperatives, an expression in which a contradiction certainly lurks. I should have called them technical imperatives, that is, imperatives of art. The pragmatic imperatives, or rules of prudence, which command under the condition of an actual and thus even subjectively necessary end, also stand under the technical imperatives. For what is prudence other than the skill of being able to use for one's intentions free human beings, and among these even the natural dispositions and inclinations in oneself? Only the fact that the end which we ascribe to ourselves and to others, namely that of our own happiness, does not belong among the merely arbitrary ends justifies a special designation for these technical imperatives. For the problem does not merely, as in the case of technical imperatives, require the manner of the execution of an end, but also the determination of that which constitutes this end itself, happiness, which in the case of technical imperatives in general must be presupposed as known b. See here Kant crossed out the following marginal note. Now since such judgments are not cognitive judgments at all, it can be understood why the concept of technical judgments lies outside the field of the logical division into theoretical and practical, and can find its place only in a critique of the origin of our cognition. 2. On the system of the higher cognitive faculties, which grounds philosophy, if the issue is not the division of a philosophy, but of our faculty of a priori cognition through concepts, of our higher faculty of cognition, that is, of a critique of pure reason, but considered only with regard to its faculty for thinking, where the pure kind of intuition is not taken into account, then the systematic representation of the faculty for thinking is tripartite, namely, first, the faculty for the cognition of the general of rules, the understanding; second, the faculty for the subsumption of the particular under the general, the power of judgment; and third, the faculty for the determination of the particular through the general for the derivation from principles, that is, reason. The critique of pure theoretical reason, which was dedicated to the sources of all cognition a priori, hence also to that in it which belongs to intuition, yielded the laws of nature, the critique of practical reason the law of freedom, and so the a priori principles for the whole of philosophy already seem to have been completely treated. But now if the understanding yields a priori laws of nature, reason, on the contrary, laws of freedom, then by analogy one would still expect that the power of judgment, which mediates the connection between the two faculties, would, just like those, add its own special principles a priori and perhaps ground a special part of philosophy. Even though philosophy as a system can have only two parts, yet the power of judgment is such a special faculty of cognition, not at all self-sufficient, that it provides neither concepts, like the understanding, nor ideas, like reason, of any object at all, since it is a faculty merely for subsuming under concepts given from elsewhere. Thus if there is to be a concept or a rule which arises originally from the power of judgment, it would have to be a concept of things in nature insofar as nature conforms to our power of judgment, and thus a concept of a property of nature such that one cannot form any concept of it except that its arrangement conforms to our faculty for subsuming the particular given laws under more general ones even though these are not given. In other words, it would have to be the concept of a purposiveness of nature in behalf of our faculty for cognizing it. Insofar as for this it is required that we be able to judge the particular as a des algemeinen. The term algemeen can be translated as either general or universal. We will generally use the former where there is a contrast with particular, and the latter when a claim to the assent of all is contrasted to an idiosyncratic or private judgment. The remainder of the paragraph was added in the margin C. Contained under the general and subsume it under the concept of a nature. Now such a concept is that of an experience as a system in accordance with empirical laws. For although experience constitutes a system in accordance with transcendental laws, which contain the condition of the possibility of experience in general, there is still possible such an infinite multiplicity of empirical laws and such a great heterogeneity of forms of nature, which would belong to particular experience, that the concept of a system in accordance with these empirical laws must be entirely alien to the understanding, and neither the possibility, let alone the necessity, of such a whole can be conceived. Nevertheless, particular experience, thoroughly interconnected in accordance with constant principles, also requires this systematic interconnection of empirical laws, whereby it becomes possible for the power of judgment to subsume the particular under the general, however empirical it may be, and so on, right up to be the highest empirical laws and the forms of nature corresponding to them, and thus to regard the aggregate of particular experiences as a system of them. For without this presupposition no thoroughly law-like interconnection, that is, empirical unity of these experiences can obtain. The possibility of an experience in general is the possibility of empirical cognitions as synthetic judgments. It therefore cannot be drawn analytically from mere comparison of perceptions as is commonly believed. For the combination of two different perceptions in the concept of an object, for the cognition of it, is a synthesis, which does not make an empirical cognition, that is, experience, possible otherwise than in accordance with principles of the synthetic unity of the appearances, that is, in accordance with principles through which they are brought under the categories. Now these empirical cognitions constitute, in accordance with what they necessarily have in common, namely, those transcendental laws of nature, an analytic unity of all experience, but not that synthetic unity of experience as a system in which the empirical laws, even with regard to what is different in them, and where their multiplicity can go on to infinitude, are bound together under a principle. What the category is with regard to each particular experience, that is what the purposiveness or fitness of nature to our power of judgment is, even with regard to its particular laws, in accordance with which it is represented not merely as mechanical but also as technical, a concept which certainly does not determine the synthetic unity objectively, as does the category, but which still yields subjective principles that serve as a guideline for the investigation of nature. See here Kant crossed out so and consequently, having originally written and so subsume. Consequently here Kant crossed out yet higher. Likewise to see this footnote appears to be an addition to the fair copy. This lawfulness, in itself in accordance with all concepts of the understanding, contingent, which the power of judgment presumes of nature and presupposes in it, only for its own advantage, is a formal purposiveness of nature, which we simply assume in it, but through which neither a theoretical cognition of nature nor a practical principle of freedom is grounded, although a principle for the judging and investigation of nature is given. In order to seek for particular experiences the general rules in accordance with which we have to arrange them in order to bring out that systematic connection which is necessary for an interconnected experience and which we have to assume a priori. The concept which originally arises from the power of judgment and is proper to it is thus that of nature as art, in other words that of the technique of nature with regard to its particular laws, which concept does not ground any theory and does not, any more than logic, contain cognition of objects and their constitution, but only gives a principle for progress in accordance with laws of experience, whereby the investigation of nature becomes possible. But this does not enrich the knowledge of nature by any particular objective law, but rather only grounds a maxim for the power of judgment, by which to observe nature and to hold its forms together. CD philosophy, as a doctrinal system of the cognition of nature as well as freedom, does not hereby acquire a new part, for the representation of nature as art is a mere idea, which serves as a principle, merely for the subject, for our investigation of nature, so that we can where possible bring into connection, as in a system, into the aggregate of empirical laws as such, by attributing to nature a relation to this need of ours. On the contrary, our concept of a technique of nature, as a heuristic principle in the judgment of it, will belong to the critique of our faculty of cognition, which indicates what occasion we have to Beurteilung. B here Kant crossed out for us, and C here Kant crossed out the following paragraph. Philosophy, as a real system of cognition of nature a priori through concepts, thus does not acquire a new part, for that consideration belongs to its theoretical part, but the critique of the pure faculties of cognition does indeed acquire such a new part, and indeed one that is very necessary, by means of which, first, judgments about nature whose determining ground could easily be counted among the empirical ones are separated from these, and, second, others, which could easily be taken for real and held to be determination of the objects of nature, are distinguished from these and cognized as formal, that is, rules for mere reflection on things in nature, not for the determination of these in accordance with objective principles. D. This paragraph appears to have been added to the fair copy. Beurteilung, make such a representation of it to ourselves, what origin this idea has, whether it is to be found in an a priori source, and also what the scope and boundary of its use are. In a word, such an inquiry will belong as a part to the system of the critique of pure reason, but not to doctrinal philosophy. 3. On the system of all the faculties of the human mind, we can trace all faculties of the human mind without exception back to these three: the faculty of cognition, the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, and the faculty of desire. To be sure, philosophers who otherwise deserve nothing but praise for the thoroughness of their way of thinking have sought to explain this distinction as merely illusory and to reduce all faculties to the mere faculty of cognition too, but it can easily be demonstrated, and has already been understood for some time. 3. That this attempt to bring unity into the multiplicity of faculties, although undertaken in a genuinely philosophical spirit, is futile, for there is always a great difference between representations belonging to cognition, insofar as they are related merely to the object and the unity of the consciousness of it, and their objective relation where, considered as at the same time the cause of the reality of this object, they are assigned to the faculty of desire, and, finally, are their relation merely to the subject, where they are considered merely as grounds for preserving their own existence in it, and to this extent in relation to the feeling of pleasure. The latter is absolutely not a cognition, nor does it provide one, although to be sure it may presuppose such a cognition as a determining ground. The connection between the cognition of an object and the feeling of pleasure and displeasure in its existence, or the determination of the faculty of desire to produce it, is certainly empirically knowable, but since this interconnection is not grounded in any principle a priori, to this extent the powers of the mind constitute only an aggregate and not a system. Now it is surely enough to produce a connection a priori between the feeling of pleasure and the other two faculties if we connect a cognition a priori, namely the rational concept of freedom, with the faculty of desire as its determining ground, at the same time subjectively finding in this objective determination a feeling of pleasure contained in the determination of the will be. 4. But in this way the faculty are finally crossed out by Kant be crossed out by Kant, as in fact found to be identical with the former, of cognition is not combined with the faculty of desire by means of the pleasure or displeasure, for this does not precede the latter faculty, but either first succeeds the determination of it, or else is perhaps nothing other than the sensation of the determinability of the will through reason itself, thus not a special feeling and distinctive receptivity that requires a special section under the properties of the mind. Now since in the analysis B of the faculties of the mind in general a feeling of pleasure which is independent of the determination of the faculty of desire, which indeed is rather able to supply a determining ground for that faculty, is incontrovertibly given, the connection of which with the other two faculties in a system nevertheless requires that this feeling of pleasure, like the other two faculties, not rest on merely empirical grounds but also on a priori principles. There is thus required for the idea of philosophy as a system, if not a doctrine then still, a critique of the feeling of pleasure and displeasure insofar as it is not empirically grounded. Now the faculty of cognition in accordance with concepts has its a priori principles in the pure understanding, in its concept of nature, the faculty of desire, in pure reason in its concept of freedom, and there remains among the properties of mind in general an intermediate faculty or receptivity, namely the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, just as there remains among the higher faculties of cognition an intermediate one, the power of judgment. What is more natural than to suspect that the latter will also contain a priori principles for the former without yet deciding anything about the possibility of this connection? A certain suitability of the power of judgment to serve as the determining ground for the feeling of pleasure, or to find one in it, is already unmistakable, insofar as, while in the division of faculties of cognition through concepts understanding and reason relate their representations to objects, in order to acquire concepts of them, the power of judgment is related solely to the subject and does not produce any concepts of objects for itself alone. Likewise, if in the general division of the powers of the mind overall the faculty of cognition as well as the faculty of desire contain an objective relation of representations, so by contrast the feeling of pleasure and displeasure is only the receptivity of a determination of the subject. So that if the power of judgment is to determine anything for itself alone, it could not be crossed out by Kant, as inner perceptions exhibit in so many cases be crossed out. In inner observation added D. Kant substituted of the subject for the phrase of the state of mind, Gemütszustans, in the fair copy, and then added the remainder of the sentence, anything other than the feeling of pleasure, and, conversely, if the latter is to have an a priori principle at all, it will be found only in the power of judgment. 5 IV. On experience as a system for the power of judgment, we have seen in the Critique of Pure Reasoner that the whole of nature as the totality of all objects of experience constitutes a system in accordance with transcendental laws, namely those that the understanding itself gives a priori, for appearances, namely, insofar as they, combined in one consciousness, are to constitute experience. For that very reason, experience, in accordance with general as well as particular laws, insofar as it is considered objectively to be possible in general, must also constitute, in the idea, a system of possible empirical cognitions. For that is required by the unity of nature, in accordance with the principle of the thoroughgoing connection of everything contained in this totality of all appearances. To this extent experience in general in accordance with transcendental laws of the understanding is to be regarded as a system and not as a mere aggregate, but it does not follow from this that nature even in accordance with empirical laws is a system that can be grasped by the human faculty of cognition, and that the thoroughgoing systematic interconnection of its appearances in one experience, hence the latter itself as a system, is possible for human beings. For the multiplicity and diversity of empirical laws could be so great that it might be possible for us to connect perceptions to some extent in accordance with particular laws discovered on various occasions into one experience, but never to bring these empirical laws themselves to the unity of kinship under a common principle, if, namely, as is quite possible in itself at least as far as the understanding can make out a priori, the multiplicity and diversity of these laws, along with the natural forms corresponding to them, being infinitely great, were to present to us a raw chaotic aggregate and not the least trace of a system, even though we must presuppose such a system in accordance with transcendental laws. For unity of nature in time and space and unity of the experience possible for us are identical, since the former is a totality of mere appearances, kinds of representations, which can have its objective presumably this means the book, the Critique of Pure Reason, but the words are not underlined in the fair copy B. Fasliches C. Thielwise, reality only in experience, which, as itself a system in accordance with empirical laws, must be possible if one is to think of the former as a system, as must indeed be done. Thus it is a subjectively a necessary transcendental presupposition that such a disturbingly unbounded diversity of empirical laws and heterogeneity of natural forms does not pertain to nature, rather that nature itself, through the affinity of particular laws under more general ones, qualifies for an experience, as an empirical system. Now this presupposition is the transcendental principle of the power of judgment. For this is not merely a faculty for subsuming the particular under the general whose concept is given, but is also, conversely, one for finding the general for the particular. The understanding, however, abstracts in its transcendental legislation for nature from all multiplicity of possible empirical laws. In that legislation, it takes into consideration only the conditions of the possibility of an experience in general as far as its form is concerned. In it, therefore, that principle of the affinity of particular laws of nature is not to be found. Yet the power of judgment, which is obliged to bring particular laws, even with regard to what differentiates them under the same general laws of nature, under higher, though still empirical laws, must ground its procedure on such a principle. For by groping about among forms of nature whose agreement with each other under common empirical but higher laws appeared entirely contingent to the power of judgment, it would be even more contingent if particular perceptions were luckily to be qualified for an empirical law. It would be all the more contingent if multiple empirical laws were to fit into a systematic unity of the cognition of nature in a possible experience in their entire interconnection without presupposing such a form in nature through an a priori principle. All of the stock formulae, nature takes the shortest route, she does nothing in vain, she makes no leaps in the manifold of forms continuum formarum, she is rich in species but sparing with genera, etc. 6, are nothing other than this very same transcendental expression of the power of judgment in establishing a principle for experience as a system and hence for its own needs. Neither understanding nor reason can ground such a law of nature a priori. For while it may readily be understood that nature should be directed by our understanding in its merely formal laws, by means of which it is an object of experience in general, with regard to particular laws, in their multiplicity and diversity, it is free from all the restrictions of our law-giving faculty of cognition, and it is a mere presupposition of the power of the word subjectively was added to the fair copy, judgment, in behalf of its own use, always to ascend from empirical, particular laws to more general but at the same time still empirical ones, for the sake of the unification of empirical laws, which grounds that principle, and one can by no means charge such a principle to the account of experience, because only under the presupposition of it is it possible to organize experiences in a systematic way. V. On the reflecting power of judgment. The power of judgment can be regarded either as a mere faculty for reflecting on a given representation, in accordance with a certain principle, for the sake of a concept that is thereby made possible, or as a faculty for determining an underlying concept through a given empirical representation. In the first case it is the reflecting, in the second case the determining power of judgment. To reflect, to consider. B. However, is to compare and to hold together given representations either with others or with one's faculty of cognition, in relation to a concept thereby made possible. The reflecting power of judgment is that which is also called the faculty of judging. C. For cultus deudicandi. 7 Reflecting, which goes on even in animals, although only instinctively, namely not in relation to a concept which is thereby to be attained but rather in relation to some inclination which is thereby to be determined, in our case requires a principle just as much as does determining, in which the underlying concept of the object prescribes the rule to the power of judgment and thus plays the role of the principle. The principle of reflection on given objects of nature is that for all things in nature empirically determinate concepts can be found. On first glance, this principle does not look at all like a synthetic and transcendental proposition, but seems rather to be tautological and to belong to mere logic, for the latter teaches how one can compare a given representation with others, and, by extracting what it has in common with others, as a characteristic for general use, form a concept. But about whether for each object nature has many others to put forth as objects of comparison, which have much in common with the first in their form, it teaches us nothing. Rather, this condition of the possibility of the application of logic to nature is a principle of the representation of nature as a system for our power of judgment, in which the manifold, divided into genera and species, makes it. The next two clauses were added to the fair copy. B. Reflectiren, u Berylgen, C. Beurtelungsvermogen, which is to say the same as that in all of its products one can always presuppose a form that is possible for general laws cognizable by us. For if we could not presuppose this and did not ground our treatment of empirical representations on this principle, then all reflection would become arbitrary and blind. and hence would be undertaken without any well-grounded expectation of its agreement with nature, with regard to the general concepts of nature, under which a concept of experience without specific empirical determination is first possible at all. Reflection already has its directions in the concept of a nature in general, that is, in the understanding, and the power of judgment requires no special principle of reflection, but rather schematizes this a priori and applies these schemata to every empirical synthesis, without which no judgment of experiencer would be possible at all. The power of judgment in its reflection is here also determining, and its transcendental schematism serves it at the same time as a rule under which given empirical intuitions are subsumed. But for those concepts which must first of all be found for given empirical intuitions, and which presuppose a particular law of nature, in accordance with which alone particular experience is possible, the power of judgment requires a special and at the same time transcendental principle for its reflection, and one cannot refer it in turn to already known empirical concepts and transform reflection into a mere comparison with empirical forms for which one already has concepts possible to bring all the natural forms that are forthcoming to concepts of greater or lesser generality, through comparison. Now of course pure understanding already teaches, but also through synthetic principles, how to think of all things in nature as contained in a transcendental system in accordance with a priori concepts, the categories, only the reflecting power of judgment, which also seeks concepts for empirical representations, as such, must further assume for this purpose that nature in its boundless multiplicity has hit upon a division of itself into genera and species that makes it possible for our power of judgment to find consensus in the comparison of natural forms and to arrive at empirical concepts, and their interconnection with each other, through ascent to more general but still empirical concepts. That is, the power of judgment presupposes a system of nature which is also in accordance with empirical laws and does so a priori. Consequently, by means of a transcendental principle, this phrase replaces perception of an object in the fair copy B. Kant replaces representations in the fair copy with intuitions C, and in the fair copy crossed out by Kant D. Kant replaces empirische Vorstellungen, empirical representations, in the fair copy with allvorkommende Naturformen. For it is open to question how one could hope to arrive at empirical concepts of that which is common to the different natural forms through the comparison of perceptions, if, on account of the great diversity of its empirical laws, nature, as it is quite possible to think, has imposed on these natural forms such a great diversity that all or at least most comparison would be useless for producing consensus and a hierarchical order of species and genera under it. All comparison of empirical representations in order to cognize empirical laws in natural things and specific forms matching these, which however through their comparison with others are also generically corresponding forms, presuppose that even with regard to its empirical laws nature has observed a certain economy suitable to our power of judgment and a uniformity that we can grasp. And this presupposition, as an a priori principle of the power of judgment, must precede all comparison. The reflecting power of judgment thus proceeds with given appearances, in order to bring them under empirical concepts of determinate natural things, not schematically, but technically, not as it were merely mechanically, like an instrument, but artistically, in accordance with the general but at the same time indeterminate principle of a purposive arrangement of nature in a system, as it were for the benefit of our power of judgment, in the suitability of its particular laws, about which understanding has nothing to say, for the possibility of experience as a system, without which presupposition we could not hope to find our way in a labyrinth of the multiplicity of possible empirical particular laws. Thus the power of judgment itself makes the technique of nature into the principle of its reflection a priori, without however being able to explain this or determine it more precisely or having for this end an objective determining ground for the general concepts of nature, from a cognition of things in themselves. B. But only in order to be able to reflect in accordance with its own subjective law, in accordance with its need. C. But at the same time in accord with laws of nature in general. The principle of the reflecting power of judgment, through which nature is thought of as a system in accordance with empirical laws, is however merely a principle for the logical use of the power of the remainder of this paragraph is Kant's replacement for the following in the fair copy, for it is also rightly open to question about these empirical forms. How and through what reflection we have arrived at them as lawful natural forms. Laws cannot be perceived, but rather presuppose principles in accordance with which perceptions must be able to be compared, which, if under them alone experience is possible, are transcendental principles. B. Kant added the phrase and sich selbst to the fair copy. C. Kant added the phrase nach ihrem Bedürfnis to the fair copy. Judgment, a transcendental principle, to be sure, in terms of its origin, but only for the sake of regarding nature a priori as qualified for a logical system of its multiplicity under empirical laws. 8. The logical form of a system consists merely in the division of given general concepts, of the sort which that of a nature in general is here, by means of which one thinks the particular, here the empirical, with its variety as contained under the general, in accordance with a certain principle. To this there belongs, if one proceeds empirically and ascends from the particular to the general, a classification of the manifold, that is, a comparison with each other of several classes, each of which stands under a determinate concept, and, if they are complete with regard to the common characteristic, their subsumption be under higher classes, genera, until one reaches the concept that contains the principle of the entire classification, and which constitutes the highest genus. If, on the contrary, one begins with the general concept, in order to descend to the particular through a complete division, then the action is called the specification of the manifold under a given concept, since the progression is from the highest genus to lower, subgenera or species, and from species to subspecies. This would be expressed more correctly if, instead of saying, as in common usage, that one must specify the particular which stands under a general concept, it were instead said that one specifies the general concept by adducing the manifold under it, for the genus is considered logically, as it were the matter, or the raw substratum, which nature works up into particular species and subspecies through various determinations, and thus it can be said, in analogy with the use of this word by jurists, when they speak of the specification of certain raw materials, that nature specifies itself in accordance with a certain principle, or the idea of a system. Now it is clear that the reflecting power of judgment, given it, see the Aristotelian school, also called the genus matter, but the specific difference the form D. Could Linnaeus have hoped to outline a system of nature if he had had to 216 worry that if he found a stone that he called granite, this might differ in its internal constitution from every other stone which nevertheless looked just like it, and all he could hope to find were always individual things, as it were isolated for the understanding, and never a class of them that could be brought under concepts of genus and species? A. Kant added the phrase sine Ursprung nach to the fair copy. B. Kant added the words ihre subsumption to the fair copy. C. Kant added this footnote to the fair copy. D. He then added this in the margin next to the note. Nature could not undertake to classify the whole of nature according to its empirical differences if it did not presuppose that nature itself specifies its transcendental laws in accordance with some sort of principle. Now this principle can be none other than that of the suitability for the capacity of the power of judgment itself for finding in the immeasurable multiplicity of things in accordance with possible empirical laws sufficient kinship among them to enable them to be brought under empirical concepts, classes, and these in turn under more general laws, higher genera, and thus for an empirical system of nature to be reached. Now since such a classification is not a common experimental cognition, but an artistic one, nature, to the extent that it is thought of as specifying itself in accordance with such a principle, is also regarded as art, and the power of judgment thus necessarily carries with it a priori a principle of the technique of nature, which is distinct from the nomothetic of nature in accordance with transcendental laws of understanding, in that the latter can make its principle valid as a law but the former only as a necessary presupposition. The special principle of the power of judgment is thus, nature specifies its general laws into be empirical ones, in accordance with the form of a logical system, in behalf of the power of judgment. Now here arises the concept of a purposiveness of nature, indeed as a special concept of the reflecting power of judgment, not of reason, for the end is not posited in the object at all, but strictly in the subject and indeed in its mere capacity. See for reflecting. For we call purposive that the existence of which seems to presuppose a representation of that same thing. Natural laws, however, which are so constituted and related to each other as if they had been designed by the power of judgment for its own need, have a similarity with the possibility of things that presuppose a representation of themselves as their ground. Thus through its principle the power of judgment thinks of a purposiveness of nature in the specification of its forms through empirical laws. However, these forms themselves are not thereby thought of as purposive, but only their relation to one another and their fitness, even in their great multiplicity, for a logical system of empirical concepts. Now if nature showed us nothing more than this logical purposiveness, we would indeed already have cause to admire it for this, since we cannot suggest any ground for this in accordance with the general laws of the understanding. Only hardly any one other than a transcendental of Vermogen B. Kant crossed out durch die, through the, and replaced it with zu, into C. Vermogen. Philosopher would be capable of this admiration, and even here would not be able to name any determinate case where this purposiveness proved itself in concreto, but would have to think of it only in general 6. On the purposiveness of the forms of nature as so many particular systems, that nature in its empirical laws should specify itself as is requisite for a possible experience, as a system of empirical cognition. This form of nature contains a logical purposiveness, namely of its conformity to the subjective conditions of the power of judgment with regard to the possible interconnection of empirical concepts in the whole of an experience. Now this, however, yields no inference to its usefulness for a real purposiveness in its products, that is, for producing individual things in the form of systems, for the latter could always, as far as intuition is concerned, be mere aggregates and nevertheless be possible in accordance with empirical laws interconnected with others in a system of logical division, without a concept specially instituted as the condition for their particular possibility having to be assumed, hence without a purposiveness of nature as its ground. In this way we see souls, stones, minerals, etc., without any purposive form, as mere aggregates, but nevertheless as so related in the inner character and grounds for the cognition of their possibility that they are suitable for the classification of things in a system of nature under empirical laws yet do not display the form of a system being themselves. Hence I understand by an absolute purposiveness of natural forms such an external shape as well as inner structure that are so constituted that their possibility must be grounded in an idea of them in our power of judgment. For purposiveness is a lawfulness of the contingent as such. See with regard to its products as aggregates, nature proceeds mechanically, as mere nature, but with regard to its products as systems, for example, crystal formations, various shapes of flowers, or the inner structure of plants and animals, it proceeds technically, that is, as at the same time an art. The distinction between these two ways of judging D are the words from the last semicolon to here replace the single word we, inthe original fair copy being formed as system C in the fair copy. This sentence originally read, for purposiveness is a lawfulness which is at the same time contingent with respect to general laws of nature that are necessary for experience. D. Buthelen. Natural beings is made merely by the reflecting power of judgment, which perfectly well can and perhaps even must allow to happen what the determining power of judgment, under principles of reason, would not concede with regard to the possibility of the objects themselves, and which would perhaps even like to know everything to be traced back to a mechanical sort of explanation. For it is entirely consistent that the explanation of an appearance, which is an affair of reason in accordance with objective principles of reason, be mechanical, while the rule for the judging of the same object, in accordance with subjective principles of reflection on it, should be technical. Now although the principle of the power of judgment concerning the purposiveness of nature in the specifications of its general laws by no means extends so far as to imply the generation of natural forms that are purposive in themselves, because even without them the system of nature in accordance with empirical laws, which is all that the power of judgment has a basis for postulating, is possible, and this must therefore be given solely through experience. Nevertheless, because we already have a ground for ascribing to nature in its particular laws a principle of purposiveness, it is always possible and permissible, if experience shows us purposive forms in its products, for us to ascribe this to the same ground as that on which the first may rest, although even this ground itself may lie in the supersensible and beyond the sphere of the insights into nature that are possible for us. We have still already won something by having ready in the power of judgment a transcendental principle of the purposiveness of nature for the purposiveness of the natural forms that may be found in experience, which, even though it is not sufficient to explain the possibility of such forms, nevertheless makes it permissible for us to apply such a special concept as that of purposiveness to nature and its lawfulness. Although it cannot of course be an objective concept of nature, but is rather derived merely from the subjective relation of nature to a faculty of the mind. 7. On the technique of the power of judgment as the ground of the idea of a technique of nature. As was shown above, the power of judgment first makes it possible, indeed necessary, to conceive in nature, over and above its mechanical necessity, a purposiveness without the presupposition of which Systema Beurteilung B. Kant added hoc to the fair copy. Attic unity in the thoroughgoing classification of particular forms in accordance with empirical laws B would not be possible. It has just been shown that since this principle of purposiveness is only a subjective principle of the division and specification of nature, it does not determine anything with regard to the forms of the products of nature. In this way, this purposiveness would merely remain in concepts and supply a maxim of the unity of nature in its empirical laws for the logical use of the power of judgment in experience, in behalf of the use of reason about its objects. But by this particular kind of systematic unity, namely that in accordance with the representation of a purpose, no objects in nature, as products corresponding to it in their form, would be given. Now I would call the causality of nature with regard to the form of its products as ends the technique of nature. It is opposed to the mechanics of nature, which consists in its causality through the combination of the manifold without a concept lying at the ground of its manner of unification, roughly as we would call certain tools, for example, a lever or an inclined plane, which have their effect in an end without a concept having to be their ground. Machines but not works of art, for they can certainly be used for ends, but are not possible solely in relation to them. Now the first question here is, how can the technique of nature in its products be perceived? The concept of purposiveness is not a constitutive concept of experience at all, not a determination of an appearance belonging to an empirical concept of the object. For it is not a category in our power of judgment. We perceive purposiveness insofar as it merely reflects upon a given object, whether in order to bring the empirical intuition of that object under some concept, it is indeterminate which, or in order to bring the laws which the concept of experience itself contains under common principles. Thus the power of judgment is properly technical. Nature is represented technically only insofar as it conforms to that procedure of the power of judgment and makes it necessary. We will shortly indicate the way in which the concept of the reflecting power of judgment, which makes possible the inner perception of a purposiveness of representations, a Kant crossed out Werkneugung connection, and replaced it with classification B. Kant substituted Formen nach empirischen Gesetzen for Erfahrung and Bayern Gesetzen. Experience and its law. C. Kant added systematic to the fair copy. D. Kant added the remainder of this sentence to the fair copy. E. Kant added the last clause to the fair copy. F. Written in the margin next to this sentence, in a hand that does not appear to be either Kant's or Kieswetter's, we put, it is said, final causes into things, and do not as it were draw them out of their perception. G. Kant substituted möglich macht for permits, verstattet, in the fair copy, can also be applied to the representation of the object as contained under it, to every empirical concept, namely, there belong three actions of the self-active faculty of cognition. 1. The apprehensio, of the manifold of intuition. 2. The comprehension, b. that is, the synthetic unity of the consciousness of this manifold in the concept of an object, apperceptio comprehensiva. 3. The presentation, exhibitio, of the object corresponding to this concept in intuition. For the first action imagination is required, for the second understanding, for the third the power of judgment, which, if it is an empirical concept that is at issue, would be the determining power of judgment. But since in the mere reflection on a perception it is not a matter of a determinate concept, but in general only of reflecting on the rule concerning a perception in behalf of the understanding, as a faculty of concepts, it can readily be seen that in a merely reflecting judgment imagination and understanding are considered in the relation to each other in which they must stand in the power of judgment in general, as compared with the relation in which they actually stand in the case of a given perception. If, then, the form of a given object in empirical intuition is so constituted that the apprehension of its manifold in the imagination agrees with the presentation of a concept of the understanding though which concept be undetermined, then in the mere reflection understanding and imagination mutually agree for the advancement of their business, and the object will be perceived as purposive merely for the power of judgment. Hence the purposiveness itself will be considered as merely subjective, for which, further, no determinate concept of the object at all is required nor is one thereby generated. And the judgment itself is not a cognitive judgment. Such a judgment is called an aesthetist judgment of reflection. In contrast, if empirical concepts and even empirical laws are already given in accordance with the mechanism of nature and the power of judgment compares such a concept of the understanding with reason and its principle of the possibility of a system, then, if this form is found in the object, the purposiveness is judged objectively and the thing is called a natural end. Whereas previously things were judged G or Fassung B Zusam Fassung C Darstellung D. Kant added the words noch dader Cherzug to the fair copy E. This word is doubly underlined in the manuscript F. Buthield G. Buthield, as indeterminately a purposive natural forms. The judgment about the objective purposiveness of nature is called teleological B. It is a cognitive judgment, but still belonging only to the reflecting, not to the determining power of judgment. For in general the technique of nature, whether it be merely formal or real, is only a relation of things to our power of judgment, in which alone can be found the idea of a purposiveness of nature, and which is ascribed to nature only in relation to that power. 8. On the aesthetic of the faculty of judging, see the expression. An aesthetic kind of representation is entirely unambiguous if we understand by it the relation of the representation to an object, as an appearance, for the cognition of that object. For then the expression aesthetic signifies only that the form of sensibility, how the subject is affected, necessarily adheres to such a representation, and that this is unavoidably carried over to the object, but only as phenomenon. Hence there could be a transcendental aesthetic as a science belonging to the faculty of cognition. 10. But it has been customary for some time also to call a kind of representation aesthetic in a sense D, in which what is meant is the relation of a representation not to the cognitive faculty but to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. Now even though we are also used to calling this feeling, in accordance with this designation, a sense, modification of our state, for the lack of another expression, yet it is not an objective sense, whose determination would be used for the cognition of an object. For to intuit something with pleasure or otherwise cognize it is not a mere relation of the representation to the object, but rather a receptivity of the subject, which contributes nothing at all to the cognition of the object. 11. For that very reason, since all determinations of feeling are merely of subjective significance, there cannot be an aesthetic of feeling as a science as there is, say, an aesthetic of the faculty of cognition. Thus there always remains an unavoidable ambiguity in the expression an aesthetic kind of representation, if by that one sometimes understands that which arouses the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, sometimes that which merely concerns the faculty of cognition insofar as sensible. A Kant inserted this word in the fair copy B. This word is doubly underlined in the manuscript C. Beurteilungs Vermogen die Bedeutung. Intuition is found in it, which allows us to cognize objects only as appearances. However, this ambiguity can be removed if the expression aesthetic is applied neither to intuition nor, still less, to representations of the understanding, but only to the actions of the power of judgment. An aesthetic judgment, if one would use it for an objective determination, would be so patently contradictory that one is sufficiently insured against misinterpretation by this expression. For intuitions can certainly be sensible, but judgments belong absolutely only to the understanding taken in a wider sense, and to judge aesthetically or sensibly, insofar as this is supposed to be cognition of an object, is itself a contradiction even if sensibility meddles in the business of the understanding and, through a vitium subructionisa, 12 gives the understanding a false direction. Rather, an objective judgment is always made by the understanding, and to that extent cannot be called aesthetic. Hence our transcendental aesthetic of the faculty of cognition could very well speak of sensible intuitions, but could nowhere speak of aesthetic judgments, for since it has to do only with cognitive judgments, which determine the object, its judgments must all be logical. By the designation an aesthetic judgment about an object, it is therefore immediately indicated that a given representation is certainly related to an object B, but that what is understood in the judgment is not the determination of the object, but of the subject and its feeling. For in the power of judgment understanding and imagination are considered in relation to each other, and this can, to be sure, first be considered objectively, as belonging to cognition, as happened in the transcendental schematism of the power of judgment. 13. But one can also consider this relation of two faculties of cognition merely subjectively, insofar as one helps or hinders the other in the very same representation and thereby affects the state of mind, and is therefore a relation which is sensitive, c, which is not the case in the separate use of any other faculty of cognition. Now although this sensation d is not a sensible representation of an object, e still, because it is subjectively connected with the process of making the concepts of the understanding sensible f by means of the power of judgment, it can, as a sensible the vice of subrection be Kant inserted in the margin but then crossed out the words as its determination. Als Bestimmung desselben sie empfindbar die Empfindung e Objekts f Versinnlichung der Verstand des Begriff. Representation of the state of the subject who is affected by an act of that faculty, be reckoned to sensibility, and a judgment can be called aesthetic, that is, sensible, as far as its subjective effect, not its determining ground is concerned, although judging, that is, objectively, is an action of the understanding, as the higher cognitive faculty in general and not of sensibility. Every determining judgment is logical because its predicate is a given objective concept. A merely reflecting judgment about a given individual object, however, can be aesthetic if before its comparison with others is seen the power of judgment, which has no concept ready for the given intuition, holds the imagination merely in the apprehension of the object, together with the understanding, in the presentation of a concept in general, and perceives a relation of the two faculties of cognition which constitutes the subjective, merely sensitive condition of the objective use of the power of judgment in general, namely the agreement of those two faculties with each other. B. However, an aesthetic judgment of sense is also possible, if, namely, the predicate of the judgment cannot be a predicate of an object at all, because it does not belong to the faculty of cognition at all. For example, the wine is pleasant, for then the predicate expresses the relation of the representation immediately to the feeling of pleasure and not to the faculty of cognition. An aesthetic judgment in general can therefore be explicated as that judgment whose predicate can never be cognition, concept of an object, although it may contain the subjective conditions for a cognition in general. In such a judgment the determining ground is sensation. However, there is only one so-called sensation that can never become a concept of an object, and this is the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. This is merely subjective, whereas all other sensation can be used for cognition. 14. Thus an aesthetic judgment is that whose determining ground lies in a sensation that is immediately connected with the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. In the aesthetic judgment of sense it is that sensation which is immediately produced by the empirical intuition of the object. In the aesthetic judgment of reflection, however, it is that sensation which the harmonious play of the two faculties of cognition in the power of judgment, imagination and understanding, produces in the subject insofar as in the given representation the faculty of the apprehension of the one and the faculty of presentation of the other are reciprocally expeditious. See which relation in such a case produces through this mere form a sensation that is the determining. A. Kant added the parenthetical phrase to the fair copy. B. Kant added the parenthetical phrase to the fair copy. C. B. Thoradelic. Ground of a judgment which for that reason is called aesthetic and as subjective purposiveness without a concept, is combined with the feeling of pleasure. The aesthetic judgment of sense contains material purposiveness, the aesthetic judgment of reflection formal purposiveness. But since the former is not related to the faculty of cognition at all, but is related immediately through sense to the feeling of pleasure, only the latter is to be regarded as grounded in special principles of the power of judgment. 16. For if the reflection on a given representation precedes the feeling of pleasure, as the determining ground of the judgment, then the subjective purposiveness is thought before it is felt in its effect, and to this extent, namely in terms of its principles, the aesthetic judgment belongs to the higher faculty of cognition and indeed to the power of judgment, under whose subjective but nevertheless still universal B conditions the representation of the object is subsumed. However, since a merely subjective condition of a judgment does not permit a determinate concept of that judgment's determining ground, this can only be given in the feeling of pleasure, so that the aesthetic judgment is always a judgment of reflection, while on the contrary one which presupposes no comparison of the representation with the faculties of cognition that operate in unity C in the power of judgment is an aesthetic judgment of sense, which relates a given representation, but not by means of the power of judgment and its principle, to the feeling of pleasure. The criterion D by which to decide this distinction can only be given in the treatise itself and consists in the claim of the judgment to universal validity and necessity. 17. For if the aesthetic judgment carries such a claim with it, then it also makes a claim that its determining ground must lie not merely in the feeling of pleasure and displeasure in itself alone, but at the same time in a rule of the higher faculty of cognition, in this case, namely, in the rule of the power of judgment, which is thus legislative with regard to the conditions of reflection a priori, and demonstrates autonomy. If this autonomy is not, however, like that of the understanding, with regard to the theoretical laws of nature, or of reason, in the practical laws of freedom, valid objectively, that is, through concepts of things or possible actions, but is merely subjectively valid, g. for the judgment from feeling, which, if it empfinden be allgemein, see Kant inserted the word vereinigt in the fair copy, replacing verbunden. In combination D. Merkmal E. Kant inserted bloss in the fair copy. F. autonomy is doubly underlined. G. Kant inserted gültig into the fair copy, thereby changing objective and subjective from adjectives modifying autonomy into adverbs modifying valid. Can make a claim to universal validity, demonstrates its origin grounded in a priori principles. Strictly speaking, one must call this legislation autonomy, since the power of judgment does not give the law to nature nor to freedom, but solely to itself, and it is not a faculty for producing concepts of objects, but only for comparing present cases to others that have been given to it and thereby indicating the subjective conditions of the possibility of this combination a priori. From this it may also be understood why the power of judgment, in an action that it exercises for itself without any concept of the object for its ground, as the merely reflecting power of judgment, instead of relating the given representation to its own rule with consciousness of it, relates reflection immediately only to sensation, which, like all sensations, is always accompanied with pleasure or displeasure, which does not happen in the case of any other higher faculty of cognition, because, namely, the rule itself is only subjective and correspondence with it can be recognized only in that which always merely expresses relation to the subject, namely sensation, as the criterion and determining ground of the judgment. Hence it is also called aesthetic, and consequently all our judgments, in accordance with the order of the higher cognitive faculties, can be divided into theoretical, aesthetic, and practical, whereby aesthetic judgments are understood only the judgments of reflection, which alone are related to a principle of the power of judgment, as a higher faculty of cognition, since the aesthetic judgments of sense, on the contrary, have to do immediately only with the relation of representations to the inner sense, insofar as that is feeling. Remark now here it is particularly necessary to elucidate the explanation of pleasure as the sensible representation of the perfection of an object. 18. According to this explanation, an aesthetic judgment of sense or reflection would always be a cognitive judgment of the object, for perfection is a determination that presupposes a concept of the object, because of which, therefore, the judgment which ascribes perfection to the object would not be distinguished from other logical judgments at all, except perhaps, as some claim, through the confusion that attaches to the concept, which some presume to call sensibility, which however absolutely cannot constitute a specific distinction among judgments. 19. For otherwise an endless host of judgments, not only of the understanding but even of reason, would have to be called aesthetic, since in them an object is determined through a concept that is confused, as in, for example, judgments about right and wrong, for how many people, or even philosophers, have a distinct concept of what is right. The sensible representation of perfection is an express contradiction, and if the agreement of the manifold as a unity B is to be called perfection, then it must be represented through a concept, or else it cannot carry the name of a perfection. If one wants to say that pleasure and displeasure should be nothing but mere cognitions of things through the understanding, which would only not be consciousness of its concepts, and that they only seem to us to be mere sensations, then one would have to call the judging C of things by this means not aesthetic sensible, but generally intellectual, and the senses would be at bottom nothing but a judging understanding, although one without adequate consciousness of its own actions. The aesthetic kind of representation would not be specifically different from the logical, and thus, since it would then be impossible to draw the boundary between the two in a determinate way, this difference in denomination would be entirely useless. not to mention anything here about this mystical kind of representation of the things of the world, which does not admit as sensible at all any intuition that is distinct from concepts, where thus nothing would be left for the former except an intuitive understanding. Still one might ask, doesn't our concept of a purposiveness of nature signify exactly the same as the concept of perfection, and isn't one can say, in general, that things must never be considered to be specifically different because of a quality that merges into another through mere increase or decrease in its degree? Now the distinction between distinctness and confusion of concepts comes down solely to the degree of consciousness of the marks, corresponding to the amount of attention directed to them. And thus to this extent one mode of representation is not specifically different from the other. Intuition and concept, however, are specifically distinguished from each other, for they do not merge into one another, no matter how the consciousness of each and of its marks may grow or diminish. For even the greatest lack of distinctness of a mode of representation by concepts, for example, that of right, still retains the specific difference of the latter in regard to its origin in the understanding. And the greatest distinctness of intuition does not in the least bring the latter nearer to the former, because the latter mode of representation has its seat in sensibility. Logical distinctness is also totally different from aesthetic distinctness, and the latter can obtain even though we do not represent the object to ourselves by means of concepts at all. That is, even though the representation, as intuition, is sensible erect and unwretched bizuinum si buthilang. The empirical consciousness of subjective purposiveness, or the feeling of pleasure in certain objects, therefore the sensible intuition of a perfection, just as some would explain pleasure in general. I reply, perfection, as mere completeness of the many, insofar as together it constitutes a one, is an ontological concept, which is the same as that of the totality, allness, of something composite, through coordination of the manifold in an aggregate, or at the same time its subordination as grounds and consequences in a series, and has not the least to do with the feeling of pleasure or displeasure. The perfection of a thing in the relation of its manifold to a concept of it is merely formal. If, however, I speak of a perfection, of which there can be many in a thing under the same concept of it, then it is always grounded in the concept of something, as an end, to which that ontological concept, of the agreement of the manifold as a unity, is applied. This end, however, need not always be a practical end, which presupposes or includes a pleasure in the existence of the object, but can also belong to technique, and thus concerns merely the possibility of things and the lawfulness of an intrinsically contingent combination of the manifold in the object. An example might be the purposiveness that one necessarily thinks in the possibility of a regular hexagon, since it is entirely contingent that 6 equal lines on a plane should intersect at precisely equal angles. For this law-like combination presupposes a concept which, as principle, makes it possible. The same kind of objective purposiveness observed in things in nature, especially in organized beings, is now thought as objective and material and necessarily carries with it the concept of an end of nature either real or imputed to it, in relation to which we also attribute perfection to the things. Judgment about this is called teleological and does not carry a feeling of pleasure with it at all, just as in general this should not be sought in judgment about mere causal combination. In general, therefore, the concept of perfection as objective purposiveness has nothing at all to do with the feeling of pleasure, and the latter has nothing to do with the former. A concept of the object necessarily belongs to the judging sea of the former, while such a concept is not necessary at all for the judging of the latter, which can be created by merely empirical intuition. By contrast, the representation of a subjective purposiveness of an object is even identical with the feeling of pleasure without even involving an abstract concept of a purposive relation, and between the latter and the former there is a very great gap. For whether what is subjectively purposive is also objectively a Kant added the parenthetical word alheed to the fair copy bizuinum si buthilang. Purposive requires an often extensive investigation, not only in practical philosophy but also in technique, whether in nature or in art. That is, to find perfection in a thing requires reason, to find agreeableness requires mere sense, and to discover beauty in it requires nothing but mere reflection without any concept on a given representation. Thus the faculty of aesthetic reflection judges only about the subjective purposiveness, not about the perfection of the object, and the question arises whether it judges only by means of the pleasure or displeasure which is felt in it. B, or whether it rather judges about these, so that the judgment at the same time determines that pleasure or displeasure must be combined with the representation of the object. As was already mentioned above, this question cannot yet be adequately decided here. It must only emerge from the exposition of this sort of judgment in the treatise whether it carries with it a universality and necessity which qualifies it for derivation from a determining ground a priori. In this case the judgment would certainly determine something a priori by means of the sensation of pleasure or displeasure, but it would also at the same time determine something a priori, through the faculty of cognition, namely, the power of judgment, about the universality of the rule for combining it with a given representation. If, on the contrary, the judgment contained nothing but the relation of the representation to the feeling without the mediation of a cognitive principle, as is the case in the aesthetic judgment of sense, which is neither a cognitive judgment nor a judgment of reflection, then all aesthetic judgments would belong merely to the empirical department. Provisionally, it can also be noted that no transition from cognition to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure takes place through concepts of objects, so far as the latter are to stand in relation to the former, and one thus cannot expect C to determine a priori the influence that a given representation has on the mind, as we previously noticed in the Critique of Practical Reason, where the representation of a universal lawfulness of willing must at one and the same time determine the will and thereby also arouse the feeling of respect, as a law contained, and indeed contained a priori, in our moral judgments, even though this feeling could nonetheless not be derived from concepts 22 in just the same way the resolution of the aesthetic judgment of reflection will display the concept of the formal but subjective purposiveness of the object, resting on an a priori principle, which is fundamentally identical. Here Kant crossed out the further sentence. Perfection sensibly represented is a contradictio in objecto b der debie empfundenden Lust oder Unlust. See here Kant crossed out a priori, with the feeling of pleasure, but which cannot be derived from concepts, and to the possibility of which in general the power of representation is related when it affects the mind in reflection on an object. An explanation of this feeling considered in general, without regard to the distinction whether it accompanies sensation, reflection or the determination of the will, must be transcendental. It can go like it is useful to attempt a transcendental definition of concepts which are used 230 as empirical principles, if one has cause to suspect that they have kinship with the pure faculty of cognition a priori. One then proceeds like the mathematician, who makes it much easier to solve his problem by leaving its empirical data undetermined and bringing the mere synthesis of them under the expressions of pure arithmetic b. But the following objection has been made to a similar explanation of the faculty of desire. Critique of Practical Reason. Preface. Page 16. That it cannot be defined as the faculty for being, through its representations, the cause of the reality of the objects of these representations, since mere wishes would also be desires, which, it is nevertheless admitted, cannot bring forth their objects. However, this proves nothing more than that there are also determinations of the faculty of desire in which it is in contradiction with itself, a phenomenon which is certainly noteworthy for empirical psychology. Like noticing the influence that prejudices have on the understanding is for logic, but one which must not influence the definition of the faculty of desire considered objectively, that is, as it is in itself, before it is deflected from its determination by something else. In fact, a person may desire something in the most lively and persistent way even though he is convinced that he cannot accomplish it or even that it is absolutely impossible. For example, to wish that which has been done to be undone, to yearn for the more rapid passage of a burdensome time, etc. It is important for morality to warn emphatically against such empty and fantastic desires, which are frequently nourished by novels, and sometimes also by mystical representations, similar to novels, of superhuman perfections and fantastical bliss. But even the effect which such empty desires and yearnings, overexciting and enfeebling the heart, have on the mind, weakening it by exhausting its powers, are sufficient to prove that these powers are in fact repeatedly strained by representations in order to make their object real, but just as often let the mind sink back into consciousness of its incapacity. For anthropology it is also a not unimportant task to investigate why nature has implanted in us a disposition to such a fruitless expenditure of our powers as empty wishes and yearnings are, which certainly play a great role in human life. In this, as in all else, nature seems to me to have made its arrangements wisely. For if we were not determined to apply our powers by the representation of an object until we had made sure of the adequacy of our capacity, see Kant added this footnote to the fair copy B here. Kant crossed out, one cannot know how far this procedure may be taken, or whether an inventive mind may not perhaps succeed with it. See Vermogen. This pleasure is a state of the mind in which a representation is in agreement with itself, as a ground, either merely for preserving this state itself, for the state of the powers of the mind reciprocally promoting each other in a representation preserves itself, or for producing its object. 24 If it is the former, then the judgment on the given object is an aesthetic judgment of reflection. However, if it is the latter, then it is an aesthetic pathological or an aesthetic practical judgment. It can be readily seen here that pleasure or displeasure, since they are not kinds of cognition, cannot be explained by themselves at all, and are felt, not understood. Hence they can be only inadequately explained through the influence that a representation has on the activity of the powers of the mind by means of this feeling. 9. On teleological judging, see by a formal technique of nature, I understand its purposiveness in intuition. By its real technique, however, I understand its purposiveness in accordance with concepts. The first provides purposive shapes D for the power of judgment, that is, the form in the representation of which imagination and understanding agree mutually and of themselves for the possibility of a concept. The second signifies the concept of things as ends of nature, that is, as such that their internal possibility presupposes an end, hence a concept which, as a condition, grounds the causality of their generation. The power of judgment itself can provide and construct purposive forms of intuition a priori if, namely, it invents such forms for apprehension as are suitable for the presentation of a concept, but ends, that is, representations that are themselves regarded as conditions of the causality of their objects, as effects, must in general be given from somewhere before the power of judgment occupies itself with the conditions for producing it. Then the latter would remain mostly unused. For we commonly learn to know our powers only by trying them out. Nature has therefore combined the determination of our power with the representation of the object even prior to knowledge of our capacity, which is often first brought forth precisely by this striving, which initially seemed to the mind itself to be an empty wish. Now wisdom is obliged to set limits for this instinct, but it would never succeed in eradicating it, nor will it ever even demand to do so. This parenthetical remark was added by Kant to the fair copy B für sich sie Beurteilung die Gestalten, for bringing the manifold into agreement with such ends, and if they are to be ends of nature, then certain things in nature must be able to be considered as if they were products of a cause whose causality could only be determined through a representation of the object. However, we cannot determine how and in how many ways things are possible through their causes a priori. For this laws of experience are necessary. The judgment about the purposiveness in things in nature, which is considered as a ground of their possibility, as ends of nature, is called a teleological judgment. Now although aesthetic judgments themselves are not possible a priori, nevertheless a priori principles are given in the necessary idea of an experience, as a system, which contain the concept of a formal purposiveness of nature for our power of judgment, and from which the possibility of aesthetic judgments of reflection, as such, which are grounded on a priori principles, is illuminated a priori. Nature is necessarily harmonious not merely with our understanding, in regard to its transcendental laws, but also, in its empirical laws, with the power of judgment and its capacity for exhibiting those laws in an empirical apprehension of its forms through the imagination, and that indeed only for the sake of experience. And so its formal purposiveness can still be shown as necessary with regard to the latter accord, with the power of judgment. But now, as object of a teleological judging, it is also to be thought of as corresponding, in its causality, with reason, in accordance with the concept that it forms of an end. That is more than can be expected of the power of judgment alone, which can certainly contain its own principles a priori for the form of intuition, but not for the concepts of the generation of things. The concept of a real end of nature therefore lies entirely outside the field of the power of judgment if that is considered by itself. And since this, as a separate power of cognition, considers only two faculties, imagination and understanding, as in relation in a representation prior to any concept, and thereby perceives the subjective purposiveness of the object for the faculty of cognition in the apprehension of that object, through the imagination, in the teleological purposiveness of things, as ends of nature, which can only be represented through concepts. It must set the understanding into relation with reason, which is not necessary for experience in general, in order to make things representable as ends of nature. The aesthetic judging C of natural forms, without a basis in a concept of the object, was able to find certain objects occurring in nature purposive in the mere empirical apprehension of the intuition, namely merely in relation to the subjective condition of the power of judge of vermogen b beautilang c beautilang, meant. Aesthetic judging thus required no concept of the object, nor did it bring one forth. Hence it explained these objects not as ends of nature, in an objective judgment, but only as purposive for the power of representation, in a subjective relation, which purposiveness of forms can be called figurative, and the technique of nature with regard to such forms can also be so called. Technica speciosa b. 25. The teleological judgment, by contrast, presupposes a concept of the object and makes a judgment about its possibility in accordance with a law of the connection of causes and effects. This technique of nature could thus be called plastic, if it had not already become fashionable to use this word in a more general sense, namely for natural beauty as well as natural intentions. Hence it may, if you like, be called the organic technique of nature, which expression then designates the concept of purposiveness not merely for the manner of representation, but for the possibility of the things themselves. What is most essential and important in this section, however, is the proof that the concept of final causes in nature, which separates the teleological judging C of nature from that in accordance with general, mechanical laws, is a concept belonging merely to the power of judgment, and not to the understanding or to reason. That is, the proof that while one can also use the concept of a natural end in an objective sense, as a natural intention, such a use, as already sophistical, D is absolutely not grounded in experience, which certainly exhibits ends, but that these are at the same time intentions cannot be proved in any way. Hence whatever may be found in experience to belong to teleology contains merely the relation of its objects to the power of judgment, and indeed to a principle of it by means of which it is legislative for itself, not for nature, namely as a reflecting power of judgment. The concept of ends and of purposiveness is of course a concept of reason, insofar as one ascribes the ground of the possibility of an object to it, but purposiveness in nature, as well as the concept of things as natural ends, places reason as cause into a relation with such things, as the ground of their possibility, in a way which we cannot know through any experience. For we can be conscious of the causality of reason in objects, which on that account are called purposive or ends, only in the case of products of art, and to call reason technical in regard to them is appropriate to the experience of the causality of our own capacity, but to represent nature as technical, like a reason, and so to attribute a beautilang b a technique of appearance C beautilang d vernunfteln d vermogen. Purposiveness and even ends to nature, is a special concept, which we cannot encounter in experience and which only the power of judgment introduces into its reflection on objects, in order to treat experience, following its direction, in accordance with special laws, namely those of the possibility of a system. That is, all purposiveness in nature can be regarded either as natural forma finalis naturae spontanea, or as intentional, intentionalis. Mere experience justifies only the first way of representing purposiveness. The second is a hypothetical way of explaining it, which is additional to the first concept of things as natural ends. The first concept of things, as natural purposes, originally belongs to the reflecting power of judgment, although not to the aesthetically but to the logically reflecting power of judgment, the second to the determining power of judgment. For the first, to be sure, reason is also required, but only for the sake of an experience that is to be arranged according to principles, thus in its immanent use, but for the second there is required a reason that ascends into extravagance. In transcendent use, we can and should be concerned to investigate nature, so far as lies within our capacity, be in experience, in its causal connection in accordance with merely mechanical laws, for in these lie the true physical grounds of explanation, the interconnection of which constitutes scientific cognition of nature through reason. But now we find among the products of nature special and very widely distributed genera, which contain within themselves a combination of efficient causes that we must ground in the concept of an end, even if we wish to employ only experience, that is, observation in accordance with a principle suitable to their inner possibility. If we wish to judge their form and its possibility merely in accordance with mechanical laws, in which the idea of the effect must not be taken as the ground of the possibility of their cause, but vice versa, then it would be impossible to obtain even one experimental concept of the specific form of these natural things which would put us in the position to move from their inner disposition as cause to the effect, since the parts of these machines, not insofar as each has a separate ground of its possibility but rather only insofar as all together have a common ground, are the cause of the effect that is visible in them. Now since it is entirely contrary to the nature of physical mechanical causes that the whole should be the cause of the possibility of the causality of the parts, rather the latter must be given first in order for the possibility of a whole to be comprehended from it, since, further, the particular representation of a whole which the form of a spontaneous end in nature be vermogen si Buerthelen, cedes the possibility of the parts is a mere idea, and this, if it is regarded as the ground of causality, is called an end. It is clear that if there are such products of nature, it would be impossible to investigate their character and their cause only in experience, let alone explain them by reason, without representing their form and causality as determined in accordance with a principle of ends. Now it is clear that in such cases the concept of an objective purposiveness of nature serves only for the sake of reflection on the object, not for the determination of the object through the concept of an end, and the teleological judgment on the inner possibility of a natural product is a merely reflecting, not a determining judgment. For example, by saying that the crystalline lens in the eye has the end of reuniting, by means of a second refraction of the light rays, the rays emanating from one point at one point on the retina, one says only that the representation of an end in the causality of nature is conceived in the production of the eye because such an idea serves as a principle for guiding the investigation of the eye as far as the part that has been mentioned is concerned. With regard to the means that one can think up to promote that effect, no cause acting in accordance with the representation of purposes, that is, no intentionally acting cause, is thereby attributed to nature, which would be a determining teleological judgment and as such transcendent, since it would suggest a causality that lies beyond the bounds of nature. The concept of natural ends is therefore strictly a concept of the reflecting power of judgment for its own behalf, in order to pursue the causal connection in objects of experience. A teleological principle for explaining the inner possibility of certain natural forms leaves it undetermined whether their purposiveness is intentional or unintentional. A judgment which asserted one of these two would no longer be merely reflecting, but determining, and the concept of a natural end would also no longer be a mere concept of the power of judgment, for immanent, experimental use, but would be connected with a concept of reason of an intentionally acting cause, posited beyond nature, the use of which is transcendent, regardless of whether in this case one would judge affirmatively or negatively. X on the search for a principle of the technical power of judgment. If what is to be found is merely the ground for the explanation of that which happens, then this can be either an empirical principle, or an a priori principle, or even a composite of the two, as one can see in physical mechanical explanations of events in the corporeal world, which find their principles in part in the general rational science of nature, and partly in those sciences which contain the empirical laws of motion. 26 Something similar takes place when one seeks for psychological grounds of explanation for what goes on in our mind, only with this difference that, as far as I am aware, the principles for this are all empirical, with only one exception, namely the law of the continuity of all changes since time, which has only one dimension, is the formal condition of inner intuition, which is the a priori ground of these perceptions, but which is virtually useless for the sake of explanation, since the general theory of time, unlike the pure theory of space geometry, does not yield sufficient material for an entire science. So if the concern were to explain how that which we call taste first arose among human beings, why it was these objects rather than others that occupied them and brought about the judgment on beauty under these or those circumstances of place and society, by what causes it could have grown into a luxury, and so on. then the principles for such an explanation would have to be sought for the most part in psychology, by which is always meant in such a case empirical psychology. Thus the moralists require the psychologists to explain the strange phenomenon of miserliness, which places an absolute value on the mere possession of the means for well-being or some other aim, but with the resolve never to make use of them, or of the desire for honor, which believes that this is found in mere reputation without any further aim, so that they can direct their precepts, not to the moral laws themselves, but to the removal of hindrances that oppose their influence. Though one must admit that the situation of psychological explanations is quite pitiable compared to that of physical explanations, that they are endlessly hypothetical, and that for three different grounds of explanation it is very easy to think up a fourth, equally plausible one, and that hence there is a host of so-called psychologists of this sort, who know how to propose causes for every affection or movement of the mind aroused by plays, poetic representations, and objects of nature, and even call their wit philosophy, who yet fail to give a glimpse of even the ability, let alone knowledge, of how to explain scientifically the most common natural event in the corporeal world, to make psychological observations, as Burke does in his book on the beautiful and the sublime, 27, and thus to gather material for rules of experience that will be systematically connected in the future, without yet seeking to comprehend them. B is certainly the only true obligation of empirical psychology, which only with difficulty could ever lay claim to the rank of a philosophical science. A Sittenler B. Kant added this clause to the fair copy: if, however, a judgment gives itself out to be universally valid and therefore asserts a claim to necessity, then, whether this professed necessity rests on concepts of the object a priori or on subjective conditions for concepts, which ground them a priori, it would be absurd, if one concedes to such a judgment a claim of this sort, to justify it by explaining the origin of the judgment psychologically, for one would thereby be acting contrary to one's own intention, and if the attempted explanation were completely successful it would prove that the judgment could make absolutely no claim to necessity, precisely because its empirical origin can be demonstrated. Now aesthetic judgments of reflection, which we shall subsequently analyze under the name of judgments of taste, are of the kind mentioned above. They lay claim to necessity and say, not that everyone does so judge, that would make their explanation a task for empirical psychology, but that everyone ought to so judge, which is as much as to say that they have an a priori principle for themselves. If the relation to such a principle were not contained in such judgments, even though they lay claim to necessity, then one would have to assume that one can assert that a judgment ought to be universally valid because, as observation proves, it is universally valid, and, vice versa, that it follows from the fact that everyone does judge in a certain way that he too ought so to judge, which is an obvious absurdity. Now it is of course a difficulty in aesthetic judgments of reflection that they cannot in any way be grounded on concepts and therefore cannot be derived from any determinate principle, since they would otherwise be logical. The subjective representation of purposiveness, however, should not in any way be a concept of an end, but still the relation to an a priori principle can and must be present where the judgment lays claim to necessity, and it is only such a claim and its possibility that is at issue here, for it is precisely that which causes a critique of reason to search for the principle which does ground it even though it is indeterminate, and it can also succeed in finding such a principle and recognizing it as one that does ground the judgment subjectively and a priori. Even though it can never provide a determinate concept of the object, one must likewise admit that the teleological judgment is grounded on a principle a priori and would be impossible without such a principle. The text actually uses the singular here, es, ematched. Although in such judgments we discover the end of nature solely through experience, and without that we could not know that things of this sort are even possible. That is, the teleological judgment, although it connects a determinate concept of an end, on which it grounds the possibility of certain natural products, with the representation of the object, which does not happen in the aesthetic judgment, is nevertheless always only a judgment of reflection. Just like the former, it does not presume at all to assert that in this objective purposiveness nature, or another being acting through nature, in fact proceeds intentionally, that is, that in it, or its cause, the thought of an end determines the causality, but rather only that we must utilize the mechanical laws of nature in accordance with this analogy, relations of causes and effects, in order to cognize the possibility of such objects and to acquire a concept of them which can provide them with an interconnection in an experience that can be systematically arranged. A teleological judgment compares the concept of a product of nature as it is with one of what it ought to be. Here the judging B of its possibility is grounded in a concept of the end that precedes it a priori. There is no difficulty in representing the possibility of products of art in such a way, but to think of a product of nature that there is something that it ought to be and then to judge C whether it really is so already presupposes a principle that could not be drawn from experience, which teaches only what things are, that we can see with the eye we experience immediately, as we do the outer and internal structure of the eye, which contain the conditions for its possible use, and therefore its causality in accordance with mechanical laws. But I can also use a stone, either in order to crush something upon it, or to build something upon it, etc., and these effects can also be related to their causes as ends. Although I cannot on that account say that it ought to have served for building D only of the eye do I judge that it ought to have been suitable for seeing, and although its figure, the character of all its parts and their composition, judged in accordance with merely mechanical laws of nature, is entirely contingent for my power of judgment, I nevertheless think in its form and in its construction a necessity for being formed in a certain way, namely in accordance with a concept that precedes the formative causes of this organ, without which the possibility of this product of nature is not comprehensible for me in accordance with any mechanical natural law. Erkenen B. Beurteilung C. Beurteilen D. Kant added this clause to the fair copy E. Beurteilt, which is not the case with the stone. Now this ought contains a necessity which is clearly distinguished from physical mechanical necessity, in accordance with which a thing is possible in accordance with mere laws of efficient causes without any preceding idea of that thing, and can no more be determined through merely physical, empirical laws than the necessity of the aesthetic judgment can be determined through psychological ones, but instead requires its own a priori principle in the power of judgment, insofar as it is reflecting, under which the teleological judgment stands and by means of which both its validity and its limitation must also be determined. Thus all judgments about the purposiveness of nature, be they aesthetic or teleological, stand under principles a priori, and indeed such as belong especially and exclusively to the power of judgment, since they are merely reflecting and not determining a judgments. Precisely because of this they also belong within the critique of pure reason taken in the most general sense, which the latter need more than the former, since left to themselves they invite reason to make inferences which can become lost in extravagance, whereas the former require a painstaking investigation merely in order to prevent them from limiting themselves, even in their principle, strictly to the empirical, and thereby nullifying their claims to universal validity for every one. B11. Encyclopedic Introduction of the Critique of the Power of Judgment into the System of the Critique of Pure Reason. Any introduction of a discourse is either that of a proposed doctrine or of the doctrine itself into a system, in which it belongs as a part. The former precedes the doctrine. The latter should properly only constitute its conclusion, in order to assign it, in accordance with fundamental principles, see its place in the body of doctrines with which it is interconnected by common principles. The former is a propedeutic introduction, the latter can be called an encyclopedic one. Propedeutic introductions are the customary ones, preparing the way for a doctrine that is to be presented by adducing the precognition which is necessary for that from doctrines or sciences already to hand, in order to make the transition possible. If they are aimed at carefully distinguishing the principles proper to the new doctrine, domestica, here Kant replaced the word bestendige, constant, an obvious mistake. With bestimmend B. Kant added the last clause to the fair copy C. Grundsa TZE, from those which belong to another one, peregrinus, then they serve for determining the boundaries between sciences, a precaution which cannot be too highly commended, since without it no thoroughness is to be hoped for, especially in philosophical cognition. An encyclopedic introduction, however, presupposes not some related doctrine which prepares the way for the newly announced one, but the idea of a system which will first become complete through the latter. Now since such a system is not made possible by rummaging about and gathering up the many things that have been found during the course of inquiry, but is possible only if one is in a position to present completely the subjective or objective sources of a certain sort of cognition, through the formal concept of a whole that at the same time contains in itself a priori the principle of a complete division, one can readily grasp why encyclopedic introductions, useful as they may be, are yet so unusual, since that faculty whose unique principle is here to be sought and discussed, the power of judgment, is of such a special kind that by itself it does not produce any cognition at all, neither theoretical nor practical, and, despite its a priori principle, provides no part of transcendental philosophy as an objective doctrine, but only constitutes the connection between two other higher faculties of cognition, the understanding and reason. I may be allowed, in the determination of the principles of such a faculty, which is not susceptible of any doctrine but only of a critique, to depart from the order which is otherwise necessary everywhere else and to go ahead with a short encyclopedic introduction to it, not in the system of the sciences of pure reason but merely in the critique of all faculties of the mind that are determinable a priori, insofar as they constitute among themselves a system in the mind, and in this way to unite the propedeutic introduction with the encyclopedic one. The introduction of the power of judgment into the system of the pure faculties of cognition through concepts rests entirely on its transcendental principle, which is peculiar to it, that nature, in the specification of the transcendental laws of understanding, principles of its possibility as nature in general, that is, in the manifold of its empirical laws, proceeds in accordance with the idea of a system of their division for the sake of the possibility of experience as an empirical system. This is what first gives us the concept of an objectively contingent but subjectively, for our faculty of cognition necessary lawfulness, that is, a purposiveness of nature, and indeed does so a priori over foreigner before sich. Now although this principle does not, of course, determine anything with regard to the particular forms of nature, but the purposiveness of the latter must always be given empirically, the judgment about these forms nevertheless wins a claim to universality and necessity, as merely reflective judgment, through the relation of the subjective purposiveness of the given representation for the power of judgment to that a priori principle of the power of judgment, of the purposiveness of nature in its empirical lawfulness in general, and thus an aesthetic reflecting judgment can be regarded as resting on a principle a priori, although it is not determining, and the power of judgment in it can be justified in finding a place in the critique of the higher pure faculties of cognition. But since the concept of a purposiveness of nature, as a technical purposiveness, which is essentially distinct from practical purposiveness, if it is not to be a merely surreptitious substitution of what we make out of nature for what nature is a concept separate from all dogmatic philosophy, theoretical as well as practical, which is grounded solely on that principle of the power of judgment that precedes all empirical laws and first makes possible their agreement in the unity of a system. It can be seen from this that of the two kinds of use of the reflecting power of judgment, the aesthetic and the teleological, that only the judgment which precedes all concepts of the object, hence the aesthetic reflecting judgment, has its determining ground in the power of judgment, unmixed with any other faculty of cognition, while the teleological judgment, although it uses the concept of a natural end in the judgment itself only as a principle of the reflecting, not of the determining power of judgment, nevertheless cannot be made except through the combination of reason with empirical concepts. Hence the possibility of a teleological judgment about nature can easily be shown, without having to ground it in a special principle of the power of judgment, for this merely follows the principle of reason. By contrast, the possibility of an aesthetic judgment which is nevertheless a judgment of mere reflection grounded on a principle a priori, that is, a judgment of taste, if it can be shown that this is really justified in its claim to universal validity, absolutely requires a critique of the power of judgment as a faculty with its own special transcendental principles, like understanding and reason, and only in this way is it qualified to be included in the system of the pure faculties of cognition, the ground for which is that the aesthetic judgment, without presupposing a concept of its object, nevertheless ascribes purposiveness to it, and indeed does so with universal validity, the principle for which must therefore lie in the power of judgment itself, while the teleological judgment presupposes a concept of the object which reason brings under the principle of a connection to an end. Only this concept of a natural end is used by the power of judgment merely in reflecting, not in determining judgment. It is therefore properly only in taste, and especially with regard to objects in nature, in which alone the power of judgment reveals itself as a faculty that has its own special principle and thereby makes a well-founded claim to a place in the general critique of the higher faculties of cognition, which one would perhaps not have entrusted to it. However, once the capacity of the power of judgment to institute a priori principles for itself is granted, then it is also necessary to determine the scope of this capacity, and for this completeness in critique it is required that its aesthetic faculty be recognized as contained in one faculty together with the teleological and as resting on the same principle. For the teleological judgment about things in nature also belongs, just as much as the aesthetic, to the reflecting, not the determining, power of judgment, but the critique of taste, which is otherwise used only for the improvement or confirmation of taste itself, discloses, when treated from a transcendental point of view, by the way in which it fills in a gap in the system of our cognitive faculties, a striking and in my view very promising prospect for a complete system of all the powers of the mind, insofar as they are related in their vocation not only to the sensible but also to the supersensible, yet without upsetting the border posts which a strict critique has imposed on the latter use of them. Perhaps it may help the reader to gain a more perspicuous overview of the interconnection between the following investigations if I here sketch an outline of this systematic connection, which, to be sure, like the whole present section, should properly have its place only at the conclusion of the treatise. The faculties of the mind, namely, can all be reduced to the following three: faculty of cognition, feeling of pleasure and displeasure, faculty of desire. The exercise of all of them, however, is always grounded in the faculty of cognition, although not always in cognition, since a representation belonging to the faculty of cognition can also be an intuition, pure or empirical, without concepts. Thus, insofar as the issue is the faculty of a vermogen beerkend Bestimmung, cognition in accordance with principles, the following higher powers take their place beside the powers of the mind in general: faculty of cognition, understanding, feeling of pleasure and displeasure, power of judgment, faculty of desire, reason. It turns out that the understanding contains its own special principles a priori for the faculty of cognition, the power of judgment only for the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, but reason merely for the faculty of desire. These formal principles ground a necessity which is partly objective, partly subjective, but partly also, just because it is subjective, at the same time of objective validity, in accordance with which, by means of the higher faculties that stand beside them, they determine these corresponding powers of the mind: faculty of cognition, understanding, lawfulness, feeling of pleasure and displeasure, power of judgment, purposiveness, faculty of desire, reason, purposiveness that is at the same time law, obligation. Finally, the following are associated with the adduced a priori grounds of the possibility of forms, as their products: faculty of the mind, higher cognitive faculties, a priori principles, products of faculty of cognition, understanding, lawfulness, nature, feeling of pleasure and displeasure, power of judgment, purposiveness, art, faculty of desire, reason, purposiveness that is, at the same time law, obligation. Morals be thus naturate grounds its lawfulness on a priori principles of the understanding as a faculty of cognition. Art is guided a priori in its purposiveness in accordance with the power of judgment in relation to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. Finally, morals. As proda, the headings on this line are doubly underlined b sitten. See this word is doubly underlined d doubly underlined e sitten. Doubly underlined. Act of freedom. Stand under the idea of a form of purposiveness that is qualified for universal law, as a determining ground of reason with regard to the faculty of desire. The judgments that arise in this way from a priori principles peculiar to each of the fundamental faculties of the mind are theoretical, aesthetic and practical judgments. There is thus revealed a system of the powers of mind, in their relation to nature and freedom, both of which have their own special, determining principles a priori and therefore constitute the two parts of philosophy, the theoretical and the practical, as a doctrinal system, and at the same time a transition by means of the power of judgment, which connects the two parts through its own special principle, namely from the sensible substratum of the first part of philosophy to the intelligible substratum of the second, through the critique of a faculty, the power of judgment, which serves only for connecting and which hence cannot provide any cognition of its own nor make any contribution to doctrine, whose judgments, however, under the name of aesthetic whose principles are merely subjective, insofar as they differ from all those, under the name of logical, whose fundamental principles must be objective, whether they are theoretical or practical, are of such a special sort that they relate sensible intuitions to the idea of nature, whose lawfulness cannot be understood without their relation to a supersensible substratum, the proof of which will be provided in the treatise itself. We shall call the critique of this faculty with regard to the first sort of judgments, not aesthetics, as if it were a doctrine of sense, but a critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, because the former expression has too broad a meaning, since it could also signify the sensibility of intuition, which belongs to theoretical cognition and furnishes the material for logical, objective, judgments. That is why we have already restricted the expression aesthetic exclusively to the predicate that belongs to intuition in cognitive judgments 28. However, to call a power of judgment aesthetic because it does not relate the representation of an object to concepts, and thus does not relate the judgment to cognition, because it is not determining at all, but only reflecting, occasions no concern about misinterpretation, since for the logical power of judgment intuitions, even if they are merely sensible aesthetic, must first be raised to concepts in order to serve for cognition of the object, which is not the case with the aesthetic power of judgment a grunza tzeb bestimmt. 12. Division of the division of a domain of cognitions of a certain sort, in order to make it representable as a system, is important in a way that is inadequately understood as well as difficult in a way that is equally often underestimated. If one regards the parts for such a possible whole as already completely given, then the division proceeds mechanically, as the consequence of mere comparison, and the whole becomes an aggregate, as cities doeth, without regard to regulation. A territory is divided according to the preferences of the would-be settlers, but if one can and should presuppose the idea of a whole in accordance with a certain principle prior to the determination of the parts, then the division must proceed scientifically, and only in this way does the whole become a system. The latter requirement always holds when what is at issue is a domain of a priori cognition, which, together with its principles, rests on a special legislative faculty of the subject, since here the domain of the use of these laws is likewise determined a priori through the special constitution of this faculty, as are the number and the relation of the parts to a whole of cognition. But one cannot make a well-founded division without at the same time making the whole itself and antecedently exhibiting it in all its parts, although to be sure only in accordance with the rule of the critique. Subsequently to bring this into the systematic form of a doctrine, which can always be done given the nature of this cognitive faculty, nothing more is required than to connect with it exhaustiveness in the application to the particular and the elegance of precision. Now the division a critique of the power of judgment, which faculty is precisely one that, although grounded on principles a priori, still never yields the material for a doctrine, must be grounded on the distinction that it is not the determining but only the reflecting power of judgment that has its own principles a priori, that the former operates only schematically, under laws of another faculty, the understanding. 29. While the latter operates only technically, in accordance with its own laws, and that the latter procedure is grounded on a principle of the technique of nature, hence on the concept of a purposiveness, which one must presuppose in it a priori, which indeed is necessarily presupposed, in accordance with the principle of the reflecting power of judgment, as only subjective, that is, relatively to this faculty itself, but yet brings along it with the concept of a possible objective purposiveness, that is, of the lawfulness of the things in nature as natural ends a policy, that is, police in the sense of provisions for public well-being, a purposiveness judged merely subjectively, which is therefore not grounded on any concept, nor can be so grounded insofar as it is judged merely subjectively, is the relation to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, and the judgment concerning this is aesthetic and at the same time the only possible way of judging aesthetically. But since if this feeling were to accompany merely the sensible representation of the object, that is, the sensation of it, the aesthetic judgment would be empirical and require, certainly, a certain receptivity, but no special power of judgment. And since, Further, if the latter were assumed to be determining, it would have to be grounded on a concept of an end, and the purposiveness would thus have to be judged not aesthetically but logically. Then, by the aesthetic power of judgment as a special faculty, necessarily nothing else can be meant than the reflecting power of judgment, and the feeling of pleasure, which is identical with the representation of subjective purposiveness, must not be regarded as the sensation in an empirical representation of the object, nor as its concept, but must be regarded as dependent only on reflection and its form, the special action of the power of judgment, by means of which it strives to rise from intuitions to concepts in general, and as connected with it in accordance with a principle a priori. Thus, the aesthetic of the reflecting power of judgment will occupy one part of the critique of this faculty, just as the logic of the same faculty, under the name of teleology, will constitute its other part. In both parts, however, nature itself will be considered as technical, that is, purposive in its products. In the first case subjectively, with regard to the mere manner of representation of the subject. In the second case, however, as objectively purposive in relation to the possibility of the object itself. We shall see in the sequel that the purposiveness of form in appearance is beauty, and the faculty for judging it is taste. Now from this it would seem to follow that the division of the critique of the power of judgment into the aesthetic and the teleological would have to comprise only the theory of taste and the theory of physical ends, the theory of the judging of the things in the world as natural ends. But one can divide all purposiveness, whether it is subjective or objective, into internal and relative purposiveness, the first of which is grounded in the representation of the object in itself, the second merely in the contingent use of it. In accordance with this the former beurteilt b beurteilt c beurteilt d beurteilungsvermogen e beurteilung f derselben, literally meaning the use of the representation rather than of the object, of an object can, first, already be perceived as purposive for the reflecting power of judgment by itself, that is, in the mere intuition without any concept, and then the subjective purposiveness is attributed to the thing and to nature itself. Second, the object may, in perception, have nothing at all purposive for reflection in the determination of its form in itself, although its representation, when applied to a purposiveness lying in the subject a priori, for the arousal of its feeling, that, say, of the supersensible determination of the powers of the mind of the subject, can ground an aesthetic judgment, which is related to a principle a priori, although to be sure only a subjective one, not, as in the first case, in accordance with the purposiveness of nature in regard to the subject, but only in regard to a possible purposive use of certain sensible intuitions in accordance with their form by means of the merely reflecting power of judgment. Thus if the first judgment attributes beauty to the objects of nature, but the second attributes to its sublimity, and both, indeed, only through aesthetic reflecting judgments, without concepts of the object, merely with respect to subjective purposiveness, then no special technique of nature is to be presupposed for the latter, because it is merely a matter of a contingent use of the representation, not for the sake of cognition of the object, but rather with a view to another feeling, namely that of the inner purposiveness in the disposition of the powers of the mind. Nevertheless the judgment on the sublime in nature is not to be excluded from the division of the aesthetic of the reflecting power of judgment, because it also expresses a subjective purposiveness which is not based on a concept of the object. It is the same with the objective purposiveness of nature, that is, the possibility of things as natural ends, the judgment about which is made only in accordance with concepts of these, that is, not aesthetically, in relation to the feeling of pleasure or displeasure, but rather logically, and is called teleological. The objective purposiveness is grounded either on the internal possibility of the object, or on the relative possibility of its external consequences. In the first case the teleological judgment considers the perfection of a thing in accordance with an end that lies in it itself, since the manifold elements in it are related to each other reciprocally as end and means. In the second the teleological judgment about a natural object concerns only its usefulness, namely its correspondence to an end that lies in other things. Accordingly the critique of the aesthetic power of judgment contains first the critique of taste, the faculty for judging the beautiful, and a Kant replaces odor, or, in the fair copy with Zweetens. Second b Kant substitutes G. Haben, may have, for had, has. In the fair copy Beurteilungsvermogen. Second, the critique of the feeling of spirit. A for thus I provisionally be call the capacity C for representing a sublimity in objects. Since the teleological power of judgment relates its representation of purposiveness to the object not by means of feelings but through concepts, the distinction of the capacity for internal as well as relative, but in both cases objective purposiveness, contained in it does not require any special designations. This is because it relates its reflection entirely to reason, not to feeling. It should be noted, further, that it is the technique in nature and not that of the causality of the powers of representation of human beings which is what is called art in the proper sense of the word, with regard to which purposiveness will be investigated as a regulative concept of the power of judgment, and that is not the principle of artistic beauty or of an artistic perfection that is being sought, even though if nature is considered technically, or plastically, on account of an analogy which its causality must be represented as having with that of art, its procedure can be called technical, that is, as it were artistic. For what is at issue is the principle of the merely reflecting, not the determining power of judgment, such as grounds all human works of art, in which, therefore, the purposiveness should be considered unintentional, and which can therefore pertain only to nature. The judging D of artistic beauty will subsequently have to be considered as a mere consequence of the same principles which ground the judgment of natural beauty. The critique of the reflecting power of judgment with regard to nature will therefore consist of two parts: the critique of the aesthetic and of the teleological power of judging things in nature. The first part will contain two books, the first of which will be the critique of taste or of the judging of the beautiful, the second the critique of the feeling of spirit, in mere reflection on an object, or of the judging G of the sublime. The second part likewise contains two books, the first of which will bring under principles the judging H of things as natural ends with regard to their internal possibility, but the other the judgment about their relative purposiveness. 30 des gestus G fu HLSB Kant inserted this word into the fair copy C vermogen D Bürthilung E Bürthilungs vermogen F Bürthilung G Bürthilung H Bürthilung. Each of these books will contain in two sections an analytic and a dialectic of the power of judging. The analytic will seek, in the same number of chapters, to execute first the exposition and then the deduction of the concept of a purposiveness of nature. A Bürthilungs vermogen. Critique of the Power of Judgment by Immanuel Kant, 2nd edition, Berlin. F. T. Lagarde, 1793. Preface to the first edition. 1790. The faculty of cognition from a priori principles can be called pure reason, and the investigation of its possibility and boundaries in general can be called the critique of pure reason. Although by this faculty only reason in its theoretical use is understood, as was also the case in the first work under this title, one without bringing into the investigation its capacity B as practical reason, in accordance with its special principles. The former pertains solely to our faculty for cognizing things a priori, and thus concerns itself only with the faculty of cognition, excluding the feeling of pleasure and displeasure and the faculty of desire, and among the faculties of cognition it concerns itself only with the understanding in accordance with its a priori principles, excluding the power of judgment and reason as faculties likewise belonging to theoretical cognition. Because in the course of that work it turns out that no faculty of cognition except for the understanding can yield constitutive principles of cognition a priori. See thus the critique, which looks to the faculties of cognition D as a whole, concerned with the contribution that each of the other faculties might profess to make to the bare possession of cognition from its own source. E is left with nothing but what the understanding prescribes a priori as law for nature, as the sum of appearances, whose form is likewise given a priori, but it refers all other pure concepts to the ideas, which are an extravagance for our theoretical faculty of cognition, but not thereby useless or dispensable, but which rather serve as regulative principles, partly in order to restrain the worrisome pretensions of the understanding, as if, in virtue of being able to furnish a priori the conditions of Kant added the words to the first edition, 1790 in the second edition of 1793, but he did not add a new preface to the second edition, as elsewhere throughout the work. He made only minor changes and corrections to the text B vermogen C in the first edition. This sentence ends with a semicolon instead of a period, and the next sentence is introduced with so, das, so that, instead of also. Therefore Kant has the pronoun she, since there is no singular feminine antecedent for this in the previous sentence. Presumably it refers to the several faculties of cognition just mentioned Wurzel, that is, root f. The verb dienen was added in the second edition. Preface of the possibility of all things that it can cognize. It has thereby also confined the possibility of all things in general within these boundaries, and partly in order to guide itself in the contemplation of nature in accordance with a principle of a completeness to which it can never attain, and thereby to further the final aim of all cognition. Thus it was strictly speaking the understanding, which has its proper domain indeed in the faculty of cognition, insofar as it contains constitutive principles of cognition a priori, which was to be established in secure and unique possession against all other competitors by means of the critique of pure reason, so named in general terms. In just the same way reason, which contains constitutive principles a priori nowhere except strictly with regard to the faculty of desire, was directed to its territory in the critique of practical reason too. Now whether the power of judgment, which in the order of our faculties of cognition constitutes an intermediary between understanding and reason, also has a priori principles for itself, whether these are constitutive or merely regulative, and thus do not prove the power of judgment to have its own domain, and whether the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, as the intermediary between the faculty of cognition and the faculty of desire, gives the rule a priori, just as the understanding prescribes a priori laws to the former, but reason to the latter. It is this with which the present critique of the power of judgment is concerned, a critique of pure reason, that is, of our faculty for judging in accordance with a priori principles, would be incomplete if the power of judgment, which also claims to be a faculty of cognition, were not dealt with as a special part of it, even though its principles may not constitute a special part of a system of pure philosophy, between the theoretical and the practical part, but can occasionally be annexed to either of them in case of need. For if such a system, under the general name of metaphysics, is ever to come into being, the complete production of which is entirely possible and highly important for the use of reason in all respects, then the critique must previously have probed the ground for this structure down to the depth of the first foundations of the faculty of principles independent of experience, so that it should not sink in any part, which would inevitably lead to the collapse of the whole. It can, however, easily be inferred from the nature of the power of judgment, the correct use of which is so necessary and generally required that nothing other than this very faculty is meant by the name sound understanding, that great difficulties must be involved in finde and Absicht. Preface owing a special principle for it, which it must contain in itself a priori, for otherwise, it would not, as a special faculty of cognition, be exposed even to the most common critique, which nevertheless must not be derived from concepts a priori, for they belong to the understanding, and the power of judgment is concerned only with their application. It therefore has to provide a concept itself, through which no thing is actually cognized, but which only serves as a rule for it, but not as an objective rule to which it can conform its judgment, since for that yet another power of judgment would be required in order to be able to decide whether it is a case of the rule or not. This embarrassment about a principle, whether it be subjective or objective, is found chiefly in those judgings that are called aesthetic, which concern the beautiful and the sublime in nature or in art, and likewise the critical investigation of a principle of the power of judgment in these cases is the most important part of a critique of this faculty, for although by themselves they contribute nothing at all to the cognition of things, still they belong to the faculty of cognition alone, and prove an immediate relation of this faculty to the feeling of pleasure or displeasure in accordance with some a priori principle, without mixing up the latter with that which can be the determining ground of the faculty of desire, since this has its a priori principles in concepts of reason but in the case of the logical judging of nature, where experience imposes on things a conformity to law that the understanding's general concept of the sensible is not sufficient to understand or explain, and where the power of judgment can derive from itself a principle for the relation of the thing in nature to the uncognizable supersensible but can only use it with respect to itself for the cognition of nature, there indeed such an a priori principle can and must be applied for the cognition of the beings in the world and at the same time opens up prospects that are advantageous for practical reason. But it has no immediate relation to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, which is precisely what is puzzling in the principle of the power of judgment and what makes a special division for this faculty necessary in the critique. since logical judging in accordance with concepts, from which an immediate inference to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure can never be drawn, together with a critical restriction of it, could always have been appended to the theoretical part of philosophy, since the investigation of the faculty of taste, as the aesthetic power of beurteilen be logisch. From what follows, it appears that Kant should have written teleologisch die Beurteilung die Beurteilung. Preface of judgment is here undertaken not for the formation and culture of taste, for this will go its way in the future, as in the past, even without any such researches, but only from a transcendental point of view. It will, I flatter myself, be judged leniently with regard to its deficiencies for the former end, but in what concerns the latter aim it must be made firm against the most rigorous examination. But even there the great difficulty in solving a problem which nature has made so involuted may, I hope, serve to excuse some not entirely avoidable obscurity in the solution, as long as it can be shown clearly enough that the principle has been correctly stated, granted that the way in which the phenomenon is derived from the power of judgment does not have all the distinctness that one can rightly demand elsewhere, namely from a cognition in accordance with concepts, which I also believe myself to have achieved in the second part of this work. Thus with this I bring my entire critical enterprise to an end. I shall proceed without hindrance to the doctrinal part, in order, if possible, to win yet from my increasing age some time still favorable to that. It is self-evident that there will be no special part for the power of judgment in that, since in regard to that critique serves instead of theory, rather, in accordance with the division of philosophy into theoretical and practical parts, and the division of pure philosophy into the very same parts. The metaphysics of nature and of morals will constitute that enterprise of Beurteilt. On the division of philosophy. If one divides philosophy, insofar as it contains principles of rational cognition of things by means of concepts, not merely, like logic, principles of the form of thinking in general or without distinction of objects, into theoretical and practical, as is customary, then one proceeds entirely correctly. But then the concepts that refer the principles of this rational cognition to its object must also be specifically distinct, since otherwise they would not justify any division, which always presupposes an opposition between the principles of the rational cognition belonging to the different parts of a science. There are, however, only two sorts of concepts that allow an equal number of distinct principles of the possibility of their objects, namely the concepts of nature and the concept of freedom. Now since the former make possible a theoretical cognition of nature in accordance with a priori principles, but the latter includes within its concept in that regard only a negative principle, of mere opposition, while on the contrary it attains ampliative principles for the determination of the will, which on that account are called practical. Thus philosophy is justifiably divided into two parts, entirely distinct as far as their principles are concerned. Namely, the theoretical, as philosophy of nature, and the practical, as moral philosophy, for thus is the practical legislation of reason in accordance with the concept of freedom named. Hitherto, however, a great misuse of these expressions for the division of the different principles, and with them also of philosophy, has prevailed. For that which is practical in accordance with concepts of nature has been taken to be the same as that which is practical in accordance with the concept of freedom, and thus, under the same designations of theoretical and practical philosophy, a division has been made through which, in fact since both parts could have the same principles, nothing has been divided. The will, as the faculty of desire, is one of the many kinds of natural causes in the world, namely that which operates in accordance with or in the first edition, like logic does, which contains the form of thinking in general, concepts, and everything that is represented as possible, or necessary through a will is called practically possible, or necessary, in distinction from the physical possibility or necessity of an effect to which the cause is not determined to causality through concepts, but rather, as in the case of lifeless matter, through mechanism, or, in the case of animals, through instinct. Now here it is left indeterminate with regard to the practical whether the concept that gives the rule to the causality of the will is a concept of nature or a concept of freedom. However, the latter distinction is essential, for if the concept determining the causality is a concept of nature, then the principles are technically practical, but if it is a concept of freedom, then these are morally practical. And since in the division of a rational science what is at issue is entirely this sort of difference of objects, the cognition of which requires distinct principles, the former will belong to theoretical philosophy, as a doctrine of nature, while the latter will entirely by itself constitute the second part, namely practical philosophy, as a doctrine of morals be all technically practical rules, that is, those of art and skill in general, as well as those of prudence, as a skill in influencing human beings and their will, so far as their principles rest on concepts, must be counted only as corollaries of theoretical philosophy, for they concern only the possibility of things in accordance with concepts of nature, to which belong not only the means thereto that are to be encountered in nature, but even the will, as a faculty of desire, hence as a natural faculty, insofar as it can be determined through natural incentives in accordance with those rules. Hence practical rules of that kind are not called laws, like, say, physical laws, but only precepts, and precisely because the will does not merely stand under the concept of nature, but also under the concept of freedom, in relation to which its principles are called laws, and alone constitute, together with their consequences, the second part of philosophy, namely the practical. Thus, as little as the solution of the problems of pure geometry belongs to a special part of it, or as little as the art of surveying deserves the name of a practical geometry, as a second part of geometry in general in contrast to pure geometry, even less should the mechanical or chemical art of experiments or observations be counted as a practical part of the doctrine of nature, or, finally, should domestic, agrarian and political economy, the art of social intercourse, the prescriptions of dietetics, the general doctrine of happiness itself or even the mastery of inclinations and the control of affects for the sake of the latter be counted as practical philosophy, or the latter constitute the second part in the first edition, the second B Sittenlaher, of philosophy as a whole, since all of these contain only rules of skill, which are thus only technically practical, for producing an effect that is possible in accordance with natural concepts of causes and effects which, since they belong to theoretical philosophy, are subject to these precepts as mere corollaries of it, of natural science, and thus cannot demand a place in a special philosophy which is called practical. By contrast, the morally practical precepts, which are grounded entirely on the concept of freedom to the complete exclusion of the determining grounds of the will from nature, constitute an entirely special kind of precept, which are also, like the rules that nature obeys, simply called laws, but which do not, like the latter, rest on sensible conditions, but on a supersensible principle, and require a second part of philosophy for themselves alone, alongside the theoretical part, under the name of practical philosophy. It can be seen from this that a set of practical precepts provided by philosophy does not constitute a special part of it, alongside its theoretical part, just because they are practical, for they could be that even if their principles were derived entirely from the theoretical cognition of nature, as technically practical rules. Rather they constitute such a special part when and if their principle is not borrowed from the concept of nature, which is always sensibly conditioned, and hence rests on the supersensible, which the concept of freedom alone makes knowable through formal laws, and they are therefore morally practical, that is, not merely precepts and rules for this or that purpose, but laws, without prior reference to ends and aims too. On the domain of philosophy in general, the use of our cognitive faculty in accordance with principles, and with this philosophy, extend as far as a priori concepts have their application. However, the set of all objects to which those concepts are related, in order where possible to bring about a cognition of them, can be divided in accordance with the varying adequacy or inadequacy of our faculties for this purpose. Concepts, insofar as they are related to objects, regardless of whether a cognition of the latter is possible or not, have their field, which is determined merely in accordance with the relation which their object has to our faculty of cognition in general. The part of this field within which cognition is possible for us is a territory. Terror the words are subject to in this clause, and thus in the next, are added in the second edition, rhetorium, for these concepts and the requisite faculty of cognition. The part of the territory in which these are legislative is the domain, ditio, of these concepts and of the corresponding faculty of cognition. Thus empirical concepts do indeed have their territory in nature, as the set of all objects of sense, but no domain, only their residence, domicilium, because they are, to be sure, lawfully generated, but are not legislative. Rather, the rules grounded on them are empirical, hence contingent. Our cognitive faculty as a whole has two domains, that of the concepts of nature and that of the concept of freedom, for it is a priori legislative through both. Philosophy is also divided accordingly into the theoretical and the practical, but the territory on which their domain is established under their legislation exercised is always only the set of objects of all possible experience, insofar as they are taken as nothing more than mere appearances, for otherwise no legislation of the understanding with regard to them could be conceived. Legislation through concepts of nature takes place through the understanding, and is theoretical. Legislation through the concept of freedom takes place through reason, and is merely practical. Only in the practical alone can reason be legislative. With regard to theoretical cognition of nature, it can only, by being well versed in law by means of the understanding, draw inferences from given laws to conclusions that still always stop at nature. Conversely, however, where rules are practical, reason is not on that account immediately legislative, since they can also be technically practical. Understanding and reason thus have two different legislations on one and the same territory of experience, without either being detrimental to the other. For just as little as the concept of nature influences legislation through the concept of freedom does the latter disturb the legislation of nature. The possibility of at least conceiving without contradiction the coexistence of the two legislations and the faculties pertaining to them in one and the same subject was proved by the Critique of Pure Reason, when it annihilated the objections to this by exposing the dialectical illusion in them. But that these two different domains, which are inevitably limited not to be sure in their legislation but still in their effects in the sensible world, do not constitute one domain, stems from this, that the concept of the first edition adds on which here be in the third edition, the former Caesusum and Bestahandi which were limited in the first edition, of nature certainly makes its objects representable in intuition, but not as things in themselves, rather as mere appearances, while the concept of freedom in its object makes a thing representable in itself but not in intuition, and thus neither of the two can provide a theoretical cognition of its object, and even of the thinking subject, as a thing in itself, which would be the supersensible, the idea of which must underlie the possibility of all those objects of experience, but which itself can never be elevated and expanded into a cognition. There is thus an unlimited but also inaccessible field for our faculty of cognition as a whole, namely the field of the supersensible, in which we find no territory for ourselves, and thus cannot have on it a domain for theoretical cognition either for the concepts of the understanding or for those of reason. A field that we must certainly occupy with ideas for the sake of the theoretical as well as the practical use of reason, but for which, in relation to the laws from the concept of freedom, we can provide nothing but a practical reality, through which, accordingly, our theoretical cognition is not in the least extended to the supersensible. Now although there is an incalculable gulf fixed between the domain of the concept of nature, as be the sensible, and the domain of the concept of freedom, as the supersensible, so that from the former to the latter, thus by means of the theoretical use of reason no transition is possible, just as if there were so many different worlds, the first of which can have no influence on the second, yet the latter should have an influence on the former, namely the concept of freedom should make the end that is imposed by its laws real in the sensible world, and nature must consequently also be able to be conceived in such a way that the lawfulness of its form is at least in agreement with the possibility of the ends that are to be realized in it in accordance with the laws of freedom. Thus there must still be a ground of the unity of the supersensible that grounds nature with that which the concept of freedom contains practically, the concept of which, even if it does not suffice for cognition of it either theoretically or practically, and thus has no proper domain of its own, nevertheless makes possible the transition from the manner of thinking in accordance with the principles of the one to that in accordance with the principles of the other added in the second edition be in the first edition. This word is also rather than als, that is, thus instead of as added in the second edition die wirkliche Zubewerkenden. 3. On the critique of the power of judgment, as a means for combining the two parts of philosophy into one whole. The critique of the faculties of cognition with regard to what they can accomplish a priori has, strictly speaking, no domain with regard to objects, because it is not a doctrine, but only has to investigate whether and how a doctrine is possible through it given the way it is situated with respect to our faculties. Its field extends to all the presumptions of that doctrine, in order to set it within its rightful limits. However, what cannot enter into the division of philosophy can nevertheless enter as a major part into the critique of the pure faculty of cognition in general if, namely, it contains principles that are for themselves fit neither for theoretical nor for practical use. The concepts of nature, which contain the ground for all theoretical cognition a priori, rested on the legislation of the understanding. The concept of freedom, which contains the ground for all sensibly unconditioned practical precepts a priori, rested on the legislation of reason. Both faculties thus have, in addition to the fact that in accordance with logical form they can be applied to principles whatever their origin might be, their own legislation concerning content, beyond which there is no other, a priori, which hence justifies the division of philosophy into the theoretical and the practical. But in the family of the higher faculties of cognition there is still an intermediary between the understanding and reason. This is the power of judgment, about which one has cause to presume, by analogy, that it too should contain in itself a priori, if not exactly its own legislation, then still a proper principle of its own for seeking laws, although a merely subjective one, which, even though it can claim no field of objects as its domain, can nevertheless have some territory and a certain constitution of it, for which precisely this principle only might be valid. To this, however, to judge by analogy, a fresh ground is added for bringing the power of judgment into association with another ordering of our powers of representation, which seems to be of still greater importance than that of its kinship with the family of faculties of cognition. For all faculties or capacities of the soul can be reduced to the three that cannot be further derived from a common ground: the faculty of cognition, the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, and a Beschaffenheit, the faculty of desire. For the faculty of cognition only the understanding is legislative, if, as must be the case if it is considered for itself, without being mixed up with the faculty of desire, it is related as a faculty of a theoretical cognition to nature, with regard to which alone, as appearance, it is possible for us to give laws through a priori. It is useful to attempt a transcendental definition for concepts that are used as empirical principles if one has cause to conjecture that they have an affinity with the pure faculty of cognition a priori. On account of this relation, a definition, that is, through pure categories, insofar as these alone already yield the distinction between the concept in question and others. In this one follows the example of the mathematician, who leaves the empirical data of his problem undetermined and brings only their relation in their pure synthesis under the concepts of pure arithmetic and thereby generalizes their solution. An objection has been made to me on the basis of a similar procedure. Critique of Practical Reason. Page 16 of the preface. 5. And the definition of the faculty of desire as the faculty for being through one's representations the cause of the reality of the objects of these representations has been criticized because mere wishes are also desires. But yet everyone would concede that he could not produce their object by their means alone. This, however, proves nothing more than that there are also desires in a human being, as a result of which he stands in contradiction with himself, in that he works toward the production of the object by means of his representation alone, from which he can however expect no success, because he is aware that his mechanical powers, if I may so name those that are not psychological, which have to be determined through that representation in order to realize the object, hence mediately, are either inadequate or even aimed at something impossible. For example, to make what has happened not have happened, o mihi praeteritus, be etc., or, when impatiently waiting, to make the time until the wished for moment disappear. Although in the case of such fantastic desires we are aware of the inadequacy of our representations, or their unsuitability, to be causes of their objects, nevertheless their relation as causes, hence the representation of their causality, is contained in every wish, and it is especially visible if this is an effect, namely longing. For the latter proved by the fact that they expand the heart and make it flaccid and thus exhaust our powers, that the powers are repeatedly strained by means of representations, but the mind, in view of the impossibility, is inexorably allowed to sink back into exhaustion. even the prayers for the avoidance of great and so far as one can see unavoidable evil and many superstitious means for the attainment of naturally impossible ends prove the causal relation of representations. The footnote was added to the second edition. B. Kant's references to Virgil's Aeneid, Book 8, line 560. O mihi praeteritus referat si Jupiter anos. If only Jupiter would give me back the past years and the man I was. Translation by Robert Fitzgerald. Virgil, The Aeneid, New York. Random House, 1983. Page 249. Concepts of nature, which are, strictly speaking, pure concepts of the understanding, for the faculty of desire, as a higher faculty in accordance with the concept of freedom, reason alone, in which alone this concept has its place, is legislative a priori. Now between the faculty of cognition and that of desire there is the feeling of pleasure, just as the power of judgment is contained between the understanding and reason. It is therefore to be suspected at least provisionally that the power of judgment likewise contains an a priori principle for itself, and, since pleasure or displeasure is necessarily combined with the faculty of desire, whether, as in the case of the lower faculty of desire, it precedes the principle of that faculty or, as in the case of the upper, it follows only from the determination of that faculty through the moral law, it will likewise effect a transition from the pure faculty of cognition, that is, from the domain of the concepts of nature, to the domain of the concept of freedom, just as in its logical use it makes possible the transition from understanding to reason. Thus even if philosophy can be divided into only two parts, the theoretical and the practical, even if everything that we might have to say about the proper principles of the power of judgment must be counted as belonging to the theoretical part, that is, to rational cognition in accordance with concepts of nature, still, the critique of pure reason, which must constitute all this before undertaking that system, for the sake of its possibility, consists of three parts: the critique of the pure understanding, of the pure power of judgment, and of pure reason, which faculties are called pure because they are legislative a priori, IV. On the power of judgment as an a priori legislative faculty. The power of judgment in general is the faculty for thinking of the particular as contained under the universal, or if the universal, the rule, to their objects, which cannot be held back from striving to achieve their effect even by the consciousness of their inadequacy for it. Why there is this tendency in our nature to consciously vain desires is an anthropological teleological question. It appears that if we were not to be determined to the application of our powers until we had assured ourselves of the adequacy of our faculties for the production of an object, then these powers would remain largely unemployed. For ordinarily we learn to know our powers only by first trying them out. This illusion in empty wishes is therefore only the consequence of a beneficent arrangement in our nature, a dem allgemeinen. In this section, the term das Allgemeine is frequently used as a nominative, which can only be translated as the universal, and the adjective allgemein will, the principle, the law, is given. Then the power of judgment, which subsumes the particular under it, even when, as a transcendental power of judgment, it provides the conditions a priori in accordance with which alone anything can be subsumed under that universal, is determining. If, however, only the particular is given, for which the universal is to be found, then the power of judgment is merely reflecting the determining power of judgment under universal transcendental laws, given by the understanding, merely subsumes. The law is sketched out for it a priori, and it is therefore unnecessary for it to think of a law for itself in order to be able to subordinate the particular in nature to the universal. But there is such a manifold of forms in nature, as it were so many modifications of the universal transcendental concepts of nature that are left undetermined by those laws that the pure understanding gives a priori, since these pertain only to the possibility of a nature, as object of the senses, in general, that there must nevertheless also be laws for it which, as empirical, may seem to be contingent in accordance with the insight of our understanding, but which, if they are to be called laws, as is also required by the concept of a nature, must be regarded as necessary on a principle of the unity of the manifold, even if that principle is unknown to us. 7. The reflecting power of judgment, which is under the obligation of ascending from the particular in nature to the universal, therefore requires a principle that it cannot borrow from experience. precisely because it is supposed to ground the unity of all empirical principles under equally empirical but higher principles, and is thus to ground the possibility of the systematic subordination of empirical principles under one another. The reflecting power of judgment, therefore, can only give itself such a transcendental principle as a law, and cannot derive it from anywhere else, for then it would be the determining power of judgment, nor can it prescribe it to nature, for reflection on the laws of nature is directed by nature, and nature is not directed by the conditions in terms of which we attempt to develop a concept of it that is in this regard entirely contingent. Now this principle can be nothing other than this, that since universal laws of nature have their ground in our understanding, which prescribes them to nature, although only in accordance with the universal concept of it as nature, the particular empirical laws, in regard to that which is left undetermined in them by the former, must be considered in terms of the sort of unity they would have if an understanding, even if not ours, had likewise given them for the sake of our faculty of cognition, in order to make possible a system of experience correspondingly be translated as universal rather than general in this and the following sections of the introduction unless otherwise noted, in accordance with particular laws of nature, not as if in this way such an understanding must really be assumed, for it is only the reflecting power of judgment for which this idea serves as a principle, for reflecting, not for determining, rather this faculty thereby gives a law only to itself, and not to nature. Now since the concept of an object insofar as it at the same time contains the ground of the reality of this object is called an end, and the correspondence of a thing with that constitution of things that is possible only in accordance with ends is called the purposiveness of its form. Thus the principle of the power of judgment in regard to the form of things in nature under empirical laws in general is the purposiveness of nature in its multiplicity. That is, nature is represented through this concept as if an understanding contained the ground of the unity of the manifold of its empirical laws. The purposiveness of nature is thus a special a priori concept that has its origin strictly in the reflecting power of judgment, for we cannot ascribe to the products of nature anything like a relation of nature in them to ends, but can only use this concept in order to reflect on the connection of appearances in nature that are given in accordance with empirical laws. 9. This concept is also entirely distinct from that of practical purposiveness, of human art as well as of morals, although it is certainly conceived of in terms of an analogy with that. The principle of the formal purposiveness of nature is a transcendental principle of the power of judgment. A transcendental principle is one through which the universal a priori condition under which alone things can become objects of our cognition at all is represented. By contrast, a principle is called metaphysical if it represents the a priori condition under which alone objects whose concept must be given empirically can be further determined a priori. Thus the principle of the cognition of bodies as substances and as alterable substances is transcendental if what is meant by that is that their alteration must have a cause. It is metaphysical, however, if what is meant by that is that their alteration must have an external cause, for in the first case the body may be conceived of only through ontological predicates, pure concepts of the understanding, for example, as substance, in order for the proposition to be cognized a priori, inthe second case, however, the empirical concept of a body as a movable thing in space, must be made the ground of this proposition, from which, however, it can then be understood fully a priori that the latter predicate, of motion only through an external cause, applies to the body. 10. Thus, as I shall show forthwith, the principle of the purposiveness of nature, in the multiplicity of its empirical laws, is a transcendental principle, for the concept of the objects insofar as they are thought as standing under this principle is only the pure concept of objects of possible experimental cognition in general, and contains nothing empirical. By contrast, the principle of practical purposiveness which must be conceived of in the idea of the determination of a free will would be a metaphysical principle, because the concept of a faculty of desire as a will must still be given empirically. It does not belong among the transcendental predicates. Both principles are nevertheless not empirical but a priori principles, because the combination of the predicate with the empirical concept of the subject of their judgments requires no further experience, but can be understood entirely a priori. That the concept of a purposiveness of nature belongs among the transcendental principles can readily be seen from the maxims of the power of judgment, which are laid down a priori as the basis for research into nature, but which nevertheless pertain to nothing other than the possibility of experience. hence of the cognition of nature, but not merely as nature in general, but rather as nature as determined by a manifold of particular laws. They are to be found often enough in the course of this science, but only scattered about, as pronouncements of metaphysical wisdom, on the occasion of various rules whose necessity cannot be demonstrated from concepts. Nature takes the shortest way, lex parsimoniae, it makes no leaps, either in the sequence of its changes or in the juxtaposition of specifically different forms. Lex continua in natura, b. The great multiplicity of its empirical laws is nevertheless unity under a few principles. Principia praeta necessitatem non sunt multiplicanda. C and so on. 11. However, if one wants to give the origin of these fundamental principles and attempts to do so in a psychological way, this is entirely contrary to their sense. For they do not say what happens, that is, in accordance with which rule our powers of cognition actually perform their role and how things are judged, but rather how they ought to be judged. And this logical objective necessity is not forthcoming if the principles are merely empirical. Thus the purposiveness of nature for our cognitive faculties and for their use, which is obvious in them, is a transcendental principle of judgments and therefore also requires a transcendental deduction, by means of which the ground for judging in this way must be sought in the sources of cognition. A priori the law of parsimony, b. law of continuity in nature, c. principles are not to be multiplied beyond necessity, d. nicht, wie Gerthield word, sondern wie Gerthield worden soll. That is, we first find in the grounds of the possibility of an experience something necessary, namely the universal laws without which nature in general as object of the senses could not be conceived, and these rest on the categories applied to the formal conditions of all intuition that is possible for us, insofar as it is likewise given to us a priori, and now under these laws the power of judgment is determining, for it has nothing to do but subsume under given laws. For example, the understanding says, all alteration has its cause, universal law of nature. Now the transcendental power of judgment has nothing further to do than to provide the condition of subsumption under the a priori concept of the understanding that has been laid down for it, and that is the succession of the determinations of one and the same thing. 12. Now for nature in general as the object of possible experience, that law is cognized as absolutely necessary now. However, the objects of empirical cognition are still determined, or, as far as one can judge a priori, determinable in so many ways apart from that formal time condition that specifically distinct natures, besides what they have in common as belonging to nature in general, can still be causes in infinitely many ways, and each of these ways must, in accordance with the concept of a cause in general, have its rule, which is a law, and hence brings necessity with it. Although given the constitution and the limits of our faculties of cognition we have no insight at all into this necessity. Thus we must think of there being in nature, with regard to its merely empirical laws, a possibility of infinitely manifold empirical laws, which as far as our insight goes are nevertheless contingent, cannot be cognized a priori, and with regard to them we judge b. the unity of nature in accordance with empirical laws and the possibility of the unity of experience, as a system in accordance with empirical laws, as contingent. 13. But since such a unity must still necessarily be presupposed and assumed, for otherwise no thoroughgoing interconnection of empirical cognitions into a whole of experience would take place, because the universal laws of nature yield such an interconnection among things with respect to their genera, as things of nature in general, but not specifically, as such and such particular beings in nature. The power of judgment must thus assume it as an a priori principle for its own use that what is contingent for human insight in the particular, empirical, laws of nature nevertheless contains a lawful unity, not fathomable by us but still thinkable, in the combination of its manifold into one experience possible in itself. Consequently, since the lawful unity in a combination that we cognize as in accordance with a necessary aim, in the first edition, there is a comma rather than a period here, and the next sentence is a further clause of this one, introduced with an and bebeutelen, need, of the understanding, but yet at the same time as contingent in itself is represented as a purposiveness of the objects, in this case, of nature. Thus the power of judgment, which with regard to things under possible, still to be discovered, empirical laws is merely reflecting, must think of nature with regard to the latter in accordance with a principle of purposiveness for our faculty of cognition, which is then expressed in the maxims of the power of judgment given above. Now this transcendental concept of a purposiveness of nature is neither a concept of nature nor a concept of freedom, since it attributes nothing at all to the object of nature, but rather only represents the unique way in which we must proceed in reflection on the objects of nature with the aim of a thoroughly interconnected experience. Consequently, it is a subjective principle maxim of the power of judgment. Hence we are also delighted, strictly speaking, relieved of a need, when we encounter such a systematic unity among merely empirical laws, just as if it were a happy accident which happened to favor our aim. Even though we necessarily had to assume that there is such a unity, yet without having been able to gain insight into it and to prove it, in order to be convinced of the correctness of this deduction of the concept that is before us and of the necessity of assuming it as a transcendental principle of cognition, one need only consider the magnitude of the task of making an interconnected experience out of given perceptions of a nature that in the worst case contains an infinite multiplicity of empirical laws, a task that lies in our understanding a priori. The understanding is of course in possession a priori of universal laws of nature, without which nature could not be an object of experience at all, but still it requires in addition a certain order of nature in its particular rules, which can only be known to it empirically and which from its point of view are contingent. These rules, without which there would be no progress from the general analogy of a possible experience in general to the particular, it must think as laws, that is, as necessary, because otherwise they would not constitute an order of nature, even though it does not and never can cognize their necessity. Thus, although it cannot determine anything a priori with regard to those objects, it must yet, in order to investigate these empirical so-called laws, ground all reflection on nature on an a priori principle, the principle, namely, that in accordance with these laws a cognizable order of nature is possible, the sort of principle that is expressed in the following propositions: that there is in nature a subordination of genera and species that we can grasp, that the latter in turn converge in accordance with a common principle, so that a scission from one to the other and thereby to a higher genus is possible, that since it seems initially unavoidable for our understanding to have to assume as many different kinds of causality as there are specific differences of natural effects, they may nevertheless stand under a small number of principles with the discovery of which we have to occupy ourselves, etc. 14. This agreement of nature with our faculty of cognition is presupposed a priori by the power of judgment in behalf of its reflection on nature in accordance with empirical laws, while at the same time the understanding recognizes it objectively as contingent, and only the power of judgment attributes it to nature as transcendental purposiveness, in relation to the cognitive faculty of the subject. Because without presupposing this, we would have no order of nature in accordance with empirical laws, hence no guideline for an experience of this in all its multiplicity and for research into it. For it may certainly be thought that, in spite of all the uniformity of things in nature in accordance with the universal laws, without which the form of an experimental cognition in general would not obtain at all, the specific diversity of the empirical laws of nature together with their effects could nevertheless be so great that it would be impossible for our understanding to discover in them an order that we can grasp, to divide its products into genera and species in order to use the principles for the explanation and the understanding of one for the explanation and comprehension of the other as well, and to make an interconnected experience out of material that is for us so confused, strictly speaking, only infinitely manifold and not fitted for our power of comprehension. The power of judgment thus also has in itself an a priori principle for the possibility of nature, though only in a subjective respect, by means of which it prescribes a law, not to nature, as autonomy, but to itself as autonomy, for reflection on nature, which one could call the law of the specification of nature with regard to its empirical laws, which it does not cognize in nature a priori but rather assumes in behalf of an order of nature cognizable for our understanding in the division that it makes of its universal laws when it would subordinate a manifold of particular laws to these. 15. Thus if one says that nature specifies its universal laws in accordance with the principle of purposiveness for our faculty of cognition, that is, into suitability for human understanding in its necessary business of finding the universal for the particular that is offered to it by perception and then further connection in the unity of the principle for all that is different, though universal for each species, then one is thereby neither prescribing a law to nature nor learning one from it by means of observation, although that principle can be confirmed by the latter, For it is not a principle of the determining but rather merely of the reflecting power of judgment. One means only that, however nature may be arranged as far as its universal laws are concerned, we must always seek out its empirical laws in accordance with that principle and the maxims that are grounded on it, because only so far as that takes place can we make progress in experience and acquire cognition by the use of our understanding. 6. On the combination of the feeling of pleasure with the concept of the purposiveness of nature. This correspondence of nature in the multiplicity of its particular laws with our need to find universality of principles for it must be judged, as far as our insight goes, as contingent but nevertheless indispensable for the needs of our understanding, and hence as a purposiveness through which nature agrees with our aim, but only as directed to cognition. The universal laws of the understanding, which are at the same time laws of nature, are equally as necessary to it though they have originated from spontaneity, as the laws of motion are to matter, and their generation presupposes no intention with regard to our faculty of cognition, since only through them do we first obtain a concept of what cognition of things, of nature, is, and they necessarily pertain to nature as object of our cognition in general. Yet that the order of nature in its particular laws, although its multiplicity and diversity at least possibly surpass all our power of comprehension, is yet fitted to it, is, as far as we can see, contingent, and its discovery is a task for the understanding, which is aimed at an end that is necessary for it, namely to introduce into it unity of principles, which purpose must be attributed to nature by the power of judgment. Because the understanding cannot prescribe to it any law on this matter, the attainment of every aim is combined with the feeling of pleasure, and, if the condition of the former is an a priori representation, as in this case a principle for the reflecting power of judgment in general, then the feeling of pleasure is also determined through a ground that is a priori and valid for everyone, and indeed merely through the relation of the object to the faculty of cognition, without the concept of purposiveness in this case having the least regard to the faculty of desire, and thus being entirely distinct from any practical purposiveness of nature. In fact, although in the concurrence of perceptions with laws in a pure field, accordance with universal concepts of nature, the categories we do not encounter the least effect on the feeling of pleasure in us nor can encounter it, because here the understanding proceeds unintentionally, in accordance with its nature. By contrast, the discovered unifiability of two or more empirically heterogeneous laws of nature under a principle that comprehends them both is the ground of a very noticeable pleasure, often indeed of admiration, even of one which does not cease though one is already sufficiently familiar with its object. To be sure, we no longer detect any noticeable pleasure in the comprehensibility of nature and the unity of its division into genera and species, by means of which alone empirical concepts are possible through which we cognize it in its particular laws, but it must certainly have been there in its time, and only because the most common experience would not be possible without it has it gradually become mixed up with mere cognition and is no longer specially noticed. It thus requires study to make us attentive to the purposiveness of nature for our understanding in our judging of it, where possible bringing heterogeneous laws of nature under higher though always still empirical ones, so that if we succeed in this accord of such laws for our faculty of cognition, which we regard as merely contingent, pleasure will be felt. 16. Conversely, a representation of nature that foretold that even in the most minor investigation of the most common experience we would stumble on a heterogeneity in its laws that would make the unification of its particular laws under universal empirical ones impossible for our understanding would thoroughly displease us, because this would contradict the principle of the subjective purposive specification of nature in its genera and our reflecting power of judgment with respect to the latter. This presupposition of the power of judgment is, however, so indeterminate on the question of how far that ideal purposiveness of nature for our faculty of cognition should be extended that if someone were to tell us that a deeper or more extensive acquaintance with nature through observation must finally stumble upon a multiplicity of laws that no human understanding can trace back to one principle, we would be content with this, although we would rather listen if another gives us hope that the more we become acquainted with what is innermost in nature or could compare it with external members as yet unknown to us, the simpler and more perspicuous would we find it in the apparent heterogeneity of its empirical laws the farther our experience progressed. For it is a command of our power of judgment to proceed in accordance with the principle of the suitability of nature to our faculty of cognition as far as it reaches, without since it is not Beurteilung, determining power of judgment that gives us this rule, deciding whether or not it somewhere has its boundaries, because we can certainly determine boundaries with regard to the rational use of our cognitive faculties. But in the empirical field no determination of boundaries is possible. 7. On the aesthetic representation of the purposiveness of nature. What is merely subjective in the representation of an object? That is, what constitutes its relation to the subject, not to the object, is its aesthetic property, but that in it which serves for the determination of the object, for cognition, or can be so used is its logical validity. In the cognition of an object of the senses both relations are present together. In the sensible representation of things outside me the quality of the space in which we intuit them is the merely subjective aspect of my representation of them, through which what they might be as objects in themselves remains undetermined, on account of which relation the object is also that by thought of merely as appearance. Space, however, in spite of its merely subjective quality, is nevertheless an element in the cognition of things as appearances. Sensation, in this case external, likewise expresses the merely subjective aspect of our representations of things outside us, but strictly speaking it expresses the material, the real, in them, through which something existing is given, just as space expresses the mere a priori form of the possibility of their intuition, and the former is likewise used for the cognition of objects outside us. However, the subjective aspect in a representation which cannot become an element of cognition at all is the pleasure or displeasure connected with it, for through this I cognize nothing in the object of the representation, although it can well be the effect of some cognition or other. 17. Now the purposiveness of a thing, insofar as it is represented in perception, is also not a property of the object itself, for such a thing cannot be perceived, although it can be derived from a cognition of things. Thus the purposiveness that precedes the cognition of an object, which is immediately connected with it even without wanting to use the representation of it for a cognition, is the subjective aspect of it that cannot become an element of cognition at all. The object is therefore called purposive in this case only because its representation is immediately connected with the feeling of pleasure, and this representation itself is an aesthetic representation of the purposiveness. The question is only whether there is such a representation of purposiveness at all. If pleasure is connected with the mere apprehension, apprehensio, of, the form of an object of intuition without a relation of this to a concept for a determinate cognition, then the representation is thereby related not to the object, but solely to the subject, and the pleasure can express nothing but its suitability to the cognitive faculties that are in play in the reflecting power of judgment, insofar as they are in play, and thus merely a subjective formal purposiveness of the object. 18. For that apprehension of forms in the imagination can never take place without the reflecting power of judgment, even if unintentionally, at least comparing them to its faculty for relating intuitions to concepts. Now if in this comparison the imagination as the faculty of a priori intuitions, is unintentionally brought into accord with the understanding, as the faculty of concepts, through a given representation and a feeling of pleasure is thereby aroused, then the object must be regarded as purposive for the reflecting power of judgment. Such a judgment is an aesthetic judgment on the purposiveness of the object, which is not grounded on any available concept of the object and does not furnish one, that object the form of which, not the material aspect of its representation, as sensation, in mere reflection on it without any intention of acquiring a concept from it, is judged be as the ground of a pleasure in the representation of such an object. With its representation this pleasure is also judged to be necessarily combined. Consequently not merely for the subject who apprehends this form but for everyone who judges at all. The object is then called beautiful, and the faculty for judging through such a pleasure, consequently also with universal validity, is called taste. For since the ground of the pleasure is placed merely in the form of the object for reflection in general, hence not in any sensation of the object and also without relation to a concept that contains any intention, it is only the lawfulness in the empirical use of the power of judgment and general unity of imagination with the understanding, in the subject with which the representation of the object in reflection, whose a priori conditions are universally valid, agrees, and, since this agreement of the object with the faculties of the subjective is contingent, it produces the representation of a purposiveness of the object with regard to the cognitive faculties of the subject. Now here is a pleasure which, like all pleasure or displeasure which is not produced through the concept of freedom, that is, through the antecedent determination of the higher faculty of desire through pure reason, can never be understood through concepts to be necessarily combined with the representation of an object, but must always be cognized to be connected with this only through reflected perception. In the first edition, an object whose for M.B. Buthield, and consequently, like all empirical judgments, cannot promise any objective necessity and make a claim to a priori validity, but the judgment of taste, like every other empirical judgment, also only makes a claim to be valid for everyone, which, in spite of its intrinsic contingency, is always possible. What is strange and anomalous is only this, that it is not an empirical concept but rather a feeling of pleasure, consequently not a concept at all, which, through the judgment of taste, is nevertheless to be expected of everyone and connected with its representation, just as if it were a predicate associated with the cognition of the object, an individual judgment of experience. For example, one made by someone who perceives a mobile droplet of water in a rock crystal, rightly demands that anyone else must also find it so, since he has made this judgment, in accordance with the general conditions of the determining power of judgment, under the laws of a possible experience in general. In just the same way, someone who feels pleasure in mere reflection on the form of an object, without regard to a concept, rightly makes claim to the assent of everyone else, even though this judgment is empirical and is an individual judgment, since the ground for this pleasure is to be found in the universal though subjective condition of reflecting judgments, namely the purposive correspondence of an object, be it a product of nature or of art, with the relationship be of the cognitive faculties among themselves, of the imagination and the understanding, that is required for every empirical cognition. The pleasure in the judgment of taste is therefore certainly dependent on an empirical representation, and cannot be associated a priori with any concept. One cannot determine a priori which object will or will not suit taste. One must try it out, but it is nevertheless the determining ground of this judgment only in virtue of the fact that one is aware that it rests merely on reflection and on the general although only subjective conditions of its correspondence for the cognition of objects, in general, for which the form of the object is purposive. That is the reason why judgments of taste are also subject to a critique with regard to their possibility, since this presupposes an a priori principle, though this principle is neither a cognitive principle for the understanding nor a practical principle for the will, and thus is not a priori determining at all. The susceptibility to a pleasure from reflection on the form of things, of nature as well as art, however, indicates not only a purposiveness of objects in relation to the reflecting power of judgment. In a German Zugemethod, the verb zumethen will generally be translated as expect of someone. Willeworden will be translated simply as expect, that be verhaltenis, accordance with the concept of nature, in the subject, but also, conversely, one of the subject, due to the concept of freedom, with regard to the objects, concerning their form or even their lack of form, and thereby it happens that the aesthetic judgment is related not only to the beautiful, merely as judgment of taste, but also, as one that has arisen from a feeling of spirit, to the sublime. And thus the critique of the aesthetic power of judgment must be divided into two principal parts corresponding to this distinction. 8. On the logical representation of the purposiveness of nature. In an object given in experience, purposiveness can be represented either on a merely subjective ground, as a correspondence of its form in its apprehension, apprehensio, prior to any concept with the faculties of cognition, in order to unite the intuition with concepts for a cognition in general, or on an objective ground, as a correspondence of its form with the possibility of the thing itself, in accordance with a concept of it which precedes and contains the ground of this form. We have seen that the representation of the first sort of purposiveness rests on the immediate pleasure in the form of the object and mere reflection on it. Thus the representation of the second kind of purposiveness, since it relates the form of the object not to the cognitive faculties of the subject in the apprehension of it but to a determinate cognition of the object under a given concept, has nothing to do with a feeling of pleasure in things but rather with the understanding in judging be them. If the concept of an object is given, then the business of the power of judgment in using it for cognition consists in presentation, exhibitio, that is, in placing a corresponding intuition beside the concept, whether this be done through our own imagination, as in art, when we realize an antecedently conceived concept of an object that is an end for us, or through nature, in its technique, as in the case of organized bodies, when we ascribe to it our concept of an end for judging see its product, in which case what is represented is not merely a purposiveness of nature in the form of the thing, but this product of it is represented as a natural end. Although our concept of a subjective purposiveness of nature in its forms, in accordance with empirical laws, is not a concept of the object at all, but only a principle of the power of judgment for providing concepts in the face of this excessive multiplicity in nature agistus gifu hlb buthilang si buthilang. In order to be able to be oriented in it, we nevertheless hereby ascribe to it as it were a regard to our faculty of cognition, in accordance with the analogy of an end. And thus we can regard natural beauty as the presentation of the concept of formal, merely subjective, purposiveness, and natural ends as the presentation of the concept of a real, objective, purposiveness, one of which we judge through taste, aesthetically, by means of the feeling of pleasure, the other through understanding and reason logically, in accordance with concepts. On this is grounded the division of the critique of the power of judgment into that of the aesthetic and teleological power of judgment. By the former is meant the faculty for judging b formal purposiveness, also called subjective, through the feeling of pleasure or displeasure, by the latter the faculty for judging the real purposiveness, objective, of nature through understanding and reason. In a critique of the power of judgment the part that contains the aesthetic power of judgment is essential, since this alone contains a principle that the power of judgment lays at the basis of its reflection on nature entirely a priori, namely that of a formal purposiveness of nature in accordance with its particular, empirical, laws for our faculty of cognition, without which the understanding could not find itself in it, whereas no a priori ground at all can be given why there must be objective ends of nature, that is, things that are possible only as natural ends. Indeed, not even the possibility of such things is obvious from the concept of a nature as an object of experience in general as well as in particular. Rather, the power of judgment, without containing a principle for this in itself a priori, in order to make use of the concept of ends in behalf of reason, merely contains in some cases that come before it, certain products. The rule by which that transcendental principle has already prepared the understanding to apply the concept of an end, at least as far as form is concerned, to nature. The fundamental transcendental principle, however, for representing a purposiveness of nature in subjective relation to our faculty of cognition in the form of a thing as a principle for judging c it leaves it entirely undetermined where and in which cases I have to undertake the judging d of this form as that of a product in accordance with a principle of purposiveness and not rather merely in accordance with general laws of nature, and leaves it to the aesthetic power of judgment to make out, in taste, the suitability of the thing, of its form, to our cognitive faculties, insofar as these decide not through correspona buthilan b here and in the next clause, buthilan c buthilang d buthilang, dense with concepts but through feeling. By contrast, the teleologically employed power of judgment provides the determinate conditions under which something, for example, an organized body, is to be judged in accordance with the idea of an end of nature, but it cannot adduce any fundamental principle from the concept of nature, as object of experience, that would warrant ascribing to it a priori relation to ends or even warrant merely indeterminately assuming anything of the sort about the actual experience of such products. The reason for which is that many particular experiences must be arranged and considered under the unity of their principle in order to be able to cognize even empirically an objective purposiveness in a particular object. The aesthetic power of judgment is thus a special faculty for judging b things in accordance with a rule but not in accordance with concepts. The teleological power of judgment is not a special faculty, but only the reflecting power of judgment in general, insofar as it proceeds in accordance with concepts, as is always the case in theoretical cognitions, but, with regard to certain objects in nature, in accordance with particular principles, namely those of a power of judgment that is merely reflecting and is not determining objects. Thus, as far as its application is concerned, it belongs to the theoretical part of philosophy, and on account of its special principles, which are not determining, as must be the case in a doctrine, must also constitute a special part of the critique. whereas the aesthetic power of judgment contributes nothing to the cognition of its objects and thus must be counted only as part of the critique of the judging subject and its cognitive faculties, insofar as these are capable of a priori principles, whatever their use, theoretical or practical, might otherwise be, which is the propedeutic of all philosophy. 9. On the connection of the legislations of understanding and reason through the power of judgment. The understanding legislates a priori for nature, as object of the senses, for a theoretical cognition of it in a possible experience. Reason legislates a priori for freedom and its own causality, as the supersensible in the subject, for an unconditioned practical cognition. The domain of the concept of nature under the one legislation and that of the concept of freedom under the other are entirely barred from any mutual influence that they could have on each other by themselves. Each in a cora zubuthilan se b zubuthilan, dance with its fundamental laws, by the great chasm that separates the supersensible from the appearances. The concept of freedom determines nothing in regard to the theoretical cognition of nature. The concept of nature likewise determines nothing in regard to the practical laws of freedom. And it is to this extent not possible to throw a bridge from one domain to the other. But although the determining grounds of causality in accordance with the concept of freedom, and the practical rules that it contains, are not found in nature, and the sensible cannot determine the supersensible in the subject, nevertheless the converse is possible, not in regard to the cognition of nature, of course, but in regard to the consequences of the former on the latter, and is already contained in the concept of a causality through freedom, whose effect in accordance with its formal laws is to take place in the world, although the word cause, when used of the supersensible, signifies only the ground for determining the causality of natural things to an effect that is in accord with their own natural laws but yet at the same time is also in unison with the formal principle of the laws of reason, the possibility of which cannot of course be understood, although the objection that there is an alleged contradiction in it can be adequately refuted. The effect in accordance with the concept of freedom is the final end, which, or its appearance in the sensible world, should exist, for which the condition of its possibility in nature, in the nature of the subject as a sensible being, that is, as a human being, is presupposed. That which presupposes this a priori and without regard to the practical, namely, the power of judgment, provides the mediating concept between the concepts of nature and the concept of freedom, which makes possible the transition from the purely theoretical to the purely one of the various alleged contradictions in this whole distinction between the causality of nature and that through freedom is that which objects that if I speak of, the hindrances that nature lays in the way of causality through the laws of freedom, the moral laws, or of its promotion of this causality, I still concede an influence of the former on the latter. But if one would simply understand what has been said, this misinterpretation can very easily be avoided. The resistance or the promotion is not between nature and freedom, but between the former as appearance and the effects of the latter as appearances in the sensible world, and even the causality of freedom, of pure and practical reason, is the causality of a natural cause, of the subject, as a human being, thus considered as an appearance, subordinated to the former, the ground of the determination of which is contained in the intelligible that is thought under freedom, in a way that is otherwise inexplicable, just as is that which constitutes the supersensible substrate of nature in the first edition. These there, be the word and was added in the second edition. Practical, from lawfulness in accordance with the former to the final end in accordance with the latter, in the concept of a purposiveness of nature, for thereby is the possibility of the final end, which can become actual only in nature and in accord with its laws, cognized. Through the possibility of its a priori laws for nature the understanding gives a proof that nature is cognized by us only as appearance, and hence at the same time an indication of its supersensible substratum, but it leaves this entirely undetermined. The power of judgment, through its a priori principle for judging a nature in accordance with possible particular laws for it, provides for its supersensible substratum, in us as well as outside us, determinability through the intellectual faculty, but reason provides determination for the same substratum through its practical law a priori, and thus the power of judgment makes possible the transition from the domain of the concept of nature to that of the concept of freedom, in regard to the faculties of the soul in general, insofar as they are considered as higher faculties, that is, as ones that contain an autonomy. The understanding is the one that contains the constitutive principles a priori for the faculty of cognition. the theoretical cognition of nature. For the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, it is the power of judgment, independent of concepts and sensations that are related to the determination of the faculty of desire and could thereby be immediately practical. For the faculty of desire, it is reason, which is practical without the mediation of any sort of pleasure, wherever it might come from, and determines for this faculty, as a higher faculty, the final end, which at the same time brings with it the pure intellectual satisfaction in the object. The power of judgment's concept of a purposiveness of nature still belongs among the concepts of nature, but only as a regulative principle of the faculty of cognition, although the aesthetic judgment on certain objects of nature or of art that occasions it is a constitutive principle with regard to the feeling of pleasure or displeasure. The spontaneity in the play of the faculties of cognition, the agreement of which contains the ground of this pleasure, makes that concept suitable for mediating the connection of the domain of the concept of nature with the concept of freedom in its consequences, in that the latter at the same time promotes the receptivity of the mind for the moral feeling. The following table can facilitate the overview of all the higher faculties in accordance with their systematic unity. It has been thought suspicious that my divisions in pure philosophy, almost 197, always turn out to be threefold. But that is in the nature of the matter. If a division is to be made a priori, then it will either be analytic, in accordance with der Beurteilung, all the faculties of the mind, faculty of cognition a priori, principles, application to faculty of cognition, understanding, lawfulness, nature, feeling of pleasure and displeasure, power of judgment, purposiveness, art, faculty of desire, reason, final end, freedom with the principle of contradiction, and then it is always twofold. Quodlibet ens estate aut a aut non ea, or it is synthetic, and if in this case it is to be derived from concepts a priori, not, as in mathematics, from the a priori intuition corresponding to the concept, then, in accordance with what is requisite for synthetic unity in general, namely, 1. A condition, 2. Something conditioned, 3. The concept that arises from the unification of the conditioned with its condition. The division must necessarily be a trichotomy of anything is either A or not A. Division of the entire work. First part, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. First section, analytic of the aesthetic power of judgment. First book, analytic of the beautiful. Second book, analytic of the sublime. Second section, dialectic of the aesthetic power of judgment. Second part, critique of the teleological power of judgment. First division, analytic of the teleological power of judgment. Second division, dialectic of the teleological power of judgment. Appendix, methodology of the teleological power of judgment. First part, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. First section, analytic of the aesthetic power of judgment. First book, analytic of the beautiful one. First moment of the judgment of taste. Concerning its quality, the judgment of taste is aesthetic. In order to decide whether or not something is beautiful, we do not relate the representation by means of understanding to the object for cognition, but rather relate it by means of the imagination, perhaps combined with the understanding, to the subject and its feeling of pleasure or displeasure. The judgment of taste is therefore not a cognitive judgment, hence not a logical one, but is rather aesthetic, by which is understood one whose determining ground cannot be other than subjective. Any relation of representations, however, even that of sensations, can be objective, in which case it signifies what is real in an empirical representation, but not the relation to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, by means of which nothing at all in the object is designated, but in which the subject feels itself as it is affected by the representation. To grasp a regular, purposive structure with one's faculty of cognition, whether the manner of representation be distinct or confused, is something entirely different from being conscious of this The definition of taste that is the basis here is that it is the faculty for the judging of the beautiful. But what is required for calling an object beautiful must be discovered by the analysis of judgments of taste. In seeking the moments to which this power of judgment attends in its reflection, I have been guided by the logical functions for judging. For a relation to the understanding is always contained even in the judgment of taste. I have considered the moment of quality first, since the aesthetic judgment on the beautiful takes notice of this first. A Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Sensation with the sensation of satisfaction. Here the representation is related entirely to the subject, indeed to its feeling of life. 3. Under the name of the feeling of pleasure or displeasure, which grounds an entirely special faculty for discriminating and judging that contributes nothing to cognition but only holds the given representation in the subject up to the entire faculty of representation, of which the mind becomes conscious in the feeling of its state. Given representations in a judgment can be empirical, hence aesthetic. However, the judgment that is made by means of them is logical if in the judgment they are related to the object. Conversely, however, even if the given representations were to be rational but related in a judgment solely to the subject, its feeling, then they are to that extent always aesthetic. The satisfaction that determines the judgment of taste is without any interest. The satisfaction that we combine with the representation of the existence of an object is called interest. Hence such a satisfaction always has at the same time a relation to the faculty of desire, either as its determining ground or else as necessarily interconnected with its determining ground. But if the question is whether something is beautiful, one does not want to know whether there is anything that is or that could be at stake, for us or for someone else, in the existence of the thing, but rather how we judge, be it in mere contemplation, intuition or reflection. For if someone asks me whether I find the palace that I see before me beautiful, I may well say that I don't like that sort of thing, which is made merely to be gaped at, or, like the Iroquois sachem, that nothing in Paris pleased him better than the cook shops. In true Rousseau-esque style I might even vilify the vanity of the great who waste the sweat of the people on such superfluous things. 6. Finally, I could even easily convince myself that if I were to find myself on an uninhabited island, without any hope of ever coming upon human beings again, and could conjure up such a magnificent structure through my mere wish, I would not even take the trouble of doing so if I already had a hut that was comfortable enough for me. All of this might be conceded to me and approved, but that is not what is at issue here. One only wants to know whether the mere representation of the Unterschiedungs and Beurteilungsvermogen B. Beurteilen C in the first edition, were to as K. D in the first edition, is, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment object is accompanied with satisfaction in me, however indifferent I might be with regard to the existence of the object of this representation. It is readily seen that to say that it is beautiful and to prove that I have taste, what matters is what I make of this representation in myself, not how I depend on the existence of the object. Everyone must admit that a judgment about beauty in which there is mixed the least interest is very partial and not a pure judgment of taste. One must not be in the least biased in favor of the existence of the thing, but must be entirely indifferent in this respect in order to play the judge in matters of taste. We can find no better way of elucidating this proposition, however, which is of the utmost importance, than by contrasting to the pure disinterested satisfaction in the judgment of taste that which is combined with interest, especially if we can be certain that there are not more kinds of interest than those that are to be mentioned now. The satisfaction in the agreeable is combined with interest. The agreeable is that which pleases the senses in sensation 7. Now here there is an immediate opportunity to reprove and draw attention to a quite common confusion of the double meaning that the word sensation can have. All satisfaction, it is said or thought, is itself sensation, of a pleasure. Hence everything that pleases, just because it pleases, is agreeable, and, according to its different degrees or relations to other agreeable sensations, graceful, lovely, enchanting, enjoyable, etc. But if this is conceded, then impressions of the senses, which determine inclination, or principles of reason, which determine the will, or merely reflected forms of intuition, which determine the power of judgment, are all entirely the same as far as the effect on the feeling of pleasure is concerned. For this would be the agreeableness in the sensation of one state, and, since in the end all the effort of our faculties is directed to what is practical and must be united in it as their goal, one could not expect of them any other assessment of things and their value than that which consists in the gratification that they promise. In the end, how they achieve this does not matter at all, and a judgment on an object of satisfaction can be entirely disinterested yet still very interesting. That is, it is not grounded on any interest but it produces an interest. All pure moral judgments are like this, but the pure judgment of taste does not in itself even ground any interest. Only in society does it become interesting to have taste, the reason for which will be indicated in the sequel. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Since here the choice of means alone can make a difference here, people could certainly blame one another for foolishness and incomprehension, but never for baseness and malice. For all of them, each seeing things his own way, would be after one goal, which for everyone is gratification. If a determination of the feeling of pleasure or displeasure is called sensation, then this expression means something entirely different than if I call the representation of a thing, through sense, as a receptivity belonging to the faculty of cognition, sensation. For in the latter case the representation is related to the object, but in the first case it is related solely to the subject, and does not serve for any cognition at all, not even that by which the subject cognizes itself. In the above explanation, however, we understand by the word sensation an objective representation of the senses, and in order not always to run the risk of being misinterpreted, we will call that which must always remain merely subjective and absolutely cannot constitute a representation of an object by the otherwise customary name of feeling. The green color of the meadows belongs to objective sensation, as perception of an object of sense, but its agreeableness belongs to subjective sensation, through which no object is represented, that is, to feeling, through which the object is considered as an object of satisfaction, which is not a cognition of it. Now that my judgment about an object by which I declare it agreeable expresses an interest in it is already clear from the fact that through sensation it excites a desire for objects of the same sort. Hence the satisfaction presupposes not the mere judgment about it but the relation of its existence to my state insofar as it is affected by such an object. Hence one says of the agreeable not merely that it pleases but that it gratifies. It is not mere approval that I give it, rather inclination is thereby aroused, and any judgment about the constitution of the object belongs so little to that which is agreeable in the liveliest way that those who are always intent only on enjoyment, for this is the word that signifies intensity of gratification, gladly put themselves above all judging. The satisfaction in the good is combined with interest. That is good which pleases by means of reason alone, through the mere concept. We call something good for something. The useful of the first edition inserts the word only here be the word vermogen. Faculty of was added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment that pleases only as a means. However, another thing is called good in itself that pleases for itself. Both always involve the concept of an end. Hence the relation of reason to, at least possible, willing, and consequently a satisfaction in the existence of an object or of an action, that is, some sort of interest. 8. In order to find something good, I must always know what sort of thing the object is supposed to be, that is, I must have a concept of it. I do not need that in order to find beauty in something. Flowers, free designs, lines aimlessly intertwined in each other under the name of foliage, signify nothing, do not depend on any determinate concept, and yet please. The satisfaction in the beautiful must depend upon reflection on an object that leads to some sort of concept. It is indeterminate which, and is thereby also distinguished from the agreeable, which rests entirely on sensation. In many cases, to be sure, the agreeable seems to be identical to the good. Thus it is commonly said that all gratification, especially if it is durable, is good in itself, which means roughly that to be durably agreeable is the same as to be good. But one can quickly see that this is merely an erroneous verbal confusion, since the concepts that are properly attached to these expressions can in no way be exchanged for each other. The agreeable, which as such represents the object solely in relation to sense, must first be brought under principles of reason through the concept of an end before it can be called good as an object of the will. But that there is an entirely different relation to satisfaction when I call something that gratifies at the same time good can be seen from the fact that in the case of the good there is always the question whether it is merely mediately good or immediately good, whether it is useful or good in itself. While in contrast this cannot be a question at all in the case of the agreeable, since the word always signifies something that pleases immediately. This is exactly the same in the case of that which I call beautiful. Even in the most common speech the agreeable is distinguished from the good. Of a dish that stimulates the taste through spices and other flavorings one may say without hesitation that it is agreeable and yet at the same time concede that it is not good, because while it immediately appeals to be the senses, considered mediately, that is, by reason, which looks beyond to the consequences, it displeases. Even in judging health this difference can be noticed. It is immediately agreeable to anyone who possesses it, at least negatively, that is, as the absence of all bodily pains. But in order to say that it is good it must still be ohnabsicht be behagd sie der Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment referred by reason to ends, as a state, namely, that makes us fit for all our tasks, in respect to happiness. Finally, everyone believes that the greatest sum, in terms of number as well as duration of the agreeableness of life can be called a true good, indeed even the highest good, but reason also balks at this. Agreeableness is enjoyment. But if this were all that is at stake, then it would be foolish to be scrupulous with regard to the means for providing ourselves with it, that is, whether it is obtained passively, from the generosity of nature, or through self-activity and our own effort, but that the existence of a human being who lives merely for enjoyment, however busy he might be in this respect, should have a value in itself. Be even if as a means to this he was as helpful as possible to others who were likewise concerned only with enjoyment, because he participated in all gratification through sympathy, of this reason could never be persuaded, only through that which he does without regard to enjoyment, in full freedom and independently of that which nature could passively provide for him, does he give his being as the existence of a person an absolute value, and happiness, in all the fullness of its agreeableness, is far from being an unconditional good, but despite all this difference between the agreeable and the good, the two still agree in this, that they are always combined with an interest in their object, not only the agreeable three, and the mediately good, the useful, which pleases as a means to some agreeableness or other, but also that which is good absolutely and in all respects, namely the morally good, which carries the highest interest with it, for the good is the object of the will, that is, of a faculty of desire that is determined by reason, but to will something and to have satisfaction in its existence, that is, to take an interest in it, are identical. Comparison of the three specifically different kinds of satisfaction. 9. The agreeable and the good both have a relation to the faculty of desire, and to this extent bring satisfaction with them, the former a pathologically conditioned satisfaction, through stimulus. The inobligation to enjoyment is a patent absurdity. The same thing must also 209 be true of an alleged obligation in all actions that have mere enjoyment as their goal, however spiritually refined, or embellished, this may be, even if it were a mystical, so-called heavenly enjoyment in the first edition, but of b the words in itself were added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Latter a pure practical satisfaction, which is determined not merely through the representation of the object but at the same time through the represented connection of the subject with the existence of the object. Not merely the object but also its existence. Pleaser. Hence the judgment of taste is merely contemplative, that is, a judgment that, indifferent with regard to the existence of an object, merely connects its constitution together with the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. But this contemplation itself is also not directed to concepts, for the judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment, neither a theoretical nor a practical one, and hence it is neither grounded on concepts nor aimed at them. The agreeable, the beautiful, and the good therefore designate three different relations of representations to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, in relation to which we distinguish objects or kinds of representations from each other. 10. The expressions appropriate to each of these, by means of which one designates the pleasure seen in each of them, are also not the same. Agreeable is that which everyone calls what gratifies him, beautiful, what merely pleases him, good, what is esteemed, approved, that is, that on which he sets an objective value. 11. Agreeableness is also valid for non-rational animals. Beauty is valid only for human beings, that is, animal but also rational beings, but not merely as the latter, for example, spirits, rather as beings who are at the same time animal. The good, however, is valid for every rational being in general. 12. A proposition, which can receive its complete justification and explanation only in the sequel. One can say that among all these three kinds of satisfaction only that of the taste for the beautiful is a disinterested and free satisfaction, for no interest, neither that of the senses nor that of reason, extorts approval. Hence it could be said of satisfaction that it is related in the three cases mentioned to inclination, to favor, or to respect, for favor is the only free satisfaction, an object of inclination and one that is imposed upon us by a law of reason for the sake of desire leave us no freedom to make anything into an object of pleasure ourselves. All interest presupposes a need or produces one, and as a determining ground of approval it no longer leaves the judgment on the object free. Concerning the interest of inclination in the case of the agreeable, everyone says that hunger is the best cook, and people with a healthier. This sentence was added in the second edition B. The words in parentheses were added in the second edition C. Complacens, that is, Latin complacentia, which Kant often gives as an equivalent of lust. D. This word, jubilant, added in the second edition E. The words from here to the next semicolon were added in the second edition F. In the second edition, no, keen, replaces an ein. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Appetite, relish everything that is edible at all. Thus such a satisfaction demonstrates no choice in accordance with taste. Only when the need is satisfied can one distinguish who among the many has taste or does not. Likewise, there are mores a, conduct, be without virtue, politeness without benevolence, propriety without honorableness, etc. For where the moral law speaks there is, objectively, d. no longer any free choice with regard to what is to be done, and to show taste in one's conduct, or in judging that of others, is something very different from expressing one's moral mode of thinking, for the latter contains a command and produces a need, while modish taste by contrast only plays with the objects of satisfaction without attaching itself to any of them. Definition of the beautiful derived from the first moment. Taste is the faculty for judging an object or a kind of representation through a satisfaction or dissatisfaction without any interest. The object of such a satisfaction is called beautiful. 13-second moment of the judgment of taste. Concerning its quality, the beautiful is that which, without concepts, is represented as the object of a universal satisfaction. 14. This definition of the beautiful can be deduced from the previous explanation of it as an object of satisfaction without any interest. For one cannot judge that about which he is aware that the satisfaction in it is without any interest in his own case in any way except that it must contain a ground of satisfaction for everyone. For since it is not grounded in any inclination of the subject, nor in any other underlying interest, but rather the person making the judgment feels himself completely free with regard to the satisfaction that he devotes to the sitten. In this paragraph, Kant contrasts mere mores or manners, sitten, with genuine morality, moralisch Denkungsart, but uses the adjective sittlich ambiguously, meaning both genuinely moral but also merely modisch. B. Conduite C. sittlich. D. The word objectively is added in the second edition E. in Beurteilung, in added in the second edition F. moralisch G. sittlich H. Beurteilungsvermogen I. Beurteilen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment object. He cannot discover as grounds of the satisfaction any private conditions, pertaining to his subject alone, and must therefore regard it as grounded in those that he can also presuppose in everyone else. Consequently he must believe himself to have grounds for expecting a similar pleasure of everyone. Hence he will speak of the beautiful as if beauty were a property of the object and the judgment logical, constituting a cognition of the object through concepts of it, although it is only aesthetic and contains merely a relation of the representation of the object to the subject, because it still has the similarity with logical judgment that its validity for everyone can be presupposed. But this universality cannot originate from concepts, for there is no transition from concepts to the feeling of pleasure or displeasure except in pure practical laws, which however bring with them an interest of the sort that is not combined with the pure judgment of taste. Consequently there must be attached to the judgment of taste, with the consciousness of an abstraction in it from all interest, a claim to validity for everyone without the universality that pertains to objects, that is, it must be combined with a claim to subjective universality. Comparison of the beautiful with the agreeable and the good through the above characteristic. With regard to the agreeable, everyone is content that his judgment, which he grounds on a private feeling, and in which he says of an object that it pleases him, be restricted merely to his own person. Hence he is perfectly happy if, when he says that sparkling wine from the Canaries is agreeable, someone else should improve his expression and remind him that he should say it is agreeable to me. And this is so not only in the case of the taste of the tongue, palate, and throat, but also in the case of that which may be agreeable to someone's eyes and ears. For one person, the color violet is gentle and lovely, for another dead and lifeless. One person loves the tone of wind instruments, another that of stringed instruments. It would be folly to dispute the judgment of another that is different from our own in such a matter, with the aim of condemning it as incorrect, as if it were logically opposed to our own. Thus see with regard to the agreeable, the principle everyone has his own taste, of the senses, is valid a Beschaffenheit B in the first edition, and C the word thus in the second edition replaces and in the first D the word own, egenon. In the second edition replaces the word special or particular, besondern. In the first critique of the aesthetic power of judgment with the beautiful it is entirely different. It would be ridiculous if, the precise converse, someone who prided himself on his taste thought to justify himself thus. This object, the building we are looking at, the clothing someone is wearing, the poem that is presented for judging, is beautiful for me, for he must not call it beautiful if it pleases merely him. Many things may have charm and agreeableness for him. No one will be bothered about that. But if he pronounces that something is beautiful, then he expects the very same satisfaction of others. He judges not merely for himself, but for everyone, and speaks of beauty as if it were a property of things. Hence he says that the thing B is beautiful, and does not count on the agreement of others with his judgment of satisfaction because he has frequently found them to be agreeable with his own, but rather demands it from them. He rebukes them if they judge otherwise, and denies that they have taste, though he nevertheless requires that they ought to have it. And to this extent one cannot say, everyone has his special taste. This would be as much as to say that there is no taste at all, that is, no aesthetic judgment that could make a rightful claim to the assent of everyone. Nevertheless, one also finds with regard to the agreeable that unanimity in their judging C of it may be encountered among people, in view of which taste is denied of some of them but conceded to others, and not indeed with the meaning of an organic sense, but as a faculty for judging D with regard to the agreeable in general. Thus one says of someone who knows how to entertain his guests with agreeable things, of enjoyment through all the senses, so that they are all pleased, that he has taste. But here the universality is understood only comparatively, and in this case there are only general rules, like all empirical rules are, not universal ones, the latter of which the judgment of taste about the beautiful ventures or claims. It is a judgment in relation to sociability insofar as it rests on empirical rules. With regard to the good, to be sure, judgments also rightly lay claim to validity for everyone. But the good is represented as an object of a universal satisfaction only through a concept, which is not the case either with the agreeable or with the beautiful. A beauthilang b/c beauthilang d beauthilangs vermogeni generale. F. The words in parentheses were added in the second edition G. Universale. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. The universality of the satisfaction is represented in a judgment of taste only as subjective. This particular determination of the universality of an aesthetic judgment that can be found in a judgment of taste is something remarkable, not indeed for the logician, but certainly for the transcendental philosopher, the discovery of the origin of which calls for no little effort on his part, but which also reveals a property of our faculty of cognition that without this analysis would have remained unknown. First, one must be fully convinced that through the judgment of taste, on the beautiful, one ascribes the satisfaction in an object to everyone, yet without grounding it on a concept, for then it would be the good, and that this claim to universal validity so essentially belongs to a judgment by which we declare something to be beautiful that without thinking this it would never occur to anyone to use this expression. Rather, everything that pleases without a concept would be counted as agreeable, regarding which everyone can be of his own mind, and no one expects assent to his judgment of taste of anyone else. Although this is always the case in judgments of taste about beauty, I can call the first the taste of the senses, the second the taste of reflection. 16 Insofar as the first makes merely private judgments about an object, while the second makes supposedly generally valid, public, judgments, but both make aesthetic, not merely practical judgments, about an object, regarding merely the relation of its representation to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. Now it is nevertheless strange that in the case of the taste of the senses, experience not only shows that its judgment of pleasure or displeasure in something is not universally valid, but also that everyone is intrinsically so modest as not even to ascribe this assent to others, even though a quite extensive unanimity is often found in these judgments as well. Whereas the taste of reflection, which, as experience teaches, is often enough rejected in its claim to the universal validity of its judgment about the beautiful, can nevertheless find it possible, as it also actually does, to represent judgments that could demand such assent universally, and does in fact expect it of everyone for each of its judgments, while those who make those judgments do not find themselves in conflict over the possibility of such a claim. but only find it impossible to agree on the correct application of this faculty in particular cases. Here it should first of all be noted that a universality that does not added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment rest on concepts of objects, even if only empirical ones, is not logical at all, but aesthetic, that is, it does not contain an objective quantity of judgment, but only a subjective one, for which I also use the expression common validity, a which does not designate b the validity for every subject of the relation of a representation to the faculty of cognition but rather to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. The same expression can, however, also be used for the logical quantity of the judgment provided only that one adds to it objective universal validity to distinguish it from the merely subjective, which is always aesthetic. Now an objectively universally valid judgment is also always subjectively so, that is, if the judgment is valid for everything that is contained under a given concept then it is also valid for everyone who represents an object through this concept, but from a subjectively universal validity, that is, from aesthetic universal validity, which does not rest on any concept, there cannot be any inference at all to logical universal validity, because the first kind of judgment does not pertain to the object at all. For that very reason, however, the aesthetic universality that is ascribed to a judgment must also be of a special kind, since the predicate of beauty is not connected with the concept of the object considered in its entire logical sphere, and yet it extends it over the whole sphere of those who judge. In regard to logical quantity, all judgments of taste are singular judgments. For since I must immediately hold the object up to my feeling of pleasure and displeasure, and yet not through concepts, it cannot have the quantity of an objectively generally valid judgment, although if the singular representation of the object of the judgment of taste in accordance with the conditions that determine the latter is transformed into a concept through comparison, then a logically universal judgment can arise from it. For example, by means of a judgment of taste I declare the rose that I am gazing at to be beautiful. By contrast, the judgment that arises from the comparison of many singular ones, that roses in general are beautiful, is no longer pronounced merely as an aesthetic judgment, but as an aesthetically grounded logical judgment. Now the judgment that the rose is, in its use, agreeable is also, to be sure, an aesthetic and singular judgment, but not a judgment of taste, rather a judgment of the senses. That is to say, it differs from the former in that the judgment of taste carries with it a gemingultigkeit be the verb designate, bezeichnet, was added in the second edition. See the word logical was added in the second edition die Imgebrosch. In the Academy edition, Windelband suggests Imgerosch. In its smell, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment and aesthetic quantity of universality, that is, validity for everyone, which cannot be found in the judgment about the agreeable, only judgments about the good alone, although they also determine the satisfaction in an object, have logical and not merely aesthetic validity, for they are valid of the object, as cognitions of it, and are therefore valid for everyone. If one judges objects merely in accordance with concepts, then all representation of beauty is lost. Thus there can also be no rule in accordance with which someone could be compelled to acknowledge something as beautiful. Whether a garment, a house, a flower is beautiful, no one allows himself to be talked into be his judgment about that by means of any grounds or fundamental principles. One wants to submit the object to his own eyes, just as if his satisfaction depended on sensation, and yet, if one then calls the object beautiful, one believes oneself to have a universal voice, and lays claim to the consent of everyone, whereas any private sensation would be decisive only for him alone and his satisfaction. Now here it can be seen that in the judgment of taste nothing is postulated except such a universal voice with regard to satisfaction without the mediation of concepts. Hence the possibility of an aesthetic judgment that could at the same time be considered valid for everyone. The judgment of taste does not itself postulate the accord of everyone, only a logically universal judgment can do that. Since it can adduce grounds, it only ascribes this agreement to everyone, as a case of the rule with regard to which it expects confirmation not from concepts but only from the consent of others. 19. The universal voice is thus only an idea. What it rests on will not yet be investigated here. Whether someone who believes himself to be making a judgment of taste is in fact judging in accordance with this idea can be uncertain. but that he relates it to that idea, thus that it is supposed to be a judgment of taste. He announces through the expression of beauty, of that he can be certain for himself through the mere consciousness of separation of everything that belongs to the agreeable and the good from the satisfaction that remains to him. And this is all for which he promises himself the assent of everyone, a claim which he would also be justified in making under these conditions, if only he were not often to offend against them and thereby make an erroneous judgment of taste. See Abuthielt B. Beschwerdsen. The first edition has Abschwarzen talked out of C in the first edition. This clause was in the past indicative and not in the subjunctive mood. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Investigation of the question, whether in the judgment of taste the feeling of pleasure precedes the judgingo of the object or the latter precedes the former. The solution of this problem is the key to the critique of taste, and hence worthy of full attention. If the pleasure in the given object came first, and only its universal communicability were to be attributed in the judgment of taste to the representation of the object, then such a procedure would be self-contradictory. For such a pleasure would be none other than mere agreeableness in sensation, and hence by its very nature could have only private validity, since it would immediately depend on the representation through which the object is given. Thus it is the universal capacity for the communication of the state of mind in the given representation which, as the subjective condition of the judgment of taste, must serve as its ground and have the pleasure in the object as a consequence. 20. Nothing, however, can be universally communicated except cognition and representation so far as it belongs to cognition, for only so far is the latter objective, and only thereby does it have a universal point of relation with which everyone's faculty of representation is compelled to agree. Now if the determining ground of the judgment on this universal communicability of the representation is to be conceived of merely subjectively, namely without a concept of the object, it can be nothing other than the state of mind that is encountered in the relation of the powers of representation to each other insofar as they relate a given representation to cognition in general. The powers of cognition that are set into play by this representation are hereby in a free play, since no determinate concept restricts them to a particular rule of cognition. 21. Thus the state of mind in this representation must be that of a feeling of the free play of the powers of representation in a given representation for a cognition in general. Now there belongs to a representation by which an object is given, in order for there to be cognition of it in general, imagination for the composition of the manifold of intuition and understanding for the unity of the concept that unifies the representations. This state of Erbuthilung B mit Thielbekit C Synonymfindung D mit Thielungsverhigkeit in the first edition. This clause ends with a comma, and the next sentence is a further clause of the present one, introduced with an and. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Free play of the faculties of cognition with a representation through which an object is given must be able to be universally communicated, because cognition, as a determination of the object with which given representations, in whatever subject it may be, should agree, is the only kind of representation that is valid for everyone. 22. The subjective universal communicability of the kind of representation in a judgment of taste, since it is supposed to occur without presupposing a determinate concept, can be nothing other than the state of mind in the free play of the imagination and the understanding, so far as they agree with each other as is requisite for a cognition in general. For we are conscious that this subjective relation suited to cognition in general must be valid for everyone and consequently universally communicable, just as any determinate cognition is, which still always rests on that relation as its subjective condition. Now this merely subjective aesthetic judging of the object, or of the representation through which the object is given, precedes the pleasure in it, and is the ground of this pleasure in the harmony of the faculties of cognition. But on that universality of the subjective conditions of the judging B of objects alone is this universal subjective validity of satisfaction, which we combine with the representation of the object that we call beautiful, grounded, that being able to communicate one's state of mind, even if only with regard to the faculties of cognition, carries a pleasure with it, could easily be established, empirically and psychologically, from the natural tendency of human beings to sociability. But that is not enough for our purposes. When we call something beautiful, the pleasure that we feel is expected of everyone else in the judgment of taste as necessary, just as if it were to be regarded as a property of the object that is determined in it in accordance with concepts. But beauty is nothing by itself, without relation to the feeling of the subject. However, we must reserve the discussion of this question until we have answered another, how and whether aesthetic judgments a priori are possible. For now we shall still concern ourselves with the lesser question: in what way do we become conscious of a mutual subjective correspondence of the powers of cognition with each other? See in the judgment of taste, aesthetically, through mere inner sense and sensation, or intellectually, through the consciousness of our intentional activity through which we set them in play. D. If the given representation, which occasions the judgment of taste, a beautilung b beautilung c, the words with each other, untereinander, were added in the second edition. D. Added. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment were a concept, which united understanding and imagination in the judging of the object into a cognition of the object. Then the consciousness of this relationship would be intellectual, as in the objective schematism of the power of judgment, which was dealt with in the Critique 23, but in that case the judgment would not be made in relation to pleasure and displeasure, hence it would not be a judgment of taste. Now the judgment of taste, however, determines the object, independently of concepts, with regard to satisfaction and the predicate of beauty. Thus that subjective unity of the relation can make itself known only through sensation. The animation b. 24 of both faculties, the imagination and the understanding, see to an activity that is indeterminate but yet, through the stimulus of the given representation, in unison. D. Namely that which belongs to a cognition in general, is the sensation whose universal communicability is postulated by the judgment of taste. Of course, an objective relation can only be thought, but insofar as it is subjective as far as its conditions are concerned, it can still be sensed in its effect on the mind. And further, in the case of a relation that is not grounded in any concept, like that of the powers of representation to a faculty of cognition in general, no other consciousness of it is possible except through sensation of the effect that consists in the facilitated play of both powers of the mind, imagination and understanding, enlivened through mutual agreement. A representation which, though singular and without comparison to others, nevertheless is in agreement with the conditions of universality, an agreement that constitutes the business of the understanding in general, brings the faculties of cognition into the well-proportioned disposition that we require for all cognition and hence also regard as valid for everyone, for every human being, who is determined to judge by means of understanding and sense in combination. The definition of the beautiful drawn from the second moment, that is beautiful which pleases universally without a concept of beautilung b belebung. See the words in parentheses were added in the second edition. D. In Helijari in the first edition. If f belebten g, the word for added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, third moment of judgments of taste, concerning the relation of the ends that are taken into consideration in them. Section 10. On purposiveness in general. If one would define what an end is in accordance with its transcendental determinations without presupposing anything empirical, such as the feeling of pleasure, then an end is the object of a concept insofar as the latter is regarded as the cause of the former, the real ground of its possibility, and the causality of a concept with regard to its object is purposiveness. Forma finalis. Data thus where not merely the cognition of an object but the object itself, its form or its existence as an effect, is thought of as possible only through a concept of the latter. There one thinks of an end. The representation of the effect is here the determining ground of its cause, and precedes the latter. The consciousness of the causality of a representation with respect to the state of the subject, for maintaining it in that state, can here designate in general what is called pleasure, in contrast to which displeasure is that representation that contains the ground for determining the state of the representations to their own opposite, hindering or getting rid of them. B. 25. The faculty of desire, insofar as it is determinable only through concepts, that is, to act in accordance with the representation of an end, would be the will. 26. An object or a state of mind or even an action, however, even if its possibility does not necessarily presuppose the representation of an end, is called purposive merely because its possibility can only be explained and conceived by us insofar as we assume as its ground a causality in accordance with ends. That is, a will that has arranged it so in accordance with the representation of a certain rule. Purposiveness can thus exist without an end, insofar as we do not place the causes C of this form in a will, but can still make the explanation of its possibility conceivable to ourselves only by deriving it from a will. Now we do not always necessarily need to have insight through reason concerning its possibility, into what we observe, Thus we can at least observe a purposiveness concerning form, even without basing it in an end, as the matter of the nexus finalis, and notice it in objects, although in no other way than by reflection a purposive form. B. The words in parentheses were added in the second edition. C. This word was singular in the first edition. D. Purposive connection. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Section 11. The judgment of taste has nothing but the form of the purposiveness of an object, or of the way of representing it, as its ground. Every end, if it is regarded as a ground of satisfaction, always brings an interest with it, as the determining ground of the judgment about the object of the pleasure. Thus no subjective end can ground the judgment of taste, but further no representation of an objective end, that is, of the possibility of the object itself in accordance with principles of purposive connection. Hence no concept of the good can determine the judgment of taste, because it is an aesthetic judgment and not a cognitive judgment, which thus does not concern any concept of the constitution and internal or external possibility of the object, through this or that cause, but concerns only the relation of the powers of representation to each other insofar as they are determined by a representation. Now this relation in the determination of an object as a beautiful one is combined with the feeling of pleasure that is at the same time declared to be valid for everyone through the judgment of taste. Consequently, an agreeableness accompanying the representation can contain the determining ground just as little as the representation of the perfection of the object and the concept of the good can. Thus nothing other than the subjective purposiveness in the representation of an object without any end, objective or subjective. Consequently, the mere form of purposiveness in the representation through which an object is given to us, insofar as we are conscious of it, can constitute the satisfaction that we judge. B. Without a concept, to be universally communicable, and hence the determining ground of the judgment of taste. Section 12. The judgment of taste rests on a priori grounds. To establish a priori the connection of the feeling of a pleasure or displeasure as an effect with some representation, sensation or concept, as its cause is absolutely impossible, for that would be a causal relation, which, among objects of experience, can only ever be cognized a posteriori and by means of experience itself. To be sure, in the critique of other words the representation of were added in the second edition. B. Buthilan. C. The second edition omits the word particular, bes and is, that precedes causal in the first edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Practical reason. We actually derived the feeling of respect, as a special and peculiar modification of this feeling, which will not coincide exactly either with the pleasure or with the displeasure that we obtain from empirical objects. From universal moral concepts a priori 27. But there we could also step beyond the bounds of experience and appeal to a causality that rests on a supersensible property of the subject, namely that of freedom. But even there we did not actually derive this feeling from the idea of the moral as a cause. Rather it was merely the determination of the will that was derived from the latter. The state of mind of a will determined by something, however, is in itself already a feeling of pleasure and is identical with it. Thus it does not follow from it as an effect. The latter would only have to be assumed if the concept of the moral as a good preceded the determination of the will by the law. For in that case it would be pointless for the pleasure that would be connected with the concept to be derived from it as a mere cognition. Now it is similar with the pleasure in the aesthetic judgment, except that here it is merely contemplative and does not produce an interest in the object, while in the moral judgment it is practical or the consciousness of the merely formal purposiveness in the play of the cognitive powers of the subject. In the case of a representation through which an object is given is the pleasure itself, because it contains a determining ground of the activity of the subject with regard to the animation of its cognitive powers, thus an internal causality, which is purposive, with regard to cognition in general, but without being restricted to a particular cognition. Hence it contains a mere form of the subjective purposiveness of a representation in an aesthetic judgment. This pleasure is also in no way practical, neither like that from the pathological ground of agreeableness nor like that from the intellectual ground of the represented good, but yet it has a causality in itself, namely that of maintaining the state of the representation of the mind and the occupation of the cognitive powers without a further aim. We linger over the consideration of the beautiful because this consideration strengthens and reproduces itself, which is analogous to, yet not identical with, the way in which we linger when a charm in the representation of the object repeatedly attracts attention, where the mind is passive. Section 13. The pure judgment of taste is independent from charm and emotion. 28 Any interest spoils the judgment of taste and deprives it of its impartiality, especially if the purposiveness does not precede the feeling of awe in the first edition. Moral but practical. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Pleasure, as in the interest of reason, but is instead grounded on it, which always happens in the aesthetic judgment about something insofar as it is gratifying or painful. Hence judgments that are so affected can make no claim at all to universal satisfaction, or as little claim as can be made when those sorts of sensations are found among the determining grounds of taste. Taste is always still barbaric when it needs the addition of charms and emotions for satisfaction, let alone if it makes these into the standard for its approval. And yet charms are not only often included with beauty, which should properly concern merely form, as a contribution to the aesthetic universal satisfaction, but are even passed off as beauties in themselves. Hence the matter of satisfaction is passed off for the form, a misunderstanding which, like many others that yet always have something true as their ground, can be eliminated by careful determination of these concepts. A judgment of taste on which charm and emotion have no influence, even though these may be combined with the satisfaction in the beautiful, which thus has for its determining ground merely the purposiveness of the form, is a pure judgment of taste. Section 14. Elucidation by means of examples. Aesthetic judgments can be divided, just like theoretical, logical ones, into empirical and pure. The first are those which assert agreeableness or disagreeableness, the second those which assert beauty of an object or the way of representing it. The former are judgments of sense, material aesthetic judgments. The latter, as formal, are alone proper judgments of taste. A judgment of taste is thus pure only insofar as no merely empirical satisfaction is mixed into its determining ground. This always happens, however, if charm or emotion has any share in the judgment by which something is to be declared to be beautiful. Now here there may arise many objections, pretending that charm is not merely a necessary ingredient of beauty, but even entirely sufficient by itself to be called beautiful. A mere color, for example, the green of a lawn, a mere tone, in distinction from sound and noise, say that of a violin, is declared by most people to be beautiful in itself, although both seem to have as their ground merely the matter of the representations, namely mere sensation, and on that account deserve to be called only agreeable. Yet at the same time one will surely note that the parenthesis, as formal, was added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. The sensations of color as well as of tone justifiably count as beautiful only insofar as both are pure, which is a determination that already concerns form, and is also the only thing that can be universally communicated about these representations with certainty, because the quality of the sensations themselves cannot be assumed to be in accord in all subjects, and it cannot easily be assumed that the agreeableness of one color in preference to another or of the tone of one musical instrument in preference to another will be judged in the same way by everyone. If one assumes, with Allah, that the colors are vibrations, pulses, of the air immediately following one another, just as tones are vibrations of the air disturbed by sound, and, what is most important, that the mind does not merely perceive, by sense, their effect on the animation of the organ, but also, through reflection, perceives the regular play of the impressions, hence the form in the combination of different representations, about which I have very little doubt. b. 30 Then colors and tones would not be mere sensations, but would already be a formal determination of the unity of a manifold of them, and in that case could also be counted as beauties in themselves. The purity of a simple kind of sensation, however, means that its uniformity is not disturbed and interrupted by any foreign sensation, and belongs merely to the form, for in that case one can abstract from the quality of that kind of sensation, from whether and what color or whether and what tone it represents. Hence all simple colors, insofar as they are pure, are held to be beautiful. Those that are mixed do not have this advantage since, precisely because they are not simple, one has no standard for judging whether they should be called pure or impure. 31 As for the opinion that the beauty that is attributed to the object on account of its form may well be heightened by charm, this is a common error and one that is very detrimental to genuine, uncorrupted, well-grounded taste. Although charms may certainly be added beside beauty in order to interest the mind through the representation of the object beyond dry satisfaction, and thus to serve to recommend taste and its cultivation. D. Especially when it is still crude and unpracticed. But they actually do damage to the judgment of taste if they attract attention to a beauty. B. Here we follow the third edition, which prints Warrenik doch gar nicht Zweifel, rather than the first and second editions, which read Warrenik doch gar sehr Zweifel, that is, which I very much doubt. For explanation of this departure from the second edition, see the endnote. See der Beurteilung die Kultur. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment themselves as grounds for the judging of beauty. For it is so far from being true that they contribute to taste that, if taste is still weak and unpracticed, they must rather be accepted cautiously, as foreigners, only to the extent that they do not disturb that beautiful form. 32 In painting and sculpture, indeed in all the pictorial arts, B. In architecture. 33 And horticulture. Insofar as they are fine arts, the drawing is what is essential, in which what constitutes the ground of all arrangements for taste is not what gratifies in sensation but merely what pleases through its form. The colors that illuminate the outline belong to charm. They can of course enliven the object in itself for sensation, but they cannot make it worthy of being intuited and beautiful. Rather, they are often even considerably restricted by what is required by beautiful form. And even where charm is permitted, it is ennobled only through the former. D. All form of the objects of the senses, of the outer as well as, mediately, the inner, is either shape or play. In the latter case, either play of shapes, in space, mime, and dance, or mere play of sensations, in time. The charm of colors or of the agreeable tones of instruments can be added, but drawing in the former and composition in the latter constitute the proper object of the pure judgment of taste. And that the purity of colors as well as of tones as well as their multiplicity and their contrast seem to contribute to beauty does not mean that they as it were supply a supplement of the same rank to the satisfaction in the form because they are agreeable by themselves, but rather they do so because they merely make the latter more precisely, more determinately, and more completely intuitable, and also enliven the representation. G. Through their charm, thereby awakening and sustaining attention to the object itself. Even what one calls ornaments, pererga, that is, that which is not internal to the entire representation of the object as a constituent, but a Beurteilungsgrundeb bildenden Kunst. See following the second edition, reading Belet, Machen rather than Belit, make it beloved. D. In the first edition, Kant explicitly refers to beautiful form rather than merely the former. Here Gestalt. F. The word mere added in the second edition. G. The phrase enliven the representation added in the second edition. The first edition would read and through their charm awaken and elevate. H. In the first edition, elevating, erheben rather than erhalten. I. The parenthetical term pererga, a word in both Latin and Greek meaning something subordinate or incidental, is added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment only belongs to it externally as an addendum and augments the satisfaction of taste. Still does this only through its form, like the borders of paintings, draperies on statues, or colonnades around magnificent buildings. But if the ornament itself does not consist in beautiful form, if it is, like a gilt frame, attached merely in order to recommend approval for the painting through its charm, then it is called decoration, and detracts from genuine beauty. Emotion, a sensation in which agreeableness is produced only by means of a momentary inhibition followed by a stronger outpouring of the vital force, does not belong to beauty at all. Sublimity, with which the feeling of emotion is combined, however, requires another standard for judging B than that on which taste is grounded, and thus a pure judgment of taste has neither charm nor emotion, in a word no sensation, as matter of the aesthetic judgment. For its determining ground. Section 15. The judgment of taste is entirely independent from the concept of perfection. Objective purposiveness can be cognized only by means of the relation of the manifold to a determinate end, thus only through a concept. From this alone it is already clear that the beautiful, the judging of which has as its ground a merely formal purposiveness, that is, a purposiveness without an end, is entirely independent of the representation of the good, since the latter presupposes an objective purposiveness, that is, the relation of the object to a determinate end. Objective purposiveness is either external, that is, the utility of the object, or internal, that is, its perfection. That the satisfaction in an object on account of which we call it beautiful could not rest on the representation of its utility is sufficiently obvious from the two preceding main sections. D. Since in that case it would not be an immediate satisfaction in the object, which latter is the essential condition of the judgment about beauty, but an objective inner purposiveness, that is, perfection, already comes closer to the predicate of beauty, and has therefore been held to be identical with beauty even by philosophers of repute, though with the proviso if it is thought confusedly 34 it is of the greatest. This example was added in the second edition B. Beautilung C. Beautilung D, that is, the first and second moments of the analytic of the beautiful. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Importance in a critique of taste to decide whether beauty is really reducible to the concept of perfection. To judge objective purposiveness we always require the concept of an end, and, if that purposiveness is not to be an external one, utility, but an internal one, b. we require the concept of an internal end, which contains the ground of the internal possibility of the object. Now as an end in general is that the concept of which can be regarded as the ground of the possibility of the object itself. Thus in order to represent an objective purposiveness in a thing the concept of what sort of thing it is supposed to be must come first, and the agreement of the manifold in the thing with this concept, which supplies the rule for the combination of the manifold in it, is the qualitative perfection of a thing. See quantitative perfection, as the completeness of any thing in its own kind, is entirely distinct from this, and is a mere concept of magnitude, of totality, in which what the thing is supposed to be is thought of as already determined and it is only asked whether everything that is requisite for it exists. 35 What is formal in the representation of a thing, that is, the agreement of the manifold with a unity leaving undetermined what it is supposed to be, does not by itself allow any cognition of objective purposiveness at all, because since abstraction is made from this unity, as an end, what the thing is supposed to be, nothing remains but the subjective purposiveness of representations in the mind of the beholder, d. which indicates a certain purposiveness of the representational state of the subject, and in this an ease in apprehending a given form in the imagination, but not the perfection of any object, which is here not conceived through any concept of an end. For example, if I encounter in the forest a plot of grass around which the trees stand in a circle, and I do not represent a purpose for it, say that it is to serve for country dancing, then not the slightest concept of perfection is given through the mere form, but to represent a formal objective purposiveness without an end, that is, the mere form of a perfection without any material and concept of that with which it is to agree, even if it were only the idea of a lawfulness in general. E is a veritable contradiction. Now the judgment of taste is an aesthetic judgment, that is, one that rests on subjective grounds, and its determining ground cannot be a concept, and thus not a concept of a determinate end. Thus by beauty, a Beautilun b. the square brackets are Kant C in the first edition. There is a comma here, and the next sentence continues as a dependent clause d. des Anschauenden, that is, the one who intuits e. This clause was added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment as a formal subjective purposiveness. There is not conceived any perfection of the object as a supposedly formal but yet also objective purposiveness, and the distinction between the concepts of the beautiful and good, as if both differed only in logical form, the former being merely a confused but the latter a distinct concept of perfection while they were otherwise identical in content and origin, is null, because in that case there would be no specific difference between them. Rather a judgment of taste would be just as much a cognitive judgment as the judgment whereby something is declared to be good, just as when the ordinary man, when he says that deception is unjust, grounds his judgment on confused principles, while the philosopher grounds his on distinct ones, but at bottom these are identical principles of reason. But I have already pointed out that an aesthetic judgment is of a unique kind, and affords absolutely no cognition, not even a confused one, of the object, which happens only in a logical judgment, while the former, by contrast, relates the representation by which an object is given solely to the subject, and does not bring to our attention any property of the object, but only the purposive form in the determination b. of the powers of representation that are occupied with it. The judgment is also called aesthetic precisely because its determining ground is not a concept but the feeling, of inner sense, of that unison in the play of the powers of the mind, insofar as they can only be sensed. See by contrast, if one were to call confused concepts and the objective judgment that is grounded in them aesthetic, one would have an understanding that judged by sense or a sense that represented its object through concepts, both of which are self-contradictory. The faculty of concepts, be they confused or distinct, is the understanding, and although understanding also belongs to the judgment of taste, as an aesthetic judgment, as in all judgments, it does not belong to it as a faculty for the cognition of an object, but as the faculty for the determination of the judgment and its representation without a concept, in accordance with the relation of the representation to the subject and its internal feeling, and indeed insofar as this judgment is possible in accordance with a universal rule. Here reading Einzig with the third edition rather than Einid, unitary, as in the first two b the words in the determination were added in the second edition. See Empfinden. Critique of the Aesthetic Power of Judgment section 16. The judgment of taste through which an object is declared to be beautiful under the condition of a determinate concept is not pure. There are two kinds of beauty: free beauty, pulchritudo vaga, or merely adherenta beauty, pulchritudo adherens. The first presupposes no concept of what the object ought to be. The second does presuppose such a concept and the perfection of the object in accordance with it. The first are called self-subsisting beauties of this or that thing. The latter, as adhering to a concept, conditioned beauty, are ascribed to objects that stand under the concept of a particular end. Flowers are free natural beauties. Hardly anyone other than the botanist knows what sort of thing a flower is supposed to be, and even the botanist, who recognizes in it the reproductive organ of the plant, pays no attention to this natural end if he judges the flower by means of taste. Thus this judgment is not grounded on any kind of perfection, any internal purposiveness to which the composition of the manifold is related. Many birds, the parrot, the hummingbird, the bird of paradise, and a host of marine crustaceans are beauties in themselves, which are not attached to a determinate object in accordance with concepts regarding its end, but are free and please for themselves. Thus designs a lag rec. 37 foliage for borders or on wallpaper, etc., signify nothing by themselves. They do not represent anything, no object under a determinate concept, and are free beauties. One can also count as belonging to the same kind what are called in music fantasias without a theme, indeed all music without a text, in the judging be of a free beauty, according to mere form. The judgment of taste is pure, no concept of any end for which the manifold should serve the given object and thus which the latter should represent is presupposed, by which the imagination, which is as it were at play in the observation of the shape, would merely be restricted, but the beauty of a human being, and in this species that of a man, a woman, or a child, the beauty of a horse, of a building, such as a church, a palace, an arsenal, or a garden house, presuppose a concept of the end that determines what the thing should be, hence a concept of its perfection, and is thus merely adherent. See beauty. Now just as the combination of the agreeable, of sensation, with beauty, which properly concerns only form, hindered the purity of the judgment of taste, Anhengend. The Latin equivalent shows that Kant means the same by this as by the term adharierend, which he uses later in this section. B. Beurteilung C. adharierend. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. So the combination of the good, that is, the way in which the manifold is good for the thing itself, in accordance with its end, with beauty does damage to its purity. One would be able to add much to a building that would be pleasing in the intuition of it if only it were not supposed to be a church. A figure could be beautified with all sorts of curlicues and light but regular lines, as the New Zealanders do with their tattooing, if only it were not a human being, and the latter could have much finer features and a more pleasing, softer outline to its facial structure if only it were not supposed to represent a man, or even a warrior. Now the satisfaction in the manifold in a thing in relation to the internal purpose that determines its possibility is a satisfaction grounded on a concept. The satisfaction in beauty, however, is one that presupposes no concept, but is immediately combined with the representation through which the object is given, not through which it is thought. Now if the judgment of taste in regard to the latter is made dependent on the purpose in the former, as a judgment of reason, and is thereby restricted, then it is no longer a free and pure judgment of taste. To be sure, taste gains by this combination of aesthetic satisfaction with the intellectual in that it becomes fixed and, though not universal, can have rules prescribed to it in regard to certain purposively determined objects. But in this case these are also not rules of taste, but merely rules for the unification of taste with reason. that is, of the beautiful with the good, through which the former becomes usable as an instrument of the intention with regard to the latter, so that the determination of the mind that sustains itself and is of subjective universal validity can underlie that which can only be sustained through strenuous resolve but is objectively universally valid. Strictly speaking, however, perfection does not gain by beauty, nor does beauty gain by perfection. Rather, since in comparing the representation by which an object is given to us with the object, with regard to what it ought to be, we cannot avoid at the same time holding it together with the subject, the entire faculty of the powers of representation gains if both states of mind are in agreement. A judgment of taste in regard to an object with a determinate internal end would thus be pure only if the person making the judgment either had no concept of this end or abstracted from it in his judgment. But in that case, although this person would have made a correct judgment of taste, in that he would have judged the object as a free beauty, he would nevertheless be criticized and accused of a false, that is, the Maori Aborigines in New Zealand Beauty elite. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment taste by someone else, who considered beauty in the object only as an adherent property, who looked to the end of the object, even though both judge correctly in their way, the one on the basis of what he has before his sense, the other on the basis of what he has in his thoughts. By means of this distinction one can settle many disputes about beauty between judges of taste, by showing them that the one is concerned with free beauty, the other with adherent beauty, the first making a pure, the second an applied judgment of taste. Section 17. On the ideal of beauty. 39. There can be no objective rule of taste that would determine what is beautiful through concepts, for every judgment from this source is aesthetic, that is, its determining ground is the feeling of the subject and not a concept of an object. To seek a principle of taste that would provide the universal criterion of the beautiful through determinate concepts is a fruitless undertaking, because what is sought is impossible and intrinsically self-contradictory. The universal communicability of the sensation, of satisfaction or dissatisfaction, and indeed one that occurs without concepts, the unanimity, so far as possible, of all times and peoples about this feeling in the representation of certain objects, although weak and hardly sufficient for conjecture, this is the empirical criterion of the derivation of a taste, confirmed by examples, from the common ground, deeply buried in all human beings, of unanimity in the judging of forms under which objects are given to them. Hence some products of taste are regarded as exemplary, not as if taste could be acquired by imitating others. 44. Taste must be a faculty of one's own. However, whoever imitates a model certainly shows, so far as he gets it right, a skill, but he shows taste only insofar as he can judge this model himself. From this, however, it follows that the highest model, the archetype of taste, is a mere idea, which everyone must produce in himself, and in accordance with which he must judge. Models of taste with regard to the arts of discourse must be composed in a 232 dead and learned language, the former, in order not to have to suffer the alterations that unavoidably affect living languages, which make noble expressions flat, common ones outmoded, and newly created ones of only brief currency, the latter, so that it should have a grammar that is not subject to any willful change of fashion but has its own unalterable rules. In the second edition, the verb halt replaces wend, turning to, used in the first. Beurteilung c beurteilen d beurteilen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Everything that is an object of taste, or that is an example of judging through taste, even the taste of everyone. Idea signifies, strictly speaking, a concept of reason, and ideal the representation of an individual being as adequate to an idea. Hence that archetype of taste, which indeed rests on reason's indeterminate idea of a maximum, but cannot be represented through concepts, but only in an individual presentation, would better be called the ideal of the beautiful, something that we strive to produce in ourselves even if we are not in possession of it, but it will be merely an ideal of the imagination, precisely because it does not rest on concepts but on presentation, and the faculty of presentation is the imagination. Now how do we attain such an ideal of beauty, a priori or empirically? Likewise, what species of beauty admits of an ideal? First, it should be noted that the beauty for which an idea is to be sought must not be a vague beauty, but must be a beauty fixed by a concept of objective purposiveness. Consequently it must not belong to the object of an entirely pure judgment of taste, but rather to one of a partly intellectualized judgment of taste. That is, in whatever kind of grounds for judging an ideal is supposed to occur, at its basis there must lie some idea of reason in accordance with determinate concepts, which determines a priori the end on which the internal possibility of the object rests. An ideal of beautiful flowers, of beautiful furnishings, of a beautiful view, cannot be conceived. However, an ideal of a beauty adhering to determinate ends, for example, of a beautiful residence, a beautiful tree, beautiful gardens, etc., is also incapable of being represented, presumably because the ends are not adequately determined and fixed by their concept, and consequently the purposiveness is almost as free as in the case of vague beauty. Only that which has the end of its existence in itself, the human being, who determines his ends himself through reason, or, where he must derive them from external perception, can nevertheless compare them to essential and universal ends, and in that case also aesthetically judge their agreement with them. This human being alone is capable of an ideal of beauty, just as the humanity in his person, as intelligence, is alone among all the objects in the world capable of the ideal of perfection. But there are two elements involved here. First, the aesthetic normal Abuthilung Bevage. In section 16, Kant used the Latin word vaga as a parenthetical synonym of free in the expression free beauty, see following the first edition rather than the second, which omits the words one of, de means de Buthilung e Buthilan. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment idea, which is an individual intuition, of the imagination that represents the standard for judging it as a thing belonging to a particular species of animal. Second, the idea of reason, which makes the ends of humanity insofar as they cannot be sensibly represented into the principle for the judging be of its figure, through which, as their effect in appearance, the former are revealed. The normal idea must take its elements for the figure of an animal of a particular species from experience, but the greatest purposiveness in the construction of the figure, which would be suitable as a universal standard for the aesthetic judging of every individual of this species, the image which has as it were intentionally grounded the technique of nature, to which only the species as a whole but not any separate individual is adequate, lies merely in the idea of the one who does the judging, which, however, with its proportions, can be represented fully in concreto as an aesthetic idea in a model image, in order to make it somewhat comprehensible how this happens, for who can entirely unlock its secret from nature, we shall attempt a psychological explanation. It should be noted that the imagination does not only know how to recall for us occasionally signs of concepts, even after a long time, in a way that is entirely incomprehensible to us. It also knows how to reproduce the image and shape of an object out of an immense number of objects of different kinds, or even of one and the same kind. Indeed, when the mind is set on making comparisons, it even knows how, by all accounts actually if not consciously, as it were to superimpose one image on another and by means of the congruence of several of the same kind to arrive at a mean that can serve them all as a common measure. Someone has seen 1,000 grown men. Now if he would judge what should be estimated as their comparatively normal size, then, in my opinion, the imagination allows a great number of images, perhaps all 1,000, to be superimposed on one another, and, if I may here apply the analogy of optical presentation, in the space where the greatest number of them coincide and within the outline of the place that is illuminated by the most concentrated colors, there the average size becomes recognizable, which is in both height and breadth equidistant from the most extreme boundaries of the largest and smallest statures, and this is the stature for a beautiful man 41. One could get the same result mechanically if one measured all 1,000 men, added up their heights, widths, and girths, and then divided the Abuthilung B Buthilung C Buthilung D Des Buthilung, and the second edition here omits the phrase to reproduce from the first. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment sum by 1,000, but the imagination does just this by means of a dynamic effect, which arises from the repeated apprehension of such figures on the organ of inner sense. Now if in a similar way there is sought for this average man the average head, the average nose, etc., then this shape is the basis for the normal idea of the beautiful man in the country where this comparison is made. Hence under these empirical conditions a Negro must necessarily have a different normal idea B of the beauty of a figure than a white, a Chinese person a different idea from a European. It will be exactly the same with the model of a beautiful horse or dog, of a certain breed. This normal idea is not derived from the proportions taken from experience, as determinate rules, Rather it is in accordance with it that rules for judging see first become possible. It is the image for the whole species, hovering among all the particular and variously diverging intuitions of the individuals, which nature used as the archetype underlying her productions in the same species, but does not seem to have fully achieved in any individual. It is by no means the entire archetype of beauty in this species, but only the form that constitutes the indispensable condition of all beauty, and so merely the correctness in the presentation of the species. It is, as was said of Polycletus's famous Doryphorus, the rule, and Myron's cow could be used in the same way in its species 42 for that very reason it cannot contain anything specifically characteristic, for then it would not be the normal idea for the species. Its presentation also does not please because of beauty, but merely because it does not contradict any condition under which alone a thing of this species can be beautiful. The presentation is merely academically correct. One will find that a perfectly regular face, which a painter might ask to sit for him as a model, usually says nothing, because it contains nothing characteristic, and thus expresses more the idea of the species than anything specific to a person. What is characteristic in this way, when it is exaggerated, that is, when it itself breaks with the normal idea of the purposiveness of the species, is called caricature. Experience also shows that such completely regular faces usually betray an inwardly only average human being. Presumably for this reason, if it may be assumed that nature expresses in the exterior the proportions of the interior, that if none of the mental characteristics stand out beyond those proportions that are required merely to constitute a faultless human being, then nothing may be expected of that which is called genius, in which nature seems to depart from its usual relations among the powers of the mind in favor of a particular one. The phrase "under these empirical conditions" was added in the second edition B. In the first edition, the word normal was omitted. See Beautilung D. This word was added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Yet there is still a distinction between the normal idea of the beautiful and its ideal, which on the grounds already introduced can be expected only in the human figure. 43. In the latter, the ideal consists in the expression of the moral, without which the object would not please universally and moreover positively, not merely negatively in an academically correct presentation. The visible expression of moral ideas, which inwardly govern human beings, can of course be drawn only from experience, but as it were to make visible in bodily manifestation, as the effect of what is inward, their combination with everything that our understanding connects with the morally good in the idea of the highest purposiveness, goodness of soul, or purity, or strength, or repose, etc. This requires pure ideas of reason and great force of imagination united in anyone who would merely judge of them, let alone anyone who would present them. The correctness of such an ideal of beauty is proved by the fact that no sensory charm is allowed to be mixed into the satisfaction in its object, while it nevertheless allows a great interest to be taken in it, which then proves that judging be in accordance with such a standard can never be purely aesthetic, and judging in accordance with an ideal of beauty is no mere judgment of taste. Definition of the beautiful inferred from this third moment. Beauty is the form of the purposiveness of an object, insofar as it is perceived in it without representation of an end. 44. It might be adduced as a counter-example to this definition that there are 236 things in which one can see a purposive form without cognizing an end in them. For example, the stone utensils often excavated from ancient burial mounds, which are equipped with a hole, as if for a handle, which, although they clearly betray by their shape a purposiveness the end of which one does not know, are nevertheless not declared to be beautiful on that account. Yet the fact that they are regarded as a work of art is already enough to require one to admit that one relates their shape to some sort of intention and to a determinate purpose. Hence there is also no immediate satisfaction at all in their intuition. A flower, by contrast, for example, a tulip, is held to be beautiful because a certain purposiveness is encountered in our perception of it which, as we judge it, is not related to any end at all. A Beautilung B. Beautilung here and in the next clause of this sentence. See the second edition. Here omits the word also from the first D in the first edition. However, Beautilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Fourth moment of the judgment of taste. Concerning the modality of the satisfaction in the object. Section 18. What the modality of a judgment of taste is. Of every representation I can say that it is at least possible that it, as a cognition, be combined with a pleasure. Of that which I call agreeable I say that it actually produces a pleasure in me. of the beautiful. However, one thinks that it has a necessary relation to satisfaction. Now this necessity is of a special kind, not a theoretical objective necessity, where it can be cognized a priori that everyone will feel this satisfaction in the object called beautiful by me, nor a practical necessity, where by means of concepts of a pure will, serving as rules for freely acting beings, this satisfaction is a necessary consequence of an objective law and signifies nothing other than that one absolutely without a further aim, ought to act in a certain way. Rather, as a necessity that is thought in an aesthetic judgment, it can only be called exemplary, that is, a necessity of the assent of all to a judgment that is regarded as an example of a universal rule that one cannot produce. 45 Since an aesthetic judgment is not an objective and cognitive judgment, this necessity cannot be derived from determinate concepts, and is therefore not apodictic, much less can it be inferred from the universality of experience, from a complete unanimity in judgments about the beauty of a certain object. For not only would experience hardly supply sufficient evidence of this, but it is also impossible to ground any concept of the necessity of these judgments on empirical judgment. Section 19. The subjective necessity that we ascribe to the judgment of taste is conditioned. The judgment of taste ascribes assent to everyone, and whoever declares something to be beautiful wishes that everyone should approve of the object in question and similarly declare it to be beautiful. The should in aesthetic judgments of taste is thus pronounced only conditionally, even given all the data that are required for the judging. One solicits assent from everyone else because one has a ground for it. That of the second edition here omits the word however present in the first B in the first edition. The C. Bürtilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment is common to all. One could even count on this assent if only one were always sure that the case were correctly subsumed under that ground as the rule of approval. Section 20. The condition of the necessity that is alleged by a judgment of taste is the idea of a common sense. If judgments of taste, like cognitive judgments, had a determinate objective principle, then someone who made them in accordance with the latter would lay claim to the unconditioned necessity of his judgment. If they had no principle at all, like those of mere sensory taste, then one would never even have a thought of their necessity. They must thus have a subjective principle, which determines what pleases or displeases only through feeling and not through concepts, but yet with universal validity. Such a principle, however, could only be regarded as a common sense, which is essentially different from the common understanding that is sometimes also called common sense. Sensus communis. 47 Since the latter judges not by feeling but always by concepts, although commonly only in the form of obscurely represented principles, thus only under the presupposition that there is a common sense, by which, however, we do not mean any external sense but rather the effect of the free play of our cognitive powers, only under the presupposition of such a common sense, I say, can the judgment of taste be made. Section 21. Whether one has good reason to presuppose a common sense, cognitions and judgments must, together with the conviction that accompanies them, be able to be universally communicated, for otherwise they would have no correspondence with the object. They would all be a merely subjective play of the powers of representation, just as skepticism insists. But if cognitions are to be able to be communicated, then the mental state, that is, the disposition of the cognitive powers for a cognition in general, and indeed that proportion which is suitable for making cognition out of a representation, whereby an object is given to us, must also be capable of being universally communicated. For in the first edition, although commonly in accordance with the latter, concepts, as only obscurely represented principles, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment without this, as the subjective condition of cognizing, the cognition, as an effect, could not arise, and this actually happens every time when, by means of the senses, a given object brings the imagination into activity for the synthesis of the manifold, while the imagination brings the understanding into activity for the unification of the manifold into concepts. But this disposition of the cognitive powers has a different proportion depending on the difference of the objects that are given. Nevertheless, there must be one in which this inner relationship is optimal for the animation of both powers of the mind, the one through the other, with respect to cognition, of given objects, in general, and this disposition cannot be determined except through the feeling, not by concepts. Now since this disposition itself must be capable of being universally communicated, hence also the feeling of it, in the case of a given representation. But since the universal communicability of a feeling presupposes a common sense, the latter must be able to be assumed with good reason, and indeed without appeal to psychological observations, but rather as the necessary condition of the universal communicability of our cognition, which is be assumed in every logic and every principle of cognitions that is not skeptical. Section 22. The necessity of the universal assent that is thought in a judgment of taste is a subjective necessity, which is represented as objective under the presupposition of a common sense. In all judgments by which we declare something to be beautiful, we allow no one to be of a different opinion, without, however, grounding our judgment on concepts, but only on our feeling, which we therefore make our ground not as a private feeling, but as a common one. Now this common sense cannot be grounded on experience for this purpose, for it is to justify judgments that contain a should. It does not say that everyone will concur with our judgment but that everyone should agree with it. Thus the common sense, of whose judgment I here offer my judgment of taste as an example and on account of which I ascribe exemplary validity to it, is a merely ideal norm, under the presupposition of which one could rightfully make a judgment that agrees with it and the satisfaction in an object that is expressed in it into a rule for everyone. Since the principle, though only subjective, is as usament et sung be in the first edition, must be see following the second edition in reading here rather than mere, to myself. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment nevertheless assumed to be subjectively universal, an idea necessary for everyone, which, as far as the unanimity of different judges is concerned, could demand universal assent just like an objective one, if only one were certain of having correctly subsumed under it. This indeterminate norm of a common sense is really presupposed by us. Our presumption in making judgments of taste proves that, whether there is in fact such a common sense, as a constitutive principle of the possibility of experience, or whether a yet higher principle of reason only makes it into a regulative principle for us first to produce a common sense in ourselves for higher ends. Thus whether taste is an original and natural faculty, or only the idea of one that is yet to be acquired and is artificial, so that a judgment of taste, with its expectation of a universal assent, is in fact only a demand of reason to produce such a unanimity in the manner of sensing, and whether the should, that is, the objective necessity of the confluence of the feeling of everyone with that of each, signifies only the possibility of coming to agreement about this, and the judgment of taste only provides an example of the application of this principle. This we would not and cannot yet investigate here, for now we have only to resolve the faculty of taste into its elements and to unite them ultimately in the idea of a common sense. The definition of the beautiful drawn from the fourth moment, that is beautiful which is cognized without a concept as the object of a necessary satisfaction. General remark on the first section of the analytic. If one draws the conclusion from the above analyses, it turns out that everything flows from the concept of taste as a faculty for judging an object in relation to the free lawfulness of the imagination. But if in the judgment of taste the imagination must be considered in its freedom, then it is in the first instance taken not as reproductive, as subjected to the laws of association, but as productive and self-active, as the authoress of voluntary B forms of possible intuitions. 49. And although in the apprehension of a given object of the senses it is of course bound to a determinate form of this object and to this extent has no free play, as in invention, nevertheless it is still quite conceivable that the Abuethilungsvermogen be willkürlicher sie dichten. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment object can provide it with a form that contains precisely such a composition of the manifold as the imagination would design in harmony with the lawfulness of the understanding in general if it were left free by itself. Yet for the imagination to be free and yet lawful by itself, that is, that it carry autonomy with it, is a contradiction. 50. The understanding alone gives the law, but when the imagination is compelled to proceed in accordance with a determinate law, then how its product should be, as far as its form is concerned, is determined through concepts. But then, as was said above, the satisfaction is not that in the beautiful, but in the good, of perfection, in any case merely the formal kind, and the judgment is not a judgment by means of taste. Thus only a lawfulness without law and a subjective correspondence of the imagination to the understanding without an objective one, where the representation is related to a determinate concept of an object, are consistent with the free lawfulness of the understanding, which is also called purposiveness without an end. and with the peculiarity of a judgment of taste. Now geometrically regular shapes, a circle, a square, a cube, etc., are commonly adduced by critics of taste as the simplest and most indubitable examples of beauty, and yet they are called regular precisely because they cannot be represented except by being regarded as mere presentations of a determinate concept, which prescribes the rule for that shape, in accordance with which it is alone possible. Thus one of the two must be wrong, either the judgment of the critics that attributes beauty to such shapes, or ours, which finds purposiveness without a concept to be necessary for beauty. No one is likely to think it necessary for a person to have taste in order to find more satisfaction in the shape of a circle than in a scribbled outline, or more in an equilateral and equiangular quadrilateral than in one that is lopsided and irregular, as it were deformed. For this takes only common understanding and no taste at all, where there is an aim in view. For example, judging of the magnitude of an area or grasping the relation of the parts in a division to each other and to the whole, their regular shapes, and indeed those of the simplest kind, are necessary, and the satisfaction does not rest immediately on the view of the shape, but on its usefulness for all sorts of possible aims. A room whose walls form oblique angles, a garden of a similar sort, even any injury to symmetry in the shape of animals, for example, having one eye, as well as in buildings or floral arrangements, displeases, because it is contra-purposive, not only practically, with regard to a determinate use of these things, but also for judging B with respect to all sorts of possible aims. This is not the case in the judgment of taste, which, if it is pure, immediately connects satisfaction or dissatisfaction to the mere consideration of the object without respect to use or to an end. The regularity that leads to the concept of an object is of course the indispensable condition, conditio sine qua non, of grasping the object in a single representation and determining the manifold in its form. This determination is an end with regard to cognition, and in relation to this it is also always a Beurteilen B. Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment connected with satisfaction, which accompanies the accomplishment of any aim, even a merely problematic one. But then it is merely the approval of the solution that answers a problem, and not a free and indeterminately purposive entertainment of the mental powers with that which we call beautiful, where the understanding is in the service of the imagination and not vice versa, in a thing that is possible only through an intention, in a building, even in an animal. The regularity that consists in symmetry must express the unity of the intuition, which accompanies the concept of the end and belongs to the cognition, but where only a free play of the powers of representation, although under the condition that the understanding does not thereby suffer any offense, is to be maintained. In pleasure gardens, in the decoration of rooms, in all sorts of tasteful utensils and the like, regularity that comes across as constraint is to be avoided as far as possible. Hence the English taste in gardens or the Baroque taste in furniture pushes the freedom of the imagination almost to the point of the grotesque, and makes this abstraction from all constraint by rules the very case in which the taste can demonstrate its greatest perfection in projects of the imagination. All stiff regularity, whatever approaches mathematical regularity, is of itself contrary to taste. The consideration of it affords no lasting entertainment, but rather, insofar as it does not expressly have cognition or a determinate practical end as its aim, it induces boredom. By contrast, that with which the imagination can play in an unstudied and purposive way is always new for us, and we are never tired of looking at it. In his description of Sumatra, Marsden remarks that the free beauties of nature everywhere surround the observer there and hence have little attraction for him anymore. By contrast, a pepper garden where the stakes on which the plants were trained formed parallel rows had much charm for him when he encountered it in the middle of a forest, and from this he infers that wild, to all appearances irregular beauty is pleasing only as a change for one who has had enough of the regular kind. But he needed only to have made the experiment of spending one day in his pepper garden to realize that once the understanding has been disposed by means of the regularity to the order that it always requires, the object would no longer entertain him, but would rather impose upon the imagination a burdensome constraint, whereas nature, which is there extravagant in its varieties to the point of opulence, subject to no coercion from artificial rules, could provide his taste with lasting nourishment. Even the song of the bird, which we cannot bring under any musical rules, seems to contain more freedom and thus more that is entertaining for taste than even a human song that is performed in accordance with all the rules of the art of music. For one grows tired of the latter far more quickly if it is repeated often and for a long time. But here we may well confuse our sympathy with the merriment of a beloved little creature with the beauty of his song, which, when it is exactly imitated by a human being, as is sometimes done with the notes of the nightingale, strikes our ear as utterly tasteless. Further, beautiful objects are to be distinguished from beautiful views of objects, which on account of the distance can often no longer be distinctly cognized. In the latter, taste seems to fasten not so much on what the imagery, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment nation apprehends in this field as on what gives it occasion to invent, that is, on what are strictly speaking the fantasies with which the mind entertains itself while it is being continuously aroused by the manifold which strikes the eye, as for instance in looking at the changing shapes of a fire in a hearth or of a rippling brook, neither of which are beauties, but both of which carry with them a charm for the imagination, because they sustain its free play as Udichten. Second Book Analytic of the Sublime Section 23. Transition from the faculty for judging of the beautiful to that for judging the sublime. The beautiful coincides with the sublime in that both please for themselves, one and further in that both presuppose neither a judgment of sense nor a logically determining judgment, but a judgment of reflection. Consequently the satisfaction does not depend on a sensation, like that in the agreeable, nor on a determinate concept, like the satisfaction in the good, but it is nevertheless still related to concepts, although it is indeterminate which. Hence the satisfaction is connected to the mere presentation or to the faculty for that, through which the faculty of presentation or the imagination is considered, in the case of a given intuition, to be in accord with the faculty of concepts of the understanding or of reason, as promoting the latter. Hence both sorts of judgments are also singular, and yet judgments that profess to be universally valid in regard to every subject, although they lay claim merely to the feeling of pleasure and not to any cognition of the object. But notable differences between the two also strike the eye. The beautiful in nature concerns the form of the object, which consists in limitation. The sublime, by contrast, is to be found in a formless object insofar as limitlessness is represented in it, or at its instance. And yet it is also thought as a totality, so that the beautiful seems to be taken as the presentation of an indeterminate concept of the understanding, but the sublime as that of a similar concept of reason. Thus the satisfaction is connected in the first case with the representation of quality, but in this case with that of quantity. Also the latter pleasure is very different in kind from the former, in that the former, the beautiful, directly brings with it a feeling of the promotion of life, too, and hence is compatible with charms and an imagination at play, while the latter, the feeling of the sublime, is a pleasure that arises only indirectly, being generated, namely, by the feeling of a momentary inhibition of a Beurthelungsvermogen. B. The parenthetical phrase was added in the second edition. C. The parenthetical phrase was added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, the vital powers and the immediately following and all the more powerful outpouring of them. Hence as an emotion it seems to be not play but something serious in the activity of the imagination. Hence it is also incompatible with charms, and, since the mind is not merely attracted by the object, but is also always reciprocally repelled by it, the satisfaction in the sublime does not so much contain a positive pleasure as it does admiration or respect. That is, it deserves to be called negative pleasure. The most important and intrinsic difference between the sublime and the beautiful, however, is this, that if, as is appropriate, we here consider first only the sublime in objects of nature, that in art is, after all, always restricted to the conditions of agreement with nature. Natural beauty, the self-sufficient kind, carries with it a purposiveness in its form, through which the object seems as it were to be predetermined for our power of judgment, and thus constitutes an object of satisfaction in itself, whereas that which, without any rationalizing, merely in apprehension, excites in us the feeling of the sublime, may to be sure appear in its form to be contra-purposive for our power of judgment, unsuitable for our faculty of presentation, and as it were doing violence to our imagination, but is nevertheless judged all the more sublime for that. But from this one immediately sees that we express ourselves on the whole incorrectly if we call some object of nature sublime, although we can quite correctly call very many of them beautiful. For how can we designate with an expression of approval that which is apprehended d in itself as contra-purposive? We can say no more than that the object serves for the presentation of a sublimity that can be found in the mind. For what is properly sublime cannot be contained in any sensible form, but concerns only ideas of reason, which, though no presentation adequate to them is possible, are provoked and called to mind precisely by this inadequacy, which does allow of sensible presentation. Thus the wide ocean, enraged by storms, cannot be called sublime. Its visage is horrible, and one must already have filled the mind with all sorts of ideas if by means of such an intuition it is to be put in the mood for a feeling which is itself sublime, in that the mind is incited to abandon sensibility and to occupy itself with ideas that contain a higher purposiveness. The self-sufficient beauty of nature reveals to us a technique of nature, which makes it possible to represent it as a system in a chora. This verb was added in the second edition B in the second edition, zwa. In the first edition, ga. Even C added in the second edition D first. In the first edition, first. Conceived. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment dance with laws, the principle of which we do not encounter anywhere in our entire faculty of understanding, namely that of a purposiveness with respect to the use of the power of judgment in regard to appearances, so that this must be judged as belonging not merely to nature in its purposeless mechanism but rather also to the analogy with art. Thus it actually expands not our cognition of natural objects, but our concept of nature, namely as a mere mechanism, into the concept of nature as art, which invites profound investigations into the possibility of such a form. But in that which we are accustomed to call sublime in nature there is so little that leads to particular objective principles and forms of nature corresponding to these that it is mostly rather in its chaos or in its wildest and most unruly disorder and devastation, if only it allows a glimpse of magnitude and might, that it excites the ideas of the sublime. From this we see that the concept of the sublime in nature is far from being as important and rich in consequences as that of its beauty, and that in general it indicates nothing purposive in nature itself, but only in the possible use of its intuitions to make palpable in ourselves a purposiveness that is entirely independent of nature. For the beautiful in nature we must seek a ground outside ourselves, but for the sublime merely one in ourselves and in the way of thinking that introduces sublimity into the representation of the former, a very necessary introductory remark, which entirely separates the ideas of the sublime from that of a purposiveness of nature, and makes of the theory of the sublime a mere appendix to the aesthetic judging of the purposiveness of nature, since by this means no particular form is represented in the latter, but only a purposive use that the imagination makes of its representation is developed. Section 24. On the division of an investigation of the feeling of the sublime. As far as the division of the moments of the aesthetic judging of objects in relation to the feeling of the sublime is concerned, the analytic will be able to proceed in accordance with the same principle that was used in the analysis of judgments of taste. For as a judgment of the aesthetic reflecting power of judgment, the satisfaction in the sublime, just like that in the beautiful, must be represented as univerabutielt be the words the analogy with were added in the second edition C following the first edition in reading sogar nichts instead of sogar nichts, even nothing die beautilung e beautilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment sally valid in its quantity, as without interest in its quality, as subjective purposiveness in its relation, and the latter, as far as its modality is concerned, as necessary. Thus the method here will not depart from that in the preceding section, although some account must be taken of the fact that there, where the aesthetic judgment concerned the form of the object, we began with the investigation of quality, but here, in view of the formlessness that can pertain to that which we call sublime, we will begin with quantity as the first moment of the aesthetic judgment on the sublime, the ground for which, however, is to be seen from the preceding. But one division is necessary in the analysis of the sublime which that of the beautiful did not require, namely that into the mathematically and the dynamically sublime. For since the feeling of the sublime brings with it as its characteristic mark a movement of the mind connected with the judging of the object, whereas the taste for the beautiful presupposes and preserves the mind in calm contemplation, yet this movement is to be judged as subjectively purposive, because the sublime pleases. Thus this movement is related through the imagination either to the faculty of cognition or to the faculty of desire, but in both relations the purposiveness of the given representation is judged only with regard to this faculty without an end or interest, for then the first is attributed to the object as a mathematical, the second as a dynamical disposition of the imagination, and thus the object is represented as sublime in the twofold manner intended. A. On the mathematically sublime, section 25. Nominal definition of the sublime. We call sublime that which is absolutely great. However, to be great and to be a magnitude are quite different concepts. Magnitudo, that is, the analytic of the beautiful B beautiful C beautiful D beautiful D skletchthin gross F gross sin G in gross sharp SE sane. Since Kant equates gross sharp SE with quantitas and contrasts that with magnitudo, it would seem natural to translate gross sharp SE as quantity rather than magnitude. However, he also equates it with quantum. In section 23 he has used quantita T as a distinct German word, and in many of the claims that follow, magnitude will be a more critique of the aesthetic power of judgment and quantitas. Likewise, simpliciter, to say that something is great is also something entirely different from saying that it is absolutely great. Absolute, non-comparative magnum dart C. The latter is that which is great beyond all comparison. So what does the expression that something is great or small or medium-sized say? It is not a pure concept of the understanding that is thereby designated. D. Still less an intuition of sense, and just as little a concept of reason, since it does not bring with it any principle of cognition at all. It must therefore be a concept of the power of judgment, or derive from such a concept, and be grounded in a subjective purposiveness of the representation in relation to the power of judgment. That something is a magnitude quantum may be cognized from the thing itself, without any comparison with another, if, that is, a multitude of homogeneous elements together constitute a unity. But how great it is always requires something else, which is also a magnitude, as its measure. However, since in the judging of magnitude not merely the multitude, number, but also the magnitude of the unit, of the measure, is involved, and the magnitude of this latter in turn always needs something else as a measure with which it can be compared, we see that any determination of the magnitude of appearances is absolutely incapable of affording an absolute concept of a magnitude but can afford at best only a comparative concept. Now if I simply say that something is great, it seems that I do not have in mind any comparison at all, at least not with any objective measure, since it is not thereby determined at all how great the object is. However, even though the standard for comparison is merely subjective, the judgment nonetheless lays claim to universal assent. The judgments the man is beautiful and he is great do not restrict themselves merely to the judging subject, but, like theoretical judgments, demand everyone's assent. But because in a judgment by which something is described simply as great it is not merely said that the object has a magnitude, but rather this is attributed to it to a superior extent than to many others of the natural translation than quantity. We will therefore follow the practice of all the previous English translators in using magnitude a skletchtweg B. Skletchthin C absolutely, not comparatively great D. The words that is thereby designated were added in the second edition E Beautilung F Skletchtadings G absoluten H Redding Bestimmung with the second edition rather than Bestimmung. Determination, with the first. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment same kind, yet without this superiority being given determinately. This judgment is certainly grounded on a standard that one presupposes can be assumed to be the same for everyone, but which is not usable for any logical, mathematically determinate, judging of magnitude, but only for an aesthetic one, since it is a merely subjective standard grounding the reflecting judgment on magnitude. It may be, by the way, be empirical, as in the case of the average magnitude of the people known to us, of animals of a certain species, of trees, houses, mountains, etc., or a standard given a priori, which because of the deficiencies of the judging subject is restricted to subjective conditions of presentation in concreto, as in the practical sphere, the magnitude of a certain virtue, or of public freedom and justice in a country, or in the theoretical sphere, the magnitude of the accuracy or inaccuracy of an observation or measurement that has been made, and so on. Now it is noteworthy here that even if we have no interest at all in the object, that is, its existence is indifferent to us, still its mere magnitude, even if it is considered as formless, can bring with it a satisfaction that is universally communicable. Hence it may contain a consciousness of a subjective purposiveness in the use of our cognitive faculties, but not a satisfaction in the object, as in the case of the beautiful, since it can be formless, where the reflecting power of judgment finds itself purposively disposed in relation to cognition in general, rather in the enlargement of the imagination in itself. If, under the above-mentioned restriction, we say of an object absolutely d that it is great, this is not a mathematically determining judgment but a mere judgment of reflection about its representation, which is subjectively purposive for a certain use of our cognitive powers in the estimation of magnitude, and in that case we always combine a kind of respect with the representation, just as we combine contempt with that which we call absolutely small. Moreover, the judging of things as great or small applies to everything, even to all their properties. Hence we call even beauty great or small, the reason for which is to be sought in the fact that whatever we may present in intuition in accordance with the precept of the power of judgment, and hence represent aesthetically, is entirely appearance, and hence is also a quantum. If, however, we call something not only great, but simply, absolutely great, great in every respect, beyond all comparison, that is, super beautilang b, the word Brigens in the second edition replaces none. Now, in the first see the word beautilanden was inserted here, in the second edition d here and at the end of the sentence. Skletch twegi beautilang f skletchthin. Absolute critique of the aesthetic power of judgment lime. Then one immediately sees that we do not allow a suitable standard for it to be sought outside of it, but merely within it. It is a magnitude that is equal only to itself. That the sublime is therefore not to be sought in the things of nature but only in our ideas follows from this, but in which of these it lies must be saved for the deduction. The above explanation can also be expressed thus: that is sublime in comparison with which everything else is small. Here one readily sees that nothing can be given in nature, however great it may be judged to be by us, which could not, considered in another relation, be diminished down to the infinitely small, and conversely, there is nothing so small which could not, in comparison with even smaller standards, be amplified for our imagination up to the magnitude of a world. The telescope has given us rich material for making the former observation, the microscope rich material for the latter, be thus nothing that can be an object of the senses is, considered on this footing, to be called sublime. But just because there is in our imagination a striving to advance to the infinite, while in our reason there lies a claim to absolute totality, as to a real idea, the very inadequacy of our faculty for estimating the magnitude of the things of the sensible world awakens the feeling of a supersensible faculty in us, and the use that the power of judgment naturally makes in behalf of the latter feeling, though not the object of the senses, is absolutely great, while in contrast to it any other use is small c. Hence it is the disposition of the mind resulting from a certain representation occupying the reflective judgment, but not the object, which is to be called sublime. Thus we can also add this to the foregoing formulation of the explanation of the sublime. That is sublime which even to be able to think of demonstrates a faculty of the mind that surpasses every measure of the senses. Section 26. On the estimation of the magnitude of things of nature that is requisite for the idea of the sublime. The estimation of magnitude by means of numerical concepts, or their signs in algebra, is mathematical, but that in mere intuition, measured by eye, is aesthetic. Now we can, to be sure, obtain determinate concepts of how great something is only by means of numbers, or at any rate through approximations by means of numerical series progressing to infinity, whose unit is the measure, and to this extent all logical obutilt b in the first edition. Telescope and microscope were plural rather than singular c. In the first edition there is a comma rather than a period here. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Estimation of magnitude is mathematical, but since the magnitude of the measure must still be assumed to be known, then, if this in turn is to be estimated only by means of numbers whose unit would have to be another measure, and so mathematically, we can never have a primary or basic fundamental measure, and hence we can never have a determinate concept of a given magnitude. Thus the estimation of the magnitude of the basic measure must consist simply in the fact that one can immediately grasp it in an intuition and use it by means of imagination for the presentation of numerical concepts. That is, in the end all estimation of the magnitude of objects of nature is aesthetic, that is, subjectively and not objectively determined. Now for the mathematical estimation of magnitude, there is, to be sure, no greatest, for the power of numbers goes on to infinity. 8. But for the aesthetic estimation of magnitude there certainly is a greatest. And about this I say that if it is judged as an absolute measure, beyond which no greater is subjectively, for the judging be subject, possible, it brings with it the idea of the sublime, and produces that emotion which no mathematical estimation of magnitudes by means of numbers can produce except insofar as that aesthetic basic measure is vividly preserved in the imagination, since the latter always presents only relative magnitude through comparison with others of the same species, but the former presents magnitude absolutely, so far as the mind can grasp it in one intuition. To take up a quantum in the imagination intuitively, in order to be able to use it as a measure or a unit for the estimation of magnitude by means of numbers, involves two actions of this faculty, apprehension apprehensio, and comprehension comprehensio aesthetica. There is no difficulty with apprehension, because it can go on to infinity, but comprehension becomes ever more difficult the further apprehension advances, and soon reaches its maximum, namely the aesthetically greatest basic measure for the estimation of magnitude. For when apprehension has gone so far that the partial representations of the intuition of the senses that were apprehended first already begin to fade in the imagination as the latter proceeds on to the apprehension of further ones, then it loses on one side as much as it gains on the other, and there is in the comprehension a greatest point beyond which it cannot go. This makes it possible to explain a point that Savary 9 notes in his report on Egypt, that in order to get the full emotional effect of the Aburthielt B. Burthieland and C. or Fassung D. Zusum and Fassung critique of the aesthetic power of judgment magnitude of the pyramids, one must neither come too close to them nor be too far away, for in the latter case, the parts that are apprehended, the stones piled on top of one another, are represented only obscurely, and their representation has no effect on the aesthetic judgment of the subject. In the former case, however, the eye requires some time to complete its apprehension from the base level to the apex, but during this time the former always partly fades before the imagination has taken in the latter, and the comprehension is never complete. The very same thing can also suffice to explain the bewilderment or sort of embarrassment that is said to seize the spectator on first entering St. Peter's in Rome, for here there is a feeling of the inadequacy of his imagination for presenting the ideas of a whole, in which the imagination reaches its maximum and, in the effort to extend it, sinks back into itself, but is thereby transported into an emotionally moving satisfaction. I shall not yet add anything about the basis for this satisfaction, which is associated with a representation from which one should least expect it, namely one that makes us notice the inadequacy, consequently also the subjective non-purposiveness of the representation for the power of judgment in the estimation of magnitude. Rather, I only note that if the aesthetic judgment is to be pure, not mixed up with anything teleological as judgments of reason, and if an example of that is to be given which is fully appropriate for the critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, then the sublime must not be shown in products of art, for example, buildings, columns, etc., where a human end determines the form as well as the magnitude. 10. Nor in natural things whose concept already brings with it a determinate end, for example, animals of a known natural determination, but rather in raw nature, and even in this only insofar as it by itself brings with it neither charm nor emotion from real danger, merely insofar as it contains magnitude. For in this sort of representation nature contains nothing that would be monstrous, or magnificent or terrible. The magnitude that is apprehended may grow as large as one wants as long as it can be comprehended in one whole by the imagination. An object is monstrous if by its magnitude it annihilates the end which its concept constitutes. The mere presentation of a concept, however, which is almost too great for all presentation, which borders on the relatively monstrous, is called colossal, because the end of the presentation of a concept is made more difficult if the intuition of the object is almost too great for our faculty of apprehension. A pure judgment on the sublime, however, must have no end of the object as its determining ground if it is a Reading idea as in the second edition, rather than the singular idea as in the first. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment to be aesthetic and not mixed up with any judgment of the understanding or of reason, since everything that is to please the merely reflecting power of judgment without interest must involve in its representation subjective and as such universally valid purposiveness, though here no purposiveness of the form of the object, as in the case of the beautiful, is the basis for the judging. The question arises, what is this subjective purposiveness and how is it prescribed as a norm that provides a ground for universally valid satisfaction in the mere estimation of magnitude? And indeed where that has been pushed almost to the point of the inadequacy of our faculty of imagination in the presentation of the concept of a magnitude, the imagination, by itself, without anything hindering it, advances to infinity in the composition that is requisite for the representation of magnitude. The understanding, however, guides this by numerical concepts, for which the former must provide the schema. 12 And in this procedure, belonging to the logical estimation of magnitude, there is certainly something objectively purposive in accordance with the concept of an end, such as all measuring is, but nothing that is purposive and pleasing for the aesthetic power of judgment. There is also in this intentional purposiveness nothing that would necessitate pushing the magnitude of the measure and hence the comprehension of the many in one intuition to the boundaries of the faculty of imagination and as far as the latter might reach in presentations. For in the understanding's estimation of magnitudes, in arithmetic one gets equally far whether one pushes the composition of the units up to the number 10, in the decadic system, or only to 4, in the tetradic system. 13 The further generation of magnitude in composition, or, if the quantum is given in intuition, in apprehension, proceeds merely progressively, not comprehensively, in accordance with an assumed principle of progression. In this mathematical estimation of magnitude the understanding is equally well served and satisfied whether the imagination chooses for its unit a magnitude that can be grasped in a single glance, for example, a foot or a rod, or whether it chooses a German mile or even a diameter of the earth, whose apprehension but not composition is possible in an intuition of the imagination not through comprehensio aesthetica though a Beurteilung be in the first edition. This reads there is something that is certainly objectively purposive. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment certainly through comprehensio logica in a numerical concept. In both cases the logical estimation of magnitude proceeds unhindered to infinity, but now the mind hears in itself the voice of reason, which requires totality for all given magnitudes, even for those that can never be entirely apprehended although they are, in the sensible representation, judged as entirely given. Hence comprehension in one intuition, and it demands a presentation for all members of a progressively increasing numerical series, and does not exempt from this requirement even the infinite space and past time, but rather makes it unavoidable for us to think of it, in the judgment of common reason as given entirely, in its totality. The infinite, however, is absolutely, not merely comparatively, great. Compared with this, everything else, of the same kind of magnitude, is small. But what is most important is that even being able to think of it as a whole indicates a faculty of the mind which surpasses every standard of sense. For this would require a comprehension that yielded as a measure a unit that has a determinate relation to the infinite, expressible in numbers, which is impossible. But even to be able to think the given be infinite without contradiction requires a faculty in the human mind that is itself supersensible. For it is only by means of this and its idea of a noumenon, which itself admits of no intuition though it is presupposed as the substratum of the intuition of the world as mere appearance, that the infinite of the sensible world is completely comprehended in the pure intellectual estimation of magnitude under a concept, even though it can never be completely thought in the mathematical estimation of magnitude through numerical concepts. Even a faculty for being able to think the infinite of supersensible intuition as given, in its intelligible substratum, surpasses any standard of sensibility, and is great beyond all comparison even with the faculty of mathematical estimation. Not, of course, from a theoretical point of view, in behalf of the faculty of cognition, but still as an enlargement of the mind which feels itself empowered to overstep the limits of sensibility from another practical point of view. Nature is thus sublime in those of its appearances the intuition of which brings with them the idea of its infinity. Now the latter cannot happen except through the inadequacy of even the greatest effort of our imagination in the estimation of the magnitude of an object. Now, however, the imagination is adequate for the mathematical estimation of every object, that is, for giving an adequate measure for it, because a Beurteilt be the word given was added in the second edition C. Vermogend. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. The numerical concepts of the understanding, by means of progression, can make any measure adequate for any given a magnitude. Thus it must be the aesthetic estimation of magnitude in which is felt the effort at comprehension which exceeds the capacity b of the imagination to comprehend the progressive apprehension in one whole of intuition, and in which is at the same time perceived the inadequacy of this faculty, which is unbounded in its progression, for grasping a basic measure that is suitable for the estimation of magnitude with the least effort of the understanding and for using it for the estimation of magnitude. Now the proper unalterable basic measure of nature is its absolute whole, which, in the case of nature as appearance, is infinity comprehended. But since this basic measure is a self-contradictory concept, on account of the impossibility of the absolute totality of an endless progression, that magnitude of a natural object on which the imagination fruitlessly expends its entire capacity for comprehension must lead the concept of nature to a supersensible substratum, which grounds both it and at the same time our faculty for thinking, which is great beyond any standard of sense and hence allows not so much the object as rather the disposition of the mind in estimating it to be judged sublime. Thus, just as the aesthetic power of judgment in judging the beautiful relates the imagination in its free play to the understanding, in order to agree with its concepts in general without determination of them, so in judging a thing to be sublime the same faculty is related to reason, in order to correspond subjectively with its ideas though which is undetermined, that is, in order to produce a disposition of the mind which is in conformity with them and compatible with that which the influence of determinate, practical ideas on feeling would produce. It is also evident from this that true sublimity must be sought only in the mind of the one who judges, not in the object in nature, the judging of which occasions this disposition in it, and who would want to call sublime shapeless mountain masses towering above one another in wild disorder with their pyramids of ice, or the dark and raging sea, etc., but the mind feels itself elevated in its own judging in the consideration of such things, without regard to their form, abandoning itself to the imagination and to a reason which, although it is associated the word given was added in the second edition b vermogen c vermogen d buthilang e buthilang f buthilang g buthilang h buthilang, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment with it entirely without any determinate end, merely extends it, it nevertheless finds the entire power of the imagination inadequate to its ideas. Examples of the mathematically sublime in nature in mere intuition are provided for us by all those cases where what is given to us is not so much a greater numerical concept as rather a great unity as measure, foreshortening the numerical series. For the imagination, a tree that we estimate by the height of a man may serve as a standard for a mountain, and, if the latter were, say, a mile high, it could serve as the unit for the number that expresses the diameter of the earth. In order to make the latter intuitable, the diameter of the earth could serve as the unit for the planetary system so far as known to us, this for the Milky Way, and the immeasurable multitude of such Milky Way systems, called nebulae, which presumably constitute such a system among themselves in turn, does not allow us to expect any limits here. Now in the aesthetic judging of such an immeasurable whole, the sublime does not lie as much in the magnitude of the number as in the fact that as we progress we always arrive at ever greater units. The systematic division of the structure of the world contributes to this, representing to us all that is great in nature as in its turn small, but actually representing our imagination in all its boundlessness, and with it nature, as paling into insignificance beside the ideas b of reason if it is supposed to provide a presentation adequate to them. Section 27. On the quality of the satisfaction in the judging of the sublime, the feeling of the inadequacy of our capacity for the attainment of an idea that is a law for us is respect. 15. Now the idea of the comprehension of every appearance that may be given to us into the intuition of a whole is one enjoined on us by a law of reason, which recognizes no other determinate measure, valid for every one and inalterable, even the absolute whole, but our imagination, even in its greatest effort with regard to the comprehension of a given object in a whole of intuition, hence for the presentation of the idea of reason that is demanded of it, demonstrates its limits and inadequacy. But at the same Buthilang b in the first edition this was singular c Buthilang d vermogen z in the first edition. This word was alterable. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment time its vocation for adequately realizing that idea as a law. Thus the feeling of the sublime in nature is respect for our own vocation, which we show to an object in nature through a certain subrection, substitution of a respect for the object instead of for the idea of humanity in our subject, which as it were makes intuitable the superiority of the rational vocation of our cognitive faculty over the greatest faculty of sensibility. The feeling of the sublime is thus a feeling of displeasure from the inadequacy of the imagination in the aesthetic estimation of magnitude for the estimation be by means of reason, and a pleasure that is thereby aroused at the same time from the correspondence of this very judgment of the inadequacy of the greatest sensible faculty in comparison with ideas of reason, insofar as striving for them is nevertheless a law for us. That is, it is a law of reason for us and part of our vocation to estimate everything great that nature contains as an object of the senses for us as small in comparison with ideas of reason. And whatever arouses the feeling of this supersensible vocation in us is in agreement with that law. Now the greatest effort of the imagination in the presentation of the unity for the estimation of magnitude is a relation to something absolutely great, and consequently also a relation to the law of reason to adopt this alone as the supreme measure of magnitude. Thus the inner perception of the inadequacy of any sensible standard for the estimation of magnitude by reason corresponds with reason's laws, and is a displeasure that arouses the feeling of our supersensible vocation in us, in accordance with which it is purposive and thus a pleasure to find every standard of sensibility inadequate for the ideas of the understanding. See, the mind feels itself moved in the representation of the sublime in nature, while in the aesthetic judgment on the beautiful in nature it is in calm contemplation. This movement, especially in its inception, may be compared to a vibration, that is, to a rapidly alternating repulsion from and attraction to one and the same object. What is excessive for the imagination to which it is driven in the apprehension of the intuition, is as it were an abyss, in which it fears to lose itself. Yet for reason's idea of the supersensible to produce such an effort of the imagia bestimum, some occurrences of this word in this and the following sections could be translated as determination, but some can only be translated as vocation. So for the sake of consistency all will be translated that way. B. The second edition repeats the word estimation, Schatzung, instead of just using the pronoun that. Die following the second edition, which prints of understanding, des Verstands, instead of reason der Vernunft. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment nation is not excessive but lawful. Hence it is precisely as attractive as it was repulsive for mere sensibility. Even in this case, however, the judgment itself remains only aesthetic because, without having a determinate concept of the object as its ground, it represents merely the subjective play of the powers of the mind, imagination and reason, as harmonious even in their contrast. For just as imagination and understanding produce subjective purposiveness of the powers of the mind in the judging of the beautiful through their unison, so do imagination and reason produce subjective purposiveness through their conflict, namely, a feeling that we have pure self-sufficient reason, or a faculty for estimating magnitude, whose preeminence cannot be made intuitable through anything except the inadequacy of that faculty which is itself unbounded in the presentation of magnitudes, of sensible objects. The measurement of a space, as apprehension, is at the same time the description of it, thus an objective movement in the imagination and a progression. By contrast, the comprehension of multiplicity in the unity not of thought but of intuition, hence the comprehension in one moment of that which is successively apprehended, is a regression, which in turn cancels the time condition in the progression of the imagination and makes simultaneity intuitable. It is thus, since temporal succession is a condition of inner sense and of an intuition, a subjective movement of the imagination, by which it does violence to the inner sense, which must be all the more marked the greater the quantum is which the imagination comprehends in one intuition. Thus the effort to take up in a single intuition a measure for magnitudes, which requires an appreciable time for its apprehension, is a kind of apprehension which, subjectively considered, is contra-purposive, but which objectively, for the estimation of magnitude, is necessary, hence purposive. In this way, however, the very same violence that is inflicted on the subject by the imagination is judged be as purposive for the whole vocation of the mind. The quality of the feeling of the sublime is that it is a feeling of displeasure concerning the aesthetic faculty of judging. See, an object that is yet at the same time represented as purposive, which is possible because the subject's own incapacity D reveals the consciousness of an unlimited capacity E of the very same subject, and the mind can aesthetically judge F the latter only through the former of the word or was added in the second edition B Beurthield C Beurthielangs Vermogen D Unvermogen E Vermogens F Beurthielen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment in the logical estimation of magnitude. The impossibility of ever attaining to absolute totality through the progression of the measurement of the things of the sensible world in time and space was recognized as objective, that is, as an impossibility of thinking the infinite as even given, and not as merely subjective, that is, as an incapacity for grasping it, for there nothing at all turns on the degree of comprehension in one intuition as a measure, but everything comes down to a numerical concept. But in an aesthetic estimation of magnitude the numerical concept must drop out or be altered, and the comprehension of the imagination in respect of the unity of measure, so that the concept of a law of the successive generation of concepts of magnitude is avoided, is alone purposive for it. Now if a magnitude almost reaches the outermost limit of our faculty of comprehension in one intuition, and yet the imagination is by means of numerical concepts, our capacity B for which we are aware is unlimited, summoned to aesthetic comprehension in a greater unity, then we feel ourselves in our mind as aesthetically confined within borders, but with respect to the necessary enlargement of the imagination to the point of adequacy to that which is unlimited in our faculty of reason, namely the idea of the absolute whole. The displeasure and thus the contra-purposiveness of the faculty of imagination is yet represented as purposive for the ideas of reason and their awakening. It is precisely in this way, however, that the aesthetic judgment itself becomes purposive for reason, as the source of ideas, that is, for an intellectual comprehension for which all aesthetic comprehension is small, and the object is taken up as sublime with a pleasure that is possible only by means of a displeasure. B. On the dynamically sublime in nature section 28. On nature as a power. Power is a capacity C that is superior to great obstacles. The same thing is called dominion if it is also superior to the resistance of something that itself possesses power. Nature considered in aesthetic judgment as a power that has no dominion over us is dynamically sublime. If nature is to be judged D by us dynamically as sublime, it must be represented as arousing fear, although, conversely, not every object Vermogen B Vermogen C Vermogen D Beurthield. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment that arouses fear is found sublime in our aesthetic judgment. For in aesthetic judging without a concept, the superiority over obstacles can only be judged B in accordance with the magnitude of the resistance. However, that which we strive to resist is an evil, and, if we find our capacity C to be no match for it, an object of fear, thus, for the aesthetic power of judgment D nature can count as a power, E thus as dynamically sublime. Only insofar as it is considered an object of fear, we can, however, consider an object as fearful without being afraid of it, if, namely, we judge it in such a way that we merely think of the case in which we might wish to resist it and think that in that case all resistance would be completely futile. Thus the virtuous man fears God without being afraid of him, because he does not think of the case of wishing to resist God and his commands as anything that is worrisome for him. But since he does not think of such a case as impossible in itself, he recognizes God as fearful. Someone who is afraid can no more judge about the sublime in nature than someone who is in the grip of inclination and appetite can judge about the beautiful. The former flees from the sight of an object that instills alarm in him, and it is impossible to find satisfaction in a terror that is seriously intended. Hence the agreeableness in the cessation of something troublesome is joyfulness. But this joyfulness on account of liberation from a danger is accompanied with the proviso that one never again be exposed to that danger. Indeed, one may well be reluctant to think back on that sensation, let alone seek out the opportunity for it. Bold, overhanging, as it were threatening cliffs, thunderclouds towering up into the heavens, bringing with them flashes of lightning and crashes of thunder, volcanoes with their all-destroying violence, hurricanes with the devastation they leave behind, the boundless ocean set into a rage, a lofty waterfall on a mighty river, etc., make our capacity G to resist into an insignificant trifle in comparison with their power, but the sight of them only becomes all the more attractive the more fearful it is, as long as we find ourselves in safety, and we gladly call these objects sublime because they elevate the strength of our soul above its usual level. and allow us to discover within ourselves a capacity H for a Buthilang B Buthild C Vermogen D Earthielskraft E Mact F Buthilan G Vermogen H Vermogen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment resistance of quite another kind, which gives us the courage to measure ourselves against the apparent all-powerfulness of nature. For just as we found our own limitation in the immeasurability of nature and the insufficiency of our capacity to adopt a standard proportionate to the aesthetic estimation of the magnitude of its domain, but nevertheless at the same time found in our own faculty of reason another, nonsensible standard, which has that very infinity under itself as a unit against which everything in nature is small, and thus found in our own mind a superiority over nature itself even in its immeasurability. Likewise the irresistibility of its power certainly makes us, considered as natural beings, recognize our physical powerlessness. But at the same time it reveals a capacity C for judging D ourselves as independent of it and a superiority over nature on which is grounded a self-preservation of quite another kind than that which can be threatened and endangered by nature outside us, whereby the humanity in our person remains undemeaned even though the human being must submit to that dominion. In this way, in our aesthetic judgment nature is judged E as sublime not insofar as it arouses fear, but rather because it calls forth our power F, which is not part of nature, to regard those things about which we are concerned, goods, health and life, as trivial, and hence to regard its power G, to which we are, to be sure, subjected in regard to these things, as not the sort of dominion over ourselves and our authority to which we would have to bow if it came down to our highest principles and their affirmation or abandonment. Thus nature is here called sublime merely because it raises the imagination to the point of presenting those cases in which the mind can make palpable to itself the sublimity of its own vocation even over nature. This self-esteem is not diminished by the fact that we must see ourselves as safe in order to be sensible of this inspiring satisfaction, in which case, it might seem, because the danger is not serious, the sublimity of our spiritual capacity H is also not to be taken seriously. 16 For the satisfaction here concerns only the vocation of our capacity I as it is revealed to us in such a case, just as the predisposition to it lies in our nature, while the development and exercise of it is left to us. And a Vermogens B the word physical was added in the second edition. C Vermogen D Buthilan E Buthild F Kraft G Mact H Gestus Vermogen I Vermogens. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment remains our responsibility and there is truth here, however much the person, if he takes his reflection this far, may be conscious of his present actual powerlessness. To be sure, this principle seems far-fetched and subtle, hence excessive for an aesthetic judgment, but the observation of human beings shows the opposite, that it can be the principle for the most common judgings even though one is not always conscious of it. For what is it that is an object of the greatest admiration even to the savage? Someone who is not frightened, who has no fear, thus does not shrink before danger but energetically sets to work with full deliberation. And even in the most civilized circumstances this exceptionally high esteem for the warrior remains. Only now it is also demanded that he at the same time display all the virtues of peace, gentleness, compassion and even proper care for his own person. Precisely because in this way the incoercibility of his mind by danger can be recognized. Hence however much debate there may be about whether it is the statesman or the general who deserves the greater respect in comparison to the other, aesthetic judgment decides in favor of the latter. Even war, if it is conducted with order and reverence for the rights of civilians, has something sublime about it, and at the same time makes the mentality of the people who conduct it in this way all the more sublime. The more dangers it has been exposed to and before which it has been able to assert its courage, whereas a long peace causes the spirit of mere commerce to predominate, along with base selfishness, cowardice and weakness, and usually debases the mentality of the populace. This analysis of the concept of the sublime, to the extent that it is ascribed to power, seems to run counter to the fact that we usually represent God as exhibiting himself in anger but at the same time in his sublimity in thunder, storm, earthquake etc., where to imagine that our minds have any superiority over the effects and as it seems even over the intentions of such a power would seem to be at once both foolishness and outrage. Here it seems to be not a feeling of the sublimity of our own nature but rather submission, dejection, and a feeling of complete powerlessness that is the appropriate disposition of the mind to the appearance of such an object, and which is also usually associated with the idea of it in the case of natural occurrences of this sort. In religion in general, submission, adoration with bowed head, and remorseful and anxious gestures and voice, seem to be the only appropriate conduct in the presence of the deity, and so to have been in the first edition. This period was a comma, and the sentence continued to the end of the paragraph. B. Beurthilingen Citisten. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment adopted and still observed by most people. But this disposition of the mind is far from being intrinsically and necessarily connected with the idea of the sublimity of a religion and its object. Someone who is genuinely afraid because he finds cause for that within himself, because he is conscious of having offended with his contemptible disposition a power whose will is irresistible and at the same time just, certainly does not find himself in the right frame of mind to marvel at the greatness of God, for which a mood of calm contemplation and an entirely free judgment is requisite. Only when he is conscious of his upright, God-pleasing disposition do those effects of sea power serve to awaken in him the idea of the sublimity of this being, insofar as he recognizes in himself a sublimity of disposition suitable to God's will, and is thereby raised above the fear of such effects of nature, which he does not regard as outbursts of God's wrath. Even humility, as the pitiless judging of one's own failings, which otherwise, given consciousness of good dispositions, could easily be covered with the mantle of the fragility of human nature, is a sublime state of mind, that of voluntarily subjecting oneself to the pain of self-reproach in order gradually to eliminate the causes of it. In this way alone does religion internally distinguish itself from superstition, the latter not providing a basis in the mind for reverence for the sublime, but only for fear and anxiety before the being of superior power, to whose will the terrified person sees himself as subjected without holding him in great esteem, from which of course nothing can arise but the attempt to curry favor and ingratiate oneself, instead of a religion of the good conduct of life. Thus sublimity is not contained in anything in nature, but only in our mind, insofar as we can become conscious of being superior to nature within us and thus also to nature outside us, insofar as it influences us. Everything that arouses this feeling in us, which includes the power of nature that calls forth our own powers, is thus, although improperly, called sublime, and only under the presupposition of this idea in us and in relation to it are we capable of arriving at the idea of the sublimity of that being who produces inner respect in us not merely through his power, which he displays in nature, but even more by the Ergesinnung B in the second edition, Fries, in the first edition, Zwangfries, uncoerced or free from coercion C. der, in the first edition, Sema, that is, God's power die Beurthilung erfurcht furcht G. Macht H. Fate. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment capacitire that is placed within us for judging B. nature without fear and thinking of our vocation as sublime in comparison with it. Section 29. On the modality of the judgment on the sublime in nature, there are innumerable things in beautiful nature concerning which we immediately require consensus with our own judgment from everyone else and can also, without being especially prone to error, expect it. But we cannot promise ourselves that our judgment concerning the sublime in nature will so readily find acceptance by others. For a far greater culture, not merely of the aesthetic power of judgment, but also of the cognitive faculties on which that is based, seems to be requisite in order to be able to make a judgment about this excellence of the objects of nature. The disposition of the mind to the feeling of the sublime requires its receptivity to ideas, for it is precisely in the inadequacy of nature to the latter, thus only under the presupposition of them, and of the effort of the imagination to treat nature as a schema for them, that what is repellent for the sensibility, but which is at the same time attractive for it, consists, because it is a dominion that reason exercises over sensibility only in order to enlarge it in a way suitable for its own proper domain, the practical, and to allow it to look out upon the infinite, which for sensibility is an abyss. In fact, without the development of moral ideas, that which we, prepared by culture, call sublime will appear merely repellent to the unrefined person. He will see in the proofs of the dominion of nature given by its destructiveness and in the enormous measure of its power, against which his own vanishes away to nothing, only the distress, danger, and need that would surround the person who was banished thereto. Thus the good and otherwise sensible Savoyard peasant, as Herr de Saussure relates, had no hesitation in calling all devotees of the icy mountains fools 18, and who knows whether that would have been entirely unjust if that observer had undertaken the dangers to which he there exposed himself, as most travelers usually do, merely as a hobby, or in order one day to be able to describe them with pathos, but his intention was the edification of mankind, and this excellent man experienced the elevating sentiment that he gave to the readers of his travels as part of the bargain. But just because the judgment on the sublime in nature requires a vermogen beoordeling sila nerhabend empfindung, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment culture, more so than that on the beautiful, it is not therefore first generated by culture and so to speak introduced into society merely as a matter of convention. Rather it has its foundation in human nature, and indeed in that which can be required of everyone and demanded of him along with healthy understanding, namely in the predisposition to the feeling for practical ideas, that is, to that which is moral. This is the ground for the necessity of the assent of the judgment of other people concerning the sublime to our own, which we at the same time include in the latter. For just as we reproach someone who is indifferent in judging an object in nature that we find beautiful with lack of taste, so we say of someone who remains unmoved by that which we judge to be sublime that he has no feeling. We demand both, however, of every human being, and also presuppose it in everyone who has any culture, only with this difference, that we immediately require the former of everyone because in it the power of judgment relates the imagination merely to the understanding, as the faculty of concepts, but because the latter relates the imagination to reason, as the faculty of ideas, we require it only under a subjective presupposition, which, however, we believe ourselves to be justified in demanding of everyone, namely that of the moral feeling in the human being. See, and so we also ascribe necessity to this aesthetic judgment. In this modality of aesthetic judgments, namely their presumed necessity, lies a principal moment for the critique of the power of judgment, for it makes us cognizant of an a priori principle in them, and elevates them out of empirical psychology, in which they would otherwise remain buried among the feelings of enjoyment and pain, only with the meaningless epithet of a more refined feeling, e. 19, in order to place them and by their means the power of judgment in the class of those which have as their ground a priori principles, and as such to transpose them into transcendental philosophy. General remark on the exposition of aesthetic reflective judgments. 20 In relation to the feeling of pleasure, an object is to be counted either among the agreeable or the beautiful or the sublime or the absolutely good, iucundum, pulchrum, sublime, honestum a den moralischen. In the first edition, den moralischen, which would refer back to the previous clause and thus be translated as to the moral ideas beoordeling. C. The words in the human being were added in the second edition. D. The word also was added in the second edition. Either parenthetical remark was added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. The agreeable, as an incentive for the desires, is of the same kind throughout, no matter where it comes from and how specifically different the representation of sense and of sensation, objectively considered, may be. 21 Hence in judging of its influence on the mind it is only a matter of the number b of the charms, simultaneous and successive, and as it were only of the mass of the agreeable sensation, and thus this cannot be made intelligible except by quantity. It also does not contribute to culture, but is simply a matter of enjoyment. The beautiful, by contrast, requires the representation of a certain quality of the object, which also makes itself intelligible, and can be brought to concepts, although in the aesthetic judgment it is not brought to that, and it does contribute to culture, in that it at the same time teaches us to attend to purposiveness in the feeling of pleasure. The sublime consists merely in the relation in which the sensible in the representation of nature is judged c as suitable for a possible supersensible use of it, the absolutely good, judged d subjectively in terms of the feeling that it instills, the object of the moral feeling, as the determinability of the powers of the subject by means of the representation of an absolutely necessitating law, is distinguished chiefly by the modality of a necessity resting on concepts a priori, which contains in itself not merely a claim but also a command that everyone should assent, and belongs in itself not to the aesthetic but to the pure intellectual power of judgment. It is also ascribed, not in a merely reflecting but in a determining judgment, not to nature but to freedom. 22 But the determinability of the subject by means of this idea, and indeed of a subject that can sense in itself obstacles in sensibility but at the same time superiority over them through overcoming them as a modification of its condition, that is, the moral feeling, is nevertheless related to the aesthetic power of judgment and its formal conditions to the extent that it can serve to make the lawfulness of action out of duty representable at the same time as aesthetic, that is, as sublime, or also as beautiful, without sacrificing any of its purity, which would not be the case if one would place it in natural combination with the feeling of the agreeable. If one draws the result from the exposition thus far of the two kinds of aesthetic judgment, the outcome would be the following brief explanations. That is beautiful which pleases in the mere judging thus not by means of the sensation of sense nor in accordance with a concept of the understanding. From this it follows of itself that it must please without any interest. That is sublime which pleases immediately through its resistance to the interest of the senses. Both, as explanations of aesthetically universally valid judging, are related to subjective grounds, namely on the one hand to those of sensibility, as it is a Beurteilung B Meng C Beurteilt D Beurteilt E in the first edition. The words but to the pure intellectual were enclosed in parentheses F Beurteilung G Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment purposive in behalf of the contemplative understanding, on the other, in opposition to those, as purposive for the ends of practical reason, and yet both, united in the same subject, are purposive in relation to the moral feeling. The beautiful prepares us to love something, even nature, without interest, the sublime, to esteem it, even contrary to our sensible interest. One can describe the sublime thus: it is an object of nature, the representation of which determines the mind to think of the unattainability of nature as a presentation of ideas. Taken literally, and considered logically, ideas cannot be presented. But if we extend our empirical faculty of representation, mathematically or dynamically, for the intuition of nature, then reason inevitably comes in as a faculty of the independence of the absolute totality, and produces the effort of the mind, though it is in vain, to make the representation of the senses adequate to that. This effort, and the feeling of the unattainability of the idea by means of the imagination, is itself a presentation of the subjective purposiveness of our mind in the use of the imagination for its supersensible vocation, and compels us to think nature itself in its totality, as the presentation of something supersensible, subjectively, without being able to produce this presentation objectively. For we quickly realize that nature falls completely short of the unconditioned in space and time, and thus of absolute magnitude, even though this is demanded by the commonest reason. And precisely by this are we reminded that we have to do only with a nature as appearance, and that this itself must be regarded as the mere presentation of a nature in itself which reason has in the idea. This idea of the supersensible, however, which of course we cannot further determine, so that we cannot cognize nature as a presentation of it but can only think it, is awakened in us by means of an object the aesthetic judging of which stretches imagination to its limit, whether that of enlargement, mathematically, or of its power over the mind, dynamically, in that it is grounded in the feeling of a vocation of the mind that entirely oversteps the domain of the former, the moral feeling, in regard to which the representation of the object is judged be as subjectively purposive. In fact, a feeling for the sublime in nature cannot even be conceived without connecting it to a disposition of the mind that is similar to the moral disposition, and, although the beautiful in nature likewise presupposes and cultivates a certain liberality in the manner of thinking, that is, independence of the satisfaction from mere sensory enjoyment, nevertheless by means of it freedom is represented more as in play than as subject to a lawful business, which is the genuine property of human morality, where reason must exercise dominion over sensibility. It is just that in the aesthetic judgment on the sublime this dominion is represented as being exercised by the imagination itself, as an instrument of reason. The satisfaction in the sublime in nature is thus also only negative, whereas that in the beautiful is positive, namely a feeling of the deprivation of the Beurteilung B Beurteilt. critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, freedom of the imagination by itself, insofar as it is purposively determined in accordance with a law other than that of empirical use, it thereby acquires an enlargement and power which is greater than that which it sacrifices, but whose ground is hidden from it, whereas it feels the sacrifice or deprivation and at the same time the cause to which it is subjected, the astonishment bordering on terror, the horror and the awesome shudder, which grip the spectator in viewing mountain ranges towering to the heavens, deep ravines and the raging torrents in them, deeply shadowed wastelands inducing melancholy reflection, etc., is, in view of the safety in which he knows himself to be, not actual fear, but only an attempt to involve ourselves in it by means of the imagination, in order to feel the power of that very faculty, to combine the movement of the mind thereby aroused with its calmness, and so to be superior to nature within us, and thus also that outside us, insofar as it can have an influence on our feeling of well-being. For the imagination, in accordance with the law of association, makes our state of contentment physically dependent, but the very same imagination, in accordance with principles of the schematism of the power of judgment, consequently to the extent that it is subordinated to freedom, is an instrument of reason and its ideas, but has such a power to assert our independence in the face of the influences of nature, to diminish the value of what is great according to these, and so to place what is absolutely great only in its, the subject's, own vocation. This reflection of the aesthetic power of judgment, elevating itself to adequacy to reason yet without a determinate concept of the latter, represents the object, precisely by means of the objective inadequacy of the imagination in its greatest extension to reason as a faculty of ideas, as subjectively purposive. Here one must attend above all to what was already pointed out above, that in the transcendental aesthetic of the power of judgment it is strictly pure aesthetic judgments that are at issue. Consequently the examples must not be drawn from those beautiful or sublime objects of nature that presuppose the concept of an end, for in that case it would be either teleological or grounded in mere sensations of an object, gratification or pain, and thus in the first case would not be an aesthetic purposiveness and in the second case not a merely formal purposiveness. Thus, if someone calls the sight of the starry heavens sublime, he must not ground such a judging be of it on concepts of worlds inhabited by rational beings, taking the bright points with which we see the space above us to be filled as their suns, about which they move in their purposively appointed orbits, but must take it, as we see it, merely as a broad, all-embracing vault, and it must be merely under this representation that we posit the sublimity that a pure aesthetic judgment attributes to this object. In just the same way, we must not take the sight of the ocean as we think it, enriched with all sorts of knowledge, which are not, however, contained in the immediate intuition, for example as a wide realm of water creatures, as the great storehouse of water for the evaporation which impregnates the air whither the first and second editions have der Ersteren, the third der Letzteren. In either case, the reference is back to the influences of nature Beurteilung, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment clouds for the benefit of the land, or as an element that separates parts of the world from one another but at the same time makes possible the greatest community among them. For this would yield merely teleological judgments. Rather, one must consider the ocean merely as the poets do, in accordance with what its appearance shows. For instance, when it is considered in periods of calm, as a clear watery mirror bounded only by the heavens, but also when it is turbulent, an abyss threatening to devour everything, and yet still be able to find it sublime. The same is to be said about the sublime and the beautiful in the human figure, where we do not look to concepts of the ends for which all its members exist for determining grounds of our judgment and must not let agreement with them influence our aesthetic judgment, which in that case would no longer be pure, though that they do not conflict with those ends is of course a necessary condition even of aesthetic satisfaction. 24 Aesthetic purposiveness is the lawfulness of the power of judgment in its freedom. The satisfaction in the object depends on the relation in which we would place the imagination, namely, that it entertain the mind by itself in free activity. If, on the contrary, something else determines the judgment, whether it be a sensation of the senses or a concept of the understanding, then it is certainly lawful but not the judgment of a free power of judgment. Thus if one speaks of an intellectual beauty or sublimity, then, first, these expressions are not entirely correct, because they are kinds of aesthetic representation that would not be found in us at all if we were simply pure intelligences. or even if we were to transform ourselves into such in our thoughts. Second, although both, as objects of an intellectual moral satisfaction, are certainly compatible with the aesthetic insofar as they do not rest on any interest, nevertheless they are still difficult to unite with the aesthetic because they are supposed to produce an interest which, if the presentation is to agree with the satisfaction in aesthetic judging, would never occur except by means of an interest of the senses, which is combined with it in the presentation, through which, however, damage would be done to the intellectual purposiveness and it would become impure. The object of a pure and unconditioned intellectual satisfaction is the moral law in all its power, which it exercises in us over each and every incentive of the mind antecedent to it, and, since this power actually makes itself aesthetically knowable only through sacrifices, which is a deprivation, although in behalf of inner freedom, but also reveals in us an unfathomable depth of this supersensible faculty together with its consequences reaching beyond what can be seen. The satisfaction on the aesthetic side, in relation to sensibility, is negative, that is, contrary to this interest, but considered from the intellectual side it is positive, and combined with an interest. From this it follows that the intellectual, intrinsically purposive moral good, judged aesthetically, must not be represented so much as beautiful but rather as sublime, so that it arouses more the feeling of respect, which scorns charm, than that of love and intimate Beurteilung. The parentheses around this part of the sentence were added in the second edition. See Beurteild. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment affection. Since human nature does not agree with that good of its own accord, but only through the dominion that reason exercises over sensibility. Conversely, even that which we call sublime in nature outside us or even within ourselves, for example, certain effects, is represented only as a power of the mind to soar above certain obstacles of sensibility by means of moral principles, and thereby to become interesting. I should like to dwell a little on the last point. The idea of the good with effect is called enthusiasm. C. 25. This state of mind seems to be sublime, so much so that it is commonly maintained that without it nothing great can be accomplished. Now, however, every affect is blind, either in the choice of its end, or, even if this is given by reason, in its implementation, for it is that movement of the mind that makes it incapable of engaging in free consideration of principles, in order to determine itself in accordance with them. Thus it cannot in any way merit a satisfaction of reason. Nevertheless, enthusiasm is aesthetically sublime, because it is a stretching of the powers through ideas, which give the mind a momentum that acts far more powerfully and persistently than the impetus given by sensory representations. But, what seems strange, even effectlessness, apatheia, phlegma insignificatu bono, in a mind that emphatically pursues its own inalterable principles is sublime, and indeed in a far superior way, because it also has the satisfaction of pure reason on its side. 27. Only such a mentality is called noble, an expression subsequently also applied to things, for example, buildings, costume, a literary style, a bodily posture, etc., if it arouses not so much astonishment, an effect in the representation of novelty that exceeds expectation. 28. As admiration, an astonishment that does not cease when the novelty is lost, which happens when ideas in their presentation unintentionally and without artifice agree with aesthetic satisfaction. Every effect of the courageous sort, that is, which arouses the consciousness of our powers to overcome any resistance, animi strenu, f. is aesthetically sublime. For example, anger, even despair, that is, the enraged, not the despot. Affects are specifically different from passions. The former are related merely to feeling, the latter belong to the faculty of desire, and are inclinations that make all determinability of the faculty of choice by means of principles difficult or impossible. The former are tumultuous and unpremeditated, the latter sustained and considered. Thus indignation, as anger, is an affect, but as hatred, vindictiveness, it is a passion. The latter can never, in any circumstances, be called sublime, because while in the case of an affect the freedom of the mind is certainly hampered, in the case of passion it is removed. The emphasized word certain, Jewish, in the second edition replaces the in the first. Reading moralish with the first edition rather than menschlich with the second. See here Kant uses the word enthusiasm, not as he usually does schwärmerei, in the first edition. that makes it incapable of determining itself through principles in accordance with free consideration e apathy, being phlegmatic in a positive sense f vigorous spirits or mental powers. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment dent kind. Effect of the yielding kind, however, which makes the effort at resistance itself into an object of displeasure, animum languidum, has nothing noble in it, although it can be counted as belonging to beauty of the sensory kind. 29 Hence the emotions that can reach the strength of an effect are also quite diverse. We have brave as well as tender emotions. The latter, if they reach the level of an effect, are good for nothing at all. The tendency toward them is called oversensitivity. 30 A sympathetic pain that will not let itself be consoled, or with which, when it concerns invented evils, we consciously become involved, to the point of being taken in by the fantasy, as if it were real, proves and constitutes a tender-hearted but at the same time weak soul, which reveals a beautiful side, and which can certainly be called fantastic but not even enthusiastic. Novels, sentimental plays, shallow moral precepts, which make play with, falsely, so-called noble dispositions, but in fact enervate the heart, and make it unreceptive to the rigorous precept of duty and incapable of all respect for the dignity of humanity in our own person and the right of human beings, which is something entirely different from their happiness, and in general incapable of all firm principles. Even a religious sermon that preaches a groveling, base currying of favor and self-ingratiation, which abandons all confidence in our own capacity for resistance against evil, instead of the energetic determination to seek out the powers that still remain in us, despite all our frailty, for overcoming inclinations, the false humility that finds the only way to be pleasing to the Supreme Being in self-contempt, in whimpering, feigned remorse and a merely passive attitude of mind. None of these have anything to do with that which can be counted as the beauty, let alone the sublimity, of a mentality, but even tumultuous movements of the mind, whether they be associated with ideas of religion, under the name of edification, or, as belonging merely to culture, with ideas that contain a social interest, no matter how much they stretch the imagination, can in no way claim the honor of being a sublime presentation, if they do not leave behind a disposition of mind that, even if only indirectly, has influence on the consciousness of its strength and resolution in regard to that which brings with it intellectual purposiveness, the supersensible. For otherwise all these emotions belong only to the motion see that we are glad to have for the sake of health. The agreeable exhaustion that follows such an agitation by the play of affects is an enjoyment of the well-being resulting from the equilibrium of the various vital forces that is thus produced in us, which in the end comes down to the same thing as that which the voluptuaries of the Orient find so comforting when they have their bodies as it were kneaded, and all their muscles and joints softly pressed and flexed. Only in the first case the moving principle is for the most part in us, while in the latter it is entirely outside us. Now many a person does believe himself to be edified by a sermon in which, however, no system of good maxims has been erected, or improved by a tragedy when he is merely glad about a enfeebled spirit be vermogen. See here Kant uses the Latinate word motion instead of Bewegung movement. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment lucky escape from boredom. Thus the sublime must always have a relation to the manner of thinking, that is, to maxims for making the intellectual and the ideas of reason superior to sensibility. There need be no anxiety that the feeling of the sublime will lose anything through such an abstract presentation, which becomes entirely negative in regard to the sensible. For the imagination, although it certainly finds nothing beyond the sensible to which it can attach itself, nevertheless feels itself to be unbounded precisely because of this elimination of the limits of sensibility, and that separation is thus a presentation of the infinite, which for that very reason can never be anything other than a merely negative presentation, which nevertheless expands the soul. Perhaps there is no more sublime passage in the Jewish book of the law than the commandment, "Thou shalt not make unto thyself any graven image, nor any likeness either of that which is in heaven, or on the earth, or yet under the earth," etc. 32. This commandment alone can explain the enthusiasm that the Jewish people felt in its civilized period for its religion when it compared itself with other peoples, or the pride that Mohammedanism inspired. The very same thing also holds of the representation of the moral law and the predisposition to morality in us. It is utterly mistaken to worry that if it were deprived of everything that the senses can recommend it would then bring with it nothing but cold, lifeless approval and no moving force or emotion. it is exactly the reverse. For where the senses no longer see anything before them, yet the unmistakable and inextinguishable idea of morality remains, there it would be more necessary to moderate the momentum of an unbounded imagination so as not to let it reach the point of enthusiasm. B. 33 Rather than, from fear of the powerlessness of these ideas, to look for assistance for them in images and childish devices. That is why even governments have gladly allowed religion to be richly equipped with such supplements and thus sought to relieve the subject C of the bother, but at the same time also of the capacity D to extend the powers of his soul beyond the limits that are arbitrarily set for him, and by means of which, as merely passive, he can more easily be dealt with. This pure, elevating, merely negative presentation of morality, by contrast, carries with it no risk of visionary rapture, which is a delusion of being able to see something beyond all bounds of sensibility, that is, to dream in accordance with principles, to rave with reason, precisely because the presentation in this case is merely negative, for the inscrutability of the idea of freedom entirely precludes any positive presentation. 34 But the moral law is sufficient in itself in us and originally determining, so that it does not even agicitaten be here and in the next paragraph. Enthusiasm C unterthen die vermogene Seelen erhebend. Literally soul elevating Schwarmerg. This word is set in spaced Fetdruck in Kant's text H following the second edition in reading Sinnlichkeit instead of Sittlichkeit. Morality, as in the first critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, allow us to look around for a determining ground outside it. If enthusiasm can be compared with the delusion of sense, then visionary rapture is to be compared with the delusion of mind, B, the latter of which is least of all compatible with the sublime, since it is brooding and absurd. In enthusiasm, as an effect, the imagination is unreined. In visionary rapture, as a deep-rooted, oppressive passion, it is unruled. The former is a passing accident, which occasionally affects the most healthy understanding. The latter is a disease that destroys it. Simplicity, artless purposiveness, is as it were the style of nature in the sublime, and so also of morality, which is a second, supersensible, nature, of which we know only the laws, without being able by intuition to reach the supersensible faculty in ourselves that contains the ground of this legislation. It should further be remarked that, although the satisfaction in the beautiful, as much as that in the sublime, is not only clearly distinguished among the other aesthetic judging C by means of universal communicability, but also, by means of this property, acquires an interest in relation to society, in which it can be communicated. Nevertheless, the separation from all society is also regarded as something sublime if it rests on ideas that look beyond all sensible interest, to be self-sufficient, hence not to need society, yet without being unsociable, that is, fleeing it, is something that comes close to the sublime, just like any superiority over needs. In contrast, to flee from human beings out of misanthropy, because one is hostile to them, or out of anthropophobia, fear of people, because one fears them as enemies, is in part hateful and in part contemptible. Nevertheless, there is a kind of misanthropy, very improperly so called, the predisposition to which is often found in the mind of many well-thinking people as they get older, which is certainly philanthropic enough as far as their benevolence is concerned, but is because of long, sad experience far removed from any pleasure D in human beings. Evidence of this is to be found in the tendency to withdraw from society, the fantastic wish for an isolated country seat, or even, in young people, the dream of happiness in being able to pass their life on an island unknown to the rest of the world with a small family, which the novelists or poets who write Robinsonades 35 know so well how to exploit. Falsehood, ingratitude, injustice, the childishness in ends that we ourselves hold to be important and great, in the pursuit of which people do every conceivable evil to each other, so contradict the idea of what they could be if they wanted to, and are so opposed to the lively wish to take a better view of them that, in order not to hate them, since one cannot love them, doing without all social joy seems to be only a small sacrifice. This sadness, not about the evil that fate imposes on other human beings, which is caused by sympathy, but over that which they do to themselves, which is based on antipathy in fundamental principles, is, since it rests on ideas, sublime. A waanzin be waanwit see buurthelingen die heer wohlgevallen, in contrast to wolwillen, benevolence, in the previous clause. critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, whereas the former can at best only count as beautiful. Sosolo, 36, as inspired as he is thorough, in the description of his travels in the Alps, says of Bonhomme, one of the mountains of Savoy, there reigns there a certain tedious sadness, but he also knew of an interesting sadness, which is instilled by the view of a wasteland to which human beings would move in order to hear or experience nothing more of the world, but which nevertheless must not be so completely inhospitable that it would offer human beings only an extremely burdensome refuge. I make this remark only with the intention of recalling that even sorrow, not dejected sadness, can be counted among the vigorous effects if it is grounded in moral ideas, but if it is grounded in sympathy, and, as such, is also lovable, it belongs merely to the mellowing effects, only in order to draw attention to the disposition of the mind that is sublime. Only in the former case the transcendental exposition of aesthetic judgments that has now been completed can be compared with the physiological exposition, as it has been elaborated by a Burke and many acute men among us, in order to see whither a merely empirical exposition of the sublime and the beautiful would lead. Burke, who deserves to be named as the foremost author in this sort of approach, brings out in this manner, page 223 of his work, that the feeling of the sublime is grounded on the drive to self-preservation and on fear, that is, a pain, which, since it does not go as far as the actual destruction of bodily parts, produces movements which, since they cleanse the finer or cruder vessels of dangerous and burdensome stoppages, are capable of arousing agreeable sensations, not, to be sure, pleasure, but a kind of pleasing horror, a certain tranquility that is mixed with terror. 38 The beautiful, which he grounds on love, which, however, he would have known as separate from desire, he traces, pages 251-52, to the relaxation, loosening and slackening of the fibers of the body, hence to a softening, a dissolution, an enervation, a sinking away, a dying away, a melting away of gratification. 39 And now he confirms this sort of explanation through cases in which the imagination is able to arouse the feeling of the beautiful as well as the sublime, not only in association with the understanding, but even in association with sensory sensations, as psychological remarks. These analyses of the phenomena of our mind are extremely fine, and provide rich materials for the favorite researches of empirical anthropology. Moreover, it cannot be denied that all representations in us, whether they are according to the German translation of his essay, Philosophische Untersuchungen über dem Ursprung unserer Begriff vom Schönen und Erhabenen, Rigger, Hartknopf, 1773 in the first edition. The word printed here was psychological Schön. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, objectively merely sensible or else entirely intellectual, can nevertheless subjectively be associated with gratification or pain, however unnoticeable either might be, because they all affect the feeling of life, and none of them, insofar as it is a modification of the subject, can be indifferent, or even that, as Epicurus maintained, gratification and pain are always ultimately corporeal. 40 Whether they originate from the imagination or even from representations of the understanding, because life without the feeling of the corporeal organ is merely consciousness of one's existence, but not a feeling of well or ill-being, that is, the promotion or inhibition of the powers of life, because the mind for itself is entirely life, the principle of life itself, and hindrances or promotions must be sought outside it, though in the human being himself, hence in combination with his body. If, however, one locates the satisfaction in the object entirely in the fact that it gratifies by means of charm and emotion, then one must not expect of others that they will assent to the aesthetic judgments that we make, for about that everyone is justified in consulting only his own private sense. In that case, however, all criticism of taste also ceases entirely, for one would then have to make the example that others give by means of the contingent correspondence among their judgments into a command for assent from us, in opposition to which principle, however, we would presumably struggle and appeal to the natural right to subject the judgment that rests on the immediate feeling of our own well-being to our own sense, and not to that of others. If, therefore, the judgment of taste must not be counted as egoistic, but necessarily, in accordance with its inner nature, that is, of itself, not for the sake of the examples that others give of their taste, as pluralistic, If one evaluates it as one that may at the same time demand that everyone should consent to it, then it must be grounded in some sort of a priori principle, whether objective or subjective, which one can never arrive at by scouting about among empirical laws of the alterations of the mind, for these allow us to cognize only how things are judged, but never to prescribe how they ought to be judged, particularly in such a way that the command is unconditioned, though it is something of this sort that the judgments of taste presuppose when they would have the satisfaction known to be immediately connected with a representation. Thus the empirical exposition of aesthetic judgments may always make a start at furnishing the material for a higher investigation. Yet a transcendental discussion of this faculty is still possible and essential for the critique of taste, for unless this has a priori principles, it could not possibly guide the judgments of others and make claims to approve or reject them with even a semblance of right. What belongs to the remainder of the analytic of the aesthetic power of judgment contains first of all the ear in the first edition, all B censor C in the first edition. The next sentence followed after a comma rather than a period D in the first edition. Judgments E. This lead into the next section was added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Deduction of pure aesthetic judgments. 1 Section 30. The deduction of aesthetic judgments concerning the objects of nature may not be directed towards that which we call sublime among them, but only to the beautiful. The claim of an aesthetic judgment to universal validity for every subject, as a judgment that must be based on some principle a priori, needs a deduction. That is, a legitimation of its presumption, which must be added to its exposition, if, that is, it concerns a satisfaction or dissatisfaction in the form of the object. The judgments of taste concerning the beautiful in nature are of this sort, for in this case the purposiveness has its ground in the object and its shape, even if it does not indicate the relation of the object to others in accordance with concepts, for judgments of cognition, but rather generally concerns merely the apprehension of this form insofar as it shows itself in the mind to be suitable to the faculty both of concepts and of the presentation of them, which is one and the same as that of apprehension. Hence one can also raise many questions in regard to the beautiful in nature, concerning the cause of this purposiveness of its forms. For example, how is one to explain why nature has spread beauty so extravagantly everywhere, even at the bottom of the ocean, where it is only seldom that the human eye, for which alone, after all, it is purposive, penetrates and so on. Only the sublime in nature, if we make a pure aesthetic judgment about it, which is not mixed with concepts of perfection, as objective purposiveness, in which case it would be a teleological judgment, can be considered as entirely formless or shapeless, but nevertheless as the object of a pure satisfaction, and can demonstrate subjective purposiveness in the given representation. And the question now arises, whether in the case of this kind of aesthetic judgment, beyond the exposition of what is thought in it, a deduction of its claim to some sort of subjective principle a priori could also be demanded. It will serve as an answer to this that the sublime in nature is only improperly so called, and should properly be ascribed only to the manner of thinking, or rather to its foundation in human nature. See the in the first edition. The heading Third Book Dritter's Book preceded this title B Gestalt C in the first edition. There was a comma rather than a period here, and the sentence continued thus, for which the apprehension merely provides the occasion. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Apprehension of an otherwise formless and non-purposive object merely provides the occasion for becoming conscious of this, which in this way is used in a subjectively purposive way, but is not judged to be such for itself and on account of its form, as it were species finalis accepta, non data. Hence our exposition of the judgments on the sublime in nature was at the same time their deduction. For when we analyzed the reflection of the power of judgment in these, we found in them a purposive relation of the cognitive faculties, which must ground the faculty of ends, the will, a priori, and hence is itself purposive a priori, which then immediately contains B the deduction, that is, the justification of the claim of such a judgment to universally necessary validity. We shall thus have to seek only the deduction of judgments of taste, that is, of the judgments about the beauty of things in nature, and by this means accomplish the task for the whole of the aesthetic power of judgment in its entirety. Section 31. On the method of the deduction of judgments of taste. The obligation to provide a deduction, that is, The guarantee of the legitimacy of a kind of judgment arises only if the judgment makes a claim to necessity, which is the case even if it demands subjective universality, that is, the assent of all, in spite of the fact that it is not a judgment of cognition, but only of the pleasure or displeasure in a given object, that is, a presumption of a subjective purposiveness that is throughout valid for everyone, which is not supposed to be grounded in any concept of the thing, because it is a judgment of taste, since in the latter case we do not have before us a judgment of cognition, neither a theoretical one, grounded in the concept of a nature in general through the understanding, nor a pure, practical one, grounded in the idea of freedom as given a priori by reason, and thus have to justify a priori the validity of neither a judgment that represents what a thing is nor one that in order to produce it, ought to perform something. It is only the universal validity of a singular judgment, which expresses the subjective purposiveness of an empirical representation of the form of an object, that has to be shown for the faculty of judgment in general in order to explain how it is possible that something could please merely in the judging C without a censor. The appearance of finality is assigned, not given B in the first edition, is C. Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment Tion of the senses or a concept, and that, just as the judging of an object for the sake of a cognition in general has universal rules, the satisfaction of one B can also be announced as a rule for everyone else. Now if this universal validity is not to be grounded on collecting votes and asking around among other people about the sort of sensations they have, but is as it were to rest on an autonomy of the subject judging about the feeling of pleasure in the given representation, that is, on his own taste, but yet is also not to be derived from concepts, then such a judgment has, as the judgment of taste in fact does, a twofold and indeed logical peculiarity, namely, first, universal validity a priori, yet not a logical universality in accordance with concepts, but the universality of a singular judgment. Second, a necessity which must always rest on a priori grounds, which does not, however, depend on any a priori grounds of proof, by means of the representation of which the approval that the judgment of taste requires of everyone could be compelled. The resolution of these logical peculiarities, in which a judgment of taste differs from all judgments of cognition, if we here initially abstract from all its content, namely the feeling of pleasure, and merely compare the aesthetic form with the form of objective judgments, as logic prescribes it, will by itself be sufficient for the deduction of this unusual faculty. We will therefore first of all offer a representation of these characteristic properties of taste, elucidated by means of examples. Section 32. First peculiarity of the judgment of taste. The judgment of taste determines its object with regard to satisfaction, as beauty, with a claim to the assent of everyone, as if it were objective. To say this flower is beautiful is the same as merely to repeat its own claim to everyone's satisfaction. On account of the agreeableness of its smell it has no claims at all, for one person is enraptured by this smell, while another's head is dizzied by it. Now what should one infer from this except that the beauty must be held to be a property of the flower itself, which does not correspond to the difference of heads and so many senses, but to which instead the latter must correspond if they would judge it? And yet this is not how it is. For the judgment of taste consists precisely in the fact that it calls a thing beautiful only in accordance with that quality in it by means of which it corresponds with our way of receiving it. A Beurteilung B. The phrase of 1. Eens Jaden was added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Moreover, it is required of every judgment that is supposed to prove the taste of the subject that the subject judge for himself, without having to grope about by means of experience among the judgments of a thircer and first inform himself about their satisfaction or dissatisfaction in the same object, and thus that he should pronounce his judgment not as imitation, because a thing really does please universally, but a priori too. One would think, however, that an a priori judgment must contain a concept of the object, for the cognition of which it contains the principle. The judgment of taste, however, is not grounded on concepts at all, and is above all not cognition, but only an aesthetic judgment. Hence a young poet does not let himself be dissuaded from his conviction that his poem is beautiful by the judgment of the public nor that of his friends, and, if he does give them a hearing, this is not because he now judges be it differently, but rather because, even if, at least in his view, the entire public has a false taste, he nevertheless, even against his judgment, finds cause to accommodate himself to the common delusion in his desire for approval. Only later, when his power of judgment has been made more acute by practice, does he depart from his previous judgment of his own free will, just as he does with those of his judgments that rest entirely on reason. Taste makes claim merely to autonomy. To make the judgments of others into the determining ground of one's own would be heteronomy. That the works of the ancients are rightly praised as models, and their authors called classical, like a sort of nobility among writers, who give laws to the people through their precedents, seems to indicate a posteriori sources of taste and to contradict the autonomy of taste in every subject. But one could just as well say that the ancient mathematicians, who have been regarded until now as nearly indispensable models of the greatest thoroughness and elegance of the synthetic method, also demonstrate an imitative reason on our part and its incapacity to produce from its own resources strict proofs, with the greatest intuitive evidence, by means of the construction of concepts. There is no use of our powers at all, however free it might be, and even of reason which must draw all its judgments from the common source a priori, which, if every subject always had to begin entirely from the raw predisposition of his own nature, would not fall into mistaken attempts if others had not preceded him with their own. Not in the first edition. This clause could be translated as to grope a booty, among others for their judgments beoordeeld. See the word merely, bloss, was added in the second edition mit der größten Intuition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment in order to make their successors into mere imitators, but rather by means of their method to put others on the right path for seeking out the principles in themselves and thus for following their own, often better, course, even in religion, where, certainly, each must derive the rule of his conduct from himself, because he also remains responsible for it himself and cannot shift the guilt for his transgressions onto others, whether as teachers or as predecessors. General precepts, which one may either have acquired from priests or philosophers or drawn from oneself, never accomplish as much as an example of virtue or holiness, which, established in history, does not make the autonomy of virtue out of one's own original idea of morality, a priori, dispensable, or transform this into a mechanism of imitation-free succession, related to a precedent, not imitation, is the correct expression for any influence that the products of an exemplary author can have on others, which means no more than to create from the same sources from which the latter created, and to learn from one's predecessor only the manner of conducting oneself in so doing. But among all the faculties and talents, taste is precisely the one which, because its judgment is not determinable by means of concepts and precepts, is most in need of the examples of what in the progress of culture has longest enjoyed approval if it is not quickly to fall back into barbarism and sink back into the crudity of its first attempt. Section 33. Second peculiarity of the judgment of taste. The judgment of taste is not determinable by grounds of proof at all, just as if it were merely subjective. If someone does not find a building, a view, or a poem beautiful, then, first, he does not allow approval to be internally imposed upon himself by 100 voices who all praise it highly. He may of course behave as if it pleased him as well, in order not to be regarded as lacking in taste. He can even begin to doubt whether he has adequately formed his taste by acquaintance with a sufficient number of objects of a certain kind, just as one who believes himself to recognize something in the distance as a forest, which everyone else regards as a town, doubts the judgment of his own eyes. But what he does see clearly is this, that the approval of others provides no valid proof for the judging of Erfer and Beerhaber in the first edition, predecessors in the second edition, Stellan, in the first edition, and Stellan. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment of beauty, that others may perhaps see and observe for him, and that what many have seen in one way what he believes himself to have seen otherwise, may serve him as a sufficient ground of proof for a theoretical, hence a logical judgment, but that what has pleased others can never serve as the ground of an aesthetic judgment. The judgment of others, when it is unfavorable to our own, can of course rightly give us reservations about our own, but can never convince us of its incorrectness. Thus there is no empirical ground of proof for forcing the judgment on anyone. Second, a priori proof in accordance with determinate rules can determine the judgment on beauty even less, for if someone reads me his poem or takes me to a play that in the end fails to please my taste, then he can adduce Batuks 5 or Lessing, 6 or even older and more famous critics of taste, and adduce all the rules they established as proofs that his poem is beautiful. Certain passages, which are the very ones that displease me, may even agree with rules of beauty, as they have been given there and have been universally recognized. I will stop my ears, listen to no reasons and arguments, and would rather believe that those rules of the critics are false, or at least that this is not a case for their application, than allow that my judgment should be determined by means of a priori grounds of proof, since it is supposed to be a judgment of taste and not of the understanding or of reason. It seems that this is one of the chief causes on account of which this faculty of aesthetic judging has been given the very name of taste, for someone may list all the ingredients of a dish for me, and remark about each one that it is otherwise agreeable to me, and moreover even rightly praise the healthiness of this food, yet I am deaf to all these grounds. I try the dish with my tongue and my palate, and on that basis, not on the basis of general principles, do I make my judgment. In fact, the judgment of taste is always made as a singular judgment about the object. The understanding can make a universal judgment by comparing how satisfying the object is with the judgments of others. For example, all tulips are beautiful, but in that case that is not a judgment of taste, but a logical judgment, which makes the relation of an object to taste into a predicate of things of a certain sort in general, but that by means of which I find a single given tulip beautiful, that is, find my satisfaction in it universally valid, is the judgment of taste alone. Its peculiarity, however, consists in this, that although it has merely subjective validity, it nevertheless makes a claim on all subjects of a kind. In the second edition, Beurteilung der Schönheit. In the first edition, Schönheitsbeurteilung beästhetische Beurteilungsvermögen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment that could only be made if it were an objective judgment resting on cognitive grounds and capable of being compelled by means of a proof. Section 34. No objective principle of taste is possible. By a principle of taste would be understood a fundamental proposition under the condition of which one could subsume the concept of an object and then by means of an inference conclude that it is beautiful. But that is absolutely impossible. 8. For I must be sensitive of the pleasure immediately in the representation of it, and I cannot be talked into it by means of any proofs. Be thus, although critics, as Hume says, can reason more plausibly than cooks, they still suffer the same fate as them. 9. They cannot expect a determining ground for their judgment from proofs, but only from the reflection of the subject on his own state of pleasure or displeasure, rejecting all precepts and rules. However, what critics nonetheless can and should reason about, in a way that is useful for correcting and broadening our judgments of taste, is this: not the exposition of the determining ground of this sort of aesthetic judgments in a universally usable formula, which is impossible, but the investigation of the faculties of cognition and their functions in these judgments, and laying out in examples the reciprocal subjective purposiveness, about which it has been shown above that its form in a given representation is the beauty of its object. Thus the critique of taste itself is only subjective, with regard to the representation by means of which an object is given to us, that is, it is the art or science of bringing under rules the reciprocal relation of the understanding and the imagination to each other in the given representation without relation to an antecedent sensation or concept, and consequently their concord or discord, and of determining it with regard to its conditions. It is art if it shows this only in examples. It is science if it derives the possibility of such a judging. See from the nature of this faculty as a faculty of cognition in general. It is with the latter, as transcendental critique, that we are here alone concerned. It should develop and justify the subjective principle of taste as an a priori principle of the power of judgment. Criticism, D as an art, merely seeks to apply the physiological, here psychological, and hence immer Grundsatz B beweist Gründec Beurteilung die Kritik. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Empirical rules, according to which taste actually proceeds to the judging of its objects without reflecting on its possibility, and criticizes the products of fine art just as the former criticizes the faculty of judging be them itself. Section 35. The principle of taste is the subjective principle of the power of judgment in general. The judgment of taste differs from logical judgment in that the latter subsumes a representation under concepts of the object, but the former does not subsume under a concept at all, for otherwise the necessary universal approval could be compelled by proofs. All the same, However, it is similar to the latter in that it professes a universality and necessity, though not in accordance with concepts of the object, and hence a merely subjective one. Now since the concepts in a judgment constitute its content, that which pertains to the cognition of the object, but the judgment of taste is not determinable by means of concepts. It is grounded only on the subjective formal condition of a judgment in general. The subjective condition of all judgments is the faculty for judging C itself, or the power of judgment. This, employed with regard to a representation by means of which an object is given, requires the agreement of two powers of representation, namely, the imagination for the intuition and the composition of the manifold of intuition, and the understanding, for the concept as representation of the unity of this composition. Now since no concept of the object is here the ground of the judgment, it can consist only in the subsumption of the imagination itself in the case of a representation by means of which an object is given, under the condition that the understanding in general advance from intuitions to concepts. That is, since the freedom of the imagination consists precisely in the fact that it schematizes without a concept, the judgment of taste must rest on a mere sensation of the reciprocally animating imagination in its freedom and the understanding with its lawfulness. Thus on a feeling that allows the object to be judged D in accordance with the purposiveness of the representation, by means of which an object is given, for the promotion of the faculty of cognition in its free play, and taste, as a subjective power of judgment, contains a principle of subsumption, not of intuia buthilang b buthilang c buthilan d buthilan la sharp st. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment shines under concepts, but of the faculty of intuitions or presentations, that is, of the imagination under the faculty of concepts, that is, the understanding, insofar as the former in its freedom is in harmony with the latter in its lawfulness. Now in order to discover this justifying ground through a deduction of judgments of taste, only the formal peculiarities of this kind of judgments, that is, only insofar as it is merely their logical form that is considered, can serve as our guideline. Section 36. On the problem for a deduction of judgments of taste, the perception of an object can be immediately combined with the concept of an object in general, for which the former contains the empirical predicates, for a judgment of cognition, and a judgment of experience can thereby be produced. Now this is grounded in a priori concepts of the synthetic unity of the manifold, in order to think it as the determination of an object, and these concepts, the categories require a deduction, which, moreover, was given in the Critique of Pure Reason, by means of which the solution to the problem how are synthetic a priori judgments of cognition possible was provided. This problem thus concerned the a priori principles of pure understanding and its theoretical judgments. However, a perception can also be immediately combined with a feeling of pleasure, or displeasure, and a satisfaction that accompanies the representation of the object and serves it instead of a predicate, and an aesthetic judgment, which is not a cognitive judgment, can thus arise. Such a judgment, if it is not a mere judgment of sensation but a formal judgment of reflection, which requires this satisfaction of everyone as necessary, must be grounded in something as an a priori principle, even if only a merely subjective principle, if an objective principle for this kind of judgment would be impossible, but which, as such a principle, also requires a deduction, by means of which it may be comprehended how an aesthetic judgment could lay claim to necessity. This is the basis of the problem with which we are now concerned. How are judgments of taste possible? This problem thus concerns the a priori principles of the pure power of judgment in aesthetic judgments, that is, in those where it does not, as in theoretical judgments, merely have to subsume under objective concepts of the understanding and stands under a law, but where it is itself, subjectively, both object as well as law. This problem can also be represented thus. How is a judgment possible which, merely from one's own feeling of pleasure in an object, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment independent of its concept, judges of this pleasure, as attached to the representation of the same object in every other subject, a priori, that is, without having to wait for the assent of others? That judgments of taste are synthetic is readily seen, because they go beyond the concept and even the intuition of the object, and add to that as a predicate something that is not even cognition at all, namely the feeling of pleasure, or displeasure. However, that such judgments, even though the predicate, of one's own pleasure that is combined with the representation, is empirical, are nevertheless, as far as the requisite assent of everyone is concerned, a priori judgments, or would be taken as such, is already implicit in the expressions of their claim, and thus this problem of the critique of the power of judgment belongs under the general problem of transcendental philosophy. How are synthetic a priori judgments possible? Section 37. What is really asserted a priori of an object in a judgment of taste? That the representation of an object is immediately combined with a pleasure can be perceived only internally, and would, if one wanted to indicate nothing more than this, yield a merely empirical judgment. For I cannot combine a determinate feeling, of pleasure or displeasure, a priori with any representation, except where my ground is an a priori principle of reason determining the will, for then the pleasure, in the moral feeling, is the consequence of it, but precisely on that account it cannot be compared with the pleasure in taste at all, since it requires a determinate concept of a law, while the judgment of taste, by contrast, is to be combined immediately with the mere judging, be prior to any concept. Hence all judgments of taste are also singular judgments, since they combine their predicate of satisfaction not with a concept but with a given singular empirical representation. Thus it is not the pleasure but the universal validity of this pleasure perceived in the mind as connected with the mere judging of an object that is represented in a judgment of taste as a universal rule for the power of judgment, valid for everyone. It is an empirical judgment that I perceive and judge an object with pleasure, but it is an a priori judgment that I find it beautiful, that is, that I may require that satisfaction of everyone as necessary. A beautilt b beautilang c beautilang d beautil. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Section 38. Deduction of judgments of taste. If it is admitted that in a pure judgment of taste the satisfaction in the object is combined with the mere judging of its form, then it is nothing other than the subjective purposiveness of that form for the power of judgment that we sense as combined with the representation of the object in the mind. Now since the power of judgment in regard to the formal rules of judging, be without any matter neither sensation nor concept, can be directed only to the subjective conditions of the use of the power of judgment in general, which is restricted neither to the particular kind of sense nor to a particular concept of understanding, and thus to that subjective element that one can presuppose in all human beings, as requisite for possible cognitions in general. The correspondence of a representation with these conditions of the power of judgment must be able to be assumed to be valid for everyone a priori, that is, the pleasure or subjective purposiveness of the representation for the relation of the cognitive faculties in the judging of a sensible object in general can rightly be expected of everyone. Remark this deduction is so easy because it is not necessary for it to justify any objective reality of a concept, for beauty is not a concept of the object, and the judgment of taste is not a judgment of cognition. It asserts only that we are in order to be justified in laying claim to universal assent for judgments of the aesthetic power of judgment resting merely on subjective grounds. It is sufficient to admit 1. In all human beings, the subjective conditions of this faculty, as far as the relation of the cognitive powers therein set into action to a cognition in general is concerned, are the same, which must be true, since otherwise human beings could not communicate their representations and even cognition itself too. The judgment has taken into consideration solely this relation, hence the formal condition of the power of judgment, and is pure, that is, mixed with neither concepts of the object nor with sensations as determining grounds. If an error is made with regard to the latter, that concerns only the incorrect application to a particular case of the authority that a law gives us, by which the authority in general is not suspended. A beautilang b beautilang c synonym findung d. Here we follow the first edition, which has in geskro nkt, rather than the second, which prints in gerichtet, arranged for or equipped for e beautilang. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment justified in presupposing universally in every human being the same subjective conditions of the power of judgment that we find in ourselves, and then only if we have correctly subsumed the given object under these conditions. And now although this latter has unavoidable difficulties that do not pertain to the logical power of judgment, because in the latter one subsumes under concepts, but in the aesthetic power of judgment one subsumes under a relation that is merely a matter of sensation, that of the imagination and the understanding reciprocally attuned to each other in the represented form of the object, where the subsumption can easily be deceptive, b. Yet nothing is thereby taken away from the legitimacy of the claim of the power of judgment in counting on universal assent, which only comes down to this: the correctness of the principle for validly judging for everyone on subjective grounds. For as far as the difficulty and the doubt about the correctness of the subsumption under that principle is concerned, it makes the legitimacy of the claim to this validity of an aesthetic judgment in general, and thus the principle itself, no more doubtful than the equally, although not as often and as easily, erroneous subsumption of the logical power of judgment under its principle can make the latter, which is objective, doubtful. But if the question were to be how is it possible to assume nature as a sum of objects of taste a priori, then this problem is related to teleology, because producing forms that are purposive for our power of judgment would have to be regarded as an end of nature that pertains to its concept essentially, but the correctness of this assumption is still very dubious, whereas the reality of the beauties of nature is open to experience. Section 39. On the communicability of a sensation. If sensation, as the real in perception, is related to cognition, it is called sensory sensation, and its specific quality can be represented as completely communicable in the same way only if one assumes that everyone has a sense that is the same as our own, but this absolutely cannot be presupposed in the case of a sensory sensation. Thus, to someone who lacks the sense of smell, this kind of sensation cannot be communicated, and, even if he does not lack this sense, one still cannot be sure that he has exactly the same sensation from a flower that we have from it. Still more, however, we must represent people as differing with regard to the agreeableness or disagreeableness of the sensation of one and the same object of the sensations, and it is absolutely not to be demanded that pleasure in the same objects be conceded to Averroes in the first edition. There was a comma instead of a period here, and the sentence continued, which has unavoidable be in the first edition. This clause was not enclosed in parentheses. See the first edition here includes the word "ok." Also, omitted from the second D. The first edition has gloss, merely, instead of often in an empfindung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment 1. Pleasure of this kind, since it comes into the mind through the senses and we are therefore passive with regard to it, can be called the pleasure of enjoyment. The satisfaction in an action on account of its moral quality is by contrast not a pleasure of enjoyment, but of self-activity and of its appropriateness to the idea of its vocation. This feeling, however, which is called moral, requires concepts, and does not exhibit a free, but rather a lawful purposiveness, and therefore also cannot be universally communicated other than by means of reason, and, if the pleasure is to be of the same kind in everyone, by means of very determinate practical concepts of reason. The pleasure in the sublime in nature, as a pleasure of contemplation involving subtle reasoning, also lays claim to universal participation, yet already presupposes another feeling, namely that of its supersensible vocation, which, no matter how obscure it might be, has a moral foundation but that other human beings will take regard of it and find a satisfaction in the consideration of the brute magnitude of nature, which cannot be truthfully ascribed to the sight of it, which is rather terrifying, is not something that I am justified in simply presupposing. Nevertheless, in consideration of what should be taken account of in those moral predispositions on every appropriate occasion, I can still require even that satisfaction of everyone, but only by means of the moral law, which for its part is in turn grounded on concepts of reason. By contrast, the pleasure in the beautiful is neither a pleasure of enjoyment, nor of a lawful activity, and not even of a contemplation involving subtle reasoning in accordance with ideas, but of mere reflection without having any purpose or fundamental principle for a guide. This pleasure accompanies the common apprehension of an object by the imagination, as a faculty of intuition, in relation to the understanding, as a faculty of concepts, by means of a procedure of the power of judgment, which it must also exercise for the sake of the most common experience. Only in the latter case it is compelled to do so for the sake of an empirical objective concept, while in the former case, in the aesthetic judging, it is merely for the sake of perceiving the suitability of the representation for the harmonious subjectively purposive occupation of both cognitive faculties in their freedom, that is, to sense the representational state with pleasure. This pleasure must nika vernunftellen contemplation be in the first edition. There is a comma rather than a period here. See in the first edition. There is a comma in the word and rather than a period here. The word genotyped. compelled or necessitated, was added in the second edition Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment necessarily rest on the same conditions in everyone, since they are subjective conditions of the possibility of a cognition in general, and the proportion of these cognitive faculties that is required for taste is also requisite for the common and healthy understanding that one may presuppose in everyone. For this very reason, one who judges with taste, as long as he does not err in this consciousness, and does not take the matter for the form, the charm for beauty, may also require the subjective purposiveness, that is, his satisfaction in the object, of everyone else, and may assume his feeling to be universally communicable, even without the mediation of concept section 40, on taste as a kind of sensus communis. 12. The power of judgment, when what is noticed is not so much its reflection as merely the result of that, is often called a sense, and there is talk of a sense of truth, a sense for propriety, for justice, etc. Although one surely knows, or at least properly ought to know, that these concepts cannot have their seat in a sense, and that even less could such a sense have the slightest capacity for the expression of universal rules, but rather that a representation of truth, suitability, beauty, or justice could never enter our thoughts if we could not elevate ourselves above the senses to higher cognitive faculties, the common human understanding, which, as merely healthy, not yet cultivated, understanding, is regarded as the least that can be expected from anyone who lays claim to the name of a human being, thus has the unfortunate honor of being endowed with the name of common sense, sensus communis, and indeed in such a way that what is understood by the word common not merely in our language, which here really contains an ambiguity, but in many others as well, comes to the same as the vulgar, which is encountered everywhere, to possess which is certainly not an advantage or an honor. By sensus communis, see however, must be understood the idea of a communal sense, that is, a faculty for judging that in its reflection takes account, a priori, of everyone else's way of representing in thought, in order as it were to hold its judgment up to human reason as a whole and thereby avoid the illusion which, from subjective private conditions that could easily be held to be objective, would have a detrimental or indeed, joie. Added in the second edition. Kant prints the Latin word vulgar. Kant prints the first word in Roman type and the second in italics, presumably meaning to add emphasis to the word communist. Beurteilungsvermogen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Influence on the judgment. Now this happens by one holding his judgment up not so much to the actual as to the merely possible judgments of others, and putting himself into the position of everyone else, merely by abstracting from the limitations that contingently attach to our own judging, which is in turn accomplished by leaving out as far as is possible everything in one's representational state that is matter, that is, sensation, and attending solely to the formal peculiarities of his representation or his representational state. Now perhaps this operation of reflection seems much too artificial to be attributed to the faculty that we call the common sense, but it only appears thus if we express it in abstract formulas. In itself, nothing is more natural than to abstract from charm and emotion if one is seeking a judgment that is to serve as a universal rule. The following maxims of the common human understanding do not belong here, to be sure, as parts of the critique of taste, but can nevertheless serve to elucidate its fundamental principles. They are the following. 1. To think for oneself. 2. To think in the position of everyone else. 3. Always to think in accord with oneself. 13. The first is the maxim of the unprejudiced way of thinking, the second of the broad-minded way, the third that of the consistent way. The first is the maxim of a reason that is never passive, the tendency toward the latter, hence toward heteronomy of reason, is called prejudice, and the greatest prejudice of all is that of representing reason as if it were not subject to the rules of nature on which the understanding grounds it by means of its own essential law. See, that is, superstition. Liberation from superstition is called enlightenment, since, although this designation is also applied to liberation from prejudices in general, it is one readily sees that while enlightenment is easy in theory, in hypothesis it is a 294 difficult matter that can only be accomplished slowly. For while not being passive with his reason but always being legislative for himself is something that is very easy for the person who would only be adequate to his essential end and does not demand to know that which is beyond his understanding. Nevertheless, since striving for the latter is hardly to be forbidden, and there will never be lacking many who confidently promise to be able to satisfy this desire for knowledge. It must be very difficult to maintain or establish the merely negative element which constitutes genuine enlightenment, in the manner of thinking, especially in that of the public Abuthilang B in the first edition. In Unsum C following the second edition. The first edition has unter Welchen das Große, die Natur sich regeln, die der Verstand ihr durch H. Zum Grund liegt, which would imply that it is nature rather than reason which in the case of prejudice fails to be subjected to the essential law of understanding. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Superstition above all, in sensu eminenti, that deserves to be called a prejudice, since the blindness to which superstition leads, which indeed it even demands as an obligation, is what makes most evident the need to be led by others. Hence the condition of a passive reason. 14. As far as the second maxim of the way of thinking is concerned, we are accustomed to calling someone limited, narrow-minded, in contrast to broad-minded, whose talents do not suffice for any great employment, especially if it is intensive. But the issue here is not the faculty of cognition, but the way of thinking needed to make a purposive use of it, which, however small the scope and degree of a person's natural endowment may be, nevertheless reveals a man of a broad-minded way of thinking if he sets himself apart from the subjective private conditions of the judgment, within which so many others are as if bracketed, and reflects on his own judgment from a universal standpoint, which he can only determine by putting himself into the standpoint of others. The third maxim, namely that of the consistent way of thinking, is the most difficult to achieve, and can only be achieved through the combination of the first two, and after frequent observance of them has made them automatic. One can say that the first of these maxims is that maxim of the understanding, the second that of the power of judgment, the third that of reason. I take up again the thread that has been laid aside through this digression, and say that taste can be called sensus communis with greater justice than can the healthy understanding, and that the aesthetic power of judgment rather than the intellectual can bear the name of a communal sense, if indeed one would use the word sense of an effect of mere reflection on the mind, for there one means by sense the feeling of pleasure. One could even define taste as the faculty for judging of that which makes our feeling in a given representation universally communicable without the mediation of a concept. The aptitude of human beings for communicating their thoughts also requires a relation between the imagination and the understanding in order to associate intuitions with concepts and concepts in turn with intuitions, which flow together into a cognition. But in that case the agreement of the two powers of the mind is lawful, under the constraint of determinate concepts, only where the imagination in its freedom arouses the understanding, and the latter, without concepts, sets the imagination into a regular play is the representation commun. One could designate taste as sensus communis aestheticus, common human understanding as sensus communis logicus Abuthilangs vermogen b regelma siges. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment negated, not as a thought, but as the inner feeling of a purposive state of mind. Taste is thus the faculty for judging a priori the communicability of the feelings that are combined with a given representation without the mediation of a concept. If one could assume that the mere universal communicability of his feeling must in itself already involve an interest for us, which, however, one is not justified in inferring from the constitution of a merely reflective power of judgment, then one would be able to explain how it is that the feeling in the judgment of taste is expected of everyone as if it were a duty. Section 41. On the empirical interest in the beautiful. 16. That the judgment of taste, by which something is declared to be beautiful, must have no interest for its determining ground has been adequately demonstrated above, but from that it does not follow that after it has been given as a pure aesthetic judgment no interest can be combined with it. This combination, however, can always be only indirect, that is, taste must first of all be represented as combined with something else in order to be able to connect with the satisfaction of mere reflection on an object a further pleasure in its existence as that in which all interest consists. For what is said of cognitive judgments, of things in general also holds here in the aesthetic judgment. A possiad esse non vale consequentia b. Now this other element can be something empirical, namely, an inclination that is characteristic of human nature, or something intellectual, as a property of the will of being determinable a priori through reason. both of which contain a satisfaction in the existence of an object, and can thus provide the ground for an interest in that which has already pleased for itself and without respect to any sort of interest. The beautiful interests empirically only in society, and if the drive to society is admitted to be natural to human beings, while the suitability and the tendency toward it, that is, sociability, are admitted to be necessary for human beings as creatures destined for society, and thus as a property belonging to humanity, then it cannot fail that taste should also be regarded as a faculty for judging see everything by means of which one can communicate even his feeling to everyone else. And as ubeurthilen b there is no valid inference from possibility to actuality see beurthilangsvermogen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment hence as a means for promoting what is demanded by an inclination natural to everyone. For himself alone a human being abandoned on a desert island would not adorn either his hut or himself, nor seek out or still less plant flowers in order to decorate himself. 18 Rather, only in society does it occur to him to be not merely a human being but also, in his own way, a refined human being, the beginning of civilization. For this is how we judge a someone who is inclined to communicate his pleasure to others and is skilled at it, and who is not content with an object if he cannot feel his satisfaction in it in community with others. Further, each expects and requires of everyone else a regard to universal communication, as if from an original contract dictated by humanity itself, and thus, at first to be sure only charms, for example, colors for painting oneself, Rauku among the Caribs and Cinnabar among the Iroquois, 19 or flowers, mussel shells, beautifully colored birds' feathers, but with time also beautiful forms, as on canoes, clothes, etc., that do not in themselves provide any gratification, that is, satisfaction of enjoyment, become important in society and combined with great interest, until finally civilization that has reached the highest point makes of this almost the chief work of refined inclination. And sensations have value only to the extent that they may be universally communicated. At that point, even though the pleasure that each has in such an object is merely inconsiderable and has in itself no noticeable interest, nevertheless the idea of its universal communicability almost infinitely increases its value. However, this interest, attached to the beautiful indirectly, through an inclination to society, and thus empirical, is of no importance for us here. For we must find that importance only in what may be related to the judgment of taste a priori, even if only indirectly. For even if in this latter form an interest combined with it should be revealed, then taste would reveal in our faculty for judging be a transition from sensory enjoyment to moral feeling, and not only would one thereby be better guided in the purposive employment of taste, but also a mediating link in the chain of human faculties a priori, on which all legislation must depend, would thereby be exhibited as such. This much can certainly be said about the empirical interest in objects of taste and in taste itself, namely, that since the latter indulges inclination, although this may be ever so refined, it also gladly allows itself to blend in with all the inclinations and passions that achieve their greatest variety and highest level in society, and the interest in the beautiful, if it is grounded on this, could afford only a very ambiguous transition from the agreeable abeurthilt b beurthilangsvermogen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment to the good but whether the latter could not perhaps be promoted by taste, if it is taken in its purity. We have cause to investigate section 42, on the intellectual interest in the beautiful. It has been with a good intention that those who would gladly direct all of the occupations of human beings to which these are driven by their inner natural predisposition to the ultimate end of humanity, namely the morally good, have taken it as a sign of a good moral character to take an interest in the beautiful in general, but they have been contradicted by others, not without ground, who have appealed to the experience that virtuosi of taste, who are not only often but even usually vain, obstinate, and given to corrupting passions, could perhaps even less than others lay claim to the merit of devotion to moral principles, and so it appears that the feeling for the beautiful is not only specifically different from the moral feeling, as it actually is, but also that the interest that can be combined with it can be united with the moral interest with difficulty, and by no means through an inner affinity. Now I gladly concede that the interest in the beautiful in art, as part of which I also count the artful use of the beauties of nature for decoration, and thus for vanity, provides no proof of a way of thinking that is devoted to the morally good or even merely inclined to it. By contrast, However, I do assert that to take an immediate interest in the beauty of nature, not merely to have taste in order to judge see it, is always a mark of a good soul, and that if this interest is habitual, it at least indicates a disposition of the mind that is favorable to the moral feeling. If it is gladly combined with the viewing of nature, it must be remembered, however, that I mean here strictly the beautiful forms of nature, and by contrast set to one side the charms that it usually combines so abundantly with them, since the interest in them is to be sure also immediate, but nevertheless empirical. Someone who alone, and without any intention of wanting to communicate his observations to others, considers the beautiful shape of a wildflower, a bird, an insect, etc., in order to marvel at it, to love it, and to be unwilling for it to be entirely absent from nature, even though some harm might come to him from it rather than there being a in the first edition. There was a comma rather than a period here, and the next sentence was a dependent clause introduced with a which be in the first edition. There was a comma rather than a period here. See Buthiland D. The first edition says simply if instead of and that if. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Any prospect of advantage to him from it takes an immediate and certainly intellectual interest in the beauty of nature. That is, not only the form of its product but also its existence pleases him, even though no sensory charm has a part in this and he does not combine any sort of end with it. However, it is worth noting here that if someone had secretly deceived this lover of the beautiful and had planted artificial flowers, which can be manufactured to look entirely similar to natural ones, or had placed artfully carved birds on the twigs of trees, and he then discovered the deception, the immediate interest that he had previously taken in it would immediately disappear, though perhaps another, namely the interest of vanity in decorating his room with them for the eyes of others, would take its place. The thought that nature has produced that beauty must accompany the intuition and reflection, and on this alone is grounded the immediate interest that one takes in it. Otherwise there remains either a mere judgment of taste without any interest, or only one combined with immediate interest, namely one related to society, which latter affords no sure indications of a morally good way of thinking. This preeminence of the beauty of nature over the beauty of art in alone awakening an immediate interest, see even if the former were to be surpassed by the latter in respect of form, is in agreement with the refined and well-founded thinking of all human beings who have cultivated their moral feeling. If a man who has enough taste to judge about products of beautiful art with the greatest correctness and refinement gladly leaves the room in which are to be found those beauties that sustain vanity and at best social joys and turns to the beautiful in nature, in order as it were to find here an ecstasy for his spirit in a line of thought that he can never fully develop, then we would consider this choice of his with esteem and presuppose in him a beautiful soul, to which no connoisseur and lover of art can lay claim on account of the interest that he takes in his objects. Now what is the distinction between such different assessments of two sorts of objects, which in the mere judgment of taste would scarcely compete for preeminence over each other in the first edition? This period was a comma B in the first edition. This colon was a period C in the first edition. In that in the former alone an interest is taken die Produkt der schönen Kunst. In the 18th century, the German phrases schöne Kunst and schöne Künste were used like the English phrases fine art and fine arts, and could easily be translated that way here. But since there are passages, such as the first paragraph of section 44, where this would require us to translate schön two different ways, we will use the literal rather than more idiomatic translation. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. We have a faculty of merely aesthetic judgment, a for judging of forms without concepts and for finding a satisfaction in the mere judging of them, which we at the same time make into a rule for everyone without this judgment being grounded on an interest or producing one. Alternatively, we also have a faculty of intellectual judgment, see for determining a priori for mere forms of practical maxims, insofar as they qualify in themselves for universal legislation, a satisfaction which we make into a law for everyone without our judgment being grounded on any interest, although it produces one. The pleasure or displeasure in the first judgment is called that of taste, in the second that of moral feeling, but since it also interests reason, that the ideas, for which it produces an immediate interest in the moral feeling, also have objective reality, that is, that nature should at least show some trace or give a sign that it contains in itself some sort of ground for assuming a lawful correspondence of its products with our satisfaction that is independent of all interest, which we recognize a priori as a law valid for everyone, without being able to ground this on proofs. Reason must take an interest in every manifestation in nature of a correspondence similar to this. Consequently, the mind cannot reflect on the beauty of nature without finding itself at the same time to be interested in it 20 because of this affinity. However, this interest is moral, and he who takes such an interest in the beautiful in nature can do so only insofar as he has already firmly established his interest in the morally good. We thus have cause at least to suspect a predisposition to a good moral disposition in one who is immediately interested in the beauty of nature. It will be said that this explanation of aesthetic judgments in terms of their affinity with moral feeling looks much too studied to be taken as the true interpretation of the cipher by means of which nature figuratively speaks to us in its beautiful forms. But, first, this immediate interest in the beautiful in nature is not actually common, but belongs only to those whose thinking is either already trained to the good or especially receptive to such training, and then, even without clear, subtle, and deliberate reflection, the analogy between the pure judgment of taste, which, without depending on any sort of interest, allows a pleasure to be felt and at the same time to be represented a priori as proper for mankind in general, and the moral judgment, which does the same thing on the basis of concepts, leads to an equally immediate interest in the object of the former as in that of the latter. Only the former is a free interest, the latter one grounded on objective laws. To vermogen der bloss aesthetischen Erthielskraft be Beautylang sie vermogen einer intellektuellen Erthielskraft. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment that is further added the admiration of nature, which in its beautiful product shows itself as art, not merely by chance, but as it were intentionally, in accordance with a lawful arrangement and as purposiveness without an end, which latter, since we never encounter it externally, we naturally seek within ourselves, and indeed in that which constitutes the ultimate end of our existence, namely the moral vocation. The question of the ground of possibility of such a purposiveness of nature, however, will first be investigated in the teleology, that the satisfaction in beautiful art in the pure judgment of taste is not combined with an immediate interest in the same way as that in beautiful nature is also easy to explain. For the former is either such an imitation of the latter that it is deceptive, and in that case it has the effect of natural beauty, which it is taken to be, or else it is an art that is obviously intentionally directed toward our satisfaction, in which case the satisfaction in this product would, to be sure, occur immediately by means of taste, but would arouse only immediate interest in the cause on which it is grounded, namely an art that can interest only through its end and never in itself. One will perhaps say that this is also the case if an object of nature interests through its beauty only insofar as a moral idea is associated with it, but it is not this, but rather the quality inherent in it by means of which it qualifies for such an association, which thus pertains to it internally, that interests immediately. The charms in beautiful nature, which are so frequently encountered as it were melted together with the beautiful form, belong either to the modifications of the light, in the coloring, or of the sound, in tones. For these are the only sensations which permit not merely sensory feeling but also reflection on the form of these modifications of the senses, and thus as it were contain a language that nature brings to us and that seems to have a higher meaning. Be thus the white color of the lily seems to dispose the mind to ideas of innocence, and the 7 colors, in their order from red to violet, to the ideas 1, of sublimity, 2, of audacity, 3, of candor, 4, of friendliness, 5, of modesty, 6, of steadfastness, and 7, of tenderness. The song of the bird proclaims joyfulness and contentment with its existence. At least this is how we interpret nature, whether anything of the sort is its intention or not. But this interest, which we here take in beauty, absolutely requires that it be the beauty of nature, and it disappears entirely as soon as one notices that one has been deceived and that it is only art. So much so that even taste can no longer find anything beautiful in it or cite anything charming. What is more highly extolled by poets than the other word arouse, Erwecken, was added in the 2nd edition B. Shin. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Bewitchingly beautiful song of the nightingale, in a lonely stand of bushes, on a still summer evening, under the gentle light of the moon. Yet there have been examples in which, where no such songbird was to be found, Some jolly landlord has tricked the guests staying with him, to their complete satisfaction, by hiding in a bush a mischievous lad who knew how to imitate this song, with a reed or a pipe in his mouth, just like nature. But as soon as one becomes aware that it is a trick, no one would long endure listening to this song, previously taken to be so charming. And the same is true with every other songbird. It must be nature, or taken to be nature by us, for us to be able to take such an immediate interest in the beautiful, and even more so if we are to be at all able to expect of others that they should take this interest in it, which in fact happens, as we consider coarse and ignoble the thinking of those who have no feeling for beautiful nature, for this is what we call the receptivity to an interest in its contemplation, and who confine themselves to the enjoyment of mere sensory sensations at table or from the bottle. Section 43. On art in general 22. Art is distinguished from nature as doing. Facere is from acting or producing in general agere, and the product or consequence of the former is distinguished as a work. Opus, from the latter as an effect. B. Effectus, by right, only production through freedom, that is, through a capacity for choice that grounds its actions in reason, should be called art. For although people are fond of describing the product of the bees, the regularly constructed honeycombs, as a work of art, this is done only on account of the analogy with the latter, that is, as soon as we recall that they do not ground their work on any rational consideration of their own, we say that it is a product of their nature, of instinct, and as art it is ascribed only to their creator. If someone searching through a mill and bog finds, as sometimes happens, a piece of carved wood, he does not say that it is a product of nature, but of art, the cause that produced it conceived of an end, which the wood has to thank for its form. In other cases too one sees an art in everything that is so constituted that a representation of it in its cause must have preceded its reality, as even in the case of bees, although it may not exactly have thought of the effect. But if something is called a work of art without qualification, in order to distin a work and be workung, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment wished from an effect of nature, then by that is always understood a work of human beings. To art as a skill of human beings is also distinguished from science, to be able from to know, as a practical faculty is distinguished from a theoretical one, as technique is distinguished from theory, as the art of surveying is distinguished from geometry. 23. And thus that which one can do as soon as one knows what should be done is not exactly called art, only that which one does not immediately have the skill to do even if one knows it completely belongs to that extent to art. Camper 24 describes quite precisely how the best shoe must be made, but he certainly was not able to make one. 3. Art is also distinguished from handicraft. The first is called liberal, the second can also be called remunerative. Art 26. The first is regarded as if it could turn out purposively, be successful, only as play, that is, an occupation that is agreeable in itself. The second is regarded as labor, that is, an occupation that is disagreeable, burdensome, in itself and is attractive only because of its effect, for example, the remuneration, and hence as something that can be compulsorily imposed. Judging B. Whether, in the hierarchy of the guilds, clockmakers should be counted as artists but smiths as craftsmen requires a different standpoint than the one adopted here, namely, the proportion of the talents on which the one or the other of these occupations must be grounded. Further, I will not here discuss whether among the so-called 7 liberal sea arts there may not have been included some that are to be counted among the sciences, and several others that are to be compared with crafts. But it is not inadvisable to recall that in all liberal arts there is nevertheless required something compulsory, or, as it is called, a mechanism, without which the spirit, which must be freed in the art and which alone animates the work, would have no body at all and would entirely evaporate. For example, in the art of poetry, correctness and richness of diction as well as prosody and meter, since many modern teachers believe that they can best promote a liberal art if they remove all compulsion from it and transform it from labor into mere play. In my region, the common man, when confronted with a problem like that of Columbus and his egg, says that is not an art, it is just a science. That is, if one knows it, then one can do it, and he says the same thing about all the putative arts of the conjurer, but he would never refuse to call those of the tightrope walker. Art 25. A free B. Beautilung C. Free and D. Frey. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Section 44. On beautiful art there is neither a science of the beautiful, only a critique, nor beautiful science, only beautiful art. 27 For if the former existed, then it would be determined in it scientifically, that is, by means of proofs, whether something should be held to be beautiful or not. Thus the judgment about beauty, if it belonged to a science, would not be a judgment of taste. As for the second, a science which, as such, is supposed to be beautiful, is absurd. For if in it, as a science, one were to ask for grounds and proofs, one would be sent packing with tasteful expressions. Bon mot. What has given rise to the customary expression beautiful sciences is without doubt nothing but the fact that it has been quite rightly noticed that for beautiful art in its full perfection much science is required, such as, for example, acquaintance with ancient languages, wide reading of those authors considered to be classical, history, acquaintance with antiquities, etc., and for that reason these historical sciences, because they constitute the necessary preparation and foundation for beautiful art, and also in part because acquaintance with the products of beautiful art, rhetoric and poetry, is even included within them, have because of a verbal confusion themselves been called beautiful sciences. If art, adequate for the cognition of a possible object, merely performs the actions requisite to make it actual, it is mechanical, but if it has the feeling of pleasure as its immediate aim, then it is called aesthetic art. This is either agreeable or beautiful art. It is the former if its end is that pleasure accompany the representations as mere sensations, the latter, if its end is that it accompany these as kinds of cognition. Agreeable arts are those which are aimed merely at enjoyment. Of this kind are all those charms that can gratify the company at a table, such as telling entertaining stories, getting the company talking in an open and lively manner, creating by means of jokes and laughter a certain tone of merriment, in which, as is said, much can be chattered about and nobody will be held responsible for what he says, because it is only intended as momentary entertainment, not as some enduring material for later reflection or discussion. Also included here is the way in which the table is set out for enjoyment, or even, at big parties, the table music, an odd thing, which is supposed to sustain the mood of von der schönen Kunst. As noted in the previous section, an idiomatic translation of Kant's expression schöne Kunst would be fine arts, but in order to preserve the logic of his argument, as in the first sentence of the following paragraph, we have preferred a literal to an idiomatic translation. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment of joyfulness merely as an agreeable noise, and to encourage the free conversation of one neighbor with another without anyone paying the least attention to its composition. Also included here are all games that involve no interest beyond that of making time pass unnoticed. Beautiful art, by contrast, is a kind of representation that is purposive in itself and, though without an end, nevertheless promotes the cultivation of the mental powers for sociable communication. 29 The universal communicability of a pleasure already includes in its concept that this must not be a pleasure of enjoyment, from mere sensation, but one of reflection, and thus aesthetic art, as beautiful art, is one that has the reflecting power of judgment and not mere sensation. B as its standard. Section 45. Beautiful art is an art to the extent that it seems at the same time to be nature. In a product of art one must be aware that it is art, and not nature, yet the purposiveness in its form must still seem to be as free from all constraint by arbitrary rules as if it were a mere product of nature. On this feeling of freedom in the play of our cognitive powers, which must yet at the same time be purposive, rests that pleasure which is alone universally communicable though without being grounded on concepts. Nature was beautiful, if at the same time it looked like art, and art can only be called beautiful if we are aware that it is art and yet it looks to us like nature, for we can generally say, whether it is the beauty of nature or of art that is at issue, that is beautiful which pleases in the mere judging see neither in sensation nor through a concept. Now art always has a determinate intention of producing something. If however this were a mere sensation, something merely subjective, that is supposed to be accompanied with pleasure, then this product would please, in the judging, d only by means of the feeling of sense. If the intention were aimed at the production of a determinate object, then, if it were achieved through art, the object would please only through concepts. But in either case the art would not please in the mere judging, that is, it would not please as beautiful but as mechanical art. Thus the purposiveness in the product of beautiful art, although it occulter bis in an Empfindung sie Beurteilung die Beurteilung Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment is certainly intentional, must nevertheless not seem intentional. That is, beautiful art must be regarded as nature, although of course one is aware of it as art. A product of art appears as nature. However, if we find it to agree punctiliously but not painstakingly with rules in accordance with which alone the product can become what it ought to be, that is, without the academic form showing through, that is, without showing any sign that the rule has hovered before the eyes of the artist and fettered his mental powers. Section 46. Beautiful art is art of genius. Genius is the talent, natural gift, that gives the rule to art, since the talent, as an inborn productive faculty of the artist, itself belongs to nature. This could also be expressed thus: genius is the inborn predisposition of the mind, ingenium, through which nature gives the rule to art. Whatever the case may be with this definition, and whether it is merely arbitrary or is adequate to the concept which is usually associated with the word genius or not, which is to be discussed in the following sections, it can nevertheless already be proved at the outset that, according to the significance of the word assumed here, beautiful arts must necessarily be considered as arts of genius. For every art presupposes rules which first lay the foundation by means of which a product that is to be called artistic is first represented as possible. The concept of beautiful art, however, does not allow the judgment concerning the beauty of its product to be derived from any sort of rule that has a concept for its determining ground, and thus has as its ground a concept of how it is possible be. Thus beautiful art cannot itself think up the rule in accordance with which it is to bring its product into being. Yet since without a preceding rule a product can never be called art, nature in the subject, and by means of the disposition of its faculties, must give the rule to art. That is, beautiful art is possible only as a product of genius. From this one sees that genius 1 is a talent for producing that for which no determinate rule can be given, not a predisposition of skill for that which can be learned in accordance with some rule. Consequently, that originality must be its primary characteristic too, that since there can also be original nonsense, its products must at the same time be models, that is, exemplary. Hence, while not themselves the result of this clause was added in the second edition be in the first edition, and thus does not have as its foundation any concept of how it is possible. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment of imitation. They must yet serve others in that way, that is, as a standard or a rule for judging a 3, that it cannot itself describe or indicate scientifically how it brings its product into being, but rather that it gives the rule as nature, and hence the author of a product that he owes to his genius does not know himself how the ideas for it come to him, and also does not have it in his power to think up such things at will or according to plan, and to communicate to others precepts that would put them in a position to produce similar products. For that is also presumably how the word genius is derived from genius, be in the sense of the particular spirit given to a person at birth, which protects and guides him, and from whose inspiration those original ideas stem. 4. That by means of genius nature does not prescribe the rule to science but to art, and even to the latter only insofar as it is to be beautiful art. Section 47. Elucidation and confirmation of the above explanation of genius. Everyone agrees that genius is entirely opposed to the spirit of imitation. 32. Now since learning is nothing but imitation, even the greatest aptitude for learning, facility for learning, capacity, as such, still does not count as genius. But even if one thinks or writes see for himself, and does not merely take up what others have thought, indeed even if he invents a great deal for art and science, this is still not a proper reason for calling such a great mind, in contrast to someone who, because he can never do more than merely learn and imitate, is called a blockhead, a genius, since just this sort of thing could also have been learned, and thus still lies on the natural path of inquiry and reflection in accordance with rules, and is not specifically distinct from that which can be acquired with effort by means of imitation. 33. Thus everything that Newton expounded in his immortal work on the principles of natural philosophy, 34, no matter how great a mind it took to discover it, can still be learned, but one cannot learn to write inspired poetry, however exhaustive all the rules for the art of poetry and however excellent the models for it may be. The reason is that Newton could make all the steps that he had to take, from the first elements of geometry to his great and profound discoveries, entirely intuitive not only to himself but also to everyone else. and thus set them out for posterity quite determinedly. But no Homer or Wieland 35 can indicate a Beurteilung B, that is, the German word genie is derived from the Latin word genius see dichtet. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, how his ideas, which are fantastic and yet at the same time rich in thought, arise and come together in his head, because he himself does not know it and thus cannot teach it to anyone else either. In the scientific sphere, therefore, the greatest discoverer differs only in degree from the most hard-working imitator and apprentice, whereas he differs in kind from someone who is gifted by nature for beautiful art. This is not to belittle those great men, to whom the human race owes so much, in comparison to those favorites of nature with respect to their talent for beautiful art, in their very talent for ever advancing greater perfection of cognition and all the utility that depends on it, and likewise in the education of others for the acquisition of the same knowledge, lies the great advantage of such people over those who have the honor of being called geniuses, since for the latter art somewhere comes to a halt, because a limit is set for it beyond which it cannot go, which presumably has also long since been reached and cannot be extended any more, and moreover such a skill cannot be communicated, but is apportioned to each immediately from the hand of nature, and thus dies with him, until nature one day similarly endows another, who needs nothing more than an example in order to let the talent of which he is aware operate in a similar way. Since the gift of nature must give the rule to art as beautiful art, what sort of rule is this? It cannot be couched in a formula to serve as a precept, for then the judgment about the beautiful would be determinable in accordance with concepts. Rather, the rule must be abstracted from the deed, that is from the product, against which others may test their own talent, letting it serve them as a model not for copying a but for imitation b. 36 How this is possible is difficult to explain. The ideas of the artist arouse similar ideas in his apprentice if nature has equipped him with a similar proportion of mental powers. The models of beautiful art are thus the only means for transmitting these to posterity, which could not happen through mere descriptions, especially not in the field of the arts of discourse. And even in the latter case it is only those in old and dead languages, now preserved only as learned ones, that can become classical, although mechanical and beautiful art, the first as a mere art of diligence and learning, the second as that of genius, are very different from each other. Still there is no beautiful art in which something mechanical, which can be grasped and followed according to rules, and thus something academically correct, does not constitute the essential condition of the art. 38 For something in it must be thought of as an end. Otherwise one cannot ascribe its product to any art at all. It would a Nachmachung be Nachamung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment be a mere product of chance. But in order to aim at an end in the work, determinate rules are required, from which one may not absolve oneself. Now since the originality of his talent constitutes one, but not the only essential element of the character of the genius, superficial minds believe that they cannot show that they are blossoming geniuses any better than by pronouncing themselves free of the academic constraint of all rules, and they believe that one parades around better on a horse with the staggers than one that is properly trained. Genius can only provide rich material for products of art. Its elaboration and form require a talent that has been academically trained, in order to make a use of it that can stand up to the power of judgment. But when someone speaks and decides like a genius even in matters of the most careful rational inquiry, then it is completely ridiculous. One does not rightly know whether one should laugh more at the charlatan who spreads about himself such a mist that one cannot judge clearly but can indulge in imagination all the more, or at the public, which trustingly imagines that its incapacity to recognize clearly and grasp the masterpiece of insight comes from the fact that whole masses of new truths are being thrown at it, in contrast with which detail, achieved by careful explanations and the academically correct examination of fundamental principles, seems to be merely the work of amateurs. Section 48. On the relation of genius to taste. For the judging of beautiful objects, as such, taste is required, but for beautiful art itself, that is, for producing such objects, genius is required. 39 If genius is considered as a talent for beautiful art, which the proper meaning of the word implies, and with this in mind it is to be analyzed into the faculties that must come together to constitute such a talent, then it is necessary first to determine precisely the difference between the beauty of nature, the judging of which requires only taste, and the beauty of art, the possibility of which, which must also be taken account of in the judging D of such an object, requires genius. A beauty of nature is a beautiful thing. The beauty of art is a beautiful representation of a thing. 40 A beautilang B beautilang C beautilang D beautilang. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. In order to judge a beauty of nature as such, I do not need first to have a concept of what sort of thing the object is supposed to be. That is, it is not necessary for me to know the material purposiveness, the end, but the mere form. Without knowledge of the end pleases for itself in the judging B. But if the object is given as a product of art, and is as such supposed to be declared to be beautiful, then, since art always presupposes an end in the cause, and its causality, a concept must first be the ground of what the thing is supposed to be, and, since the agreement of the manifold in a thing with its inner determination as an end is the perfection of the thing, in the judging of the beauty of art the perfection of the thing will also have to be taken into account, which is not even a question in the judging of a natural beauty, as such, to be sure, in the judging especially of living objects in nature, for example, a human being or a horse. Objective purposiveness is also commonly taken into account for judging C its beauty, but in that case the judgment is also no longer purely aesthetic, that is, a mere judgment of taste. Nature is no longer judged as it appears as art, but to the extent that it really is art, albeit superhuman, and the teleological judgment serves as the foundation for the aesthetic and as a condition of which the latter must take account. In such a case, if, for example, it is said that is a beautiful woman, then in fact one thinks nothing other than that in her figure nature represents the ends in the feminine physique beautifully, for it is necessary to look beyond the mere form to a concept with which the object is thought in such a way through a logically conditioned aesthetic judgment. Beautiful art displays its excellence precisely by describing beautifully things that in nature would be ugly or displeasing. The furies, diseases, devastations of war, and the like can, as harmful things, be very beautifully described, indeed even represented in painting. Only one kind of ugliness cannot be represented in a way adequate to nature without destroying all aesthetic satisfaction. Hence beauty in art, namely, that which arouses loathing. For since in this strange sensation, resting on sheer imagination, the object is represented as if it were imposing the enjoyment which we are nevertheless forcibly resisting, the artistic representation of the object is no longer distinguished in our sensation itself from the nature of the object itself, and it then becomes impossible for the former to be taken as beautiful. The art of sculpture, since in its products art is almost confused with nature, has a beautilan, except where noted. Further forms of the verb to judge in this paragraph are translations of this verb be beautilang. All occurrences of the noun judging throughout the rest of this paragraph translate this term see beautilan. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment also excluded the representation of ugly objects from its images, and thus permits, for example, death, in a beautiful genius, or the spirit of war, in the person of Mars, to be represented through an allegory or attributes that look pleasing, hence only indirectly by means of an interpretation of reason, and not for the aesthetic power of judgment alone. 41 So much for the beautiful representation of an object, which is really only the form of the presentation of a concept by means of which the latter is universally communicated. To give this form to the product of beautiful art, however, requires merely taste, to which the artist, after he has practiced and corrected it by means of various examples of art or nature, holds up his work, and after many, often laborious attempts to satisfy it, finds the form that contents him. Hence this is not as it were a matter of inspiration or a free swing of the mental powers, but a slow and indeed painstaking improvement, in order to let it become adequate to the thought and yet not detrimental to the freedom in the play of the mental powers. Taste, however, is merely a faculty for judging, be not a productive faculty, and what is in accordance with it is for that very reason not a work of beautiful art, although it can be a product belonging to a useful and mechanical art or even to science, conforming to determinate rules which can be learned and which must be precisely followed, but the pleasing form which one gives to it is only the vehicle of communication and a manner, as it were, of presentation, in regard to which one still remains to a certain extent free, even if one is otherwise bound to a determinate end. Thus one demands that table settings, or a moral treatise, or even a sermon must have in themselves this form of beautiful art, though without seeming studied, but they are not on this account called works of beautiful art. Among the latter, however, are counted a poem, a piece of music, a picture gallery, and so on. And there, in one would-be work of beautiful art, one can often perceive genius without taste, while in another, taste without genius. Section 49. On the faculties of the mind that constitute genius, one says of certain products, of which it is expected that they ought, at least in part, to reveal themselves as beautiful art, that they are without spirit, even though one finds nothing in them to criticize as far as taste is concerned. A poem can be quite pretty and elegant, but a Bildungen B. Buchilungsk in the first edition is ist, instead of remains, bleat. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment without spirit. A story is accurate and well organized, but without spirit. A solemn oration is thorough and at the same time flowery, but without spirit. Many a conversation is not without entertainment, but is still without spirit. Even of a woman one may well say that she is pretty, talkative and charming, but without spirit. What is it then that is meant here by spirit? Spirit, in an aesthetic significance, means the animating principle in the mind. That, however, by which this principle animates the soul, the material which it uses for this purpose, is that which purposively sets the mental powers into motion, that is, into a play that is self-maintaining and even strengthens the powers to that end. Now I maintain that this principle is nothing other than the faculty for the presentation of aesthetic ideas. By an aesthetic idea, however, I mean that representation of the imagination that occasions much thinking though without it being possible for any determinate thought, that is, concept, to be adequate to it, which, consequently, no language fully attains or can make intelligible. One readily sees that it is the counterpart, pendant, of an idea of reason, which is, conversely, a concept to which no intuition, representation of the imagination can be adequate. The imagination as a productive cognitive faculty is, namely, very powerful in creating, as it were, another nature, out of the material which the real one gives it. We entertain ourselves with it when experience seems too mundane to us. We transform the latter, no doubt always in accordance with analogous laws, but also in accordance with principles that lie higher in reason, and which are every bit as natural to us as those in accordance with which the understanding apprehends empirical nature. In this we feel our freedom from the law of association, which applies to the empirical use of that faculty, in accordance with which material can certainly be lent to us by nature, but the latter can be transformed by us into something entirely different, namely into that which steps beyond nature. One can call such representations of the imagination ideas. 43. On the one hand because they at least strive toward something lying beyond the bounds of experience, and thus seek to approximate a presentation of concepts of reason of intellectual ideas, which gives them the appearance of an objective reality. On the other hand, and indeed principally, because no concept can be fully adequate to them, as inner intuitions, the poet ventures to make sensible rational ideas of invisible beings, the kingdom of the blessed, the kingdom of hell, eternity, creation, etc., as well as to make that of which there are examples in experience, for example, death, envy, and all sorts of vices, as well as love, fame, etc., sensible beyond the limits of experience, with a completeness that goes beyond anything of which there is an example in nature, by means. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment of an imagination that emulates the precedent of reason in attaining to a maximum, and it is really the art of poetry in which the faculty of aesthetic ideas can reveal itself in its full measure. This faculty, however, considered by itself alone, is really only a talent of the imagination. Now if we add to a concept a representation of the imagination that belongs to its presentation, but which by itself stimulates so much thinking that it can never be grasped in a determinate concept, hence which aesthetically enlarges the concept itself in an unbounded way, then in this case the imagination is creative, and sets the faculty of intellectual ideas reason into motion. That is, at the instigation of a representation it gives more to think about than can be grasped and made distinct in it, although it does, to be sure, belong to the concept of the object. Those forms which do not constitute the presentation of a given concept itself, but, as supplementary representations of the imagination, express only the implications connected with it and its affinity with others, are called aesthetic. Attributes of an object whose concept, as an idea of reason, cannot be adequately presented. Thus Jupiter's eagle, with the lightning in its claws, is an attribute of the powerful King of Heaven, as is the peacock of the splendid Queen of Heaven. They do not, like logical attributes, represent what lies in our concepts of the sublimity and majesty of creation, but something else, which gives the imagination cause to spread itself over a multitude of related representations, which let one think more than one can express in a concept determined by words, and they yield an aesthetic idea, which serves that idea of reason instead of logical presentation, although really only to animate the mind by opening up for it the prospect of an immeasurable field of related representations. Beautiful art, however, does this not only in painting or sculpture, where the names of the attributes are commonly used. Rather, poetry and oratory also derive the spirit which animates their works solely from the aesthetic attributes of the objects, which go alongside the logical ones, and give the imagination an impetus to think more, although in an undeveloped way, than can be comprehended in a concept, and hence in a determinate linguistic expression. For the sake of brevity, I must limit myself to only a few examples. When the great king expressed himself in one of his poems thus, "Let us depart from life without grumbling and without regretting anything, leaving the world behind us replete with good deeds." Thus does the sun, after it has completed its daily course, still spread a gentle light across the heavens, and the last rays that it sends forth into the sky are its last sighs for the well-being of the world. 44. He animates his idea of reason of a cosmopolitan disposition even at the end of life by critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, means of an attribute that the imagination in the recollection of everything agreeable in a beautiful summer day, drawn to a close, which a bright evening calls to mind, associates with that representation, and which arouses a multitude of sensations and supplementary representations for which no expression is found. Conversely, even an intellectual concept can serve as the attribute of a representation of sense, and so animate the latter by means of the idea of the supersensible, but only insofar as the aesthetic, which is subjectively attached to the consciousness of the latter, is used to this end. Thus, for example, a certain poet says in the description of a beautiful morning, "The sun streamed forth, as tranquility streams from virtue." 45. The consciousness of virtue, when one puts oneself, even if only in thought, in the place of a virtuous person, spreads in the mind a multitude of sublime and calming feelings, and a boundless prospect into a happy future, which no expression that is adequate to a determinate concept fully captures. In a word, the aesthetic idea is a representation of the imagination, associated with a given concept, which is combined with such a manifold of partial representations in the free use of the imagination that no expression designating a determinate concept can be found for it, which therefore allows the addition to a concept of much that is unnameable, the feeling of which animates the cognitive faculties and combines spirit with the mere letter of language. The mental powers, then, whose union, in a certain relation, constitutes genius, are imagination and understanding. Only in the use of the imagination for cognition, the imagination is under the constraint of the understanding and is subject to the limitation of being adequate to its concept. In an aesthetic respect, however, the imagination is free to provide, beyond that concord with the concept, unsought extensive undeveloped material for the understanding, of which the latter took no regard in its concept, but which it applies, not so much objectively, for cognition, as subjectively, for the animation of the cognitive powers, and thus also indirectly to cognitions. Thus genius really consists in the happy relation, which no science can teach and no diligence learn, of finding ideas for a given concept on the one hand and on the other hitting upon the expression for these, through which the subjective disposition of the mind that is thereby produced. As an accompaniment perhaps nothing more sublime has ever been said, or any thought more 316 sublimely expressed, than in the inscription over the temple of Isis Mother Nature, "I am all that is, that was, and that will be, and my veil no mortal has removed." Segner made use of this idea by means of a vignette, rich in sense, placed at the beginning of his theory of nature, in order at the outset to fill his pupil, whom he was ready to lead into this temple, with the holy fear that should dispose the mind to solemn attentiveness. 46. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment of a concept. can be communicated to others. The latter talent is really that which is called spirit, for to express what is unnameable in the mental state in the case of a certain representation and to make it universally communicable, whether the expression consist in language, or painting, or in plastic art that requires a faculty for apprehending the rapidly passing play of the imagination and unifying it into a concept, which for that very reason is original and at the same time discloses a new rule, which could not have been deduced from any antecedent principles or examples, which can be communicated without the constraint of rules if, after these analyses, we look back to the explanation given above of what is called genius, then we find, first, that it is a talent for art, not for science, in which rules that are distinctly cognized must come first and determine the procedure in it. Second, that, as a talent for art, it presupposes a determinate concept of the product, as an end, hence understanding, but also a representation, even if indeterminate, of the material, that is, of the intuition, for the presentation of this concept, hence a relation of the imagination to the understanding. Third, that it displays itself not so much in the execution of the proposed end in the presentation of a determinate concept as in the exposition or the expression of aesthetic ideas, which contain rich material for that aim. Hence the imagination, in its freedom from all guidance by rules, is nevertheless represented as purposive for the presentation of the given concept. Finally, fourth, that the unsought and unintentional subjective purposiveness in the free correspondence of the imagination to the lawfulness of the understanding presupposes a proportion and disposition of this faculty that cannot be produced by any following of rules, whether of science or of mechanical imitation, but that only the nature of the subject can produce. According to these presuppositions, genius is the exemplary originality of the natural endowment of a subject for the free use of his cognitive faculties. In this way the product of a genius, in respect of that in it which is to be ascribed to genius, not to possible learning or schooling, is an example, not for imitation, for then that which is genius in it and constitutes the spirit of the work would be lost, but for emulation by another genius, who is thereby awakened to the feeling of his own originality, to exercise freedom from coercion in his. Other words of rules were added in the second edition. In the second edition, Velarenjahan, in the first, Wegfallen, disappear. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment art in such a way that the latter thereby itself acquires a new rule, by which the talent shows itself as exemplary. But since the genius is a favorite of nature, the likes of which one has to regard as only a rare phenomenon, his example for other good minds gives rise to a school, that is, a methodical instruction in accordance with rules, insofar as it has been possible to extract them from those products of spirit and their individuality, and for these beautiful art is to that extent imitation, to which nature gave the rule through a genius. But this imitation becomes aping if the student copies everything, even down to that which the genius had to leave in, as a deformity, only because it could not easily have been removed without weakening the idea. This courage is a merit only in a genius, and a certain boldness in expression and in general some deviation from the common rule is well suited to him, but is by no means worthy of imitation, but always remains in itself a defect which one must seek to remove, but for which other genius is as it were privileged, since what is inimitable in the impetus of his spirit would suffer from anxious caution. Mannerism is another sort of aping, namely that of mere individuality, originality, in general, in order to distance oneself as far as possible from imitators, yet without having the talent thereby to be exemplary at the same time. There are in general, to be sure, two ways, modus, of putting thoughts together in a presentation, one of which is called a manner, modus aestheticus, and the other of which is called a method, modus logicus, which differ from each other in that the former has no other standard than the feeling of unity in the presentation, while the latter follows determinate principles in this. For beautiful art, therefore, only the first is valid, but one calls a product of art mannered only if the presentation of its idea in that product is aimed at singularity rather than being made adequate to the idea. The ostentatious, precious, the stilted and the affected, intended only to distinguish oneself from the vulgar but without any spirit, are like the behavior of someone of whom it is said that he is fond of the sound of his own voice, or who stands and moves as if he were on a stage, in order to be gaped at, which always betrays a bungler. Section 50. On the combination of taste with genius in products of beautiful art. 48. If the question is whether in matters of beautiful art it is more important whether genius or taste is displayed, that is the same as asking in the first edition, for the likes of which, Dudleychen B. dem Geminen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, whether imagination or the power of judgment counts for more in them. Now since it is in regard to the first of these that an art deserves to be called inspired, but only in regard to the second that it deserves to be called a beautiful art, the latter, at least as an indispensable condition, conditio sine qua non, is thus the primary thing to which one must look in the judging of art as beautiful art. To be rich and original in ideas is not as necessary for the sake of beauty as is the suitability of the imagination in its freedom to the lawfulness of the understanding. For all the richness of the former produces, in its lawless freedom, nothing but nonsense. The power of judgment, however, is the faculty for bringing it in line with the understanding. Taste, like the power of judgment in general, is the discipline, or corrective, of genius, clipping its wings and making it well behaved or polished. But at the same time it gives genius guidance as to where and how far it should extend itself if it is to remain purposive, and by introducing clarity and order into the abundance of thoughts it makes the ideas tenable, capable of an enduring and universal approval, of enjoying a posterity among others and in an ever-progressing culture. Thus if anything must be sacrificed in the conflict of the two properties in one product, it must rather be on the side of genius, and the power of judgment, which in matters of beautiful art makes its pronouncements on the basis of its own principles, will sooner permit damage to the freedom and richness of the imagination than to the understanding. For beautiful art, therefore, imagination, understanding, spirit and taste are requisite. Section 51. On the division of the beautiful arts. 50. Beauty, whether it be beauty of nature or of art, can in general be called the expression of aesthetic ideas. 51. Only in beautiful art this idea must be occasioned by a concept of the object, but in beautiful nature the mere reflection on a given intuition, without a concept of what the object ought to be, is sufficient for arousing in the first three faculties first achieve their unification through the fourth. Hume in his history gives the English to understand that, although in their works they do not yield anything to any nation in the world with regard to evidence of the first three properties considered separately, nevertheless in that which unifies them they must come in second to their neighbors. The French are G. B. Beautilum. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, communicating the idea of which that object is considered as the expression. Thus if we wish to divide the beautiful arts, we can, at least as an experiment, choose no easier principle than the analogy of art with the kind of expression that people use in speaking in order to communicate to each other, that is, not merely their concepts, but also their sensations. This consists in the word, the gesture, and the tone, articulation, gesticulation, and modulation. Only the combination of these three kinds of expression constitutes the speaker's complete communication. For thought, intuition, and sensation are thereby conveyed to the other simultaneously and united. There are thus only three kinds of beautiful arts: the art of speech, pictorial art, and the art of the play of sensations, as external sensory impressions. One could also arrange this division as a dichotomy, so that beautiful art would be divided into that of the expression of thoughts or of intuitions, and the latter in turn in accordance with their form or their matter, of sensation. But then it would look too abstract and not as suitable to ordinary concepts. 1. The arts of speech are rhetoric and poetry. Rhetoric is the art of conducting a business of the understanding as a free play of the imagination. Poetry that of carrying out a free play of the imagination as a business of the understanding. The orator thus announces a matter of business and carries it out as if it were merely a play with ideas in order to entertain the audience. B. The poet announces merely an entertaining play with ideas, and yet as much results for the understanding as if he had merely had the intention of carrying on its business. The combination and harmony of the two cognitive faculties, the sensibility and the understanding, which to be sure cannot manage without each other but which nevertheless cannot readily be united with each other without constraint and mutual harm, must seem to be unintentional and to happen on their own. Otherwise it is not beautiful art. Hence everything contrived and laborious in it must be avoided, for beautiful art must be free art in a double sense. It must not be a matter of remuneration, a labor whose magnitude can be judged, c. enforced, or paid for in accord. The reader will not judge of d this outline for a possible division of the 320 beautiful arts as if it were a deliberate theory. It is only one of the several experiments that still can and should be attempted at Die Bildende Kunst B. Zuschauer. In the first edition, Zuhörer, Listener C. Beurteilen die Beurteilen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment dance with a determinate standard, but also, while the mind is certainly occupied, it must feel itself to be satisfied and stimulated, independently of remuneration without looking beyond to another end. The orator thus certainly provides something which he does not promise, namely an entertaining play of the imagination, but he also takes something away from what he does promise, namely the purposive occupation of the understanding. The poet, by contrast, promises little and announces a mere play with ideas, but accomplishes something that is worthy of business, namely providing nourishment to the understanding in play, and giving life to its concepts through the imagination. Hence the former basically provides less than he promises, the latter more too. The pictorial arts are those of the expression of ideas in sensible intuition, not through representations of the mere imagination, which are evoked through words, are either those of sensible truth or of sensible illusion. 53 The first are called the plastic arts, the second painting. Both make shapes in space into expressions of ideas. The former makes shapes knowable by two senses, sight and feeling, although in the case of the latter, to be sure, without regard to beauty, the latter only for the first of these. The aesthetic idea, archetype, prototype B, is for both grounded in the imagination. The shape, however, which constitutes its expression, ectype, afterimage, C, is given either in its corporeal extension, as the object itself exists, or in accordance with the way in which the latter is depicted in the eye, in accordance with its appearance D on a plane, or else, whatever the former is, either the relation to a real end or just the appearance E of one is made into a condition for reflection. The plastic arts, as the first kind of beautiful pictorial arts, include sculpture and architecture. The first is that which presents corporeal concepts of things as they could exist in nature, although, as a beautiful art, with regard to aesthetic purposiveness. The second is the art of presenting, with this intention but yet at the same time in an aesthetically purposive way, concepts of things that are possible only through art, and whose form has as its determining ground not nature but a voluntary end. In the latter a certain use of the artistic object is the main thing, to which, as a condition, the aesthetic ideas are restricted. In the former the mere expression of aesthetic ideas is the chief aim. Thus statues of humans, gods, animals, etc., are of the first. The clause following the colon was added in the second edition. B. Archetypen, Erbild C. Nachbild die Apparenzie ansehen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment sought, but temples, magnificent buildings for public gatherings, as well as dwellings, triumphal arches, columns, cenotaphs, and the like, erected as memorials, belong to architecture. Indeed, all domestic furnishings, the work of the carpenter and the like things for use, can be counted as belonging to the latter, because the appropriateness of the product to a certain use is essential in a work of architecture. B. While by contrast a mere picture, C, which is made strictly for viewing and is to please for itself, is, as a corporeal presentation, a mere imitation of nature, though with respect to aesthetic ideas, where, then, sensible truth should not go so far that it stops looking like art and a product of the power of choice. The art of the painter, as the second kind of pictorial art, which presents sensible illusion in artful combination with ideas, I would divide into that of the beautiful depiction of nature and that of the beautiful arrangement of its products. The first would be painting proper, the second the art of pleasure gardens. For the former gives only the illusion of corporeal extension, the latter certainly gives this in truth, but gives only the illusion of employment and use for ends other than merely the play of the imagination in the viewing of its forms. The latter is nothing other than the decoration of the ground with the same variety, grasses, flowers, bushes and trees. Even that the art of pleasure gardens could be considered as a kind of painting, although of course it presents its forms corporeally, seems strange, but since it actually takes its forms from nature, the trees, bushes, grasses and flowers from woods and field, at least to begin with, and to that extent is not an art like the plastic arts, and also has no concept of the object and its end. as in architecture, as the condition of its arrangement, but merely the free play of the imagination in the contemplation. To that extent it coincides with merely aesthetic painting, which has no determinate theme, which puts air, land, and water together by means of light and shadows in an entertaining way. In general, the reader is to judge this only as an attempt to judge of the combination of the beautiful arts under one principle, which in this case is to be that of the expression of aesthetic ideas, in accordance with the analogy of a language, and not regard it as a derivation of them that is meant to be definitive. 54 A Reading GZHLT, with the first edition, rather than GUHLT chosen with the second B Bulwark C Buildwork D Buthilan E Buthilan F Reading analogy, with the first edition, rather than Anlaga, predisposition, with the second and third, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment water, hills and valleys, with which nature presents it to intuition, only arranged differently and suited to certain ideas. The beautiful arrangement of corporeal things, however, is also given only for the eye, like painting. The sense of touch, however, cannot furnish any intuitable representation of such a form. To painting in the broad sense I would also assign the decoration of rooms by means of wallpaper, moldings, and all kinds of beautiful furnishings, which merely serve to be viewed. Likewise the art of dressing with taste, rings, pillboxes, etc. for a terrace with all kinds of flowers, a room with all sorts of decorations, even including the finery of the ladies constitute, at a splendid party, a kind of painting, which, just like painting properly so called, which does not have the aim, say, of teaching history or knowledge of nature, is there merely to be viewed, b. in order to entertain the imagination in free play with ideas and to occupy the power of aesthetic judgment without a determinate end. The work in all these decorations may be, mechanically, quite different, and require very different artists, but the judgment of taste concerning what is beautiful in this art is determined in a single way, namely, to judge of only the forms, without regard to an end, as they are offered to the eye, individually or in their interconnection, in accordance with the effect that they have on the imagination. But how pictorial art can be counted, by analogy, as gesture in a language is justified by the fact that the spirit of the artist gives a corporeal expression through these shapes to what and how he has thought, and makes the thing itself speak as it were in mime, a very common play of our fantasy, which attributes to lifeless things, in accordance with their form, a spirit that speaks from them free. The art of the beautiful play of sensations, which are generated from the outside, which must nevertheless be able to be universally communicated, can concern nothing other than the proportion of the different degrees of the disposition tension of the sense to which the sensation belongs, that is, its tone. And in this extended meaning of the word it can be divided into the artistic play of the sensations d of hearing and of sight, and thus into music and the art of colors. 55 It is remarkable that these two senses, besides the susceptibility to sensations to the extent that is required in order to arrive by their means at concepts of external objects, are also capable of a special sensation connected with that, about which it cannot rightly be made. In the first edition there is a comma rather than a period. Here b. The first edition adds an and here c. Buthilan d. In the first edition, play with the tone of the sensation, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment out whether it has as its ground sense or reflection, and that this affectability can yet sometimes be lacking. Although as far as its use for the cognition of objects is concerned the sense is not at all defective otherwise, but is rather exceptionally acute. That is, one cannot say with certainty whether a color or a tone, sound, is merely agreeable sensations or is in itself already a beautiful play of sensations, which as such involves a satisfaction in the form in aesthetic judging if one considers the rapidity of the vibrations of the light, or, in the second case, of the air, which probably far exceeds all our capacity for judging b. Immediately in perception the proportion of the division of time, then one would have to believe that it is only the effect of these vibrations on the elastic parts of our body that is sensed, but that the division of time by means of them is not noticed and drawn into the judging. See hence that in the case of colors and tones there is associated only agreeableness, not beauty of their composition. But if one considers, on the contrary, first, what can be said mathematically about the proportion of the oscillations in music and of the judging of them, and judges of contrasts among colors, as is appropriate, in analogy with the latter, and if one takes into account, second, those admittedly rare examples of human beings who, with the best sight in the world, cannot distinguish colors and, with the most acute hearing, cannot distinguish tones, and also, for those who can do this, the perception of an altered quality, not merely of the degree of the sensation, in various positions on the scale of colors or tones, and further that the number of these is determinate for comprehensible distinctions, then one may see oneself as compelled to regard the sensations of both not as mere sensory impressions, but as the effect of a judging of the form in the play of many sensations. 56 The difference between the one or the other opinion in the judging of G music, however, would only alter the definition to this extent, that it would be explained, as we have done, as the beautiful play of sensations, through hearing, or as agreeable sensations. Only on the first definition would music be represented completely as a beautiful art. On the second, however, it would be represented as an agreeable art, at least in part. A Bürthelung B zu Bürtheln C Bürthelung D Bürthelung E Bürthelt F Bürthelung G Bürthelung. Critique of the Aesthetic Power of Judgment. Section 52. On the combination of the beautiful arts in one and the same product. Rhetoric can be combined with a painterly presentation of its subjects as well as objects in a play. Poetry with music in song. This, in turn, with a painterly, theatrical, presentation in an opera. The play of the sensations in a piece of music with the play of shapes in dance, etc. Further, the presentation of the sublime, so far as it belongs to beautiful art, can be united with beauty in a verse tragedy, a didactic poem, an oratorio, and in these combinations beautiful art is all the more artistic. Although whether it is also more beautiful since so many different kinds of satisfaction are crisscrossed with each other, can be doubted in some of these cases. Yet in all beautiful art what is essential consists in the form, which is purposive for observation and judging, where the pleasure is at the same time culture and disposes the spirit to ideas, hence makes it receptive to several sorts of pleasure and entertainment, not in the matter of the sensation, the charm or the emotion, where it is aimed merely at enjoyment, which leaves behind it nothing in the idea, and makes the spirit dull, the object by and by be loathsome, and the mind, because it is aware that its disposition is contra-purposive in the judgment of reason, dissatisfied with itself and moody. If the beautiful arts are not combined, whether closely or at a distance, with moral ideas, which alone carry with them a self-sufficient satisfaction, then the latter is their ultimate fate. They then serve only for diversion, which one increasingly needs the more one uses them to banish the mind's dissatisfaction with itself, by which one makes oneself ever more useless and dissatisfied with oneself. In general, the beauties of nature are most compatible with the first aim if one has become accustomed early to observing, judging, see and admiring them. Section 53. Comparison of the aesthetic value of the beautiful arts with each other. 57 The art of poetry, which owes its origin almost entirely to genius, and will be guided least by precept or example, claims the highest rank of all. 58 It expands the mind by setting the imagination free and present. A Bürthelung B The words by and by Nack and Nack were added in the second edition. See zu Bürtheln. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Within the limits of a given concept and among the unbounded manifold of forms possibly agreeing with it, the one that connects its presentation with a fullness of thought to which no linguistic expression is fully adequate, and thus elevates itself aesthetically to the level of ideas. It strengthens the mind by letting it feel its capacity to consider and judge of nature, as appearance, freely, self-actively, and independently of determination by nature, in accordance with points of view that nature does not present by itself in experience either for sense or for the understanding, and thus to use it for the sake of and as it were as the schema of the supersensible. It plays with the illusion which it produces at will, yet without thereby being deceitful, for it itself declares its occupation to be mere play, which can nevertheless be purposively employed by the understanding for its own business. Rhetoric, insofar as by that is understood the art of persuasion, that is, of deceiving by means of beautiful illusion, as an ars oratoria, and not merely skill in speaking, eloquence and style, is a dialectic, which borrows from the art of poetry only as much as is necessary to win minds over to the advantage of the speaker before they can judge, see and to rob them of their freedom. Thus it cannot be recommended either for the courtroom or for the pulpit. For when it is a matter of civil laws concerning the rights of individual persons, or of the lasting instruction and determination of minds to correct knowledge and conscientious observation of their duty, then it is beneath the dignity of such an important business to allow even a trace of exuberance of wit and imagination to be glimpsed, let alone of the art of persuasion and taking someone in for the advantage of someone else. For even if it can sometimes be applied to purposes that are in themselves legitimate and praiseworthy, it is nevertheless still objectionable that the maxims and dispositions be subjectively corrupted in this way, even if the deed is objectively lawful. For it is not enough to do what is right, but it is also to be performed solely on the ground that it is right. Further, the merely distinct concept of these sorts of human affairs, combined with a lively presentation in examples, and without offense against the rules of euphony in speech or of propriety in expression, for ideas of reason, which together constitute eloquence, already has in itself sufficient influence on human minds, without it being necessary also to bring to bear the machinery of persuasion, which, since it can also be used of Vermogen B zu Buurthielen C voor der Buurthielung D in the first edition, this period was a comma, and the sentence continued, which, even though, following the first edition, reading on das instead of als das, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment for glossing over or concealing vice and error, can never entirely eradicate the deep-seated suspicion of artful trickery. In poetry, everything proceeds honestly and uprightly. It declares that it will conduct a merely entertaining play with the imagination, and indeed concerning form, in concord with the laws of the understanding, and does not demand that the understanding be deceived and embroiled through sensible presentation. After poetry, I would, if what is at issue is charm and movement of the mind, place that which comes closest to it among the arts of speech and may also very naturally be united with it, namely the art of tone. For, although of course it speaks through mere sensations without concepts, and hence does not, like poetry, leave behind something for reflection, yet it moves the mind in more manifold and, though only temporarily, in deeper ways, but it is, to be sure, more enjoyment than culture. The play of thought that is aroused by it in passing is merely the effect of an as it were mechanical association, and it has, judged by reason, less value than any other of the beautiful arts. Hence it demands, like any other enjoyment, frequent change, and cannot bear frequent repetition without inducing antipathy. Its charm, which can be communicated so universally, seems to rest on this, that every expression of language has, in context, a tone that is appropriate to its sense, that this tone more or less designates an effect of the speaker and conversely also produces one in the hearer, which then in turn arouses in the latter the idea that is expressed in the language by. I must confess that a beautiful poem has always given me a pure enjoyment, whereas reading the best speech of a Roman popular speaker or a cantempo, rare speaker in parliament or the pulpit has always been mixed with the disagreeable feeling of disapproval of a deceitful art, which understands how to move people, like machines, to a judgment in important matters which must lose all weight for them in calm reflection. Eloquence and well-spokenness, together, rhetoric belong to beautiful art, but the art of the orator, ars oratoria, as the art of using the weakness of people for one's own purposes, however well-intentioned or even really good these may be, is not worthy of any respect at all. Further, both in Athens and in Rome it reached its highest level only at a time when the state was rushing toward its ruin and a truly patriotic way of thinking had been extinguished. He who has at his command, along with clear insight into the facts, language in all its richness and purity, and who, along with a fruitful imagination capable of presenting his ideas, feels a lively sympathy for the true good, is the vibonus descendi peritus, be the speaker without art but full of vigor, as Cicero would have him, though he did not himself always remain true to this ideal. 59 A Buurthield be the good man, powerful in speech, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment means of such a tone, and that, just as modulation is as it were a language of sensations universally comprehensible to every human being, the art of tone puts that language into practice for itself alone, in all its force, namely as a language of the affects, and so, in accordance with the law of association, universally communicates the aesthetic ideas that are naturally combined with it. However, since those aesthetic ideas are not concepts nor determinate thoughts, the form of the composition of these sensations, harmony and melody, serves only, instead of the form of a language, to express, by means of a proportionate disposition of them, which, since in the case of tones it rests on the relation of the number of the vibrations of the air in the same time, insofar as the tones are combined at the same time or successively, can be mathematically subsumed under certain rules, the aesthetic ideas of a coherent whole of an unutterable fullness of thought, corresponding to a certain theme, which constitutes the dominant effect in the piece. On this mathematical form, although not represented by determinate concepts, alone depends the satisfaction that the mere reflection on such a multitude of sensations accompanying or following one another connects with this play of them as a condition of its beauty valid for everyone. And it is in accordance with it alone that taste may claim for itself a right to pronounce beforehand about the judgment of everyone. However, mathematics certainly has not the least share in the charm and the movement of the mind that music produces. Rather, it is only the indispensable condition, conditio sine qua non, of that proportion of the impressions, in their combination as well as in their alternation, by means of which it becomes possible to grasp them together and to prevent them from destroying one another, so that they instead agree in a continuous movement and animation of the mind by means of consonant effects and hereby in a comfortable self-enjoyment. If, on the contrary, one estimates the value of the beautiful arts in terms of the culture that they provide for the mind and takes as one's standard the enlargement of the faculties that must join together in the power of judgment for the sake of cognition, then to that extent music occupies the lowest place among the beautiful arts, just as it occupies perhaps the highest place among those that are estimated according to their agreeableness, because it merely plays with sensations. The pictorial arts therefore far surpass it in this respect, for while they set the imagination into a free play that is nevertheless also suitable for the understanding, at the same time they conduct a business by bringing about a product that serves the concepts of the understanding as an enduring and self-recommending vehicle for its unification with sensibility and thus as it were for promoting the urbanity of the higher powers of cognition. The two sorts of arts take completely different paths, the former from sensations to indeterminate ideas, the latter, critique of the aesthetic power of judgment however, from determinate ideas to sensations. The latter are of lasting impression, the former only of a transitory one. The imagination can recall the former and agreeably entertain itself with them, but the latter are either entirely extinguished or, if they are involuntarily recalled by the imagination, are burdensome rather than agreeable to us. Further, there is a certain lack of urbanity in music, in that, primarily because of the character of its instruments, it extends its influence further, into the neighborhood, than is required, and so as it were imposes itself, thus interfering with the freedom of others, outside of the musical circle, which the arts that speak to the eyes do not do, since one need only turn one's eyes away if one would not admit their impression. It is almost the same here as in the case of the delight from a widely pervasive smell. Someone who pulls his perfumed handkerchief out of his pocket treats everyone in the vicinity to it against their will, and forces them, if they wish to breathe, to enjoy it at the same time. Hence it has also gone out of fashion. Among the pictorial arts, I would give the palm to painting, partly because, as the art of drawing, it is the basis of all the other pictorial arts, partly because it can penetrate much further into the region of ideas and also expand the field of intuition in accordance with these much further than is possible for the rest. Remark between that which pleases merely in the judging bee and that which gratifies, pleases in the sensation, there is, as we have often shown, an essential difference. The latter is something that one cannot, like the former, require of everyone. Gratification, even if its cause may lie in ideas, always seems to consist in a feeling of the promotion of the total life of the human being, consequently also of bodily well-being, that is, of health. So that Epicurus, who made out all gratification as at bottom bodily sensation, may to that extent perhaps not have been mistaken, and only misunderstood himself when he counted intellectual and even practical satisfaction as gratification. 61. If one keeps the latter distinction before one's eyes, one can explain how a gratifica, those who have recommended the singing of spiritual songs as part of the domestic rites of worship, have not considered that by means of such a noisy, and precisely for that reason usually pharisaical, form of worship they have imposed a great inconvenience on the public. for they have forced the neighborhood either to join in their singing or to give up their own train of thought, and neither the first nor the second edition print 54 here, although the next section, the first section of the dialectic, is labeled 55 in both Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Tion can even displease the one who feels it, like the joy of a needy but right-thinking person over the inheritance from his loving but tight-fisted father, or how a deep pain can still please the one who suffers it, the sadness of a widow at the death of her praiseworthy husband, or how a gratification can in addition please, like that in the sciences that we pursue, or a pain, for example, hatred, envy, or vengefulness, can in addition displease us. The satisfaction or dissatisfaction here rests on reason, and is the same as approval or disapproval. Gratification and pain, however, can rest only on the feeling or the prospect, whatever its basis might be, of a possible state of well or ill-being, all-changing free play of sensations, which is not grounded in any intention, gratifies, because it promotes the feeling of health. Whether or not we take satisfaction in the rational judging be of its object and even in this gratification, and this gratification can rise to the level of an effect, although we take no interest in the object itself, at least not one that would be proportionate to the degree of the latter. 62 We can divide it into the play of chance, the play of tone, and the play of thoughts. The first requires an interest, whether it be of vanity or of selfishness, which is, however, far from as great as the interest in the way in which we seek to satisfy it. The second requires merely the change of sensations, each of which has its relation to effect, but not the degree of an effect, and arouses aesthetic ideas. The third arises merely from the change in the representations, in the faculty of judgment, by means of which, to be sure, no thought that involves any sort of interest is generated, but the mind is nevertheless animated. How gratifying these games must be, without there being any need to ground them in an interested intention, is shown by all of our evening social gatherings, for without games hardly anyone finds these entertaining, but the affects of hope, of fear, of joy, of anger, of scorn are here at play, changing their role every moment, and are so lively that as a result the entire business of bodily life, as an inner motion, seems to be promoted, as is proved by the cheerfulness of mind that is thereby generated, even though nothing has been either gained or learned. But since games of chance are not a beautiful play, we shall here set it aside. By contrast, music and material for laughter are two kinds of play with aesthetic ideas or even representations of the understanding, by which in the end nothing is thought, and which can gratify merely through their change, and nevertheless do so in a lively fashion. By which they make it fairly evident that the animation in both cases is merely corporeal, although it is aroused by ideas of the mind, and that the feeling of health resulting from a movement of the viscera corresponding to that play constitutes the whole gratification in a lively party, which is extolled as so refined and spirited. It is empfindet Vernunft Beurteilung C. Die Spiel D in the first edition. Kant says simply changing every moment das Glücksspiel kein schönes Spiel istf hingegen. The first edition reads aber, however in the first edition, and can gratify in a lively fashion merely through their change. Stvel. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, not the judging of the harmonies and tones or sallies of wit, which with their beauty serve only as the necessary vehicle, but the promotion of the business of life in the body, the effect which moves the viscera and the diaphragm, in a word the feeling of health, which otherwise cannot be felt without such a stimulus, which constitutes the gratification in which one discovers that one can get at the body even through the soul and use the latter as the doctor for the former. In music, this play proceeds from the sensation of the body to aesthetic ideas, of the objects for effects, and then from them back again, but with united force, to the body. In the joke, which like music deserves to be counted as agreeable rather than as beautiful art, the play begins with thoughts which, as a whole, insofar as they are to be expressed sensibly, also occupy the body, and since the understanding, in this presentation in which it does not find what was expected, suddenly relaxes, one feels the effect of this relaxation in the body through the oscillation of the organs, which promotes the restoration of their balance and has a beneficial influence on health. In everything that is to provoke a lively, uproarious laughter, there must be something nonsensical, in which, therefore, the understanding in itself can take no satisfaction. Laughter is an effect resulting from the sudden transformation of a heightened expectation into nothing. 63 This very transformation, which is certainly nothing enjoyable for the understanding, is nevertheless indirectly enjoyable and, for a moment, very lively. The cause must thus consist in the influence of the representation on the body and its reciprocal effect on the mind, certainly not insofar as the representation is objectively an object of gratification. For how can a disappointed expectation be gratifying, but rather solely through the fact that as a mere play of representations it produces an equilibrium of the vital powers in the body. If someone tells this story, an Indian, at the table of an Englishman in Surat, 64 seeing a bottle of ale being opened and all the beer, transformed into foam, spill out, displayed his great amazement with many exclamations, and in reply to the Englishman's question what is so amazing here answered, I'm not amazed that it's coming out, but by how you got it all in. We laugh, and it gives us a hearty pleasure, not because we find ourselves cleverer than this ignorant person, or because of any other pleasing thing that the understanding allows us to note here, but because our expectation was heightened and suddenly disappeared into nothing. Or if the heir of a rich relative wants to arrange a properly solemn funeral for him, but laments that he cannot get it quite right, because, he says, the more money I give my mourners to look sad, the merrier they look, then we laugh out loud, and the reason is that an expectation is suddenly transformed into nothing. Note that it must not be transformed into the positive opposite of an expected object, for that is a Buthilang B in the first edition. This word, Schwingung, is in the plural. See the first edition here includes the clause, omitted from the second edition, as in the case of one who receives news of a great profit in business. Die Gleichgewicht. In the first edition, play, Stil the word positive, was added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment always something, and can often be distressing, but into nothing. For if in telling us a story someone arouses a great expectation and at its conclusion we immediately see its untruth, that is displeasing. Like, for example, the story of people whose hair is supposed to have turned grey in a single night because of a great grief. By contrast, if in response to such a story another joker tells a very elaborate story about the grief of a merchant who, returning from India to Europe with all his fortune in merchandise, was forced to throw it all overboard in a terrible storm, and was so upset that in the very same night his wig turned grey, then we laugh and it gives us gratification, because for a while we tossed back and forth like a ball our own misconception about an object that is otherwise indifferent to us, or rather our own idea that we've been chasing, while we were merely trying to grasp and hold it firm. It's not sending a liar or a dummy packing that arouses the gratification here, for even for itself the latter story, told with an assumed seriousness, would move a party to peals of laughter, and the former would not ordinarily even be worthy of attention. Though it is noteworthy that in all such cases the joke must always contain something that can deceive for a moment. Hence, when the illusion disappears into nothing, the mind looks back again in order to try it once more, and thus is hurried this way and that by rapidly succeeding increases and decreases of tension and set into oscillation, which, because that which as it were struck the string bounces back suddenly, not through a gradual slackening, is bound to cause a movement of the mind and an internal bodily movement be in harmony with it, which continues involuntarily, and produces weariness, but at the same time also cheerfulness. The effects of emotion that is beneficial to health. For if one assumes that all of our thoughts are at the same time harmoniously combined with some kind of movement in the organs of the body, then one will have a fair grasp of how to that sudden shift of the mind, first to one and then to another point of view for considering its object, there can correspond a reciprocal tensing and relaxing of the elastic parts of our viscera, which communicates itself to our diaphragm, like that which ticklish people feel, so that the lungs expel the air with rapidly succeeding pauses, and thus produce a movement that is conducive to health, which alone, and not what goes on in the mind, is the real cause of a gratification in a thought that at bottom represents nothing. Voltaire said that heaven has given us two things as a counterweight against the many burdens of life, hope and sleep. 65 He could also have added laughter, if only the means for provoking it in rational people were so readily available, and the wit or originality of fancy requisite for it were not as rare as the talent is frequent for composing works that break one's head, like those of mystical brooders, or break one's neck, like those of a genius, or break one's heart, like those of sentimental novelists, or for that matter moralists of the same kind. One can thus, it seems to me, grant to Epicurus that all gratification, even of the second edition uses of merksumkeit instead of muhi, worth the trouble be the word movement was added in the second edition. See, this clause was not enclosed in parentheses in the first edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, if it is caused by concepts that arouse aesthetic ideas, is animal, that is, bodily sensation. 66 without thereby doing the least damage to the spiritual feeling of respect for moral ideas, which is not gratification but self-esteem, of the humanity within us, that elevates us above the need for gratification, without indeed any damage even to the less noble feeling of taste. Something with a bit of both is found in Navit, which is the resistance of the uprightness that is originally natural to humanity against the art of pretense that has become second nature. 67 One laughs at the simplicity that still does not understand how to pretend, and yet also rejoices over the simplicity of nature that here thwarts that art. One expects the normal custom of artificial expression carefully aimed at beautiful illusion, and see it is uncorrupted, innocent nature, which one was not at all prepared to encounter and which he who allows it to be glimpsed did not even intend to expose. That the beautiful but false illusion, which usually means so much in our judgment, is here suddenly transformed into nothing, that as it were the joker in ourselves is exposed, produces the successive movement of the mind in two opposite directions, which at the same time gives the body a healthy shake. But that something that is infinitely better than every assumed custom, namely purity of thought, or at least the predisposition to it, has not been entirely extinguished in human nature. Add seriousness and high esteem to this play of the power of judgment, but because it is an appearance that manifests itself be only for a short time, and the curtain of the art of pretense is soon drawn closed again, it also contains an element of regret, which is an emotion of tenderness, that can very well be combined as play with such good-hearted laughter, and which actually usually is combined with it, and at the same time usually compensates the person who provides the material for it for the embarrassment of not being sharp in the ways of men. An art for being naive is thus a contradiction, but it is certainly possible to represent Navit in a fictional person, and this is a beautiful although also rare art. Navit must not be confused with open-hearted simplicity, which does not artificially conceal nature only because it does not understand what the art of social life is, along with what is cheerful, closely related to the gratification from laughter, and part of the originality of spirit, but not on that account part of the talent for beautiful art. There may also be reckoned the capricious manner. Caprice in the good sense signifies the talent of being able to transpose oneself at will into a certain mental disposition in which everything is judged quite differently from what is usual, even completely reversed, and yet in accordance with certain principles of reason in such a mental disposition. Someone who is involuntarily given to such alterations is subject to caprice. But someone who can assume them voluntarily and purposively, for the sake of a livelier sit be the words translated as that manifests itself sich hervortun, were added in the second edition. See Buthild de Launish. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, presentation by means of a laugh-provoking contrast. Such a person and his performance are called capricious. This manner however belongs more to agreeable than to beautiful art, because the object of the latter must always display some dignity in itself, and hence requires a certain earnestness in the presentation, just as taste does in its judging. B. Launicht B. Buthilang. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, second section. The dialectic of the aesthetic power of judgment, section 55. A power of judgment that is to be dialectical must first of all be rationalistic. B. That is, its judgments must lay claim to universality, and indeed do so a priori, for the dialectic consists in the opposition of such judgments. Hence the incompatibility of aesthetic judgments of sense, about the agreeable and the disagreeable, is not dialectical. Even the conflict between judgments of taste, insofar as each person appeals merely to his own taste, does not constitute a dialectic of taste, since no one has any thought of making his own judgment into a universal rule. Thus there remains no other concept of a dialectic that could apply to taste except that of a dialectic of the critique of taste, not of taste itself with regard to its principles, namely, where mutually conflicting concepts of the basis of the possibility of judgments of taste naturally and unavoidably emerge. A transcendental critique of taste. A rationalistic judgment, Iudicium ratiocinans, C, is any judgment that declares itself to be universal, for to that extent it can serve as the major premise in a rational inference. In contrast, only a judgment which is thought as the conclusion of an inference of reason, and consequently as grounded a priori, can be called a judgment of reason. Iudicium ratiocinatum. Dia. This section has no title. B. Vernunfttelmd. This term is usually translated as sophistical, but here Kant uses it to connote only a necessary condition of a sophistical argument, namely that it make a pretense to universality, without yet implying that anything that gives rise to a dialectic is sophistical in the usual pejorative sense. See literally, a rationalizing judgment. D. Literally, a judgment that has been reached by ratiocination. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment will thus contain a part that can bear the name of a dialectic of the aesthetic power of judgment only if there is an antinomy of the principles of this faculty, which makes its lawfulness and hence also its inner possibility doubtful. Section 56. Representation of the antinomy of taste. The first commonplace of taste is contained in the proposition by means of which everyone who lacks taste thinks to defend himself against criticism. Everyone has his own taste. That amounts to saying that the determining ground of this judgment is merely subjective, gratification or pain, and the judgment has no right to the necessary assent of others. Its second commonplace, which is also used even by those who concede to judgments of taste the right to pronounce validly for everyone, is, there is no disputing about taste. That is as much as to say that the determining ground of a judgment of taste may even be objective, but it cannot be brought to determinate concepts. Consequently, nothing can be decided about the judgment itself by means of proofs, although it is certainly possible and right to argue about it. For to argue and to dispute B are certainly alike in this, that they try to bring about unanimity in judgments through their mutual opposition, but they differ in that the latter hopes to accomplish this in accordance with determinate concepts as grounds of proofs, and so assumes objective concepts as grounds of the judgment. Where this is considered unfeasible, however, then disputing is also considered unfeasible. It is easy to see that between these two commonplaces one proposition is missing, which is not, to be sure, a proverb in general circulation, but which nevertheless everyone has some sense of. It is possible to argue about taste, but not to dispute. But this proposition implies the opposite of the first proposition above. For wherever it is supposed to be possible to argue, there must be hope of coming to mutual agreement. Hence one must be able to count on grounds for the judgment that do not have merely private validity and thus are not merely subjective, which is nevertheless completely opposed to the fundamental principle everyone has his own taste. There is thus the following antinomy with regard to the principle of taste. A street and B. Disputiren. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. 1. Thesis. The judgment of taste is not based on concepts, for otherwise it would be possible to dispute about it, decide by means of proofs. 2. Antithesis. The judgment of taste is based on concepts, for otherwise, despite its variety, it would not even be possible to argue about it, to lay claim to the necessary assent of others to this judgment. Section 57. Resolution of the antinomy of taste. There is no possibility of lifting the conflict between these two principles underlying every judgment of taste, which are nothing other than the two peculiarities of the judgment of taste represented above in the analytic. 2. Except by showing that the concept to which the object is related in this sort of judgment is not taken in the same sense in the two maxims of the aesthetic power of judgment. That this twofold sense or point of view in judging is necessary in our transcendental power of judgment, but also that the semblance be involved in the confusion of the one with the other is, as a natural illusion, see unavoidable. The judgment of taste must be related to some sort of concept, for otherwise it could not lay claim to necessary validity for everyone at all. But it need not on that account be demonstrable from a concept, because a concept can be either determinable or else in itself indeterminate and also indeterminable. The concept of reason, which is determinable by means of predicates of the sensible intuition that can correspond to it, is of the first sort. Of the second sort, however, is the transcendental concept of reason of the supersensible, which is the basis of all that intuition, and which thus cannot be further determined theoretically. D. Now the judgment of taste does pertain to objects of the senses, but not in order to determine a concept of them for the understanding. For it is not a cognitive judgment. It is thus, as an intuitive singular representation related to the feeling of pleasure, only a private judgment, and to this extent its validity would be limited to the judging individual alone. The object is an object of satisfaction for me. It be different for others. Everyone has his own taste. Nevertheless, the judgment of taste doubtlessly contains an enlarged Abuthilang B shine C illusion D. The word theoretically was added in the second edition. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment relation of the representation of the object, and at the same time of the subject, on which we base an extension of this kind of judgment, as necessary for everyone, which must thus be based on some sort of concept, but a concept that cannot be determined by intuition, by which nothing can be cognized, and which thus also leads to no proof for the judgment of taste. A concept of this kind, however, is the mere pure rational concept of the supersensible, which grounds the object, and also the judging subject, as an object of sense, consequently as an appearance free. For if one did not assume such a point of view, then the claim of the judgment of taste to universal validity could not be saved. If the concept on which it is based were only a merely confused concept of the understanding, of perfection, say, to which one could, correspondingly, assign B the sensible intuition of the beautiful, for then it would be possible, at least in itself, to ground the judgment of taste on proofs, which contradicts the thesis. But now all contradiction vanishes if I say that the judgment of taste is based on a concept, of a general ground for the subjective purposiveness of nature for the power of judgment, from which, however, nothing can be cognized and proved with regard to the object, because it is in itself indeterminable and unfit for cognition. Yet at the same time by means of this very concept it acquires validity for everyone in each case, to be sure, as a singular judgment immediately accompanying the intuition, because its determining ground may lie in the concept of that which can be regarded as the supersensible substratum of humanity. The resolution of an antinomy amounts merely to the possibility that two apparently conflicting propositions do not in fact contradict each other, but can be compatible with each other, even though the explanation of the possibility of their concept exceeds our faculty of cognition. That this semblance is also natural and unavoidable for human reason, and thus why it exists and remains, although after the resolution of the apparent conflict it no longer deceives, can also be made comprehensible on this basis. Namely, we take the concept, on which the universal validity of a judgment must be based, in the same sense in both conflicting propositions, and yet we assert two opposed predicates of it. Thus, the thesis should say that the judgment of taste is not based on determinate concepts, but in the antithesis, it should say that the judgment of taste is still based on some, although indeterminate concept, namely, of the supersensible substratum of appearances, and then there would be no conflict between them. The word thus, dala, was added in the second edition, B in the second edition, bijaban, in the first, jeban, give. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. We cannot do any more than remove this conflict in the claims and counterclaims of taste, to provide a determinate objective principle of taste, by means of which its judgments could be guided, examined, and proved, is absolutely impossible, for then it would not be a judgment of taste. The subjective principle, namely the indeterminate idea of the supersensible in us, can only be indicated as the sole key to demystifying this faculty which is hidden to us even in its sources, but there is nothing by which it can be made more comprehensible. The antinomy that has here been set out and resolved is based on the correct concept of taste, as, namely, a merely reflecting power of aesthetic judgment, and the two apparently conflicting fundamental propositions would here be united with each other insofar as both can be true, which is also sufficient. If, by contrast, agreeableness were to be assumed as the determining ground of taste, on account of the singularity of the representation that is the basis of the judgment of taste, as it is by some, or the principle of perfection were to be assumed, as it is by others, on account of its universal validity, and the judgment of taste were to be fixed accordingly, then from that there would arise an antinomy that could not be resolved at all except by showing that both of the opposed, but not merely contradictory, propositions are false, which would then prove that the concept on which each is based is self-contradictory. Thus one sees that the removal of the antinomy of the aesthetic power of judgment takes a course similar to that followed by the Critique 6 in the resolution of the antinomies of pure theoretical reason, and that in the same way both here and in the Critique of Practical Reason one is compelled, against one's will, to look beyond the sensible and to seek the unifying point of all our faculties a priori in the supersensible, because no other way remains to make reason self-consistent, a remark I since in transcendental philosophy we so frequently find occasion to distinguish ideas from concepts of the understanding, it may be of use to introduce terms of art appropriate to their difference. I believe that nobody will object if I propose several ideas in the most general meaning are representations related to an object in accordance with a certain subjective or objective principle, insofar as they can nevertheless never become a cognition of that object. They are either related to an intuition in accordance with a merely subjective principle of the correspondence of the faculties of cognition with each other, of imagination and of understanding, and in this case they are called aesthetic, or they are related to a concept in accordance with an object mit sich selbstbestimmt. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment type principle, yet can never yield a cognition of the object, and are called ideas of reason, in which case the concept is a transcendent concept, which is distinct from the concept of the understanding, to which an adequately corresponding experience can always be ascribed, and which is therefore called immanent. An aesthetic idea cannot become a cognition, because it is an intuition, of the imagination for which a concept can never be found adequate. An idea of reason can never become a cognition, because it contains a concept, of the supersensible, for which no suitable intuition can ever be given. Now I believe that one could call the aesthetic idea an inexpugnable representation of the imagination, the idea of reason, however, an indemonstrable concept of reason. Of both it is presupposed that they are not entirely groundless, but rather, in accordance with the above explanation of an idea in general are generated in accordance with certain principles of the cognitive faculty to which they belong, the former according to subjective principles, the latter to objective ones. Concepts of the understanding must, as such, always be demonstrable, if by demonstrating, as in anatomy, it is merely presenting that is understood, that is, the object that corresponds to them must always be able to be given in intuition, pure or empirical, for thereby alone can they become cognitions. The concept of magnitude can be given in the intuition of space a priori, for example, the intuition of a straight line, etc., the concept of cause in the impenetrability or the impact of bodies, etc. Hence both can be confirmed by an empirical intuition, that is, the thought of them can be shown, demonstrated, illustrated, in an example, and this must be able to happen, otherwise one will not be certain that the concept is not empty, that is, without any object. In logic, the expressions demonstrable or indemonstrable are ordinarily used only with regard to propositions, but the first could better be designated by the term only mediate and the latter by the term immediately certain propositions, for pure philosophy also has propositions of both sorts. If by that is meant true sentences capable of being proved and those incapable of being proved be but from a priori grounds it can, as philosophy, certainly prove, but not demonstrate, if one will not depart entirely from the meaning of the words, according to which to demonstrate, ostendere, exhibere, means the same as, be it in proofs or even simply in the definition, to present its concept at the same time in intuition, which, if the intuition is a priori, is called constructing of the concept, but if it is also empirical nevertheless remains see the presentation d of the object by means of which the objective reality of the concept is assured. Thus one says of an anatomist that he demonstrates the human eye when he makes the concept that he has previously expounded discursively intuitable by means of the dissection of this organ. In consequence of this, the rational concept of the supersensible substratum of the words in parentheses were added in the second edition B. In the first edition, there is a semicolon rather than a period here. C. In the first edition, is D here Vorsigung rather than Darstellung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment of all appearances in general, or even of that on which our power of choice in relation to moral laws must be based, namely the idea of transcendental freedom, is already in terms of its species an indemonstrable concept and idea of reason, but virtue is so as a matter of degree, because to the former nothing can be given in experience that corresponds to its quality at all, while in the case of the latter no experimental product of that causality attains the degree that the idea of reason prescribes as a rule. Just as in the case of an idea of reason the imagination, with its intuitions, never attains to the given concept, so in the case of an aesthetic idea the understanding, by means of its concepts, never attains to the complete inner intuition of the imagination which it combines with a given representation. Now since to bring a representation of the imagination to concepts is the same as to expound it, the aesthetic idea can be called an inexpugnable representation of the imagination in its free play. In what follows I will have the opportunity to say a little more about ideas of this sort. For now I note only that both sorts of ideas, the ideas of reason as well as the aesthetic ideas, must have their principles, and indeed in both cases in reason, the former in the objective and the latter in the subjective principles of its use. As a result of this, one can also explain genius in terms of the faculty of aesthetic ideas, by which at the same time is indicated the reason why in products of genius nature, that of the subject, not a deliberate end, gives the rule to art, the production of the beautiful. For since the beautiful must not be judged in accordance with concepts, but rather in accordance with the purposive disposition of the imagination for its correspondence with the faculty of concepts in general, it is not a rule or precept but only that which is merely nature in the subject, that is, the supersensible substratum of all our faculties, to which no concept of the understanding attains, and so that in relation to which it is the ultimate end given by the intelligible in our nature to make all our cognitive faculties agree, which is to serve as the subjective standard of that aesthetic but unconditioned purposiveness in beautiful art, which is supposed to make a rightful claim to please everyone. Thus alone is it possible that the latter, to which one can prescribe no objective principle, can be grounded on a subjective and yet universally valid principle a priori. Remark 2. The following important comment suggests itself here, namely, that there are three kinds of antinomy of pure reason, which, however, all coincide in this, that they force reason to give up the otherwise very natural presupposition that holds objects of the senses to be things in themselves, and rather to count them as appearances, and ascribe to them an intelligible substratum, something supersensible, the concept of which is only an idea and permits no genuine cognition. Without such an antinomy reason would never be able to decide on the assumption of a principle that so narrows the field of its speculation and on sacrifices in which so many otherwise shining hopes must entirely disappear. A Butfield. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. For even now, when in compensation for these losses and all the greater employment opens up for it in a practical respect, it seems unable to depart from those hopes and to free itself from its old dependency without pain. That there are three kinds of antinomy is grounded in the fact that there are three cognitive faculties, understanding, the power of judgment, and reason, each of which, as a higher cognitive faculty, must have its a priori principles. For then reason, insofar as it judges concerning these principles themselves and their use, unremittingly demands with regard to all of them the unconditioned for the given conditioned, which, however, can never be found if one considers the sensible as belonging to the things in themselves rather than ascribing to it, as mere appearance, something supersensible, the intelligible substratum of nature outside us and within us, as a thing in itself. There is then 1. An antinomy of reason with regard to the theoretical use of the understanding extending to the unconditioned for the faculty of cognition. 2. An antinomy of reason with regard to the aesthetic use of the power of judgment for the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. 3. An antinomy with regard to the practical use of reason, which is intrinsically self-legislative, for the faculty of desire, to the extent that all these faculties have their higher principles a priori, and, in accordance with an inescapable requirement of reason, must also be able to judge and determine their object unconditionally in accordance with these principles. With regard to two antinomies of those higher cognitive faculties, that of the theoretical and that of the practical employment, we have already shown elsewhere their unavoidability if judgments of this kind do not look back to a supersensible substratum of the given objects, as appearances, but also their resolvability as soon as the latter happens. Now as far as the antinomy in the use of the power of judgment and the resolution of it given here are concerned, there is no other means for avoiding it than either to deny that the aesthetic judgment of taste is grounded on any principle a priori, so that all claim to the necessity of universal assent is a groundless, empty delusion, and a judgment of taste deserves to be held to be correct only insofar as it happens that many people agree about it, and even this, strictly speaking, not because one suspects an a priori principle behind this consensus, but rather, as in the taste of the palate, because the subjects are contingently organized in the same way, or one must assume that the judgment of taste is really a concealed judgment of reason about the perfection that is revealed in a thing and the relation of the manifold in it to an end. So that it is called aesthetic only on account of the confusion that attaches to this reflection of ours, although at bottom it is teleological, in which case one could declare the resolution of the antinomy by means of transcendental ideas to be unnecessary and void, and thus unite those laws of taste with the objects of the senses not as mere appearances but also as things in themselves. But how little the one as well as the other subterfuge succeeds has been shown in several places in the exposition of the judgments of taste. But if it is conceded that our deduction is at least on the right track, even if it has not been made clear enough in every detail, then three ideas are revealed. First, that of the supersensible in general, without further determination, as the substratum of nature. Second, the very same thing, as the principle of the critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, subjective purposiveness of nature for our faculty of cognition. Third, the very same thing, as the principle of the ends of freedom and principle of the correspondence of freedom with those ends in the moral sphere. Section 58. On the idealism of the purposiveness of nature as well as art, as the sole principle of the power of aesthetic judgment. The principle of taste, first of all, can either be placed in the fact that taste always judges in accordance with empirical determining grounds, and thus in accordance with those that are given only a posteriori by means of the senses, or it can be conceded that it judges on the basis of an a priori ground. The first would be the empiricism of the critique of taste, the second its rationalism. According to the first, the object of our satisfaction would not differ from the agreeable, and according to the second, if the judgment rested on determinate concepts, it would not differ from the good, and so all beauty in the world would be denied, and all that would be left in its place would be a special name, perhaps for a certain mixture of the two previously mentioned kinds of satisfaction. But we have shown that there are also grounds of satisfaction a priori, which can thus coexist with the principle of rationalism, even though they cannot be grasped in determinate concepts. The rationalism of the principle of taste is, by contrast, either that of the realism of purposiveness or that of its idealism. Now, since a judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment and beauty is not a quality of the object considered for itself, the rationalism of the principle of taste can never be based on the fact that the purposiveness in this judgment is thought as objective, that is, on the fact that the judgment pertains to the perfection of the object theoretically and thus logically, even if only in a confused judging. But rather only on the fact that it pertains to the subject aesthetically, to the correspondence of its representation in the imagination with the essential principles of the power of judgment in general. Consequently, even according to the principle of rationalism, the judgment of taste and the distinction between its realism and idealism can be based only on the assumption, in the first case, that subjective purposiveness is a real, intentional, end of nature, or of art aimed at correspondence with our power of judgment, or, in the second case, that it is, without any end, merely an intrinsically yet contingently manifested purposive correspondence im Sittlichen Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment with the need of the power of judgment in regard to nature and the forms generated in it in accordance with particular laws. The beautiful formations in the realm of organized nature speak strongly in behalf of the realism of the aesthetic purposiveness of nature, since one may assume that the production of the beautiful is based on an idea of that in the producing cause, namely an end for the benefit of our imagination. The flowers, the blossoms, indeed the shapes of whole plants, the delicacy of animal formations of all sorts of species, which is unnecessary for their own use but as if selected for our own taste, above all the manifold and harmonious composition of colors, in the pheasant, in crustaceans, insects, right down to the commonest flowers, which are so pleasant and charming to our eyes, which seem to have been aimed entirely at outer contemplation, since they concern merely the surface, and even in this do not concern the figure of the creature, which could still be requisite for its inner ends. All of these give great weight to the kind of explanation that involves the assumption of real ends of nature for our power of aesthetic judgment. However, this assumption is not only contradicted by reason, through its maxims of always avoiding as far as possible the unnecessary multiplication of principles, but also nature displays everywhere in its free formations so much mechanical tendency to the generation of forms that seem as if they have been made for the aesthetic use of our power of judgment without giving us the slightest ground to suspect that it requires for this anything more than its mechanism, merely as nature, by means of which it can be purposive for our judging see even without being based on any idea. By a free formation of nature, however, I understand that by which, from a fluid at rest, as a result of the evaporation or separation of a part of it, sometimes merely of the caloric, the rest assumes upon solidification a determinate shape or fabric, figure or texture, which, where there is a specific difference in the matter, is different, but if the matter is the same is exactly the same. Here is presupposed what is always understood by true fluidity, namely, that the matter in it is to be regarded as fully dissolved, that is, not as a mere mixture of solid parts merely suspended in it. The formation in such a case takes place through precipitation, that is, through a sudden solidification, not through a gradual transition from the fluid to the solid state, but as it were through a leap, which transition is also called crystallization. The most common example of this sort of formation is freezing water, in which straight raylets of ice form a Bildungen B organiciton. As will be seen in the Critique of Teleological Judgment, Kant uses this term where we would use organic C-Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment first, which then join together at angles of 60 degrees, while others attach themselves at every point in exactly the same way, until everything has turned to ice, so that during this time, the water between the raylets of ice does not gradually become more viscous, but remains as completely fluid as it would be if it were at a much higher temperature, and yet is fully as cold as ice. The matter that separates itself, which suddenly escapes at the moment of solidification, is a considerable quantum of caloric, the departure of which, because it was required only for maintaining a fluid state, leaves what is now all ice not the least bit colder than was the water that shortly before was still fluid. Many salts as well as stones that have a crystalline figure are generated in the same way from some sort of earth which is, by means of who knows what sort of mediation, dissolved in water. The Druzy 9 configurations of many minerals, are such as cubic galenite, 10 pyrargyrite, 11 and so on, are in all likelihood formed in the same way, in water, by means of the precipitation of their parts, when by some cause they are forced to leave this vehicle and to combine with one another into determinate external shapes. But even internally all materials that were fluid only because of heat and which through cooling have become solid reveal, when broken, a determinate texture, and thus make it possible to judge that if their own weight or contact with air had not prevented it, they would also have displayed their specifically proper shape externally. This sort of thing has been observed in some metals which had hardened externally after melting but were still fluid on the inside, by drawing off the inner, still fluid part and then precipitating calmly the rest which was left behind. Many of these mineral crystallizations, such as spar druzes, hematite or aragonite, 12 often have shapes of extreme beauty, which art could hardly think up, and the halo of the cave on Antiparos is merely the product of water dripping through a bed of gypsum. The fluid is, to all appearances, older than the solid, and both the plants as well as animal bodies are formed from fluid nutritive matter that has formed itself in a state of rest. In the latter case, to be sure, first and foremost in accordance with a certain original predisposition directed at ends, which, as will be shown in the second part, must be judged of be not aesthetically but teleologically, in accordance with the principle of realism. 13 But perhaps also as precipitating and forming itself freely, in accordance with the universal laws of the affinity of materials. Now just as the watery fluids dissolved in an atmosphere, which is a mixture of different types of air, when the former are separated from the latter because of the departure of heat, generate a redding mineraline as in the first edition rather than minern as in the second B. Beurfield. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. Snowflakes are which, depending on the difference of the particular mixture of air, often have a very artistic appearing and extremely beautiful figure, so it may well be thought without detracting anything from the teleological principle for judging of bee organization, that as far as the beauty of flowers, of bird feathers, and seashells is concerned, in terms of both their shape and their color, these can be ascribed to nature and its faculty for forming itself aesthetically and purposively in its freedom, without special ends aimed at that, in accordance with chemical laws, by the deposit of the matter requisite for the organization. However, what downright proves the principle of the ideality of the purposiveness in the beautiful in nature as that which is always our basis in the aesthetic judgment itself, and which does not allow us to use any realism of an end in it as an explanatory ground for our power of representation, is that in the judging sea of beauty in general we seek the standard for it in ourselves a priori, and the power of aesthetic judgment, with regard to the judgment whether or not something is beautiful, is itself legislative, which could not be the case on the assumption of the realism of the purposiveness of nature, because then we would have to learn from nature what we have to find beautiful, and the judgment of taste would be subject to empirical principles. For in such judging what is at issue is not what nature is or even what it is for us as a purpose, but how we take it in. It would always be an objective purposiveness of nature if it had created its forms for our satisfaction, and not a subjective purposiveness, which rests on the play of the imagination in its freedom, where it is a favor with which we take nature in and not a favor that it shows to us, that nature has the property of containing an occasion for us to perceive the inner purposiveness in the relationship of our mental powers in the judging of certain of its products, and indeed as something that has to be explained as necessarily and universally valid on the basis of a supersensible ground, cannot be an end of nature, or rather be judged by us as such a thing, because otherwise the judgment that would thereby be determined would be grounded in heteronomy and would not, as befits a judgment of taste, be free and grounded in autonomy. In beautiful art the principle of the idealism of purposiveness can be recognized even more distinctly, for that here its aesthetic realism bias kniefegun b beautilang c beautilang d beautilang e nicht gunst, die sie unsersucht, in the first edition. Nicht een solch die sie unsersucht, not one that nature generates for us f beautilang g beautield. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment means of sensations, in which case it would be merely agreeable instead of beautiful art cannot be assumed as something that it has in common with beautiful nature, but that the satisfaction by means of aesthetic ideas must not depend on the attainment of determinate ends, as a mechanically intentional art. Consequently that even in the rationalism of the principle the ground must be the ideality of ends, not their reality. That is already evident from the fact that beautiful art, as such, must not be considered as a product of the understanding and of science, but of genius, and thus acquires its rule through aesthetic ideas, which are essentially different from rational ideas of determinate ends. Just as the ideality of the objects of the senses as appearances is the only way to explain the possibility that their forms can be determined a priori, likewise the idealism of the purposiveness in judging of the beautiful in nature and in art is the only presupposition under which the critique can explain the possibility of a judgment of taste, which demands a priori validity for everyone, yet without basing the purposiveness that is represented in the object on concept section 59. On beauty as a symbol of morality. To demonstrate the reality of our concepts, intuitions are always required. If they are empirical concepts, then the latter are called examples. If they are pure concepts of the understanding, then the latter are called schemata. But if one demands that the objective reality of the concepts of reason, that is, of the ideas, be demonstrated, and moreover for the sake of theoretical cognition of them, then one desires something impossible, since no intuition adequate to them can be given at all. All hypotyposis, presentation, subjecto sub ad spectum, as making something sensible, is of one of two kinds, either schematic, where to a concept grasped by the understanding the corresponding intuition is given a priori, or symbolic, where to a concept which only reason can think, and to which no sensible intuition can be adequate. An intuition is attributed with which the power of judgment proceeds in a way merely analogous to that which it observes in schematization, that is, it is merely the rule of this procedure, not of the intuition itself, and thus merely the form of the reflection, not the content, which corresponds to the concept of beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment. The use of the word symbolic in contrast to the intuitive kind of representation has, of course, been accepted by recent logicians, but this is a distorted and incorrect use of the word, for the symbolic is merely a species of the intuitive. 14 The latter, namely, the intuitive, can be divided into the schematic and the symbolic kinds of representation. Both are hypotyposes, that is, presentations, exhibitions, and not mere characterizations, that is, designations of the concepts by means of accompanying sensible signs, which contain nothing at all belonging to the intuition of the object, but only serve them, in accordance with the laws of association of the imagination, and hence in a subjective regard, as a means of reproduction. Such things are either words, or visible, algebraic, even mimetic, signs, as mere expressions for concepts. All intuitions that are ascribed to concepts a priori are thus either schemata or symbols, the first of which contain direct, the second indirect presentations of the concept. The first do this demonstratively, the second by means of an analogy, for which empirical intuitions are also employed, in which the power of judgment performs a double task, first applying the concept to the object of a sensible intuition, and then, second, applying the mere rule of reflection on that intuition to an entirely different object, of which the first is only the symbol. Thus a monarchical state is represented by a body with a soul if it is ruled in accordance with laws internal to the people, but by a mere machine, like a handmill, if it is ruled by a single absolute will. But in both cases it is represented only symbolically, for between a despotic state and a handmill there is, of course, no similarity, but there is one between the rule for reflecting on both and their causality. This business has as yet been little discussed, much as it deserves a deeper investigation, but this is not the place to dwell on it. Our language is full of such indirect presentations, in accordance with an analogy, where the expression does not contain the actual schema for the concept but only a symbol for reflection. Examples are the words ground be, support, basis, depend, beheld from above, from which flow, instead of follow, substance, as Locke expresses it, the bearer of accidents. 15 And innumerable other non-schematic but symbolic hypotyposes and expressions for concepts not by means of a direct intuition, but only in accordance with an analogy with it. That is, the transportation of the intuitive in cognition must be contrasted to the discursive, not the symbolic. Now the former is either schematic, by means of demonstration, or symbolic, as a representation based on mere analogia in the first edition, exhibitio in the singular b grand c abhangen. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment, reflection on one object of intuition to another, quite different concept, to which perhaps no intuition can ever directly correspond, if one may already call a mere kind of representation cognition, which is certainly permissible if it is a principle not of the theoretical determination of what an object is in itself, but of the practical determination of what the idea of it ought to be for us and for the purposive use of it. Then all of our cognition of God is merely symbolic, and anyone who takes it, along with the properties of understanding, will, etc., which prove their objective reality only in beings within the world, are as schematic, lapses into anthropomorphism, just as, if he leaves out everything intuitive, he lapses into deism, by which nothing at all, not even from a practical point of view, is cognized. Now I say that the beautiful is the symbol of the morally good, and also that only in this respect, that of a relation that is natural to everyone, and that is also expected of everyone else as a duty, does it please with a claim to the assent be of everyone else, in which the mind is at the same time aware of a certain ennoblement and elevation above the mere receptivity for a pleasure from sensible impressions, and also esteems the value of others in accordance with a similar maxim of their power of judgment. That is the intelligible, toward which, as the preceding paragraph C indicated, taste looks, with which, namely, even our higher faculties of cognition agree, and without which glaring contradictions would emerge between their nature and the claims that taste makes. In this faculty the power of judgment does not see itself, as is otherwise the case in empirical judging, as subjected to a heteronomy of the laws of experience. In regard to the objects of such a pure satisfaction it gives the law to itself, just as reason does with regard to the faculty of desire, and it sees itself, both on account of this inner possibility in the subject as well as on account of the outer possibility of a nature that corresponds to it, as related to something in the subject itself and outside of it, which is neither nature nor freedom, but which is connected with the ground of the latter, namely the supersensible, in which the theoretical faculty is combined with the practical, in a mutual and unknown way, to form a unity. We will adduce several aspects of this analogy, while at the same time not leaving unnoticed its differences. 1. The beautiful pleases immediately, but only in reflecting intuition, not, like morality, in the concept. 2. It pleases without any interest. The morally good is of course necessarily connected with an Erweltwesen Bestimmung. In the first edition, Bestimmung, determination, see that is, section 58 Die Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment interest, but not with one that precedes the judgment on the satisfaction, but rather with one that is thereby first produced. 3. The freedom of the imagination, thus of the sensibility of our faculty, is represented in the judging of the beautiful as in accord with the lawfulness of the understanding. In the moral judgment, the freedom of the will is conceived as the agreement of the latter with itself in accordance with universal laws of reason. 4. The subjective principle for judging of the beautiful is represented as universal, that is, valid for everyone, but not as knowable by any universal concept. The objective principle of morality is also declared to be universal, that is, knowable for all subjects, and at the same time also for all actions of one and the same subject, yet by means of a universal concept. Hence the moral judgment is not only capable of determinate constitutive principles, but is also possible only by means of the grounding of its maxims on these principles and their universality. A regard to this analogy is customary even for the ordinary understanding, and we often designate beautiful objects of nature or of art with names that seem to be grounded in a moral judging. See, we call buildings or trees majestic and magnificent, or fields smiling and joyful. Even colors are called innocent, modest or tender, because they arouse sensations that contain something analogical to the consciousness of a mental state produced by moral judgments. Taste, as it were, makes possible the transition from sensible charm to the habitual moral interest without too violent a leap, by representing the imagination even in its freedom as purposively determinable for the understanding and teaching us to find a free satisfaction in the objects of the senses even without any sensible charm. Section 60. Appendix on the methodology of taste. 18. The division of a critique into a doctrine of elements and a doctrine of method that precedes the science cannot be applied to the critique of taste, because there cannot be any science of the beautiful, and the judgment of taste is not determinable by principles. For as far as the scientific element in any art is concerned, which concerns truth in the presentation of its object, this is to be sure the indispensable condition, conditio sine qua non, of beautiful art, but not the art itself. For beautiful a Beurteilung b Beurteilung c Beurteilung. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment art. There is thus only a manner, modos, not a way of teaching it, a methodos. The master must demonstrate what the student is to do and how he should accomplish it, and the universal rules under which he ultimately brings his procedure can serve rather to bring its principal elements to mind as occasion requires than to prescribe them to him. Nevertheless, in so doing there must be regard for a certain ideal that art must have before its eyes, even though in practice it is never fully attained. Only by stimulating the imagination of the student toward suitability for a given concept, by means of the already noted inadequacy of the expression for the idea, which the concept itself never attains because it is aesthetic, and through severe criticism, can one prevent the examples that are set before him from being immediately taken by him as prototypes and models for imitation, as it were not subject to any higher norm and to his own judging, be thus smothering the genius and together with it also the freedom of the imagination even in its lawfulness, without which no beautiful art nor even a correct personal taste for judging of it is possible. The propedeutic for all beautiful art, so far as it is aimed at the highest degree of its perfection, seems to lie not in precepts, but in the culture of the mental powers through those prior forms of knowledge that are called humanera. Presumably because humanity means on the one hand the universal feeling of participation and on the other hand the capacity for being able to communicate one's inmost self universally, which properties taken together constitute the sociability that is appropriate to humankind, by means of which it distinguishes itself from the limitation of animals, the age as well as the peoples in which the vigorous drive towards the lawful sociability by means of which a people constitutes an enduring commonwealth wrestled with the great difficulties surrounding the difficult task of uniting freedom, and thus also equality with coercion, more from respect and subjection to duty than from fear. Such an age and such a people had first of all to discover the art of the reciprocal communication of the ideas of the most educated part with the cruder, the coordination of the breadth and refinement of the former with the natural simplicity and originality of the latter, and in this way to discover that mean between higher aleret b buthilang si rich tiger si buthilander igena jeshmak detail amongs jifu hle mithilan f redding geselligkeit as in the first edition rather than glückseligkeit, happiness, as in the second. Critique of the aesthetic power of judgment culture and contented nature which constitutes the correct standard, not to be given by any universal rule, for taste as a universal human sense. With difficulty will a later age dispense with that model, because it will always be further from nature, and ultimately, without having enduring examples of it, will hardly be in a position to form a concept of the happy union of the lawful constraint of the highest culture with the force and correctness of a free nature, feeling its own worth, in one and the same people. But since taste is at bottom a faculty for the judging of the sensible rendering of moral ideas, by means of a certain analogy of the reflection on both, see from which, as well as from the greater receptivity for the feeling resulting from the latter, which is called the moral feeling, that is to be grounded upon it, is derived that pleasure which taste declares to be valid for mankind in general, not merely for the private feeling of each. It is evident that the true propedeutic for the grounding of taste is the development of moral ideas and the cultivation of the moral feeling. For only when sensibility is brought into accord with this can genuine taste assume a determinate, unalterable form. Aburthilangs vermogen beaver sinlachung c parentheses added in the second edition. Part 2 Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Section 61. On the objective purposiveness of nature, one has good reason to assume, in accordance with transcendental principles, a subjective purposiveness of nature in its particular laws. For comprehensibility for the human power of judgment and the possibility of the connection of the particular experiences in one system of nature, where among its many products those can also be expected to be possible which, just as if they had actually been designed for our power of judgment, contain a form so specifically suited for it that by means of their variety and unity they serve as it were to strengthen and entertain the mental powers, which are in play in the use of these faculties, and to which one has therefore ascribed the name of beautiful forms. But that things of nature serve one another as means to ends, and that their possibility itself should be adequately intelligible only through this kind of causality. For that we have no basis at all in the general idea of nature as the sum of the objects of the senses. For in the previous case the representation of things, because it is something in us, could also quite well be conceived of a priori as apt and serviceable for the internally purposive disposition of our cognitive faculties. But we have no basis at all for presuming a priori that ends that are not our own, and which also cannot pertain to nature, which we cannot assume as an intelligent being, nevertheless can or should constitute a special kind of causality, or at least an entirely unique law-likeness thereof. Moreover, even experience cannot prove the reality of this to us unless it has been preceded by some sophistry that has merely projected the concept of the end into the nature of things but has not derived it from the objects and the experimental cognition of them, and which is therefore more accustomed to making nature comprehensible to us by means of the analogy with a subjective ground for the connection of representations than to cognizing it from objective grounds. Further, objective purposiveness, as a principle of the possibility of the things of nature, is so far from being necessarily connected with the concept of the latter that it is rather precisely that to which one refers above all in order to prove the contingency of it, of nature, and of its form. For if one adduces, for example, the structure of a bird, the hollowness of its bones, the placement of its wings for movement and of its tail for steering, etc., one says that given the mere nexus effectivus in nature, without the help of a special kind of causality, namely that of ends or nexus of efficient causes. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Nexus finalis. This is all in the highest degree contingent, that is, that nature, considered as a mere mechanism, could have formed itself in 1,000 different ways without hitting precisely upon the unity in accordance with such a rule, and that it is therefore only outside the concept of nature, not within it, that one could have even the least ground a priori for hoping to find such a principle. Nevertheless, teleological judging B is rightly drawn into our research into nature, at least problematically, but only in order to bring it under principles of observation and research in analogy with causality according to ends, without presuming thereby to explain it. It thus belongs to the reflecting, not to the determining power of judgment. The concept of the combinations and forms of nature in accordance with ends is still at least one more principle for bringing its appearances under rules where the laws of causality about the mere mechanism of nature do not suffice. For we adduce a teleological ground when we ascribe causality in regard to an object to a concept of the object as if it were to be found in nature, not in us. Or rather we represent the possibility of the object in accordance with the analogy of such a causality, like the kind we encounter in ourselves, and hence we conceive of nature as technical through its own capacity. See, whereas if we did not ascribe such an agency D to it, we would have to represent its causality as a blind mechanism. If, however, we were to base nature on intentionally acting causes, hence were to ground teleology not merely on a regulative principle for the mere judging of appearances, to which nature in its particular laws could be thought of as subjected, but rather on a constitutive principle for the derivation of its products from their causes, then the concept of a natural end would no longer belong to the reflecting, but to the determining power of judgment, in which case, however, it would not in fact properly belong to the power of judgment at all, like the concept of beauty, as a formal subjective purposiveness, but rather, as a concept of reason. It would introduce a new causality into natural science, which, however, we merely borrow from ourselves and ascribe to other beings, yet without wanting to think of them as similar to ourselves or nexus of final causes. Beurteilung C. als Durchins Vermogen die Wirkungse die Beurteilung. First Division Analytic of the Teleological Power of Judgment Section 62, on the objective purposiveness which is merely formal, in distinction to that which is material. All geometrical figures that are drawn in accordance with a principle display a manifold and often admired objective purposiveness, namely that of serviceability for the solution of many problems in accordance with a single principle, and indeed of each of them in infinitely many different ways. The purposiveness here is evidently objective and intellectual, not, however, merely subjective and aesthetic, for it expresses the suitability of the figure for the generation of many shapes aimed at purposes, and is cognized through reason. But the purposiveness still does not make the concept of the object itself possible, that is, it is not regarded as possible merely with respect to this use. In such a simple figure as the circle there lies the basis for the solution of a host of problems, for each of which by itself much preparation would be required, and which as it were arises from this figure itself as one of its many splendid properties. If, for example, the problem is to construct a triangle from a given baseline and the angle opposite to it, then it is indeterminate, that is, it can be solved in infinitely many ways. But the circle comprehends them all, as the geometrical locus for all triangles that satisfy this condition. Or two lines are supposed to intersect in such a way that the rectangle constructed from the two parts of the one is equal to the rectangle from the two parts of the other. The solution of this problem looks as if it will be very difficult, but all the lines that intersect within the circle, the circumference of which bounds each of them, are of themselves divided into this proportion. The other curves yield in turn other purposive solutions that were not thought of at all in the rule that constitutes their construction. All conic sections, by themselves and in comparison with one another, are abgeschweckten Gestalten. Critique of the teleological power of judgment, fruitful in principles for the solution of a host of possible problems, as simple as the definition is which determines their concept. It is a true joy to see the eagerness with which the ancient geometers investigated the properties of such lines without being distracted by the question of limited minds. For what is this knowledge useful? For example, that of the parabola, without knowing the law of terrestrial gravitation, which would have given them its application to the trajectory of heavy bodies whose gravitational direction in their motion can be seen as parallel, or of the ellipse, without suspecting that there is also gravity in heavenly bodies, and without knowing its law at different distances from points of attraction, which makes them describe these lines in free movement, while these geometers, unbeknownst to themselves, were working for posterity. They delighted in a purposiveness in the essence of things, which they could yet exhibit fully a priori in its necessity. Plato, himself a master of this science, was led by such an original constitution of things, in the discovery of which we can dispense with all experience. and by the mental capacity C for drawing the harmony of things out of their supersensible principle, to which pertain the properties of numbers, with which the mind plays in music, to the enthusiasm that elevated him beyond the concepts of experience to ideas, which seemed to him explicable only by means of an intellectual communion with the origin of all things. No wonder that he banned from his school those who were ignorant of geometry, for he thought he could derive that which Anaxagoras inferred from objects of experience from the pure intuition internal to the human mind too, for in the necessity of that which is purposive and so constituted as if it were intentionally arranged for our use, but which nevertheless seems to pertain originally to the essence of things, without any regard to our use, lies the ground for the great admiration of nature, not outside of us so much as in our own reason. In which case it is surely excusable that through misunderstanding this admiration gradually rose to enthusiasm. This intellectual purposiveness, however, although it is objective, not, like the aesthetic, subjective, can nevertheless be conceived, as far as its possibility is concerned, as merely formal, not real, that is, as purposiveness that is not grounded in a purpose, for which teleology would be necessary, but only in general. The figure of a circle is an intuition that can be determined by the understanding in accordance with a principle, the unity of this principle, which I assume arbitrarily a rung b to a parabola, presumably, that is, the actual trajectory of a body is parallel to the geometrical figure of a parabola. See Vermogen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment and, as a concept, make into a ground, when applied to a form of intuition, to space, which is to be found in me merely as representation and indeed a priori, makes comprehensible the unity of many rules resulting from the construction of that concept, which are purposive in many respects, without an end or any other ground having to be the basis of this purposiveness. This is different from finding order and regularity in a sum of things outside of me enclosed in certain bounds, for example, among the trees, flower beds and paths in a garden, which I cannot hope to deduce a priori from my demarcation of a space in accordance with an arbitrary rule, for these are existing things, which must be given empirically in order to be cognized, and not a mere representation in me determined in accordance with an a priori principle. Hence the latter, empirical, purposiveness, as real, is dependent on the concept of an end, but the reason for the admiration of a purposiveness perceived in the essence of things, insofar as their concept can be constructed, can be quite easily and indeed quite rightly understood. The many rules, the unity of which, from a principle, arouses this admiration, are one and all synthetic, and do not follow from a concept of the object, for example, from that of a circle, but need this object to be given in intuition. But it thereby comes to seem as if this unity empirically possesses an external ground, distinct from our power of representation, for its rules, and thus as if the correspondence of the object with the need for rules, which is characteristic of the understanding, is in itself contingent, hence possible only by means of an end expressly aimed at it. Now of course this very harmony, since it is, in spite of all this purposiveness, cognized not empirically but a priori, should bring it home to us that space, by the determination of which, by means of the imagination, in accordance with a concept, the object is alone possible, is not a property of the object outside of me, but merely a kind of representation in me, and thus that I introduce the purposiveness into the figure that I draw in accord with a concept, that is, into my own way of representing that which is given to me externally, whatever it may be in itself. Thus that I am not instructed empirically about this purposiveness by the object, and consequently do not need for this purposiveness any particular end outside of me in the object. But since this reflection already requires a critical use of reason, and hence cannot be immediately contained in the judging be of the object in accordance with its properties, the latter gives me immediately nothing other than the unification of heterogeneous rules, united even in that which is diverse in them, in one principle, which, without needing a particular in the first edition, from my arbitrary demarcation of a space b critique of the teleological power of judgment ground lying a priori beyond my concept and, in general, my representation, can nevertheless be cognized by me a priori as truthful. Now astonishment is a mental shock at the incompatibility of a representation and the rule that is given through it with the principles already grounded in the mind, which thus produces a doubt as to whether one has seen or judged correctly. But admiration is an astonishment that continually recurs despite the disappearance of this doubt. The latter is consequently an entirely natural effect of that purposiveness observed in the essence of things, as appearances, which also cannot be criticized insofar as the compatibility of that form of sensible intuition, which is called space, with the faculty of concepts. The understanding is not only inexplicable for us insofar as it is precisely thus and not otherwise, but also enlarges the mind, allowing it, as it were, to suspect something lying beyond those sensible representations, in which, although unknown to us, the ultimate ground of that accord could be found. See, indeed, it is not necessary for us to know this if it is merely a matter of the formal purposiveness of our a priori representations. But even just being compelled to look in that direction fills us with admiration for the object that forces us to do so. It is customary to call the properties of geometrical shapes as well as of numbers that have been mentioned beauty, on account of a certain a priori purposiveness, not expected from the simplicity of their construction, for all sorts of cognitive use, and to speak of this or that beautiful property of, for example, a circle, which is discovered in this way or that. But it is not an aesthetic judging D by means of which we find it purposive, not a judging E without a concept, which makes noticeable a merely subjective purposiveness in the free play of our cognitive faculties, but an intellectual judging in accordance with concepts, which gives us distinct cognition of an objective purposiveness, that is, serviceability for all sorts of, infinitely manifold, purposes. One would have to call it a relative perfection rather than a beauty of the mathematical figure. The designation of an intellectual beauty can also not be allowed at all, for otherwise the word beauty would have to lose all determinate meaning, or intellectual satisfaction would have to lose all preeminence over sensible satisfaction. It would be better to be able to call a demonstration of such properties beautiful, since by means of a Bewunderung B Bewunderung C in the first edition, there is no period here, and instead the sentence continues, which we do not indeed have to know if what is at stake is merely formal purposiveness of our representations a priori, even to take notice of which, however, at the same time fills us with admiration for the object that forces us to do that die Beurteilung e Beurteilung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. This the understanding, as the faculty of concepts, and the imagination, as the faculty for exhibiting them, feel themselves strengthened a priori, which, together with the precision which is introduced by reason, is called its elegance. For here at least the satisfaction, although its ground lies in concepts, is subjective, whereas perfection is accompanied with an objective satisfaction. Section 63. On the relative purposiveness of nature in distinction from internal purposiveness. Experience leads our power of judgment to the concept of an objective and material purposiveness, that is, to the concept of an end of nature, only if there is a relation of the cause to the effect to be judged, which we can understand as lawful only insofar as we find ourselves capable of subsuming the idea of the effect under the causality of its cause as the underlying condition of the possibility of the former. But this can happen in two ways, either if we regard the effect immediately as a product of art or if we regard it only as material for the art of other possible natural beings. Thus if we regard it either as an end or as a means for the purposive use of other causes, the latter purposiveness is called usefulness, for human beings, or advantageousness, for every other creature, and is merely relative, while the former is an internal purposiveness of the natural being. Rivers, for example, carry with them all sorts of soil helpful for the growth of plants, which they sometimes deposit in the middle of the land, sometimes in their deltas. On many coasts, the tide spreads this silt on the land, or deposits it on the bank, and, particularly if human beings help prevent the ebb from carrying it away again, the fruitful land increases, and the vegetable kingdom wins a place where previously fish and shellfish dwelt. Most of these sorts of extension of the land have been produced by nature, and it continues to do so, although slowly. Now the question arises, is this to be judged B as an end of nature, because it is useful for human beings? For its usefulness for the vegetable kingdom cannot be brought into the balance, because since in pure mathematics there can never be an issue of the existence of things, but only of their possibility, namely the possibility of an intuition corresponding to their concept, and hence there can never be an issue of cause and effect. All of the purposiveness that has been noted there must therefore be considered merely as formal, never as a natural end as Zubuthilan istb Zubuthilan say. Critique of the teleological power of judgment just as much is taken away from the creatures of the sea as is added to the land. 3. Or, to give an example of the advantageousness of certain natural things as means for other creatures. If one presupposes them as ends, no soil is more favorable to pine trees than a sandy soil. Now the ancient sea, before it withdrew from the land, left so many sandy tracts behind in our northern regions that on this soil, otherwise so useless for any cultivation, extensive pine forests grew up, for the irrational eradication of which we frequently blame our ancestors. And here one can ask whether this ancient deposit of sandy strata was an end of nature for the sake of the pine forests that were possible there. This much is clear, that if one assumes this to be an end of nature, then one would also have to admit that the sand is an end, though only a relative one, for which in turn the ancient beach and the withdrawal of the sea were the means. For in the series of subordinated members of a connection of ends every intermediate member must be considered as an end, although not as the final end, for which its proximate cause is the means. In the same way, if cattle, sheep, horses, etc. were even to exist in the world, then there had to be grass on the earth, and salt wort had to grow in the desert if camels were to thrive, and these and other herbivorous animals had to be found if there were to be wolves, tigers and lions. Hence the objective purposiveness which is grounded on advantageousness is not an objective purposiveness of the things in themselves, as if the sand in itself, as an effect of its cause, the sea, could not be comprehended without ascribing a purpose to the latter and without considering the effect, namely the sand, as a work of art. It is a merely relative purposiveness, contingent in the thing itself to which it is ascribed, and although in the examples we have given the species of grasses themselves are to be judged be as organized products of nature, hence as rich in art, nevertheless in relation to the animals which they nourish they are to be regarded as mere raw materials. If, however, the human being, through the freedom of his causality, finds things in nature completely advantageous for his often foolish aims, colorful bird feathers for the decoration of his clothing, colored soils or juices of plants for painting himself, but sometimes also to his rational ends, as the horse for riding or the ox and in Minorca even the ass and the swine for plowing. One cannot assume here even a relative end of nature, for this use. For the human's reason knows how to bring things into correspondence with his own arbitrary inchpia in the second edition. This is changed to means. The first edition seems preferable here. B. Zubuthilan sin.